In the Enchantment Valley, it is said that 100 millennia ago, the Celestial Alliance engaged in a fierce battle against the mightiest demon sovereign, Dao Zu, lasting 10 days and nights. 10 of the most formidable holy sovereigns united their strength, sacrificing 3 of their own while 2 were grievously wounded, ultimately succeeding in sealing him away. Thus, a peace of 100,000 years was ushered into the Xianing continent. Seasons changed, time ebbed and flowed. As the elder holy sovereigns retreated into obscurity, their tales faded into mere legend, leaving behind only the name of the Enchantment Valley, with all else buried beneath the dust of history. Yet, one being remained unforgotten, the demon sovereign Dao Zu himself. After a millennium of recuperation, his strength has returned to its zenith, and now is the pivotal moment for him to escape the confines of the Enchantment Valley and re-enter the world. There was no cataclysmic rupture of heaven and earth, nor did the skies darken ominously. Instead, a black serpent, accompanied by a gentle rain, silently slithered along the clear stream towards the valley's exit. This was the true form of the demon sovereign Dao Zu. Little did anyone anticipate that the ultimate darkness, which had once dominated the Xianing continent for countless years, would quietly slip from its bonds, poised to unleash a torrent of bloodshed upon the tranquil realm of cultivation that had enjoyed peace for 100 millennia. Just as Dao Zu was about to reach the valley's mouth, he suddenly felt an intuition, raising his serpent head to meet the curious gaze of a young human. The youth, a member of the human race, stirred a sense of hunger within Dao Zu. It had been 100,000 years since he had tasted blood, and the youth before him, with a robust physique and an air of a top-tier cultivator, certainly appeared appetizing. As a demon sovereign known for creating chaos, Dao Zu had always been one to act decisively rather than engage in idle chatter. In that instant, having resolved to make the youth his dinner, he assumed an aggressive stance, launching towards the exposed throat of the young man like a bolt of black lightning. For a being who had ruled the Xianing continent for countless years, this strike, though ordinary, was not something he believed could be easily evaded. Even lions exert their full strength when hunting rabbits. Although Dao Zu did not unleash his full power, he was confident that anyone below the Holy Realm, regardless of their cultivation level, would meet their demise under such a straightforward attack. However, to his astonishment, the youth effortlessly dodged. A flicker of fear crossed the young man's face, but it was overshadowed by a predominant expression of disdain, likely indicating that his aversion to snakes surpassed the fear elicited by Dao Zu's assault. This was not the first time Dao Zu had encountered such a reaction. During his long and vulnerable youth, he often witnessed the same expression on the faces of humans. Upon understanding the implications of the young man's demeanor, Dao Zu was filled with rage. He opened his mouth again, gathering boundless vitality upon his tongue. The youth's evasion, in Dao Zu's eyes, was merely a stroke of luck. He sensed no fluctuations of holy-level true energy from the young man, implying either that he had not reached the holy realm or, like Dao Zu himself, had achieved the pinnacle of the holy realm, returning to a state of purity and attaining a flawless true form. The bone age of this young man hardly exceeds 500 years, considering the cultivation standards of a human race. Reaching the celestial realm would already mark him as an unparalleled genius, let alone achieving the perfection of the sacred realm, which is utterly ludicrous. However, as the two began to engage in combat, the astonishment within it grew exponentially. Remarkably, this young man successfully thwarted several of its attacks, and even had the capacity to counterattack. Within less than an hour, both the man and the serpent sustained minor injuries. The thoughts swirling in Dao Zu's mind could only be described as sheer terror, and it failed to notice the equally fearful expression etched upon the young man's face. It seemed that it must resort to that particular technique. Dao Zu steeled its resolve. Despite the bizarre turn of events that had far exceeded its expectations, it was no longer willing to prolong this encounter with the youth. Channeling its magical incantations, a myriad of demonic shadows flickered within the dark mist enveloping its body. Subsequently, the ethereal form of a long sword materialized, imbued with a chilling aura emerging from the chaos. In the next moment, a 3-foot azure blade pierced through the void, its edge, reminiscent of autumn frost, shimmered with a ghostly light, while its serpentine tail coiled around the hilt like a human arm. This was the heavenly Tsukuyami sword, its spine adorned with ancient demonic inscriptions. In the blood-soaked battle of the Demon Sealing Valley, this soul-devouring weapon had once penetrated the divine consciousness of a sacred sovereign, obliterating its primordial spirit in an instant amidst the true fire of celestial demons. The young man, witnessing the emergence of the long sword, displayed a complex expression. However, confronted with the life-and-death struggle, he swiftly regained his composure. With a swift gesture of his hands, four ancient swords erupted into existence, encircling his head, while the phantoms of the four sacred beasts formed a primordial diagram behind him, the fierce winds swirling his wide sleeves. Basan's demonic pupils constricted, its claws gripping the sword hilt, producing a sound akin to metal grinding against stone. It was indeed the fourfold sword array. Basan felt a surge of alarm. This sword array possessed countless variations and boundless applications. It was now unleashed by an ordinary human, filling it with trepidation. However, with the arrow on the string, it had no choice but to strike. Fearlessly, it charged into the fourfold sword array, the heavenly Tsukuyami sword, infused with the chilling essence of the nine hells, cleaved toward the heart of the formation. Meanwhile, the fourfold sword array roared to life, resonating with the sound of rending fabric. The very fabric of space and time within the array warped as the four-colored auras entwined with the ghostly blue light, coalescing into a chaotic vortex, reducing mountains within miles to mere dust. Half an hour later, observing the young man fleeing in a state of panic, retreating ever further, Basan, though victorious, found itself engulfed in confusion. Only it understood that it had narrowly triumphed. Had the other party not been overly concerned for their own life, there existed a chance they could have both perished. Though the youth had escaped unscathed, Basan now required time to recuperate and lacked the strength to pursue. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The most pressing concern was the baffling realization that after being sealed for 100,000 years, it could encounter any random individual capable of engaging it in such a fierce battle. Had the world changed so drastically during its long confinement? Contemplating this, the once fervent desire to bloodily proclaim its return dissipated, leaving only an inexplicable sense of crisis lingering in Boshuan's heart. It had initially been eager to enact a blood sacrifice upon the first human city it beheld, heralding its resurgence. Yet, even the most insignificant of creatures can unleash their utmost potential. If I recklessly embark on a path of devastation, would it not be akin to casting a meat bun to a dog, with no hope of return? No, it may very well be that my strength has yet to reach its zenith. The sense of perfection I feel could merely be an illusion born from prolonged confinement. I shall first retreat to the valley of sealing demons and devote some time to further cultivation. It will be prudent to emerge only once I have fully regained my prowess. A small black serpent thus meanders back along the stream, in the realm of cultivation, which has enjoyed 100,000 years of tranquility. The peace of today seems to persist. Unbeknownst to me, 70 years have slipped by. Chapter 2. This man, exceptionally powerful yet excessively cautious, welcome to the supreme system of all realms. Would you like to utilize your sign-in opportunity? Today 1-1, yes. System notification. Sign in successful. Reward. 20 years of cultivation in the supreme celestial technique, the sword of resistance against the heavens. Feeling the surge of true essence rapidly increasing within him, alongside an involuntary emergence of a defensive sword technique capable of withstanding any assault, Chen Chang'an remained indifferent, devoid of joy or sorrow. At this moment, his legs crossed and his breath synchronized with the universe, indicating that his cultivation had reached its zenith, the perfection of the holy realm, and he was on the cusp of refining into the Tao. Unbeknownst to him, even if the current emperor of the world were to appear, he would likely bow his head and address him as holy sovereign. Yet this so-called holy sovereign was enveloped in an aura of despondency. Ignoring his astonishing cultivation prowess, he resembled a middle-aged man who, having lost his job and reluctant to inform his family, was forced to overdraw his credit card to meet exorbitant mortgage payments. How he longed to gaze beyond the valley. Chen Chang'an sighed inwardly. However, as a self-proclaimed waste. He hesitated even to slay a mere chicken. How could he hope to contend with the ruthless individuals of this world, who had endured hardships from a young age and acted decisively in moments of conflict? This was a realm where the weak were devoured by the strong, the Xianian continent. Thus, secluding himself within this small valley until the end of time seemed to be his ultimate fate. As for the system, although it appeared to grant him decades of cultivation with each daily sign-in, one must consider that this was a realm of cultivation spanning tens of thousands of years. Moreover, the bizarre and myriad spells were as numerous as the stars. A mere mortal like him, possessing only an abundance of cultivation, yet lacking true prowess, might well be a mere tool intended for a protagonist of some world. Once they mastered spells akin to the Biming divine skill or the stellar absorption technique, fate might lead them to fall into the valley and encounter him, thereby embarking on their ascent to greatness. As for himself, recalling the various masters from Jin Yang's novels who had fallen victim to Run Wuxing's insatiable appetite, Chen Chang'an shivered. Never mind. A waste must possess the self-awareness of a waste. Wasn't it preferable to remain at home? Alas, this world lacked both anime and video games, as well as a two-dimensional partner, rendering life somewhat mundane. However, a good death was certainly better than a miserable existence. 70 years ago, marking the 500th year since his transmigration, he had been at the pinnacle of the holy realm, brimming with ambition. As a proud transmigrator blessed with a system, he believed himself to be the protagonist of this world. Little did he anticipate that upon reaching the valley's entrance, he would encounter a peculiar black snake, which lunged at him without hesitation. Using every ounce of his strength, he narrowly escaped its jaws, fleeing back into the valley in a state of panic. From that moment on, the flame within him extinguished. Wasn't it a sad revelation that no protagonist should be incapable of overcoming even a snake encountered by the roadside? Although that serpent wielded a strange sword and was clearly no ordinary creature, what did it matter? Even if it were a snake demon capable of employing magic, it remained just that, a snake demon. The system had informed him of the 6 major realms of cultivators in this world, controlling objects, understanding mysteries, returning to the source, longevity, transcendence, and the holy realm. Yet, despite having attained the realm of sanctity, I find myself inexplicably cornered by a mere serpent demon. No matter how hard I ponder this enigma, it eludes my understanding. Suddenly, a chilling hypothesis dawns upon Chen Chang'an. Could it be that my system originates from a realm of relatively low martial prowess, while I currently inhabit a world of considerable might? It is akin to a character from Jin Yang's novels being thrust into the realm of Feng Yun. Even the invincible Dongfang Booby would likely struggle against a mere extra in that universe. The so-called sanctity of my system appears to be commonplace in this world. Perhaps even greater realms, such as the Great Sage or the Supreme Sage, exist beyond it. The more Chen Chang'an contemplates this, the more plausible it seems. Otherwise, how can one rationally explain the absurdity of having spent 500 years honing my skills, yet being unable to contend with a black serpent encountered by chance? Moreover, despite its grandiose title of the strongest system of all heavens, the system's functionalities beyond mere sign-ins remain shrouded in obscurity. Thus, after facing a profound setback 70 years ago, he resolutely decided to delve into self-cultivation, vowing to forsake reliance on the system and instead enhance his abilities through personal effort. However, after several days of rigorous practice, he discovered that the meager progress gained through his own efforts paled in comparison to the rewards of the system's sign-ins. This revelation extinguished the last flicker of confidence he possessed. It dawned on him that not only was the system inadequate, but he himself might also lack innate talent for cultivation. Consequently, Chen Chang'an surrendered to despair, spending his days either tending to flowers and plants or leisurely fishing. One evening, after dinner, as was his custom, he ventured into the valley for a stroll. Suddenly, a tingling sensation alerted him to the presence of an unidentified creature amidst the orchids in the distance, sending a wave of tension through him. After all, such damp and shadowy locales are favored by serpentine beings. Ever since being schooled by the black serpent 70 years prior, he has harbored an inexplicable dread of these creatures. Had it not been for his intuition insisting that the being was humanoid, he might have fled in terror, cautiously advancing toward the orchids. He willed the dense foliage to part, revealing the true nature of the enigmatic entity. Nestled within a small bamboo vessel lay an infant, peacefully slumbering and swaddling. She had likely been carried here by the stream beside the orchids. Her head was round like a small ball, and her hair glistened darkly in the sunlight, occasionally pursing her lips as if lost in sweet dreams. What a beautiful baby! Chen Chang'an found himself instinctively reaching out. As his fingertips grazed the swaddling, the entire field of flowers stirred without a whisper of wind. The purple jade ice lotus emitted an otherworldly blue glow in the twilight, and those ethereal blossoms, typically dormant in winter, unfurled their petals to gently elevate the infant before him. Dew clung to the baby's eyelashes, refracting the setting sun's light into a dazzling shimmer akin to scattered diamonds. Uncertain if he sensed the presence of Chen Chang'an, the tiny infant suddenly awoke. While asleep, her eyes had been reduced to a mere sliver, yet upon opening them, they transformed into two round, glistening orbs. Contrary to Chen Chang'an's expectations of wailing, the little one instead erupted into a fit of giggles, revealing two rows of pearly teeth akin to shards of jade. A smile instinctively curved upon Chen Chang'an's lips as he gently cradled the infant. She felt remarkably light, almost chillingly so. Though he had never experienced the weight of a newborn, he had observed the gait of swine. The negligible weight in his hands was surely not that of a healthy infant. In the next moment, he channeled his true essence through the infant's meridians for 3 cycles, only to furrow his brow in deep concern. Beneath her seemingly rosy skin, the veins resembled the desiccated bed of a river in drought. Astonishingly, this fragile creature possessed not a single drop of blood, yet she clung to life. Such is the wonder of the realm of cultivation. Having lived in solitude for over 5 centuries, it was impossible to claim he felt no loneliness. Cradling the infant's soft form, a yearning to nurture began to blossom within him. After a brief contemplation, he summoned a droplet of golden red blood at his fingertip. Now, you too shall carry a fragment of my bloodline, Chen Chang'an murmured, as the blood bead inscribed ancient runes of a blood contract in the air, each stroke stirring the spiritual energies of the world into a vortex. Suddenly, the infant erupted into cries, her voice resonating powerfully enough to wilt the spiritual flowers in a 100-meter radius. Undeterred, Chen Chang'an resolved to replenish the infant's bloodline with a drop of his own essence. When the final trace of blood merged with her heart, the Big Dipper in the sky ignited simultaneously, its starlight pouring like silver threads into the infant's crown. At dawn, he once more scanned the infant's body with his true essence. Guided by a singular drop of life essence, the vessels within her now coursed with tangible starlight. Holding the warming infant close, Chen Chang'an chuckled softly. From this day forth, you should be named Chen Xingcai. Chapter 3. This daughter, clearly a genius, is mistakenly considered a wastrel. Time flows like a swift river, and before one realizes, 6 years have passed. In the valley, a delicate little girl sits cross-legged upon the ground, her ears fluttering slightly, on the verge of reaching out to touch something. Suddenly, a stern voice resonates beside her. Focus your energy and unite your thoughts. In Chen Chang'an's hand lies a ruler, as he observes the small figure before him, while casually browsing through the system panel. This system, which awakened on the day of his transmigration, is a powerful tool, aptly named the supreme system of all heavens. Yet, for reasons unknown, apart from the daily sign-in and system space, all other functionalities remain grayed out. Nevertheless, through years of experience, Chen Chang'an has gradually discerned certain patterns. For instance, the daily sign-in rewards can roughly be categorized into 3 types. The first category is cultivation years, which is a guaranteed reward from daily sign-ins, ranging from 1 to 100 years. The second category encompasses items, a diverse array ranging from basic spirit stones to the highest grade imitation celestial artifacts. However, true celestial artifacts have never been obtained, perhaps due to an exceedingly low probability. The third category consists of supreme celestial techniques, wherein the system inundates Chen Chang'an's mind with knowledge. Consequently, Although he himself does not need to cultivate, he has become a theoretical master in the realm of cultivation. However, the probability of acquiring supreme techniques is exceedingly low. After 570 years of sign-ins, he has managed to obtain only 5 such techniques: the 4 phases sword array, the 9 heavens thunder sword technique, the graceful as a swallow technique, the heaven-defying sword, and the great sun burning heaven scripture. Refocusing his attention on the little girl before him. Once a mere infant, she has now blossomed into a charming young girl. Despite feeling somewhat inadequate as a father, Chen Chang'an has nurtured aspirations for her greatness since she was 5, guiding her cultivation. He selected for her the technique he deemed most suitable among his supreme techniques, the graceful as a swallow technique, as graceful as a swan, as fleeting as light. A thought spans 1,000 miles, while myriad methods struggle to catch up. At this moment, the girl breathes rhythmically, her body naturally emanating a gentle, ethereal glow, indicating her proficiency in cultivation. Were she in any sect, she would be regarded as a treasure. Yet, regrettably, she finds herself under the tutelage of a father utterly oblivious to the nuances of cultivation, with him as her only point of reference. Observing the speed at which his daughter absorbs the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, Chen Chang'an cannot help but sigh inwardly. While her progress is considerably faster than his own direct cultivation, it remains limited at this rate. It would take at least another 1,000 years for her to reach his current level of strength. Alas, it seems that even his daughter is not gifted in cultivation. No, Zixing is not my biological child, but then again, she shares my bloodline, so perhaps she is not so different from my own flesh and blood. Lost in his thoughts, Chen Chang'an resolves not to interrupt his daughter's training. Though she may lack talent in cultivation, it is still beneficial for a girl to possess some degree of self-defense capability. As dusk approached and the day's lessons concluded, the young girl sprang from the ground and instantly enveloped Chen Chang'an's neck, exclaiming with joy, "Father, today during my training, I sense the bottleneck you spoke of. I shall soon break through to the transcendent realm. Indeed, my dear Xingcai is truly remarkable. This evening, shall I prepare some crispy ribs for you?" "Yes, yes. I adore you, father." Chen Xingcai then hopped down from her father's embrace and dashed toward their quaint abode. Observing his daughter's charming silhouette, Chen Chang'an felt his spirit rejuvenated. Well, let it be. A mediocre talent is still my own daughter. With a cheerful heart, he followed in her footsteps, pondering whether to add a touch more salt or sugar to the evening's dish. Since Xingcai has always had a penchant for sweetness, I shall prepare it accordingly. Suddenly, a voice boomed, "You insolent wretches!" A massive gray bear, capable of human speech, furiously swung its robust paw, which glimmered with a layer of earthy yellow light. Each strike reverberated with an almost thunderous sound. On its somewhat clumsy visage, an expression of anger contorted in a remarkably human-like manner. This gray bear was the demon king of a celestial paradise far away, who, after nurturing a dragon soul herb seedling for 3 centuries, had finally intended to consume it to attempt a breakthrough to the return to origin realm. However, before it could even harvest the herb, it was ambushed by 3 disciples from different celestial sects who cunningly snatched it away while it was caught off guard. Though it possessed a significant cultivation advantage over the disciples, these 3 were evidently the direct descendants of their respective sects, adept at a defensive formation that could effortlessly deflect their attacks, with an array of magical artifacts and talismans at their disposal. Despite its superior prowess, the bear found itself in an exceptionally vexing predicament. Such treasures, born of nature, should not fall into your hands. One disciple sneered while unleashing several thunder talismans. The bear, unable to evade in time, was singed and charred, howling in pain. "Preposterous! What do you mean by treasures of nature? It is I who harvest the morning dew and nurture it with care, not to mention the formation I have cultivated." The disciple who had used the talismans was momentarily at a loss for words, while another disciple exclaimed in frustration, "Why are you engaging in idle chatter with it, Junior? The essence of nature belongs to those worthy of it." "Worthy? Truly, you are disciples of the celestial sect, cloaking your murderous intentions in grandiloquent rhetoric." The gray bear, infuriated to the point of laughter, summoned all its strength and swung its paw once more. The disciple who had spoken earlier was inadvertently struck, their defensive artifact shattered, leaving deep gashes across their chest. Yet they retorted unyieldingly, "You are no human. You are a malevolent entity deserving of eradication. I am of the righteous celestial sect. Is there anything wrong with vanquishing evil? We, the demon clan, are also the rightful heirs of the Xianian continent. You're the true malefactor, and your entire family embodies that wickedness." The disciple chuckled derisively. "Dare you claim that after cultivating for hundreds of years, you have not taken even a single life?" The great gray bear was momentarily rendered speechless, and then, in a fit of rage, retorted, "You humans feast daily, slaughtering countless beings. What harm is there in my having taken a few lives? Humans are the apex of all creation. How can they be compared to you wretches? Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all things as mere fodder." As the three humans and one demon engaged in combat, their words became as sharp as their weapons. After a prolonged struggle, the trio shouted in unison, three-talon sword formation, "Break for me!" Instantly, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, aimed directly at the bear's face. The bear's expression turned grave, and it hastily invoked a spell, opening its massive maw to unleash a bright, egg-sized sphere that whistled forth. Boom! The crimson light collided with the golden beam, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Each of the four figures was propelled backward several meters, and the great gray bear, its visage now pale, coughed up a mouthful of blood. This was a significant blow, causing its cultivation to regress by at least one minor realm. With a bitter smile, the bear observed three figures struggle to rise from the dust. It suddenly realized that while the dragon's soul grass was indeed precious, it paled in comparison to the bear's centuries of arduous training. Now gravely injured, who could say what other strange techniques these disciples might possess? To lose its life over a mere breath would be the greatest folly. With the winds howling fiercely, the bear resolved to abandon thoughts of the precious herb and soared towards a nearby valley. The bear demon has fled. The disciples, satisfied with their spoils, chose not to pursue, delightfully departing with the spirit herb. However, the bear's demon core was damaged, and just a few steps into the valley, its internal injuries flared up, causing it to crash to the ground amidst a patch of flowers and grass. In the fleeting moment, before unconsciousness claimed it, the bear vaguely perceived a small figure rushing toward it. Time passed, and gradually the great gray bear awoke. Upon opening its eyes, it beheld a round, lively-eyed gazing back at it, an innocent little girl of the human race. Instantly, hostility surged within the bear. As a true child of nature, a demon possesses a perception entirely distinct from that of humans. In this moment, it could detect the pure essence emanating from the girl, along with the vibrant flow of spiritual energy surrounding her. Was she in the profound realm? How could a mere child, just a few years old, have transcended her innate limitations, wielding such arcane power? Such is the favor of the divine, to bestow such exceptional talent upon one so young. Had she not been cut short in her development, she might very well have emerged as a future saint among humankind. Recalling the spirit herb that had taken 3 centuries of toil to cultivate, now seized by humans, the bear's rage ignited anew. Truly, heaven aids me. The humans have taken my spirit herb, and I shall ruin their future saint. This transaction promises to yield great dividends. Yet, recognizing that this little girl had attained the profound realm, she could not be regarded as an ordinary child. Furthermore, given its current injuries, the bear resolved to gather its remaining strength for a decisive strike. With this thought in mind, the great gray bear began to concentrate the last vestiges of its magical power. Then, he heard the little girl call out in a soft, melodious voice, "Father, come quickly." The bear seems to be waking up. Father? Is there someone else? Just in time. The great bear had just revealed a hint of murderous intent, and suddenly, an alarm blared in his mind. An instinct that had been buried in the depths of biology since ancient times compelled him to instinctively curl into a ball. In the next moment, a vast and magnificent aura, as broad as the Milky Way, enveloped all his senses, casting a shadow over everything. This sensation was not unfamiliar to him, for he had encountered it once hundreds of years ago at the grand banquet celebrating the longevity of the demon sage. Even now, The memory evokes a scene of immense grandeur. Thousands of demon kings, each far more powerful than he, knelt in unison on a vast square that spanned thousands of feet, bowing thrice and prostrating 9 times, offering their heartfelt congratulations. At that time, he had not even possessed the qualification to stand upon the square, merely able to gaze from afar, a figure as insignificant as an ordinary human. Yet, the surging demonic energy soared like smoke signals in the desert, reaching the heavens. And then, it overshadowed the sun and veiled the sky. Chapter 4. Your daughter is truly kind and adorable in a fleeting moment. Chen Chang'an sensed a menacing aura targeted at his daughter. With a fierce protective instinct, he had no time to ponder whether he was facing a formidable adversary and immediately unleashed his full energy. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, he resembled a wrathful lion, his surging vitality invoking a transformation in the heavens. The once azure sky rapidly darkened as ominous clouds gathered to form a black vortex above the valley. The great bear was terrified, desperately burrowing its head into the ground, wishing to vanish entirely beneath the earth. However, the anticipated fierce battle did not ensue. Chen Chang'an, utilizing his spiritual perception, searched the surroundings yet found nothing amiss, only to see his daughter gazing at him with adoring starry eyes. Alongside a bear trembling in fear with its head buried in the soil, revealing its rotund rear. A bear? Chen Chang'an did not dare to be careless. Memories of the black serpent still lingered vividly in his mind, and he was well aware that mammals were several tiers higher in the food chain than reptiles. Yet, observing the bear's shivering demeanor, it was evident that it was vastly different from the aggressive black serpent he had encountered before. It appeared to be merely an ordinary creature. Retracting his imposing aura, Chen Chang'an sensed that the bear was indeed pitifully weak and seemed to have sustained significant internal injuries, likely only slightly stronger than his daughter. He immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing he had been overly sensitive. Gently ruffling his daughter's hair, he then playfully kicked the bear's rear. The bear first felt a sudden lightness as the overwhelming pressure dissipated, only to be met with a painful jab that sent it tumbling over. Just as it was about to plead for mercy, it heard the curious voice of the little girl, who had moments ago harbored murderous intent. "Daddy, what are you doing?" Chen Chang'an mused whether this bear was an ordinary one or a transformed creature. He then playfully prodded the bear's belly with his foot. Suddenly, the bear's eyes sparkled with clarity, displaying a bewildered expression. "Transformed? Is it a monster from the stories Daddy tells me? If it is a monster, what would Daddy do?" Chen Xingcai's eyes widened in fascination. Chen Chang'an crouched down, meeting his daughter's gaze. "Xingcai, the principle of survival for humanity is to seek benefit while avoiding harm. If it is indeed a monster, it signifies that one day it may pose a danger to us." His gaze turned increasingly perilous as he looked upon the bear. Such a danger is best dealt with at the earliest opportunity. He then involuntarily recalled the joyful moments of his daughter's self-entertainment and sighed, tenderly stroking her head. "Of course, if it is merely an ordinary bear, I shall prepare to place a restriction on it, so it may become your pet." "Oh, splendid. Does that mean I will have a companion to play with from now on?" "Thank you, Daddy," Chen Xingcai exclaimed joyfully, planting a big kiss on Chen Chang'an's cheek. At that moment, the bear silently applauded its own cleverness. Deep within, he had resolutely decided that from this moment onward, he would embody an ordinary gray bear, devoid of human speech. Moreover, becoming the pet of the revered daughter of the Holy One, he did not perceive this as a humiliation. After all, there's a saying among humans: a 7th-rank official stands at the gates of the Prime Minister. As the pet of the Holy One's daughter, he was in essence a pet of the Holy One himself. Would he not stride boldly when encountering those demon kings in the future? Thus, the great gray bear promptly displayed affectionate gestures towards Chen Xingcai, nudging his furry head against the little girl's hand as if the earlier display of murderous intent had never transpired. This bear, indeed, possessed a certain understanding of human nature. Chen Chang'an nodded slightly, channeling a modicum of true essence to touch the gray bear's brow. The bear dared not resist. It merely felt a refreshing current flood into its mind, and then it quietly lay still. Chen Chang'an addressed Chen Xingcai, stating, "I have placed a restriction within this gray bear. Should it harbor any thoughts of harming you, it will immediately suffer excruciating pain. Instantly, Chen Chang'an looked at Chen Chang'an with eager anticipation. Observing the pitiable expression on his daughter's face, Chen Chang'an could not help but smile, gently ruffling her hair. Go play. All right, little gray. I shall take you to see the fruits I have cultivated. Chen Chang'an grasped the great bear's enormous paw with her tiny hand. Little gray. The great bear silently lamented, feeling somewhat indignant, but daring not to protest, allowing the little girl to lead it into the woods. Though it bore no name of its own, its subordinates had once referred to it as the Gray Bear King. The name Little Gray lacked any sense of grandeur. As it trudged along, it mused about its unexpected fortune, able to remain by the side of a holy one, and could not help but feel a sense of glee. This young human girl, appearing quite naive, perhaps I could manipulate her to follow my lead, thereby effectively having a holy one at my beck and call. It reveled in its scheming. It was rumored that many human fathers were particularly fond of their daughters. Although that holy one exuded a fearsome aura, she seemed rather easy to converse with. Lost in its thoughts, the great bear failed to notice that the little girl ahead, who had been bounding along, suddenly halted. It did not react in time and collided directly into her. Fortunately, it regained its senses just in the nick of time, slamming its feet down to leave deep imprints in the ground, stopping just before impact. What is this little girl doing? Had I collided with her, not even 10 lives would suffice. The great bear felt a surge of panic, which was soon accompanied by a flicker of anger directed at Chen Chang'an. However, before it could express its ire, it felt something within its mind suddenly fracture, followed by a wave of intense pain that spread throughout its entire being, as if a blade were meticulously carving into every inch of its body. Ugh! The overwhelming agony robbed it of even the most basic ability to speak, leaving it to writhe pitifully on the ground, driven solely by instinct. It is uncertain how much time has passed, but the agonizing pain has gradually subsided. The great gray bear, now devoid of any strength, lies on the ground like a lifeless dog, gazing vacantly at the azure sky, panting heavily. Just as it begins to regain its composure, a sudden darkness envelopes its vision. A small head has appeared before it, shielding it from the blinding sunlight. With the light behind her, the bear can clearly discern her features. Despite the subtle differences in aesthetics between the demon and human races, it cannot help but marvel at how this little girl is indeed favored by the heavens. Apart from her extraordinary talent, she is merely a few years old, her brows and eyes still not fully developed. Yet, her exquisite facial features and vibrant eyes suggest that she is destined to become an enchanting beauty. At this moment, the young maiden before it offers a gentle smile. A smile so soothing that it momentarily makes the bear forget its earlier pain. Even as the mountain breeze caresses, it feels an intoxicating sense of euphoria wash over it. Indeed, the restrictions imposed by her father are formidable. The murmured words, though softly spoken, resonate clearly, and a chill suddenly spreads within the heart of the great gray bear. The little girl stands before it, hands clasped behind her back, exuding an innocent charm befitting her age. Yet her eyes glimmer with a teasing mischief akin to a cat toying with a mouse. In the next instant, the bear feels as if it has plunged into an icy abyss. Little Gray, you intended to kill me earlier, did you not? Chapter 5. Her master must be gentle and generous throughout the 400 years of its existence. The bear had never encountered such dramatic highs and lows as it did today. Yet, in its small world, rising from an ordinary lowly creature to a semi-transcendent demon king, it felt like a protagonist in its own narrative. Upon hearing Chen Chang'an's sweet and melodic voice, the bear's heart raced with anxiety, but it maintained its composure. Though its legs trembled uncontrollably, it forced a bewildered expression, its gaze becoming innocent once more. With a laugh, Chen Chang'an exclaimed, Little Gray, if I hadn't interrupted you repeatedly, do you think my father would have dismembered you? She playfully patted the bear's fluffy head, adding, though I cannot fathom why. My father absolutely detests demonkind. The bear immediately knelt before her, pleading, Mistress, I was wrong. I beg for mercy. Henceforth, if you direct me east, I shall never venture west. Rise, Chen Chang'an instructed, nodding. After all, I am not a demon. I merely wish to tease you. She cradled her face in her hands. her cheeks flushed with excitement. While having my father by my side is delightful, I often yearn for another companion to play with. She turned her gaze back to the bear, continuing, however, even in play, I do not wish to be deceived. My father has always said that friends must be honest with one another, right? Yes, yes, yes. The bear fervently nodded. But you are not my friend. You are merely my pet, Chen Chang'an continued. The bear froze in disbelief. Just when it thought it had fully grasped the situation, Chen Chang'an softly added, therefore, while I need not be honest with you, you must be honest with me. Do you understand? Understood, understood. The bear finally comprehended, realizing that in terms of intellect, it was utterly outmatched. The fleeting thoughts it had vanished in an instant. What it truly wanted to know was what kind of environment could nurture such a humanoid devil. Soon, it would discover the answer. For Chen Chang'an did not lead it to see any new species of fruit trees, but rather to the other side of the valley, arriving at the entrance of cave. Gazing at the darkened mouth of the cave, the bear felt an inherent fear coursing through its veins. A fear so profound that it nearly compelled it to flee. What on earth is my mistress hiding in there? How terrifying! It struggled to suppress the urge to escape and watched as Chen Chang'an danced to the cave entrance, calling out with a boastful tone, "Little black master, come quickly. I have a new pet." After a moment, a small black snake slithered out of the cave, leisurely making its way before springing elegantly onto Chen Chang'an's head. Its faintly cold gaze met that of the bear, and in that instant, the bear was overwhelmed with dread, collapsing to the ground as a foul odor began to emanate from beneath it. Today would undoubtedly mark the day of its greatest tribulation. How dreadful! Chen Chang'an hurriedly ran away, her face filled with disdain as she exclaimed, I suddenly no longer want this pet. Why don't you eat it, Master Black Snake? The gray bear's eyes instantaneously dimmed. A melodious female voice emanated from the snake's mouth. Too filthy. I shan't consume it. The spark returned to the gray bear's eyes, and it promptly rolled over, prostrating itself on the ground, not daring to utter a word. It could sense that compared to the young girl and her father, this creature was the true, formidable presence. The black snake cast a disdainful glance at the gray bear, saying, You need not fear. My true form is still in seclusion. This is merely my external manifestation, possessing only the cultivation of the returning origin realm. Listen closely. The Great One speaks of the returning origin realm, which is so coveted by others, as merely only. The gray bear buried its head lower, too afraid to move, terrified that it might be dispatched for stepping forward too soon. Very well, Master Black Snake, we shall disregard this foolish bear. I primarily came to see you for this. Chen Chang'an withdrew a book from a cat-shaped storage bag at her waist, inscribed with the title, The Overbearing Saint Lord Fell in Love with Me, Volume 2. Master Black Snake, I have finished reading Volume 2 and wish to exchange it for Volume 3. Already so soon? The black snake gently inhaled, drawing the book The Overbearing Saint Lord Fell in Love with Me, Volume 2 into its mouth, then exhaled, revealing a visibly worn The Overbearing Saint Lord Fell in Love with Me, Volume 3 that landed in Chen Chang'an's hands. Thank you, Master Black Snake. Chen Chang'an joyfully stowed the book in her storage bag. Then, scratching her head as if recalling something, she said with a hint of distress, by the way, Master, no matter how I have tried to subtly inquire, or even pouted and cried over the past 6 months, Father refuses to tell me who my mother is. What should I do next? Do not fret. You spend your days with your father. As long as you remain persistent, he will eventually reveal a flaw. Understood, Master. With her objective accomplished, Chen Chang'an cheerfully turned to leave. After taking a few steps, she suddenly recalled something, frowning as she looked at the smelly gray bear. Big Gray, let me take you to wash up first. You really stink. Upon hearing the title shift from Little Gray to Big Gray, a sense of crisis surged within the gray bear. It dared not contemplate what might happen if Big Gray were to descend further in designation, and quickly stood up, following closely behind Chen Chang'an. It refrained from getting too close, maintaining a respectful distance of 4 or 5 steps to ensure that she could not detect its foul odor. Watching her beloved disciple depart with a rather foolish bear spirit, the black snake's gaze initially radiated gentle affection before suddenly recalling something, becoming gradually dazed. This black snake was none other than the demon lord, Bo Sun, who had returned home shortly after emerging from the mountains 70 years prior. However, Bo Sun was merely her title. She possessed another name, known only to herself, which was Ji Hongli. In truth, upon returning to the Demon Sealing Valley, she had come to realize that she had merely been alone for 100,000 years, causing her mind to momentarily fail to respond. The fact that she could engage in a back-and-forth battle was not indicative of her decline. After ruling out all impossibilities, the only remaining answer, no matter how absurd, was nonetheless a reality. The human youth, whose skeletal age merely amounts to 500 years, is undeniably a pinnacle of the sacred realm. Furthermore, he resides in close proximity as my neighbor. Initially, I presumed he was a permanent inhabitant of the Demon Sealing Valley, specifically a member of the human race tasked with countering my existence. However, I soon realized my assumptions were misguided. After 70 years of diligent observation, it became evident that this individual was utterly oblivious to his own identity. Despite possessing an extraordinary strength, he willingly chose to live in solitude here, leading a mundane life akin to that of an ordinary mortal, which ignited a profound curiosity within me. It is worth noting that anyone who reaches the sacred realm on the Xianian continent is invariably a formidable figure within the highest echelons of power. Moreover, being at the peak of the sacred realm elevates him even further. When I first emerged from confinement after 100,000 years, I was engulfed in an overwhelming fury and a desire for destruction, yearning to unleash a torrent of bloodshed across the Xianian continent to force my adversaries into the open, where I could reduce them to ashes one by one. Yet, upon encountering this human youth and engaging in combat with him, an unexpected release of emotions washed over me, and my heart finally found tranquility. Someone once enlightened me that the heavens possess a benevolent nature towards all life. Thus, even as a demon, I have never been one to revel in slaughter. Although my instinct as a serpent initially sparked a hunger upon seeing Chen Chang'an, it was primarily due to the prolonged confinement that clouded my mind. Throughout my long existence, I have never harbored malevolent thoughts of consuming humans. As for the notion of raising a city, it remained merely a fleeting thought. After all, humans do not possess the longevity of demons. 100,000 years have elapsed. How could my enemies possibly still inhabit this world? Furthermore, observing the rapid ascension of this human-esque cultivation, akin to a rocket, left me uncertain if I could prevail in another confrontation. As a result, my aspiration to re-enter the world gradually waned, and I resolved to enter a secluded meditation, seeking to transcend the sacred realm and discover the wonders that lie beyond. In essence, it was a woman whose heart had grown cold, now redirecting her focus toward her ambitions. Yet, having been imprisoned for 100,000 years, the taste of freedom was intoxicating. After merely a year or two of seclusion, I found myself restless, so I created an external incarnation to continue observing Chen Chang'an. To my astonishment, in the brief span of 1 or 2 years, Chen Chang'an inexplicably acquired a daughter. What puzzled me further was that, during the 70 years prior, I had observed no signs of him having a partner. My curiosity intensified. When Chen Chang'an commenced her cultivation at the age of 5, I could no longer contain myself and approached her. Thus, 2 solitary women, one large and one small, who had never known friendship, quickly formed a bond. Not only did Ji Hongli guide Chen Chang'an in her cultivation, given that Chen Chang'an had never practiced himself, many details of the process eluded him, but she also shared with the young Chen Chang'an her unique collection of various literary works and novels from the human realm. Consequently, as time passed, I successfully led the once innocent Chen Chang'an, akin to a blank canvas, astray. During an occasional exchange between the master and disciple, Ji Hongli inadvertently expressed her curiosity about Chen Chang'an's companion. The 6-year-old Chen Chang'an immediately began to thump her flat chest, asserting that such matters were her responsibility. Thus, the scene previously witnessed by the grizzly bear came to fruition. Have I become excessively curious? Reflecting on her undue concern for her disciple's father's partner, Ji Hongli felt a slight flush on her face. Fortunately, her true form was that of a black serpent, rendering her outward appearance unaffected. Ahem, As long as one maintains integrity, there is no need to fear rumors. I am merely concerned for my little disciple. With those unwarranted thoughts cast aside, she languidly shifted her body and slowly slithered back towards the cave. Chen Chang'an felt a peculiar sense of bewilderment, particularly pronounced. For instance, during mealtimes with his daughter, who had previously been carefree and engrossed in her food, she would suddenly exhale a sigh, exclaiming, "Ah, if only we had one more person at the table." The following day, the bear sat at the table, trembling and hesitant to pick up his chopsticks, while his daughter rarely puffed out her cheeks. This left him utterly perplexed. Moreover, when Chen Chang'an strolled with his daughter through the valley and spotted two little birds perched on a branch, she would immediately exclaim, "Father, look quickly. Those two birds seem so blissful." Chen Chang'an was not foolish. Having been solitary for nearly 6 centuries, he merely lacked practical experience. He recalled his former days as a renowned keyboard prince in online forums, a master of analyzing island action films, and a guest expert in a certain emotional column. Thus, he could discern the underlying meaning in his daughter's words. Could it be that she was maturing? Unthinkable, as she was merely a little girl, just over 6 years old. Pondering without arriving at a conclusion, Chen Chang'an still aspired to be a responsible father. He struggled to articulate his thoughts and hesitantly began, "Xing Tsai, such matters are still too premature for you." In response, he was met with a grand eye roll from his daughter. Despite her tender age, her keen intellect, coupled with the detrimental influence of her master's collections, had led her to genuinely worry about her father's future. She had previously believed that she lacked a mother, perhaps due to her passing, and that her father was simply concealing the truth. Yet now, it seemed plausible that her mother might have been driven away by her father's actions. After several occurrences of this nature, even Chen Chang'an, with his blunt demeanor, began to harbor doubts. Could it be that his daughter was hiding something from him? It is often said that even the wisest may err, while the foolish may stumble upon truths. Concerned for his precious daughter, Chen Chang'an felt compelled to be more vigilant. In reality, given his capabilities, he could easily sweep the entire valley with his divine sense, leaving no detail unnoticed. However, he refrained not out of inability, but from a desire to respect the privacy that should exist even between parents and children. Thus, he remained unconcerned when his daughter occasionally vanished for a couple of hours, as long as he sensed she had not strayed beyond the valley and was safe. Indeed, it was this Western parental openness that inadvertently afforded his daughter the opportunity to go astray. Herein lay the dilemma. Gazing at the profound cave before him, Chen Chang'an was engaged in a strenuous internal struggle. He had realized some time ago that his daughter's south visits to this place had become increasingly frequent. Initially, he believed she was constructing a secret hideout, but as her behavior grew more erratic, he could no longer resist the urge to investigate. "I shall merely take a glance." Ultimately, his concern for his daughter triumphed. He suppressed his presence and ventured into the cave's entrance. As Chen Chang'an stepped into the cave, his breath momentarily faltered. This place truly possessed a hidden paradise. Rays of light cascaded down from the fissures in the vault above, transforming into a myriad of starlit fragments that illuminated the entire cavern as if it were daylight. Though deep within the heart of the mountain, there was not a trace of dampness or decay. It felt as if he had entered a glass lantern left behind by ancient immortals, with the air shimmering with a translucent clarity akin to jade. He gently tapped the stalactite beside him, and the crisp sound of stone striking stone reverberated through the arching expanse. Here, there was no discernible aura of any formation. Yet the howling winds from outside were suddenly swallowed by a natural barrier, rendering even the gentle currents stirred by his garments to vanish into nothingness upon reaching the cave walls. Amidst the cluster of stone pillars, the sound of trickling water suddenly emerged. A silver spring wound its way gracefully. Chen Chang'an bent down to scoop the water, the chilling touch of the cold pool igniting a spark in his eyes. At this moment, it transformed into a stream flowing deeper into the cavern. After following the silvery brook for a while, the ceiling abruptly soared several meters higher. The cave walls, unbeknownst to him, had become adorned with ethereal blue luminescent grass, revealing countless jade mushrooms sprouting from the rock. These mystical plants flickered in rhythm with his steps, as if they had crushed the vast galaxy and spread it as a carpet beneath his feet, or as if the celestial maidens of the moon had accidentally overturned their cosmetic cases, scattering pearls formed from moonlight throughout the chamber. This rare and breathtaking scene left Chen Chang'an in awe, causing him to silently commend his daughter for her remarkable discernment. However, the next moment, as his gaze swept across a corner of the stone chamber, his pupils constricted in shock. On the cold jade bed, half hidden by a gauzy curtain, lay a graceful figure sprawled upon the stone slab. The woman was still in slumber. Her skin, as pure as frost and snow, shimmered with a pearlescent glow. Her nose delicately arched like distant mountains, and a small mole at the corner of her eye quivered gently with a breath, resembling a poised swallowtail butterfly. The ethereal blue glow danced in the chamber, casting starlight upon her long eyelashes, leaving even Chen Chang'an, who had grown accustomed to the beauty of women online in his past life, utterly astonished. This innate beauty rendered all artificial embellishments as mere clumsy imitations. Her hair, resembling dark mahogany, was half-tied and half-flowing, adorned with a silver-threaded band embellished with delicate crystals cascading down to her dark silk skirt. As her garments billowed, a glimpse of her lustrous calves appeared, with ankles as delicate as freshly fallen snow, her bare feet resembling carved lotus petals. Though she lay in a sleeping posture, there was an intoxicating allure that was heart-stopping. Chen Chang'an felt his throat constrict involuntarily. He had never anticipated encountering such a stunning woman in this perilous secret realm. Yet, cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Without needing to think, he understood that this woman could not possibly be an ordinary person. Who was she? What was her connection to his daughter? Was she friend or foe? Fortunately, he managed to suppress his presence, and even as he quietly retreated from the cave, the woman on the stone bed remained undisturbed. This allowed Chen Chang'an to breathe a sigh of relief. He had no intention of confronting the woman on the stone bed. In this treacherous world, every person and thing made him tread carefully. He decided to consult his daughter first to ascertain the nature of this woman before determining whether to flee. In this world, there exist mortals devoid of any cultivation. At worst, I could simply reside in a mundane city with my daughter, living as an ordinary father and daughter, which would not be so bad. After dinner, Chen Chang'an was just about to make her escape. She had borrowed the latest volume of Alas. She has been captured by the aloof saint from her master yesterday, and her heart was racing with curiosity about the unfolding plot. Chang'an, your father wishes to speak with you, Chen Chang'an said, adopting a stern expression, yet instinctively softening his tone, striving not to sound overly harsh. In matters of parenting, he found it exceedingly difficult to muster anger towards his daughter. A chill ran down Chen Chang'an's spine. It was precisely because her father typically radiated a benevolent demeanor that she could easily discern that he was genuinely upset this time. The last occasion he had spoken to her in such a tone was when she was 5 and attempted to sneak away from home in the dead of night. Her small face immediately fell, replaced by an expression of distress. Father Chen Chang'an acknowledged that he was once again charmed by his daughter's innocence. Under different circumstances, a smile might have involuntarily graced his features. However, given the gravity of the situation, he endeavored to harden his heart. Oh no, as she observed her father's indifferent demeanor. Chen Chang'an's mind raced to recollect the misdeed she had recently committed that might have aroused desire. Had her father discovered that Big Gray was a monster? Or perhaps he had learned of her obsession with novels over the past few days, neglecting her studies? Fortunately, Chen Chang'an had no intention of putting his daughter in a difficult position. Instead, he cut straight to the chase, asking, "What is the situation with that woman?" "Woman?" Chen Chang'an repeated her father's words in confusion. "Yes, the cave you frequently visit and the woman within it. What is the story there?" "Ah, the cave, the cave." Chen Chang'an's eyes lit up. "Father, have you met teacher Xiao He?" Chapter 7. The Heavenly Monument Teacher, Xiao He. Chen Chang'an was taken aback. The extraordinary woman he had seen earlier was actually named Xiao He. It struck him as a curious juxtaposition of beauty and a mundane surname. Indeed, he had encountered her by chance while gathering flowers in the valley last year. Chen Chang'an's eyes sparkled with delight as she beamed. "Father, teacher Xiao He is wonderful. Besides guiding me in my cultivation, she has shared countless enchanting stories with me. However, She instructed me not to disclose her existence to you. But now that you have discovered her for yourself, I bear no responsibility. Chen Chang'an thought gleefully to herself. Ah, how could such an important matter as taking on a master not be shared with me? Chen Chang'an, who had always been indulgent toward his daughter, rarely spoke harshly. Luckily, Chen Chang'an was well-behaved, and their bond was exceptionally strong. It was teacher Xiao He who asked me to keep it a secret. Chen Chang'an readily threw her teacher under the bus. Yet, Chen Chang'an surprisingly found her reasoning logical. After all, it was natural for a solitary woman to exercise caution. To think he had a neighbor all along who had become his daughter's mentor. After living in seclusion for so long, a sense of joy washed over him, and he began to ponder what gift to prepare. Regardless, it was only fitting that he should formally visit this teacher of his daughter. Meanwhile, while Chen Chang'an was preoccupied with his daughter's affairs, a monumental event was unfolding across the entire Xianian continent. Within the imperial city of Zhongzhou, countless noble families and sects were gathering for a momentous occasion, the Heavenly Monument. This event dated back several millennia. After the demon lord Bo Sun's battle against the 10 holy sovereigns, although he was ultimately subdued, the holy sovereigns suffered great losses, with many dead or severely injured. Upon returning to their respective sects, they gradually entered seclusion, withdrawing from worldly affairs. This shift triggered a profound transformation in the landscape of the Xianian continent's cultivation world. Amidst this chaos, a new power began to rise quietly. This force was known as the Celestial Dynasty. Previously, the Great Zhou dynasty was merely one of the ordinary mortal kingdoms in Zhongzhou, but during this tumultuous period, a new holy sovereign emerged from the Zhou royal family. Seizing the opportunity as the major sects waned, this sovereign unified the Xianian continent, establishing the very first celestial dynasty in history. To suppress the flow of fortune, this holy sovereign of the Great Zhou, through unknown means, brought forth 3 colossal stone monuments from the upper realms, which had been disconnected for countless millennia. These are named the heavenly, earthly, and human monuments. Each monument bore the records of extraordinary talents within the cultivation world. The human monument focused solely on potential, chronicling the new generation of prodigies. The earthly monument recorded the strongest cultivators beneath the holy sovereigns. Meanwhile, the heavenly monument listed the sovereigns themselves. Every 100 years, these 3 monuments would be updated, marking a grand event for the entire Xianian continent's cultivation community. The Great Zhou dynasty specifically erected a magnificent pavilion for these 3 stone tablets, known as the Heavenly Tablet Pavilion. In front of the pavilion lies an expansive square, which serves as a venue for various sects and wandering cultivators to observe the proceedings. Surrounding the square are opulent and intricately designed pavilions, home to the most prestigious sects of the Xianian continent. At this moment, the square and the surrounding pavilions are filled with cultivators, all eagerly awaiting the opening of the heavenly tablets. A wave of heat, accompanied by the chirping of cicadas, envelopes the heavenly tablet square. As the robes of tens of thousands of cultivators glisten with beads of sweat under the scorching sun. In the front row, young men clad in azure robes swallow hard, their faces brimming with anticipation. I declare that the first of this year's human rankings will undoubtedly be the illustrious Princess Jinsi of Great Zhou. Indeed, it is said that at merely 17 years of age, Princess Jinsi has already reached the pinnacle of the profound realm, just a step away from the convergence of myriad laws. Truly, she is the pride of our Great Zhou. Since the dawn of the immortal dynasty, laws have been established. Even cultivators cannot kill indiscriminately, lest they be branded as demonic by the Great Zhou immortal dynasty and face eradication by all. This is the righteous path. Thus, since the establishment of the Great Zhou, wandering cultivators and those from weaker sects have experienced a more favorable existence and have shown unwavering support for the Great Zhou. Difficult. I have heard that this year's gathering boasts numerous talents, including a notorious aristocratic family, rumored to be. What about them? The mention of high-profile gossip piques the interest of those nearby, who quickly lean in. Yet, in the next moment, a thunderous command interrupts. The human tablet shall commence. Silence. With the commanding shout of the golden armor guards, the imposing black stone tablet atop, the heavenly tablet pavilion suddenly ripples with wave-like patterns. The square falls into an instant hush. All breath is held. Based on past experiences, while most prodigies are monopolized by the top sects, there are still those from humble origins who slip through the cracks. 100th place, Xiantian Sword Sect, Lu Mingxian. As the golden inscriptions materialize, cheers akin to the sound of swords resound from the observation pavilion on the western side. When a youth clad in pure white rises to bow, spectators clearly see the jade pendant at his waist, engraved with the insignia of the 7th intersect. As ranks rise steadily, whenever the emblematic attire of a top sect appears, corresponding pavilions erupt with their sect's totem. The Phoenix of Zixiao Palace, the thunderous beast of Jiuxiao Thunder Pavilion, the azure cauldron of Yaowang Valley. Various ethereal lights color the sky into a resplendent tapestry. 70th place, the voice of the presiding elder suddenly stutters. The previously flowing spiritual energy becomes turbulent. The surface of a human tablet radiates a golden brilliance, forming a sword-shaped phantom in midair. Qingxia Sect, Lin Xiao. A profound silence ensues. Only in one corner of the square is the sound of shattered porcelain heard. Though faint, it stands in stark contrast to the surrounding stillness, causing all to instinctively turn towards the sound. A group of ordinary-clad youths embrace one another, weeping. Senior brother. It is our senior brother. Long live senior brother. The young man, encircled by the crowd, maintains an appearance of calmness. Yet the cracked teacup in his hand and the jade-green tea spilling through his fingers betray the turmoil within his heart. Absurd. Upon the cloud chariot of Zixiao Palace stood an elderly man clad in splendid garments. The Qingxia sect lacked even a practitioner of the returning origin realm. How could they possibly nurture a figure worthy of a monument? Surely, the inscription must be erroneous. This assertion is misguided. Suddenly, the chief elder of the Xiantian Sword Pavilion crushed the jade cup in his hand, the sword energy severing the youth's disheveled locks. This young man had just invoked innate sword energy. Could it be? A bronze ancient mirror flew forth from his sleeve, its radiant light enveloping the youth and transforming into a stream of luminescence that entered his dantian. The youth let out a muffled groan, and then 7 sword-shaped phantoms spontaneously rose, forming the Northern Dipper formation above his head. Gasps of astonishment echoed from the observation pavilion, interspersed with the trembling voice of an elder from Yaowang Valley. Innate. Swordbone? Lin Xiaoyu, an elder from the Xiantian sword sect, teleported before the youth, his sleeves adorned with cloud patterns exuding a chilling sword intent. Should you wish to join our sect, you may directly enter the inner sanctum for true transmission. 300 high-grade spirit stones per month, with unrestricted access to the 3rd floor of the Scripture Pavilion. Wait, the flying vessel of the Jiuxiao Thunder Pavilion descended with thunderous might. If you join our Jiuxiao Thunder Pavilion, we shall grant access to the Thunder Pool for body refinement, aiding you in achieving the returning origin realm within 30 years. Amidst the chaos, the once quiet crowd erupted. What? 300 high-grade spirit stones per month? A young disciple from a lower-tier sect exclaimed in shock, suddenly recalling the punishment he faced for receiving 2 low-grade spirit stones just a fortnight ago. Do these grand sects truly disregard the dignity of smaller sects in their bid to recruit disciples? Voices of discontent began to rise. Dignity? You're still too young. In the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount. Dignity is something one acquires only after becoming formidable. Another scoffed. At that moment, young Master Lin, a fragrant breeze brushed against him. As the holy maiden of Zixiao Palace appeared at the youth's side, her delicate sleeve inadvertently grazing his hand. My dwelling lacks a companion for philosophical discourse. If you would not reject my invitation. Enough. The sect leader of Qingxia finally banged the table in exasperation. Lin Xiao is my disciple. You are all going too far? Li sect leader. The Xiantian elder sneered. According to the laws of the Great Zhou, those before the monument are free to choose their sect. He flicked his finger, sending forth a sword token. It was the intersect jade token of the Xiantian sword sect, activated by blood. The youth instinctively accepted the token, only to hear the soft sobs of his junior sister behind him. A fleeting hesitation crossed his face. 3 years ago, she had secretly given him a pouch of osmanthus candy, the sweetness still lingering on his tongue. Yet, as the youth circulated his spiritual energy, the brilliance of the token reflected the proud figures of peers his age standing atop the surrounding pavilions. However, he should belong with them, as one of their kind. Disciple. Lin Xiao. The youth slowly knelt, bowing 3 times before the sect leader of Qingxia, his forehead leaving a deep imprint on the floor tiles, bidding farewell to his sect. Chapter 8. The first name on the human monument, the minor incidents of the past were swiftly overshadowed by the newly announced names. Following a succession of disciples from the top sects, the 63rd name was revealed, Chen Chang'an, a wandering cultivator from Yinzhou. Who is Chen Chang'an? The crowd in the square exchanged puzzled glances. It appeared that this individual had not attended the grand event. Whether this was a cause for joy or sorrow remained uncertain. How naive! One might think that by abstaining from participation, those elite sects would be unable to find suitable candidates. Before the thought could fully form, the air suddenly crackled with various communication talismans. As the individual had suggested, the long-dormant elite sects had already established their networks across the states a century prior. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, on a rugged cliff, a one-armed sword cultivator, draped in a raincoat, raised his head. The elder with white brows from the Xuantian sword sect descended upon him with a sword, tossing a bag of spirit stones at his feet. We shall take your disciple. Just as the one-armed sword cultivator was about to protest, the blade's edge was pressed against his throat. Or would you prefer to become a corpse? Acutely aware of the vast disparity in their cultivation levels, the sword cultivator reluctantly lowered his raised sword, as names continued to be unveiled on the monument. Although the vast majority belonged to disciples of the most prestigious sects, a few unexpected names were swiftly claimed by these sections. After all, for a cultivator, the essentials of wealth, companionship, techniques, and resources are indispensable. The resources provided by elite sects could hardly be compared to those of lesser sections. In the northwest corner of the square, a soft sobbing was heard as a female disciple from a small sect was taken away by the Lingzhou of the Juxiao Palace. Her master sat on the ground, clutching a half-piece of jade pendant, a gift presented by the disciple during her own birthday. The pendant was inscribed with the phrase, "Master's grace is as towering as a mountain." Yet now it lay buried in the earth beneath the golden rain dispersed by the Juxiao Palace. Alas, these elite sects are truly cruel. Indeed, it is a greater cruelty to let such brilliant talents, who should have shone on the path of immortality, languish in minor sections. The square buzzed with chatter. When the golden seal of Princess Jinxiu of the Great Zhou appeared as the third name, 100,000 cultivators bowed simultaneously, their respect for the Great Zhou emanating from the depths of their hearts. It was the existence of the Great Zhou that granted them, the wandering cultivators, a space to thrive. Simultaneously, 36 golden-armored warriors carried a gilded palanquin, gliding through the air. The gauzy curtains of the palanquin swayed without wind, subtly revealing the princess's delicate fingers. Meanwhile, the expressions of the cultivators from aristocratic families in the loft turned grim. The more the Great Zhou was embraced, the more they found themselves marginalized. At this moment, beyond the distant imperial city, 18 bronze bells resounded in unison, rallying support for their princess. Even playing the melody of the Zy Tianzhong, reserved exclusively for the Great Zhou's revered sage. Long live Princess Chang'an! Long live the Great Zhou! The thunderous cheers resembled mountains and seas, shaking loose the icicles from the eaves. Several elderly cultivators were so overwhelmed with emotion that they tore out their white beards, realizing that they had reached the top ranks of the human monument. The Great Zhou has successors. There are indeed successors within the ethereal projection cast by the monument. A 13-year-old girl practiced swordplay in the royal garden, her blade slicing through the air, causing the peonies to bloom even in the depths of winter. The most seasoned sword cultivator observed that the petals, as they descended, consistently avoided the shadow of the princess. However, it was surprising to discover that the illustrious princess ranked merely third. One could not help but wonder who the extraordinary figures occupying the top 2 positions might be. The curiosity of the onlookers was gradually piqued. Finally, when the sanguine light of the second place erupted into the sky, even the sound of the chime momentarily faltered. From the illustrious Hong family of Lingzhou, it was Hong Xianglong. The crimson inscription seemed to be inscribed in blood. and the ethereal visage of a 5-year-old child materialized before the crowd. He was seen tearing at the neck of a profound realm beast, with golden demonic blood staining the corners of his mouth. As the child lifted his gaze, his pupils revealed a remarkable sight. His left eye bore a second pupil, while his right eye showcased 3 blood-red stars revolving in a celestial dance. The heavenly sacred body. The master of the Tai-Shin sect shattered a jade rui in astonishment. Moreover, was there truly a heavenly sacred body infused with the blood of a supreme being? The blood-red spiritual vessel of the Hong family shattered the clouds, the prow adorned with a carving of a fierce beast gnawing at the bones of a dragon. Hong Tiang's dark cloak was embroidered with intricate patterns of white bones, and beside him, Hong Xianglong was toying with a string of crystalline beast bones. As the human monument began to trace back the origins of talent, the family head suddenly waved his sleeve, casting a curtain of blood. What? The head of the Hong family dared to obscure the human monument? Yet in the next moment, the golden light of the monument effortlessly tore through the blood curtain, revealing a horrifying scene. On the cold jade bed lay 2 newly born infants side by side. From the female child emanated dozens of bloodlines as fine as hair, flowing from her vital points into a blood-gathering pearl atop her head. As the blood drained from the girl, a crimson light suddenly rose from within her, transforming into a blood-red jade spirit. That was the blood of a supreme being. The medicinal gourd held by the elder of the Jiuxiao Palace fell to the ground. It turned out that this individual had drained the blood of the girl, forcing the supreme blood to manifest prematurely in order to save the master. Indeed, once the blood-red jade spirit appeared, it was seized by a man and forcibly implanted into the boy. The boy emitted a beastly howl as countless bloodlines surged beneath his skin. Simultaneously, the 3 blood stars in his right eye spun wildly, eroding the cold jade bed to a considerable depth. In the vision, the man hastily bit his tongue, spraying a mist of blood, using 12 silver needles to seal his son's vital points. How monstrous! To enhance his son's potential, he drained the lifeblood of his own daughter. No wonder. Despite hearing of the Hong family having a pair of twins, there had been little news regarding the family's legitimate daughter in recent years. Having had all her blood drained and her supreme blood seized, it was feared the legitimate daughter faced dire circumstances. Even a tiger does not consume its young. This head of the Hong family, under the pressure of the Hong family's formidable influence, all dared to harbor their anger in silence, only able to vent their frustration inwardly. Meanwhile, several sects allied with the Hong family wore smiles on their faces, uttering congratulations, but what lay within their hearts remained unknown. Yet, a vague apprehension lingered among all. The head of the Hong family had set a perilous precedent. If anyone could seize another's potential, what hope would there be for humble cultivators to rise? At this moment, however, the crowd was captivated by the human monument, none daring to ponder the deeper implications. The heavenly sacred body and the blood of a supreme being, either alone would suffice to embody the stature of a sacred sovereign. The scion of the Hong family, Hong Xianglong, endowed with the celestial body and the supreme bloodline, astonishingly ranks only second. One cannot help but ponder the sheer terror embodied by the individual who claims the first position in this year's rankings. Whence do they hail? The anticipation among the masses intensifies. However, at this very moment, the external demeanor of Hong Tiangke starkly contrasts with the tumult within his heart. His visage remains as steadfast as a mountain, unruffled by the slightest turbulence. Yet beneath this seemingly tranquil exterior, a tempest of emotions rages fiercely. Why is he in second place? This thought incessantly circles his mind, threatening to consume his rationality. He cannot reconcile himself with such an outcome, for he sacrificed his own daughter to bestow upon his son the dual supreme bloodline and the celestial body, 2 formidable talents that ought to dominate this era and subdue all prodigies. Just then, the announcement of the top ranking is at hand. Someone pointed at the summit of the stele, exclaiming in astonishment. Hong Tianke suppressed the turmoil within, narrowing his eyes. Let me see who it truly is. In this moment, every breath among the crowd slowed. The surface of the stele finally began to reveal a name, towering above all others, Hong Yuechan. Chapter 9. That rebellious daughter is still alive? Hong Yuechan? Who could that possibly be? And with the surname Hong. Everyone's gaze nearly converged once more upon Hong Tianke. Yet in the next moment, the three characters Hong Yuechan suddenly trembled and transformed into a new name. Chen Chang'an. It has changed. The name upon the monument has indeed altered. If the previous glances directed at Hong Tianke had conveyed admiration and astonishment, the instant the name shifted, those looks were now suffused with intrigue. The monument, an artifact of the upper realm, automatically traces its origins, and history has witnessed instances of name changes. A name change signifies a complete severance from the previous identity. Thus, at this moment, the alteration of the monument's name, coupled with the prior incident involving Hong Tianke, who had slain a daughter, struck like a resounding slap upon the face of this esteemed patriarch of the Xianying continent's foremost clan. Once more, the Tianbei Plaza fell into a profound silence. Standing upon the spirit vessel, Hong Tianke, clad in a flowing black robe adorned with cloud patterns, remained immovable. With hands clasped behind his back, he gazed at the towering Tianbei pavilion at the center of the plaza, and upon the monument, the golden name now shimmered, his eyes shrouded in inscrutable darkness. It is said that the head of the Hong family is astute in his calculations. How peculiar that he would personally present his own daughter, the foremost on the monument. To another, a voice laced with evident sarcasm pierced through the mist, and the previously silent cultivators around began to whisper amongst themselves. As the patriarch of a prominent clan, Hong Tianke was never short of allies, yet he was equally surrounded by foes. Among them, Zhao Wuyo, the head of the Zhao family, also a premier clan in Lingzhou, was evidently one. Previously, the Hong family's legitimate heir ranking second on the monument had nearly driven him to gnash his teeth in frustration. As for the matter of seizing his daughter's supreme bloodline, he regarded it as a triviality. However, he never anticipated that the foremost on the monument would be none other than the Hong family's legitimate daughter, whose supreme blood had been taken and whose fate hung in the balance. He would not let such a grand jest slip away. Hong Tiang's thumb, which rested upon his ring, suddenly tightened, causing the dark iron ring to emit a faint mournful sound. The flags adorning the spirit vessel began to flutter without wind, and even the iron flagpole was swiftly coated in frost. Yet in the next moment, Zhao family patriarch, you jest, when Hong Tianke spoke again. The turbulent spiritual energy within his sleeves had settled, leaving only the silver thread cloud patterns embroidered at the cuffs still exuding a hint of chill. The rebellious daughter remains in seclusion at home, so there is no need for your Zhao family to fret. As for the name, it is simply that my wife's surname is Chen, and she dotes on this rebellious daughter dearly. Hence the name was changed to reflect hers. Nothing more. Huh. Zhao Wuyo unfurled his folding fan with a snap. Who does not know your heartless nature, Hong Tianke? You even allowed your daughter's name to follow your wife's surname. Could it be that we have all misjudged you? He deliberately paused, directing the tip of his fan toward the top of the monument. In truth, the head of the Hong family is a sentimental man at heart. Ha ha ha. This time, not only did the rivals of the Hong family smile, but even some neutral factions could not suppress their amusement. Hong Tiang's knuckles whitened as he clenched his fists within his wide sleeves, the coppery taste of blood rising in his throat, which he suppressed into a cold laugh. Zhao Wuyo. He nearly ground his teeth as he forced out those three words. Rather than the Lingzhou Immortal Alliance Conference in 100 days, might you endeavor to engage me in a contest of wits? With that, Hong Tianke swept away with a flourish of his sleeve. As he turned, the immense blood-red spirit vessel slowly adjusted its course. In that moment, he heard Zhao Wuyo's cold laughter. Is the head of the Hong family departing already? Your legitimate son and daughter now stand before the human tablet, yet you do not stay to celebrate with a few cups? Hong Tianke did not pause, allowing the raging spiritual energy to tear apart the tiles beneath the spirit vessel. Old Wu, accompanying his furious shout, a figure clad in dark robes, swiftly caught up to him. Go investigate, regardless of life or death. I must ascertain the whereabouts of that rebellious daughter. After Hong Tianke withdrew with the Hong family's spirit vessel, the clamorous voices in the square gradually subsided with the fading golden light of the human tablet. As for the earth tablet, scattered cultivators began to exit the square one after another. Master, why are they leaving so soon? Inquired a youth attending the grand event for the first time. addressing a middle-aged cultivator beside him. The Earth Tablet reflects only combat prowess. Thus, it is populated by the masters and elders of the foremost sections. For individuals of their caliber, a century is but a fleeting moment. The names on the tablet change little, and for us scattered cultivators, it feels exceedingly distant. It is better to focus on the present. I see. The youth sighed, his eyes filled with yearning for those in the loft and the clouds above. Ah, how I wish my name could grace the next human tablet. Indeed, as the names on the Earth Tablet were revealed one by one, the crowd in the square appeared mostly disinterested, while those in the loft engaged in lively discussions. The 79th, In Jiuzhu, leader of the Xianyin sect. As this name materialized upon the Earth Tablet, a sound of shattered glass resonated from the southwestern corner loft. The young master of the Xianyin sect, clutching a broken jade wine cup, exclaimed in disbelief. Father just achieved the 9 in profound curse last year, and yet he ranks 3 places lower than that old Taoist from the Taisu Palace? In the adjacent loft of the Zixiao sword sect, Ling Wuyo chuckled maliciously. How many years has that old ghost of a father been stuck at the 8th level of the Xianyin Great Technique? It is remarkable that he hasn't continued to plummet in ranking. This purple-robed swordsman spoke, his brow adorned with a sword pattern that seemed to dance with life. And yet, old Wang of the Medicine King Valley, despite his age, can still maintain a commendable 63rd position. Truly a cause for celebration. The green-clad woman from the Medicine King Valley, without raising her head, replied, Isn't Elder Ling's shattered jade sword technique also stuck at 10,000 swords returning to 1? A few top-tier cultivators exchanged cold huffs and fell silent. 61st, Qingwei Jinren of the Taisu Palace. When this title emerged, an elder in the northern loft, who had been drinking, paused momentarily. Qingwei's supreme forgetting emotions technique has grown increasingly refined. Beside him, a middle-aged man with an impassive expression remarked, Brother, you flatter him. It is merely a hollow reputation. Hollow reputation? A sharp laugh erupted from the northwest loft, where a black-robe cultivator of the Xianyin sect unleashed a swarm of crimson goo worms from his sleeves. The Taisu Palace has held dominion over the North Seas for 3,000 years. Does the old Taoist Qingwei truly not care for this hollow fame? As he pushes the supreme forgetting emotions technique to the 9th level with the cold energy from the CI? Certainly. Here is the refined and improved translation of your text. How could you, practitioners of obscure and unworthy methods, possibly contend with sword cultivators? The 37th contender is Chen Chang'an of the Medicine King Valley. The young woman clad in green from the valley furrowed her brow slightly. How could the valley master, who recently mastered the 9 turns soul reincarnation pill, be so? The master sacrificed 300 years of cultivation to concoct that elixir. A clear, cold voice resonated from behind her. Hence, a regression of 3 places seems rather fitting. Suddenly, a surge of golden light erupted, and the top 10 rankings began to rotate. The restrictions of each pavilion illuminated in succession, and even the scattered cultivators in the plaza held their breath. Although they were distanced from the events, the top 10 were undoubtedly prodigies, their tales widely celebrated among the masses. It was akin to the fervor of star chasers on Earth. When the 10th contender, Chen Chang'an, the northern marquis of the Great Zhou, manifested, a dragon's roar echoed from the eastern pavilion. Golden dragon energy dispersed the clouds, with 9 golden dragons coiling majestically above the heavenly steel pavilion. Within the Zixiao sword sect, Ling Wuyo's sword sheath was already riddled with cracks. Ji Chengyin, that junior who only entered the longevity realm a century ago, his life-bound sword emitted an unwilling hum, yet was forcefully subdued back into its sheath by the sudden descent of the dragon's might. An elder from the Taishu Palace finally rose, a 9-fold radiance materializing above his head. Does the royal family of the Great Zhou truly intend to overshadow all sects under heaven? As the names of the top 10 were announced one by one, the Great Zhou celestial dynasty astonishingly claimed half of the positions. The elite cultivators from various sects and noble families, who had just been embroiled in conflict and ridicule, gradually fell into silence. And when the foremost contender, the national master of the Great Zhou, Xiantian Jun Li Chunfeng, illuminated the entire heavenly steel pavilion with his golden light, a thunderous chime resonated from the main pavilion. Almost all sect cultivators displayed looks of discontent. Amidst their dissatisfaction, the name of the great Zhou's national master began to meld with the golden light descending from the earth steel, transforming into an overwhelming aura that enveloped the entire imperial capital. Chapter 10. The first on the celestial list. After the unveiling of the earth steel, it was naturally time for the final celestial steel. At this moment, within the celestial steel pavilion, the dewdrops condensing on the jade railings suddenly began to tremble. A golden line split the layers of clouds above. It had commenced. In the square, the hunchbacked elder's smoking pipe fell to the azure bricks, sparks igniting the embroidered shoes of a nearby maiden. The girl, neglecting to brush off her skirt, rose on her toes to gaze at the towering celestial steel pavilion. It was not only these two ordinary cultivators. At this moment, even the practitioners from the foremost sects and noble families above in the pavilion could not help but rise. For while the names on the earth steel belonged to stories familiar to the populace, those inscribed upon the celestial steel represented true legends and myths. Despite the names having remained unchanged for millennia and being recited by memory by various sects, whenever the celestial steel was unveiled, they were compelled to stand in reverence. The sanctity of the realm must not be dishonored. Yet this time, the unveiling of the celestial steel was destined to be recorded in history. Even the mere emergence of the last name incited a tumultuous uproar around the celestial steel pavilion. 12th place, Lord of Yunfu, Chu Huaizhou. This is impossible. How could this be? The sound of shattered jade cups echoed from the third floor of the stargazing pavilion. As the master of a top sect clutched the railing in shock, the square had already erupted into chaos. What is happening? What has occurred? Meanwhile, some young cultivators, bewildered, began to inquire everywhere. You are too young to comprehend. The lord of the Yunfu sacred land, Chu Huaizhou, is the only elder to have ascended to the sacred realm in nearly 3,000 years. It would be reasonable for him to be ranked last on the celestial steel. But what? However, in the last ranking, he was in 11th place. A terrifying conjecture surged in everyone's minds almost simultaneously. Could it be that in this century, a new cultivator has ascended to the sacred realm? The supreme path? As familiar names continued to surface, the weight on everyone's hearts grew heavier. 7th place, Yao Wang Valley, Qin Sui. 3rd place, Zixiao Sword Sovereign, Xiao Bieli. 2nd place, Great Zhou Supreme Emperor, Ji Wuqing. As the curtain was lifted on the 2nd place of the celestial steel, the entire square suddenly fell into a profound silence. 2nd place, Great Zhou Supreme Emperor, Ji Wuqing. This astonishingly talented individual, who had overshadowed all sects and noble families in the Xianian continent, had dominated the celestial steel for nearly a millennium. The fact that he had indeed fallen one rank was staggering. This indicated that the newly emerged sacred sovereign had directly overshadowed all antiquity to claim the summit of the celestial steel upon their arrival. This is impossible. Could it be that the celestial steel has erred? Some cultivators began to deny reality, babbling incoherently. Speak carefully. The silver-armored general descended from the air, his jade token reflecting the golden light of the celestial steel. The celestial steel is a divine artifact of the upper realm. How could it possibly err? Behind him, 12 golden guards formed a seal, reducing the murmurs of doubt to mere whispers. Meanwhile, many upper echelon cultivators merely gazed grimly at the celestial steel, their thoughts in turmoil. They would certainly not naively believe that the heavenly monument was flawed. Their thoughts were more inclined towards pondering the stance of this newly emerged, even surpassingly powerful sage, who had eclipsed the Grand Zhou Supreme Emperor, Ji Wuqing. For millennia, the Xianian continent had been unified, yet the fierce skirmishes between the Grand Zhou royal family and the eminent sects had intensified. Although the conflicts had not escalated to an irreconcilable state, it was undeniable that the current situation on the Xianian continent was far more intricate and perilous than when the Grand Zhou was first established, subduing the seas. Golden light flowed from the top of the heavenly monument, as if someone were inscribing with a vermilion brush in the void. It ultimately crystallized into an ancient inscription. 1st place, Chen Chang'an. Who exactly is this Chen? This sage. Whether among the crowd in the square or the cultivators in the loft above, all gazed at this unfamiliar name, exchanging perplexed glances. Sage-level cultivators had long since become akin to ancient legends, woven into the very fabric of the Xianing continent. No biography, no matter how captivating, could encapsulate the allure and legend of a sage from the day of their emergence to their ascension to the sage realm. Moreover, the appearance of each sage was invariably intertwined with the entire continent's circumstances. A sage would never emerge from thin air. Could they be a disciple of the demonic path? Unlikely, for the demonic forces had long since ceased their activities. If someone were to attain sagehood, would they remain so submissive? In a neglected corner of the square, a cloaked woman gazed at the name inscribed on the heavenly monument, murmuring, "Is he truly the first on the celestial ranking? Such a formidable figure. Why would he choose to seclude himself in that valley?" Her gaze momentarily faltered, but soon regained its composure. What does it matter to me? However, the absence of certain names on the heavenly monument suggests that they have truly perished. Even sages have their lifespans. The longest-lived sage recorded among humanity barely reached 100,000 years. Thus, confirming that all her enemies had aged and died, a complex turmoil stirred within her heart. She gradually left the square, and although she appeared inconspicuous, the crowd parted around her, as if the sea had split. A certain wandering cultivator's reflective jade slip revealed a glimpse of her cloak, yet their pupils remained shrouded in mist, performing an instinctive act of avoidance without understanding why. Meanwhile, the discussions among the upper-tier cultivators in the loft continued unabated. Regardless of their speculations, one thing was certain. No matter who this newly emerged sage might be, the fact that they had ascended to the pinnacle of the celestial ranking indicated that the dynamics of the entire cultivation world were about to shift. Countless undercurrents surged within the cultivation realm. Simultaneously in the valley. "Father, if you do not flip it soon, the egg will surely burn." Chapter 11. The Master's gift. Sunlight streamed through the bamboo window, casting a warm golden hue upon the bluestone floor. A crisp voice suddenly pierced the tranquility, jolting Chen Chang'an back to reality. He turned to find his daughter, Chen Chang'an, standing beside him, tilting her head in curiosity. "Father, are you daydreaming?" she asked, waving her hand before his eyes. It was then that he noticed the faint burnt smell emanating from the pot. With a flicker of thought, the egg mixture within began to stir, and he smiled nonchalantly. "It's nothing, just contemplating a few matters." When breakfast was served, Chen Chang'an climbed onto the stool and adeptly picked up her chopsticks, but paused before reaching for the dishes. She scrutinized her father's face for a moment before exclaiming, "Father, you forgot to add salt to today's dishes." Chen Chang'an was taken aback and quickly tasted a spoonful, confirming its blandness. He smacked his forehead in frustration. "I'm sorry, I'll stir-fry another batch." Just as he was about to rise, a small hand tugged at his sleeve. Chen Chang'an had somehow maneuvered to his side, her cherubic face looking up at him. "No need, it's still quite tasty." "But, Father, what are you really thinking about? You've been distracted since you started cooking." Seeing the concern in his daughter's eyes warmed his heart. He crouched down to meet her gaze. "Chang'an, may I ask you something? Does your little black master have any favorite things?" Chen Chang'an's eyes widened in surprise, her mouth slightly agape, clearly not expecting her father to pose such a question. Her fingers fidgeted nervously. "Father, is that what you've been pondering, about the little black master?" "Yes," Chen Chang'an replied softly, ruffling her hair. "After all, she is your teacher and a neighbor. As a parent, I should formally pay my respects." Chen Chang'an lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. I thought Father had a breakthrough." "What breakthrough?" Chen Chang'an furrowed his brow. Realizing her father's prowess in the arts of cultivation rivaled that of any master, she quickly covered. "Oh, I meant the little black master is truly remarkable. The sword techniques you taught me, she can discern the nuances in just a few words." Observing his daughter's mix of anxiety and excitement, Chen Chang'an dismissed any further thought. He cradled her small face in his hands. "Didn't he mean to imply any discontent? It's just—" He paused, considering the significance of the master-student relationship in the realm of cultivation. "I was contemplating what kind of gift would be appropriate for the visit." "A gift for the master?" Chen Chang'an lifted her head, her eyes sparkling once more. "Indeed," Chen Chang'an nodded, guiding her back to the table. Since you have taken her as your master, we must prepare a respectable offering. It is customary. Chen Chang'an bit her chopsticks in thought. But the little black master seems to lack for nothing. That is precisely why we must think carefully, Chen Chang'an replied, serving her a helping of vegetables. Despite the absence of salt, both father and daughter relished their meal, acknowledging the gratitude owed to the little black master who had taught her for so long. Later, after completing the day's lessons with his daughter and waiting for her to drift into slumber, Chen Chang'an made his way alone to the riverside. As night descended, the moonlight cascaded upon the river, fragmenting into countless shards of silvery luminescence. He found a smooth stone to sit upon, lost in contemplation as he gazed at the flowing water. The ritual of apprenticeship in the realm of cultivation was no trivial matter. Although Chen Chang'an had never ventured beyond the valley, he surmised that the cultivation world was likely not dissimilar to what he had encountered in the novels of yore. The apprenticeship ceremony not only symbolized respect for the master, but also bore significant implications for the disciple's future path of cultivation. What should he offer? Chen Chang'an murmured to himself. Aside from his strikingly handsome visage, he knew nothing of his daughter's enigmatic black-clad master. However, the ability to teach his daughter the ways of cultivation suggested that the individual was at least a reclusive master of the art. Yet, could it be that they were merely passing through this place? If the former were true, then a mundane gift might not suffice, if the latter were the case. What could he present that would be both respectful and unpretentious? Perhaps a sword? Chen Chang'an pondered, recalling that over the years, the system occasionally rewarded him with various peculiar treasures or rare materials, so he was not lacking in resources. Yet, he quickly shook his head in denial. No. For a sword cultivator, the choice of a sword was of utmost importance, and to rashly bestow one without knowing their preferences could be seen as disrespectful. Beneath the moonlight, the river flowed gently, producing a melodious sound. Chen Chang'an fixated on the water's surface, his thoughts drifting. He recalled the moment he first discovered Xingcai, such a tiny infant, swept into this location by the current. He could have turned a blind eye and continued his secluded existence, but in that instant he found himself inexplicably reaching out. "Father!" A familiar voice interrupted his reverie. Chen Chang'an turned to see Chen Xingcai approaching, a small lantern in hand, stepping cautiously along the riverbank. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" Chen Chang'an hastily rose to meet her. Panting, Chen Xingcai reached him, her face aglow from the lantern's light. "I wanted to come and think with you about the apprenticeship ceremony." Chen Chang'an's heart warmed as he accepted the lantern from his daughter's hands. "It's chilly outside. Why aren't you wearing a warmer coat?" "I'm not cold." Chen Xingcai shook her head and pulled her father back to the stone. "Father, I think you're being too serious. The little black master doesn't care about extravagant gifts for the ceremony." "Oh." Chen Chang'an raised an eyebrow. "Then what do you think the little black master would appreciate?" Swinging her legs joyfully, her eyes sparkling, Chen Xingcai replied, "The little black master loves interesting things. Last time I showed him the grasshopper I made, he was overjoyed and even taught me a new set of footwork." Chen Chang'an pondered thoughtfully. "Interesting things?" "Yes." Chen Xingcai nodded vigorously. "Father, do you remember that color-changing stone you gave me for my birthday 2 years ago?" The little black master said it was a 7-colored glazed stone, and he found it quite rare. Suddenly, a light dawned upon Chen Chang'an. He recalled having received a chessboard from the system during a previous signing-in, said to be used by ancient immortals for their games. Although it appeared unremarkable, the pieces produced delightful melodies when placed upon it. He had deemed it useless and kept it tucked away in the corner of his storage ring. "Xingcai!" Chen Chang'an excitedly lifted his daughter and spun her around, exclaiming, "Father knows what to give." Chen Xingcai giggled. "What is it?" "It's a secret for now," Chen Chang'an replied, winking mysteriously as he set his daughter down and began to search by the riverbank. Under the moonlight, the pebbles on the riverbank glimmered with a gentle sheen. Chen Chang'an crouched down, carefully selecting stones. He needed over 300 pebbles of similar size and regular shape, half of them slightly darker, to be burned into black pieces with true fire, and the other half, lighter, to be crafted into white pieces using moonlight. "Daddy, what are you doing?" Chen Xingcai inquired curiously as she leaned closer. "I'm making game pieces." Chen Chang'an picked up a flat black stone, and as his fingers gently brushed its surface, the stone's edges became smooth and rounded. Father has a very special chessboard. With these natural stones as pieces, it should be quite delightful. Chen Chang'an's eyes widened in awe as she watched the stone in her father's hands transform into a perfect sphere. Daddy, you're amazing. I want to help. Thus, the father and daughter busied themselves under the moonlight. Chen Chang'an focused on shaping the stones, while Chen Chang'an diligently sorted them, placing the black ones on the left and the white ones on the right. Occasionally, upon finding a particularly smooth or uniquely patterned stone, the little girl would excitedly hold it up for her father to see. Daddy, what about this one? Doesn't the pattern look like a butterfly? Yes, it's beautiful. Chen Chang'an smiled, continuing his work. Once we're done, I will teach you how to play. As the night deepened, the moonlight on the river grew even brighter. Chen Chang'an gazed at the neatly arranged 300 chess pieces before him, nodding in satisfaction. Although these stones, after his rudimentary crafting, could not compare to true treasures, they felt warm to the touch and would produce a crisp sound upon landing on the chessboard, likely to please the little black master he had yet to meet. All right, the task is complete. Chen Chang'an dusted off the stone powder from his hands and stood up. Chen Chang'an, already drowsy and swaying, struggled to keep her head upright but still asked, Daddy, is the gift ready? Chen Chang'an tenderly picked her up. Yes, it's all ready. Tomorrow, you shall take me to meet your little black master, and we will present the gift to him. Now, it's time to return home and sleep. On the way home, Chen Chang'an rested her head on her father's shoulder, sleepily murmuring, Daddy, the little black master will surely love it, because it was prepared with your heart. Chen Chang'an softly replied with an feeling a wave of tenderness within. He looked up at the starry sky and suddenly realized that during these years of seclusion, finding this daughter was perhaps his greatest fortune. Under the moonlight, the silhouettes of father and daughter gradually faded into the night, merging with the shadows. The river continued to flow serenely, as if quietly bearing witness to all that unfolded before it. Chapter 12. The neighbor on the following morning, Chen Chang'an stood before a bronze mirror, meticulously arranging his attire with an unusual seriousness. He donned a plain long robe, secure at the waist with an indigo belt, and his hair was elegantly tied up with a wooden hairpin, lending him a notably more spirited appearance than usual. Father, you look handsome, Chen Chang'an exclaimed. Clutching her little plush bear, her head tilted as she stood at the doorway, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Chen Chang'an turned to her, affectionately ruffling his daughter's small head. You are but a few years old. What do you know of handsomeness? But you truly are handsome, Chen Chang'an murmured quietly, sticking out her tongue before scampering off. Shaking his head with a smile, Chen Chang'an retrieved the chessboard and pieces he had prepared the night before from his storage ring. The chessboard, crafted from an unknown timber, boasted a surface as smooth as a mirror, with simple cloud patterns carved along its edges. The pieces were polished river pebbles, each rounded and smooth, the black pieces resembling ink and the white pieces akin to jade, all contained within a small fabric pouch. Father, I am ready. Chen Chang'an's voice rang from the courtyard. Chen Chang'an stowed the gifts and stepped outside. His daughter had also made an effort today, sporting 2 little braids and a vibrant red dress, looking exceptionally lively. Let us go, he said, extending his hand. Chen Chang'an bounced over, taking her father's hand, and together they walked along the mountain path towards Master Hei's cave dwelling. Upon rounding a ridge, a hidden cave emerged amidst the dense forest. A few flowering shrubs adorned the entrance, while a small stream flowed nearby. Their previous visit had been hurried, leaving little time for observation. But now the serene and elegant surroundings were apparent. We have arrived, Chen Chang'an exclaimed, releasing her father's hand and dashing ahead. Master Hei, as Chen Chang'an prepared to follow, a gentle breeze swept past, and a figure materialized in the clearing before the cave. Though this was the second time he had witnessed such a sight, Chen Chang'an could not help but be captivated. The figure wore a flowing dark gauze robe that subtly swayed with her breath, cinched at the waist with a crimson ribbon, accentuating her already striking silhouette. Her ink-black hair cascaded down her back, unbound, the tips adorned with the scarlet petals from the peach blossom grove she had passed through the previous night. She raised her hand to tuck a loose strand behind her ear, revealing a small dark mole at the outer corner of her eye. While such an imperfection might seem unseemly elsewhere, Here it resembled the final, deliberate stroke of a master painter on a portrait, 3 parts pride, 7 parts allure. As her gaze met his, the tiny mole appeared to shift slightly, as if the ink blot on rice paper had suddenly come alive. Chen Chang'an's steps faltered. Those eyes know it was less about the eyes themselves and more about the expression within them. The last time he had seen this woman, her eyes had been closed. Now, upon opening them, he felt an unsettling familiarity. Meanwhile, Master He, who now appeared as a woman clad in black, was equally taken aback. She regarded Chen Chang'an and, her body instinctively tensing. He has grown stronger thus. They stood before the cave entrance, exchanging glances, an eerie silence enveloping the air. Master He, this is my father. Chen Chang'an remained blissfully unaware of the peculiar atmosphere. Enthusiastically introducing, Father, this is Master Xiao He. It is an honor to finally meet you. Chen Chang'an, realizing it was time to pay his respects to his daughter's teacher, suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment and stammered awkwardly. The woman's eyes, increasingly familiar, eluded his memory of where he might have encountered her before. Perhaps she resembled some movie star from a past life. He mused internally for comfort. You're too kind, fellow practitioner, the woman in black replied, her voice tinged with a hint of tension. Xingcai often speaks of you. Once again, an uncomfortable silence enveloped them. Chen Chang'an could not shake the sensation that she was wary of him. Did he truly appear so villainous? He had always thought himself rather presentable. A sense of defeat washed over him. No, he could not falter here. Chen Chang'an forced himself to break the silence. I have come today to express my gratitude for your guidance on my daughter. Please accept this humble token of my appreciation. With that, he retrieved a chessboard and pieces from his robe. The woman's gaze instinctively fell upon the chessboard, and her pupils dilated in surprise. She took the board, her fingers gently gliding over its surface, her body visibly trembling. This is... Her voice quivered. Assuming she disapproved, Chen Chang'an hastily explained, I crafted this myself. The pieces are made from stones polished by the river, so they might be a bit rough. No, it is. Very good. The woman in black inhaled deeply, carefully stowing the chessboard away, her tone softening. You are truly considerate. Chen Chang'an exhaled in relief, realizing that the age-old adage of winning hearts through gifts held true in any realm. Yet her demeanor continued to perplex him, a blend of wariness, astonishment, and a hint of curiosity, as if there were a secret between them that he did not comprehend. Did she perhaps recall his previous uninvited intrusion into her domain, feigning ignorance out of respect for Xingcai? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Regarding the previous incident, he tentatively began to speak, mentally preparing an apology, acknowledging his previous indiscretion. There is no need for excessive words. The woman interrupted him. Her voice lowered. Since you have recognized me, let us consider that incident forgotten. Chen Chang'an blinked in surprise. Recognized her? What did she mean? Did she truly remember his trespass? However, since she seemed unwilling to pursue the matter further, he naturally acquiesced. Indeed, as you wish, Mississippi, rest assured. My intentions are entirely honorable. The woman relaxed, relieved that the previous confrontation had resulted in only minor injuries on her part, and that they could move past it. With this thought, her shoulders eased slightly. That is good. They exchanged a smile, each convinced the other understood their unspoken sentiments, entirely oblivious to the fact that their conversation was occurring on entirely different wavelengths. Master Xiao He, may I take my father to tour your abode? Chen Chang'an inquired, tugging at her sleeve. Perhaps today is not suitable, she replied. Teacher Xiaowei gently patted Chen Chang'an's head. I have just returned from Zhongzhou, and the cave dwelling is somewhat disordered. Zhongzhou? A stirring sensation coursed through Chen Chang'an's heart. Fellow Taoist Chen, Teacher Xiaowei suddenly spoke, since fate has brought us together today. Might I inquire your true name? My surname is Ji, and my given name is Hongli. Ji Hongli. Chen Chang'an silently repeated it twice in his mind. So, it is Miss Ji. I beg your pardon. Chen Chang'an bowed once more, introducing himself. I am Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an. Ji Hongli softly echoed, as if confirming something anew in her mind. She then glanced at the chessboard in her hands before raising her gaze to scrutinize Chen Chang'an. This gift from you, fellow Taoist Chen, is quite extraordinary. It is merely a trinket. I hope Miss G finds it to her liking, Chen Chang'an humbly replied. A flicker of intrigue crossed Ji Hongli's eyes as she mused, no wonder you are the foremost on the heavenly ranking. To present an imitation of the ancient immortal artifact starry array upon your first encounter? Though it is not the genuine article, it possesses a semblance of its divine essence, making it a rare treasure even in the realm of cultivation. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Chang'an perceived that although Ji Hongli appeared aloof, her words were imbued with courtesy, lacking the lofty demeanor he had imagined of a reclusive master. Having a daughter as the disciple of such a person is indeed a fortunate circumstance. After a considerable time, Chen Chang'an rose to take his leave, feeling that this visit had been remarkably fulfilling. However, just as the father and daughter duo were preparing to depart, Ji Hongli suddenly spoke up, "By the way, Xing Tsai, I have already found the second volume of that book. Next time, after you finish the first volume, you may come to me for an exchange." "What book?" Chen Chang'an's ears perked up at once, completely oblivious to the cold sweat that had already beaded on Chen Xing Tsai's small forehead. Chapter 13, Heritage Understood, Master. Chen Xing Tsai promptly replied, her gaze furtively assessing her father's expression. Fortunately, due to his unconditional trust in his daughter and a budding fondness for the neighbor he had just met, Chen Chang'an gave it little thought. Assuming it was likely a task assigned to his daughter, Chen Xing Tsai narrowly evaded a perilous situation. Unbeknownst to her, however, thousands of miles away in Yinzhou, another father was pondering her existence. High above Yinzhou, a shadowy figure sliced through the clouds. Wu Bo stood upon a bronze flying sword, his robe billowing in the fierce wind. His visage was gaunt, etched with the years of service rendered to the Hong family. At that moment, his murky eyes fixated on the horizon, his thoughts drifting back to a blood-soaked night 6 years prior. "Wu Guanshi, the family head summons you." Memories surged forth like a tidal wave. In the Hong family's underground chamber, the flickering light of a bronze lamp cast dancing shadows, illuminating the blood-red runes on the walls as if they were alive. Wu Bo knelt on the cold obsidian floor, forehead pressed to the ground, too fearful to gaze upon the towering figure before him. How did the task fare? The voice of Hong Tianke resonated from above, cold and unyielding as the clash of metal. "Returning to the family head, the lady's blood has been fully drained." Wu Bo's voice trembled slightly, yet the supreme blood had yet to manifest. "Proceed," Hong Tianke uttered with a mere 2 words. Before Wu Bo's eyes, the scene re-emerged. Upon the white jade altar within the chamber, a mere 3-month-old infant was affixed at the center of the formation by 18 spirit-binding nails. Her frail body appeared almost translucent. Dozens of fine bloodlines, as slender as threads, emanated from her vital points, converging into the blood-gathering orb above her head. The infant cries had long since faded, reduced to feeble sobs. "Family head, the lady may not endure much longer," Wu Bo boldly asserted at that time. Hong Tianke snorted coldly. "The host of the supreme blood is not so easily extinguished." Wait. The memories grew increasingly gruesome. At the stroke of midnight, the red moon's zenith erupted with blinding golden light. A drop of blood, radiant as a ruby, slowly oozed from her brow. "It has appeared." Hong Tianke's ecstatic voice echoed within the chamber, swiftly grasping the precious essence. "Hurry, transplant it to Xianglong." Wu Bo recalled trembling hands, cautiously receiving the supreme blood with a jade knife and transferring it into the waiting body of the young master Hong Xianglong. Meanwhile, the little girl on the jade altar seemed to have been drained of all vitality, her breathing scarcely perceptible. Dispose of her. After acquiring the supreme blood, Hong Tianke did not cast a glance at his daughter, discarding her into the ghost abyss of Yuzhou. The host of the supreme blood, endowed with fortune, must be condemned to eternal oblivion to sever any chance of backlash from the fate she held. Yes, as Wu Bo accepted his orders, the corner of his eye caught a glimpse of that small body, carelessly wrapped in coarse cloth, akin to a discarded object. The chilling winds at high altitude jolted Wu Bo back to the present. He instinctively touched the storage pouch at his waist, where a blood jade was concealed, a sensing artifact of the Hong family bloodline, capable of tracking the whereabouts of Hong Yuechan, or rather, now known as Chen Xing Tsai. To his astonishment, The artifact revealed that the young lady was not only alive but thriving in the distant Qingzhou. However, inexplicably, the bloodline that once belonged to the Hong family within her seemed alarmingly feeble. How could this be? Wu Bo murmured to himself, recalling that the child had seemingly. Memories surged forth. 6 years prior, he had been tasked with transporting the barely breathing Hong Yuechan to Yuzhou. According to the plan, he was to cast the child into the abyss of 10,000 ghosts, allowing countless vengeful spirits to devour her soul. Yet, as he passed through an unnamed valley in Qingzhou during spring, where flowers bloomed in abundance and butterflies danced, the child, swaddled in cloth, lay as delicate as a thread. Her pale face resembling paper suddenly opened her eyes. Those eyes, clear and bright, reminded Wu Bo of how Hong Yuechan looked at the moment of her birth. At that time, he was merely the steward of the Hong family's outer courtyard and had been fortunate enough to glimpse the newborn young lady. With her mother having passed away early, the child had been devoid of maternal love since birth. Sighing deeply, Wu Bo felt the sword beneath his feet tremble. Ultimately, he couldn't bring himself to be ruthless. Instead, he placed the child in the valley's stream, allowing her to at least rest in a beautiful location. He was certain that a child devoid of blood would surely perish, thus not entirely defying the master's orders. Little did he expect the fate of the supreme blood host to be so formidable. Wu Bo shook his head, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. Not only had the young lady survived, but she had also been taken in by kind-hearted individuals and renamed Chen Chang'an. As this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Wu Bo's eyes. Regardless of who had adopted the young lady, they must return the Hong family bloodline. Hong Tianke had already issued orders to eradicate this potential threat. With the supreme blood now implanted in young Master Hong Zhao, the original host could not be permitted to live, lest a struggle for fate ensue. If that household was wise, Wu Bo touched the forbidden artifact hidden in his sleeve, a treasure capable of extinguishing even a longevity realm cultivator in an instant, granting them a swift end. He had not considered that the other party might not fear the Hong family. After all, the Hong family was a top-tier clan backed by formidable sacred realm powers. In this realm, besides those reclusive ancient beings, who would dare defy the will of the Hong family? As the flying sword pierced through the clouds, he could finally see the terrain of Qingzhou below. Wu Bo activated the blood jade, the sensing becoming increasingly intense. To his surprise, the target seemed to be located within a valley rich in spiritual energy. Could it truly be a cultivation family? Wu Bo furrowed his brow slightly, then relaxed. It mattered not, for before the Hong family, they were mere ants. He was aware that at the very moment he soared into the valley, two figures simultaneously gasped and turned their gazes toward his direction in the void. Chapter 14. A friend on the path. Wu Bo descended with his flying sword, landing at the entrance of an unnamed valley. Beneath a natural archway formed by towering ancient trees, several colorful butterflies danced gracefully in the sunlight. He squinted, as the blood jade in his hand emitted an increasingly intense crimson glow. This indicated that Miss Hong Yuechan, or rather, the current Chen Chang'an, was indeed within this valley. A curious place. As Wu Bo stepped into the valley, he felt a slight halt in his spiritual energy, as though he had traversed an invisible barrier. Immediately, he formed a defensive spell with his fingers and cautiously scanned his surroundings, only to find everything seemingly ordinary, save for a few mountain sparrows chirping among the branches. Was it an illusion? He shook his head, concealing the blood jade within his sleeve, and proceeded along the path beside the stream. The valley was saturated with an astonishing amount of spiritual energy, the waters crystal clear, and wildflowers bloomed abundantly along the banks. As he walked, Wu Bo was secretly astonished. This place appeared mundane yet exuded an extraordinary essence. The arrangement of the wildflowers, the direction of the stream, even the distribution of the birds seemed to subtly align with some profound formation. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the bushes to his right front. Wu Bo halted immediately, discreetly preparing a lightning talisman in his right hand while forming a sword gesture with his left. Out ambled a large gray bear from a thicket. A wriggling fish clamped in its mouth. The bear's gaze fell upon Wu Bo, and it paused for a moment, causing the fish to plop onto the ground. Man and bear locked eyes, and the air seemed to freeze. Wu Bo's pupils constricted, This seemingly ordinary gray bear was surrounded by circulating spiritual energy, and as he discreetly activated his observation technique, his heart jolted, an existence at the Return to Origin realm. A bear demon of the Return to Origin realm masquerading as an ordinary beast? He quickly performed a respectful gesture and called out, "Friend, please hold." However, the bear dropped the fish entirely. In the next moment, this creature, weighing at least 500 pounds, turned and fled, kicking up a cloud of dust in its wake. Wu Bo's outstretched hand froze in midair, his face twitching in disbelief. This reaction was peculiar, was it not? Could it be that this bear demon was a pet of the esteemed family that saved the young lady? Or perhaps, in years past, the demon clan had rescued her? He murmured to himself, then scoffed lightly. What of the demon clan? The Hong family had a saintly presence to protect them. Below the saintly realm, all were but ants. With that, he vanished in a blur, transforming into a gray shadow in pursuit. "Bear friend ahead. I mean you no harm," Wu Bo shouted as he chased, his voice echoing throughout the valley, hoping merely to inquire about a child named Chen Chang'an. His shout only spurred the fleeing bear to accelerate further, its powerful legs nearly leaving afterimages, as if a ghost were pursuing it. What a sight! Wu Bo was infuriated, his beard bristling. After all, he was a practitioner of half-step to the eternal life realm, a notable figure within the Hong family. Yet today he was so blatantly disregarded by a bear demon. He formed a spell and summoned his flying sword, which shot forth to block the bear's path. The bear skidded to a halt, nearly colliding with the sword's edge. It stood upright, forepaws raised before its chest, wearing an expression of sheer terror, resembling a hapless fool caught in a compromising situation. Wu Bo finally had the opportunity to scrutinize the peculiar bear before him. The cultivation level of the returning origin realm was undeniable, yet this bear, its gaze was so clear it bordered on foolishness, and drool hung from its mouth, resembling an ordinary wild beast devoid of intelligence. "What are you pretending for?" Wu Bo furrowed his brow in irritation. The grizzly tilted its head, let out a low growl, and scratched its belly, exuding an air of navet as if it understood not a word of human speech. Wu Bo's forehead throbbed with anger, feeling an unprecedented affront to his intelligence. "You are already at the returning origin realm. If you were an ordinary grizzly, I would stand on my head and defecate." "Monster!" The word escaped his lips, and the bear's demeanor shifted dramatically. Its eyes widened, its fur bristled, and it suddenly spoke with human words. "You are the real monster. Your entire family is filled with monsters." The voice was coarse, laced with a strong regional accent. Just as Wu Bo was about to respond, he noticed the bear suddenly tremble as if recalling some dreadful memory, its imposing presence dissipating in an instant. It returned to the ground, sniffing at the earth, feigning ignorance of the previous exchange, though its bare eyes occasionally darted furtively towards Wu Bo, reminiscent of a child caught in wrongdoing. Wu Bo felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Having traversed the realm of cultivation for centuries, he had encountered countless scenarios, yet this particular scene was utterly unprecedented. "Enough!" he bellowed, the lightning talisman in his hand glowing ominously with purple light. "I shall ask you one last time. Do you know Chen Chang'an? If you do not answer honestly." The bear's ears perked up, and it suddenly glanced behind Wu Bo, a glimmer of schadenfreude flashing in its eyes. "Did I hear correctly? Did you just mention the name Chen Chang'an?" At that moment, a plain voice unexpectedly emanated from behind. Wu Bo's hair stood on end. With his half-step into the longevity realm, he had failed to sense someone approaching. "Who is it?" He swiftly turned around only to find his pupils constricting. What met his gaze was a remarkably handsome youth, yet his aura was utterly unremarkable. Chapter 15, Is That All? In Wu Bo's hand, the lightning talisman shimmered with a violet glow. Before his eyes stood a young man clad in coarse linen, appearing to be in his late 20s, expressionless as he cradled a bundle of firewood. At first glance, Wu Bo was struck with astonishment. This individual radiated an aura, as if he were of the sacred realm, his essence perfectly contained. Was this a characteristic exclusive to the holy realm? But soon, he nearly laughed at his own judgment. There were only a dozen or so individuals in the world who possessed such prowess. It was unlikely to encounter one at random. Moreover, The absence of leakage of essence could also imply another possibility, that he possessed no essence at all. Without essence, he was merely a mortal. This man, dressed so simply and lugging firewood, appeared to be nothing more than a rustic villager. What fright I gave myself! Wu Bo shook his head inwardly, his tense shoulders relaxing. However, since he had appeared in this valley, it was likely that this individual was connected to the family that had rescued the young lady years ago. Perhaps he was merely a servant or laborer. It was said that in remote areas, some small cultivation families still kept mortals for mining and farming. "Who are you?" Wu Bo inquired, lowering the lightning talisman, his tone haughty. Meanwhile, Chen Chang'an, who had initially felt apprehensive, found solace upon sensing the other's cultivation level. Not even at the longevity realm? How pathetic. It had been a long time since he had emerged from the valley, and he had gradually overcome his fear of the outside world. Although he bore psychological scars from his past, he wouldn't belittle himself unduly. His own cultivation wasn't so lacking, after all. Perhaps he could even manage to become a minor leader in the outside world? Yet, after years of living in the valley, he had grown accustomed to it, and his inherent reclusive nature began to take precedence. Coupled with modern education, which had instilled in him a distaste for conflict, his desire to venture outside had dimmed. Nevertheless, even he had his limits. This limit was named Chen Chang'an. "Old man, you're chasing my bear on my territory and shouting my daughter's name. Shouldn't you offer an explanation?" Chen Chang'an set the firewood aside and brushed the wood shavings from his hands. Wu Bo squinted. Daughter? Had he misunderstood from the very beginning? Was it that an ordinary mortal had adopted the young lady? Then this matter would be easily resolved. He was disinclined to waste further words. With a gesture of his left hand, he executed the Hong family's dragon capturing technique, enveloping the young man in an invisible force designed to pull him forward to kneel. However, the young man remained completely still, not even a flicker of his clothing. Wu Bo frowned, altering his hand gestures to triple the force. Even the stones on the ground began to rise. Yet the young man stood firm as a mountain, even bending down to retrieve a piece of fallen firewood. Wu Bo's forehead beaded with fine sweat, the magical artifact in his right hand slipping into his palm. Something was amiss, far too amiss. The strength he had just employed should have been enough to compel even a practitioner of the returning essence realm to come forward. "Do you have any other tricks?" The young man tilted his head. "If not, it's my turn to ask you. Who are you? What do you want with my daughter?" Wu Bo let out a cold snicker, no longer holding back. He suddenly unleashed 7 soul locking nails, which transformed into 7 streaks of black light, aiming for the critical acupoints of his opponent. This was a secret weapon bestowed upon him by the family head of the Hong clan. Even practitioners of the longevity realm would find their powers temporarily sealed, reduced to mere mortals. Clink, clink, clink. The 7 nails abruptly stagnated just 3 inches from the young man, before plummeting to the ground as if they had struck an invisible wall. Wu Bo's cold sweat poured down. This was impossible. "Who on earth are you?" he exclaimed. Chen Chang'an frowned. "Who am I? I am Chen Chang'an's father." "Old man, what are you mumbling about?" He casually picked up a soul-locking nail and added, "Could you refrain from tossing these toys around? Even if they can't harm anyone, it's still detrimental to the flowers and plants." Wu Bo fixed his gaze on Chen Chang'an, his mind racing. Could it be an extraordinary technique that concealed one's aura? It seemed that a forceful approach would not suffice. He would have to adopt a more subtle tactic. He forced himself to remain composed and clasped his hands. "I am Wu Tianda, the chief steward of the Hong family in Yinzhou, sent by the family head to seek our bloodline. The girl you have adopted is none other than our esteemed young lady, Hong Yuechan." The name Hong family sent a jolt through Chen Chang'an's heart, triggering alarm bells. After years of worry, had his daughter's biological parents finally come to find her? Should he return Xingcai to them? But in the next moment, he thought, absolutely not. Just look at how his daughter had suffered. Who would believe that she was merely misplaced? Xingcai is my daughter, and I stand firm on that, no matter who comes. He then added in his mind, certainly not that black serpent as well. Subsequently, Chen Chang'an shook his head and nonchalantly replied, "I have not heard of it. Xingcai is my daughter, and she has no connection to your Hong family." Wu Bo's eyelids twitched. Was everyone and everything in this valley lying without batting an eye? What about the conflicted expression he had just displayed? How could he then act as if nothing had happened? However, given the imposing presence of his opponent, Wu Bo suppressed his urge to strike, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. Behind him stood the Holy Realm family, the Hong family. You must think this through. The Hong family is one of the top families on the Xianing continent. He revealed a crimson command token, forged by the hand of the Hong family's ancestor. The Flame of Heaven Order. Once activated, the Hong family's airship would arrive in an instant. Within 1,000 miles, everything would be laid to waste. Chen Chang'an's gaze fixed on the command token, and his expression finally shifted. However, how could a top family send someone of your unimpressive caliber, barely reaching the longevity realm, to seek their own daughter? He found it hard to believe in their might. Seeing his reaction, Wu Bo felt a bit reassured. Indeed, invoking the name of the Hong family made everyone bow their heads. He declared with pride, "Now, surrender the young lady, and the Hong family shall not hold you accountable. Otherwise, then show me one." Chen Chang'an interjected suddenly. "What?" Wu Bo was taken aback. I said, Chen Chang'an pointed to the command token. "Show me one, so I can see if it truly possesses such power." Wu Bo was so enraged that his beard trembled. Fine. Since you seek your own demise." He suddenly hurled the command talisman into the air, a mouthful of fresh blood splattering upon it. In an instant, the talisman transformed into a crimson streak of light, soaring skyward, distorting the air around it, accompanied by a faint rumble of thunder. Then a hand emerged, effortlessly plucking the talisman from the air as if it were merely a fruit. Wu Bo's jaw dropped, nearly touching the ground. He watched in disbelief as Chen Chang'an inspected the famed treasure of the Hong family, said to traverse thousands of miles in an instant, turning it over in his hands, even bringing it to his nose for a sniff. "Is this it?" Chen Chang'an's face fell, moving as slowly as a tortoise. Claiming to vanish in the blink of an eye? To flatten 1,000 miles? No, it can't be. Wu Bo's legs grew weak, stumbling backward. The Burning Heaven Order was personally forged by the ancestor of the Hong family, imbued with the laws of the sacred realm, capable of being intercepted only by those of equal might. The young man before him, casually holding firewood, was a being of the sacred realm. Moreover, judging by his nonchalant demeanor, it was likely he was no novice in the sacred realm. Suddenly, Wu Bo recalled the words of the family head. Hong Tianke, beneath the sacred realm, all are but ants. Now he truly grasped the essence of that statement. Before genuine power, he, a mere half-step into the longevity realm, was no different from an insect. Chen Chang'an toyed with the talisman, his heart settling. The grand claims made by the other side, and this is all there is? Truly worthless, fit only for the refuse bin. He relished the notion of preying on the weak. However, it dawned on him that he had never taken a life before. Chen Chang'an pondered how to deal with the old man. To kill him? That would be unwise. To let him go to report back? Although he feared not the so-called Hong family, should they indeed possess some formidable connection, attracting an insurmountable enemy would be troublesome. As he hesitated, a clear voice rang out from behind. "Daddy, I picked so many mushrooms. Can we make mushroom soup tonight?" Both Chen Chang'an and Wu Bo turned their heads simultaneously. A little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, skipped joyfully from the woods, cradling a basket of fresh mushrooms. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon her radiant face. Even though he had never seen her before, the blood jade that had grown hot in his embrace made Wu Bo tremble, tears welling in his aged eyes. Young Mississippi. Chen Chang'an, noticing the stranger, paused, looking curiously at her father. "Daddy, who is this old gentleman?" Chapter 16. The Truth in the Valley. A gentle breeze rustled the treetops as Chen Chang'an, Wu Bo, and Chen Chang'an sat beneath an ancient locust tree. The atmosphere heavy and solemn. Chen Chang'an clasped her hands around her father's right arm, resting her small head against his shoulder. Her gaze intently fixed on the elderly man before them. A distant gray bear lay on the ground, observing them with a casual yet purposeful demeanor. "Speak," Chen Chang'an urged, revealing his intent to not conceal the truth from his daughter, prompting Wu Bo to share everything. A weight settled in Wu Bo's heart, aware that he would likely not see another day. With a deep breath, he began, "The origins of the young lady must be traced back a decade. His voice was low and tinged with bitterness. 15 years ago, after the ancestral leader of the Hong family returned gravely injured from the forbidden Tianqi, signs of impending doom appeared. The current standing of the Hong family is owed entirely to this ancestral figure. Thus, the head of the family swiftly dealt with all disciples who had witnessed the leader's injuries, shrouding the matter in secrecy. From that moment, a shadow loomed over the Hong family, as people feared the demise of the ancestral leader, compounded by the fact that the current patriarch, Hong Tianqi, is a true madman. Given the unreliability of the ancestor and his own limited talents, he shifted his focus to his progeny. In defiance of the clan elder's opposition, he forcibly wed his own sister and, 6 years ago, fathered a pair of twins, named Hong Longxiang and Hong Yuechan. In an unjust twist of fate, his ambitions were realized. Among the twins, Hong Longxiang possessed a celestial body, while Hong Yuechan bore the supreme bloodline. The birth of such dual sanctity should have been the greatest joy for the Hong family, yet they underestimated Hong Tiang's madness. Wu Bo's voice trembled slightly, as if haunted by the memories of that nightmarish evening. To further enhance his son's potential, he drained his daughter Hong Yuechan's blood, extracting the supreme blood and transferring it into Hong Longxiang. Subsequently, he commanded me to cast the ailing Hong Yuechan into the abyss of 10,000 ghosts in Yuzhou, condemning her to eternal damnation. At this juncture, Wu Bo's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I cannot bear it. Thus, I placed her along the stream of a valley, hoping, at least you would find rest in a beautiful place. Little did I know, she survived and was taken in by you. After finishing his tale, Wu Bo exhaled deeply, as though shedding a burden he had carried for years. A profound silence ensued. Chen Chang'an, having listened with her head bowed, gripped the hem of her clothing tightly. Suddenly, she lifted her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her voice quivering. This sister named Hong Yuechan? How tragic. Chen Chang'an appeared bewildered. My dear, were we not just discussing your own story? And he felt her small frame pressing closely against him. You are still the best father. Had she truly not grasped the connection? Chen Chang'an instinctively glanced at Wu Bo, who happened to meet his gaze. The two men exchanged a silent understanding, choosing not to expose the unspoken truth. Moments later, Chen Chang'an wiped away her tears, stood up, and softly said, Father, I'm going to find Master Xiao He. Chen Chang'an nodded and kissed his daughter's forehead, murmuring, Go ahead. With her head bowed, Chen Chang'an quickly left, her figure appearing somewhat forlorn. After she had distanced herself, Chen Chang'an turned to Wu Bo and said flatly, You should have perished. Wu Bo gave a bitter smile and replied calmly, I'm aware of that. However, considering your act of kindness years ago, you granted her a chance at life. I offer you 2 choices. First, I can end your life right now. Second, you may bind yourself with a restriction, and henceforth take care of Chang'an in this valley, as a form of atonement for her despicable father. Wu Bo hesitated not a moment before kneeling and solemnly declaring, My Wu family has served the Hong family for generations, and Hong Yuechan, no, Chen Chang'an, will forever be the esteemed lady in my heart. This matter has haunted me for 6 years, almost driving me to madness. Thus, I am willing to stay and care for the esteemed lady. Chen Chang'an nodded and touched his forehead, inscribing a restriction upon him. Remember, from this moment forth, you shall live solely for her. Wu Bo deeply bowed his head and affirmed yes. In the evening, within Chen Chang'an's courtyard, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of crimson. Wu Bo arrived at Chen Chang'an's residence, preparing to pay his respects to the esteemed lady. He felt as though the events of the day had transpired within a dream. As for the Hong family seeking him out, he held no concern. Given the current state of their patriarch, would they dare to confront another saint? He had forgotten to inquire about the saint's name, as the individual was now, in a sense, his master. Regarding Hong Tianqi, the fallen seldom find allies. Wu Bo felt no burden from his betrayal. However, as he approached, he discovered Chen Chang'an seated alone on a small wooden stool in the courtyard, her hands propping up her chin, wearing a melancholic expression. Esteemed lady? Wu Bo called softly. Chen Chang'an looked up and forced a smile, replying Wu Bo. This was the title Chen Chang'an had taught her. Wu Bo sat beside her and cautiously asked, "What troubles you?" After a moment of silence, Chen Chang'an quietly confessed, "Actually, I have figured it out. I am indeed Hong Yuechan, am I not?" Wu Bo's heart surged with shock. So she had known all along? Chen Chang'an bit her lip, lowering her voice further. "I pretended to be ignorant, because I did not wish for father to feel that I am not his true daughter." Wu Bo's eyes grew warm, and he quickly reassured her, "Esteemed lady, do not overthink it. I can see that your father cares deeply for you, cherishing you. Regardless of whose daughter you may be, in his heart, you will always be his child." Upon hearing this, tears finally streamed down Chen Chang'an's cheeks, though the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. "Yes." She nodded vigorously, her spirits seemingly lifted. Wu Basong exhaled deeply, then recalled the matter of the esteemed name, and thus inquired, "By the way, miss, I'm yet to learn the name of your father." Chen Chang'an wiped away her tears and revealed a radiant smile. "My father is named Chen Chang'an." "Oh, Chen Chang'an," Wu Bo instinctively repeated, and then, boom, his mind exploded in an instant, leaving him stunned, as if struck by lightning. "Chen Chang'an?" His pupils dilated in shock, and his mouth slightly parted, yet no words escaped his lips. No wonder. It all makes sense now. Suddenly, Wu Bo felt as if he had been enlightened. The one who adopted the young lady was none other than the illustrious figure ranked first on the heavenly list. Chapter 17. External incarnation. The morning sun streamed through the window panes, casting dappled shadows upon the wooden table in the kitchen. Chen Chang'an hummed a cheerful tune, his hands deftly wielding a vibrant bunch of chives as the knife danced up and down, producing a delicate sound akin to a joyful melody. "Father, what are you singing?" Chen Chang'an rubbed her eyes, standing barefoot at the kitchen door, her hair tousled and spiky like a kitten just awakening from slumber. You're awake?" Chen Chang'an turned, a smile gracing his lips, yet his hands continued their rhythmic task. "This is a lullaby I heard in my childhood, called Gathering Mountain Herbs, which tells the tale of immortals foraging for medicinal plants." "Immortals?" Chen Chang'an's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she scampered over, tiptoeing to peer at the countertop. "Has father seen an immortal?" "Immortals, you say?" Chen Chang'an feigned mystery, elongating his tone as he pinched off a small piece of freshly kneaded dough from a bowl. With a flick of his fingers, he shaped it into a plump little rabbit and presented it to his daughter. "Here, isn't this one?" Chen Chang'an burst into giggles, accepting the dough rabbit. She then curiously leaned over to inspect the pot. "What are we having today?" "Chive dumplings, along with your favorite sweet rice porridge." Chen Chang'an stirred the bubbling porridge with a wooden ladle, the sweet aroma wafting through the air. "You're the best, father." Chen Chang'an cheered, hopping away with the dough rabbit in her arms, humming the tune Chen Chang'an had just sung, albeit off-key. Gathering mountain herbs, Chen Chang'an chuckled and shook his head, returning to his culinary preparations. The gentle morning breeze drifted in from outside, carrying the fresh scent of the mountains, while the porridge continued to burble contentedly in the pot, and the chive dumplings lined up neatly on the cutting board like a battalion awaiting inspection. At that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Sign-in successful. Reward: 30 years of cultivation. Additional gain: Supreme Immortal Technique. External incarnation, beggar version. Note: this incarnation will never possess self-awareness and will be 100 fully controlled by the main consciousness, sharing all 5 senses and thoughts. It is akin to having an extra hand. The external incarnation, a supreme technique of division, allows one to condense an incarnation that traverses countless realms, whether to cultivate, engage in battle, or seek enlightenment. Both the main body and the incarnation share the fruits of their paths, revealing profound mysteries. The song proclaims, "One breath transforms into 3 purity. All realms are my body." Full version. Chen Chang'an was initially taken aback. While the news of acquiring a supreme immortal technique was indeed thrilling, he was perplexed by the beggar version. It seemed he had never encountered such a thing before. However, as he finished reading the introduction to this technique, a smile gradually spread across his face. Clearly, the greatest significance of this technique for him was, could it be, He rejoiced inwardly, realizing he could safely venture outside. When the sounds of Chen Chang'an practicing her swordplay echoed from the courtyard, Chen Chang'an took a deep breath. Ever since Wu Bo arrived in the valley, he had essentially taken over the responsibilities of guiding and supervising Chen Chang'an's training. After observing for a few days, Chen Chang'an unhesitatingly chose to let go. At this moment, his consciousness delved into the system description: external avatar, beggar version, maximum cultivation limit, returning to origin realm, diminishing with distance, sensory sharing, 100 consciousness synchronization, instantaneous switching. Special note: destruction does not harm the original body, though it may cause pain. Quite sufficient. Chen Chang'an was filled with elation. From now on, he could simply send out his avatar. After all, if it perished, it would merely be an avatar, leaving his original body unscathed. This was akin to remaining at home while sending a drone to explore an eerily deserted house rumored to be haunted. He performed a hand seal and chanted an incantation, and the room was immediately enveloped in a blue light. As the mist dissipated, another Chen Chang'an tilted his head, examining his own palm. How intriguing. The original and the avatar spoke simultaneously, then fell silent in unison. Chen Chang'an discovered this was akin to controlling both hands at once. Though requiring some distraction, it was entirely feasible. The avatar pushed open the window, and a mountain breeze rushed in. Chen Chang'an, in his original form, instinctively recoiled, yet through the avatar, he experienced the sensation of the wind after 6 long years. In the distance, Chen Chang'an was gracefully darting about in the courtyard, her pale yellow skirt fluttering. "Father!" The little girl suddenly turned her head and waved at the window. In an instant, only the original Chen Chang'an remained, who hurriedly responded. Once he confirmed that his daughter was still engrossed in her training, the original Chen Chang'an promptly reclined back in the rocking chair, feigning sleep, while the avatar stealthily climbed out of the window from the other side. Uncle Wu, who was instructing Chen Chang'an in sword practice, felt a twitch in his eyelid, but pretended nothing had occurred. He decided to test the limits of distance. When the avatar reached the valley's edge, its cultivation had dropped from returning to origin realm to the late stage of mysterious realm. Indeed, it was the beggar version. How pitiful! Chen Chang'an couldn't help but mutter, then swiftly performed another hand seal, causing the avatar to vanish once more. Excellent. It could be summoned back at any time. Now, should danger arise, even pain could be averted. After several experiments, Chen Chang'an concluded that while the avatar was indeed useful, it could not utilize the system space. Although the avatar would descend to the mysterious realm at the valley's edge, this was due to its cultivation being at the nascent stage of returning to origin realm, thus not as dismal as imagined. In fact, it would drop one small realm approximately every 500 miles. The key issue was the latency. The farther the distance, the greater the delay. It could not be controlled as effortlessly as one's own limbs. However, the shared 5 senses with the avatar were truly remarkable. Chen Chang'an was exceedingly satisfied, and he immediately began packing the avatar's belongings, preparing for an impromptu journey. Meanwhile, deep within the cold pool cave, Ji Hongli's true form slowly opened her eyes on the Xianbing bed, ice crystals cascading from her eyelashes. Curious, she wrinkled her petite nose, sensing a peculiar aura. The stone wall reflected the golden vertical mark faintly visible at her brow, a manifestation of her years of seclusion. Since her battle with Chen Chang'an, she had become despondent and entered seclusion until now, only to genuinely touch upon the barrier beyond the holy realm. This had caused her cultivation, which had stagnated for the past 100,000 years, to subtly loosen in recent years. This should have been a joyous occasion. However, the thought of the man next door, whose cultivation seems to advance by leaps and bounds each day, dampened her spirits. Moreover, upon awakening in her secluded retreat, she detected a faint, unfamiliar aura, which further unsettled her. Though the cave appeared ordinary, she had long since fortified it with numerous prohibitions. Yet, none of these barriers had been triggered, leading her to question whether her prolonged seclusion had distorted her perceptions. Indeed, Ji Honglai had remained in seclusion since her battle with Chen Chang'an 76 years ago. The little black teacher who had previously appeared before Chen Chang'an was merely a projection she had conjured during her deep meditation. However, at this moment, that projection had been assimilated back into her true self, and all the experiences and emotions from that incarnation naturally returned to her essence. This retreat had yielded significant insights, yet she required additional time to assimilate them. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Hongli suddenly gestured with her fingers, slicing through the void, and another projection stepped forth. This new avatar donned a simple white dress, adorned with only a wooden hairpin, presenting a stark contrast to her previous dark-clad appearance. Although she did not voice her feelings, she was not particularly fond of the title Little Black Teacher. After 100,000 years of recuperation, she had yet to truly appreciate the scenery of the present. The previous projection had merely ventured out to witness the so-called celestial monument. It was time for exploration. Ji Hongli closed her eyes, and the white-dressed avatar accepted the command with enthusiasm. Yet, in the next moment, Ji Hongli felt that this projection's appearance was rather too conspicuous, prompting her to caution. "Do not cause trouble." The white-dressed avatar pouted. Although her true self had not explicitly stated it, their profound connection allowed her to intuit her intentions. As she turned, the projection transformed into the guise of a village woman. Note, this narrative will not consistently depict projections embarking on adventures. The early stages feature too few characters. It would be implausible for all encounters to occur within the valley. The true self's departure would contradict character design. As the story progresses, it will gradually evolve into a multifaceted narrative with underlying machinations. The protagonist, despite possessing extraordinary combat prowess, is fundamentally an ordinary individual like you and me, possessing a touch of kindness alongside a hint of selfishness, who will mature alongside the unfolding plot. I kindly ask readers to exercise patience as the story develops. Chapter 18. What a waste of a protagonist. Chen Chang'an, his avatar, tiptoed along the narrow path at the valley's entrance, glancing back every 3 steps. The morning mist swirled through the forest, and every shadow resembled the coiling form of a black serpent. A rustle, a leaf grazed the nape of his neck, and he froze as if struck by lightning. Slowly, he turned his head inch by inch until he confirmed it was merely a leaf, then exhaled a long breath, the white mist dispersing in the crisp morning air. It was no wonder he was overly cautious. The scene of defeat he had witnessed here 70 years prior was still vividly etched in his memory. Indeed, at this time of year, the serpent should be hibernating, he murmured to himself. After walking another 100 steps, the sunlight at the valley's exit became distinctly visible. Chen Chang'an's steps grew lighter, and in the final few strides, he almost broke into a run. As his feet touched the solid main road outside the valley, he could not help but stretch his arms wide and twirl around. Ha ha ha! Finally out, he leaped joyfully like a child who had skipped school, then randomly chose a direction and set off. Completely oblivious to the figure in a white dress that brushed past the moss beneath an ancient pine tree 30 steps behind him. The woman in white leaned against the tree trunk, her slender fingers gently tapping her chin. The morning breeze lifted her cascading hair, revealing a pair of curious eyes. Ah, it seems the human who always piques the interest of my true self has emerged from the valley. Should I follow and see? Just as she contemplated this seriously, the unsuspecting figure had already transformed into a small dark at the end of the road, bouncing away with a light gait, disappearing around the bend of the mountain path. The woman in white snapped back to reality, as if reminded of something, shook her head lightly, and then departed in the opposite direction. Days passed in the blink of an eye. The glass windows of the 3rd floor of the drunken immortal pavilion refracted the setting sun, casting golden rays upon Chen Chang'an's plate of dragon liver and phoenix marrow, though it was merely an elaborate name for the liver of a lowly serpentine beast paired with a spirit bird's egg. "Dear guest, this is our signature dish, 8 treasures spirit stew," the waiter enthusiastically announced. Chen Chang'an, without lifting his head, stuffed the jade-colored pastry into his mouth. After emerging from the valley, he had flown nearly 1,000 miles, randomly selecting a direction, and eventually found this city to rest in. "Waiter, the bill." "Dear guest, that will be 20 taels of silver." Having enjoyed a hearty meal, Chen Chang'an was about to settle the bill when he felt a sudden jolt in his heart as he reached for his waist. Alas, having lived in seclusion for so long, he had forgotten that this world required currency. However, the waiter's smile remained undiminished. "Ah, by the way, dear guest, our establishment also accepts spirit stones for payment. One low-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 taels of silver." Indeed, this was a world where mortals and immortals coexisted, allowing spirit stones to be traded for silver. Chen Chang'an nodded with restrained composure, not moving an inch, for he possessed neither silver nor spirit stones at that moment. In truth, the spirit stones accumulated over the years from the system sign-ins had piled up like a mountain in the system space, yet his avatar could not access that realm. The atmosphere gradually began to solidify, and the smile on the face of the waiting attendant became increasingly strained. Yet, at that moment, I offered to pay for the gentleman. A cool voice emerged from the corner, where a young man, donning a bamboo-woven hat, sat at a table adorned only with a pot of wine and 2 small dishes. He wore a faded blue garment, and his right hand remained hidden within his sleeve. What a good person! Chen Chang'an instantly cast a grateful glance toward the young man. However, the next moment, a mocking voice interjected, "Xiao Chun, are you still trying to be generous here when you can barely protect yourself within the Xiao family?" Chen Chang'an's expression darkened. Who were these people to insult his benefactor? "I have money." Xiao Chen's voice was soft yet remarkably resolute. He withdrew an old coin pouch embroidered with green bamboo and placed a glimmering low-grade spirit stone on the table. Yet, all he received in return was a chorus of derisive laughter. "Xiao Chun, I've heard the Xiao family has hired a new master for you, the Waste." Another slick voice pierced through the air. "Which swindler is this?" "What you may not know, Brother Wang," a thin voice chimed in, "is that this master, summoned from the southern borders, met his demise the moment the goo worm entered Xiao Chen's meridians." "Ha ha ha! To be honest, that lad is destined for misfortune." A rotund figure clad in a brocade robe emerged as he lifted the curtain of the private room. "If it weren't for that little girl, Shaoling, protecting him a few years back, I would have." "Young Master Zhang, be cautious with your words." A companion hastily interjected. "We must not speak carelessly of that young lady's affairs. What is there to fear?" The plump Zhang took a sip of wine. "After all, that girl left 2 years ago. Now, who doesn't know that Xiao Chun is nothing but a living joke? 5 years ago, he was already at the peak of the object control realm. Yet last year at the City Lord's banquet, he couldn't even perform the most basic object control technique." Xiao Chun remained silent, but his clenched fists betrayed the turmoil within him. Chen Chang'an couldn't help but perk up his ears. "Huh? What genius young master has fallen into family disgrace? This sounds familiar." However, now was not the time to dwell on that. These individuals were humiliating his current benefactor, though this incarnation had fallen to the mid-stage of the profound realm due to distance. The others were mere trifles in the object control realm. I could not afford to provoke the formidable figures of the Xian incontinent. But these trifles held no fear for me. Bang! Chen Chang'an deliberately knocked over the metal wine pot, which clanged heavily against the ground, instantly capturing the attention of several individuals. "Who might you be, brother?" The plump Zhang squinted, his expression unfamiliar. The diners on the entire 3rd floor fell silent. "Apologies. I merely found the expressions on your faces while discussing others quite nauseating," Chen Chang'an remarked, taking his time to wipe his mouth. "You seek death." Instantly, 7 or 8 elegantly dressed youths sprang up from another table. Meanwhile, Zhang's palm flickered with the faint shimmer of lightning. "Do you know who we are?" "I do." Chen Chang'an counted on his fingers passers-by. "B, C, D. You little rascal, remember to bring your brains in your next life." A bolt of lightning struck, yet it inexplicably veered 3 feet before him, reducing a wooden ornament nearby to charred remains. Chen Chang'an whistled, confirming that indeed, it was an incompetent fool. Just moments ago, he had not even summoned any magical power. He merely imparted a slight angular momentum to the opponent's spell. Straightening his back, he declared, "In matters of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, I, Chun, have never bowed to anyone in my lifetime." An immortal cultivator? Zhang the Fat's expression shifted dramatically. "Who are you? Why do you assist that waste?" No. It was this young brother who helped me first," Chen Chang'an responded, shaking his head. The scene before him evoked a classic adage, which he recited effortlessly. Moreover, do not label him as a waste, considering his youth. The saying goes, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not bully the young for their poverty. Have you never heard it? Do not bully the young for their poverty? A wave of laughter erupted, after which Zhang the Fat waved his hands, and several young men in fine clothing began to encircle them. Enough, regardless of who you are, today you are destined to be a corpse. Chen Chang'an merely smirked, witnessing the imminent onset of a minor skirmish. Hold on, everyone. Xiao Chun. Zhang the Fat appeared as if he had seen a ghost, though a triumphant glint flickered in his eyes. You dare to show yourself. The drunken immortal tower is a property of the city lord's estate. Xiao Chun slightly raised his head, revealing a pale chin beneath his hat. Do you not fear disrupting the rules by engaging here? Chen Chang'an observed the young man's left foot subtly turned inward while standing, an indication of a habitual posture resulting from long-term meridian pain, as per the knowledge infused into him by the system. With his current cultivation at the profound realm, he could discern the damage inflicted upon the young man's meridians, a consequence of prolonged, forceful extraction of energy from within. Rules? A young man seated with Zhang the Fat sneered. You, a waste who hasn't broken through in 5 years, are qualified to discuss rules? Suddenly, the young man's sleeves fluttered without wind. Chen Chang'an's pupils constricted. He distinctly saw strands of black mist oozing from the young man's sleeve, emitting a silent shriek upon contact with sunlight. This young man harbors a secret. Chapter 19. Xiao Chun stop. At that moment, a figure clad in black suddenly emerged, his demeanor stern, revealing him to be a practitioner of the profound realm. He coldly regarded Zhang Fatty and Xiao Chun, stating, Zhang family, Xiao family. Do you dare to disregard the rules of the city lord's mansion? Upon hearing the mention of the city lord's mansion, a hint of trepidation finally crossed Zhang Fatty's face. Xiao Chen also quietly exhaled, the dark energy in his sleeves gradually dissipating into the void. Unaware that he had narrowly escaped death moments ago, Zhang Fatty arrogantly retorted, Very well, I shall spare the city lord's mansion some face today. However, I have heard that the airship carrying your betrothed's letter of annulment is already en route. Let us see how long you can continue this charade. With that, he turned and descended the stairs with his entourage. Let us depart. Soon, at the foot of the drunken immortal tower. Thank you, my friend. Regardless of whether the other party was a protagonist of a subpar narrative, he had nonetheless assisted in settling the bill, and Chen Chang'an expressed his sincere gratitude. It is of no consequence. I perceive that you possess a gentlemanly demeanor, not one a rogue. It is likely you simply momentarily overlooked this matter. Furthermore, he solemnly bowed to Chen Chang'an, saying, Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. I shall remember your words. After another bow, he turned to leave. Watching the young man's retreating figure, Chen Chang'an squinted. With his discerning sight, he could not ascertain the precise issue with the youth before him. However, he focused on the seemingly inconspicuous copper ring adorning the young man's index finger. A protagonist of a subpar narrative, perhaps they were all rather similar. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If he were to take on a young protagonist still in their formative years as a disciple, would that not secure his own future once he achieved success? After all, who could refuse the opportunity to befriend a young version of a mogul? With this thought, he chuckled softly, and once the young man's silhouette vanished from the street, he cast an invisibility spell and followed suit. As dusk settled, the sound of Xiao Chen's somewhat heavy footsteps echoed along the cobblestone path. He gazed down at the bronze ring on his index finger, the newly emerged patterns glimmering with an eerie light in the twilight, as if some ancient rune were awakening. Yao Lao, the youth's lips moved slightly, his voice resonating solely within his consciousness. I sense that man does not seem malevolent. Suddenly, a wisp of dark green mist surged from the ring, coursing through Xiao Chen's meridians, eliciting a peculiar sensation of intertwined pain and warmth. A raspy voice echoed in his mind. Young one, whether he is a villain is yet to be determined, but this person is undoubtedly shrewd, especially when you departed. His gaze was distinctly fixated on the copper ring I reside within. Perhaps he has already sensed my presence. Xiao Chun pursed his lips, his footsteps imperceptibly faltering. clearly uncertain of the judgment conveyed by the voice in his mind. This ring had been an unexpected find in the depths of the ancestral hall 5 years prior. And it was only 2 months ago, on the night of the full moon, that this entity claiming to be Yao Lao had abruptly awakened. In that moment, he finally discerned the truth behind his stagnant cultivation over the years. The peculiar ring had been silently siphoning away his spiritual energy. You once claimed that beneath the realm of longevity, no one could unmask your existence. Xiao Chun pondered inwardly, his right hand instinctively brushing against the concealed dagger at his waist. That gentleman. Hence, I assert that this individual possesses profound cunning. The voice of the medicine elder dripped with disdain. Even I cannot penetrate his cultivation, yet he feigns poverty in the tavern. The youth fell into a contemplative silence. At that instant, the puddle at the street corner mirrored his gaunt visage. Over the past 5 years, his once vibrant countenance had transformed into one of utter weariness. Yet his eyes remained as bright as ever, though now they bore an indelible shadow of gloom. Do not underestimate the impoverished youth. Xiao Chun found himself unconsciously echoing the words he had heard in the drunken immortal pavilion, his fingertips mindlessly tracing the patterns etched upon the ring's surface. Those words resonated deeply within him, as if articulating the anguish that lay heavy in his heart, like a key that had suddenly unlocked the long-sealed doors to his soul. But at that very moment, the medicine elder's voice rang out sharply. Be cautious. Someone is tailing you. Xiao Chun promptly regulated his breathing, his steps becoming unsteady and faltering, perfectly embodying the guise of a crippled individual. Faint footsteps echoed from the alley behind him, indicative of the Xiao family shadow guards, trained in the art of silent movement. He had become all too familiar with the sensation of being watched over the years. Young master, a blinding flame flared at the corner, revealing the family steward of the Xiao clan, hastening towards him with a lantern in hand, his expression tinged with a hint of malicious glee. The clan head urgently summons you to the council hall. Xiao Chun instinctively understood that this was anything but a fortuitous summons. However, facing the impending malice, the youth exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, he smirked, directing his gaze towards the stewardess' right hand. There, the little finger was unnaturally bent, a result of the trap he had set 3 days prior. Simultaneously, he discreetly rotated the ring to the inner palm, concealing a poisoned silver needle between his fingers. Over the past 5 years, the Xiao family's scrutiny of him had indeed intensified, particularly in the last 2 years, following his father's journey to the central continent in search of a healer, after which he had vanished without a trace. I shall proceed at once. The youth hunched his back, adjusting his faded azure robe. As he turned, he cast one last glance towards the direction of the drunken immortal pavilion, where the phrase, "Do not underestimate the impoverished youth," echoed in his mind. Who was that enigmatic gentleman who had appeared before him? The medicine elder chuckled coldly within the ring. The Xiao family's summons at this juncture likely bodes ill. Fear not, as long as I draw breath. I shall ensure your safety. Thank you, medicine elder, Xiao Chun replied with a faint indifference, his left hand unconsciously resting upon his chest. Hidden close to his heart was a jade slip containing the first elixir formula bestowed upon him by the medicine elder upon his awakening. For the past 2 months, this mysterious entity had ceased to drain his spiritual energy, occasionally granting him a modicum of strength. Yet he remained haunted by the painful nights of energy depletion over the preceding 5 years. However, although the individual in the midst of the predicament is the very architect of his own misfortune, the days spent in self-reflection and unwavering loyalty to oneself have provided a warmth to the young heart. He is acutely aware that the seemingly random jests within the intoxicated celestial pavilion today are, in fact, meticulously orchestrated performances by certain individuals. Over the past 2 months, despite having absorbed a few rudimentary alchemical formulas and a mere fragment of borrowed primordial energy from the venerable alchemist, he has only slightly unveiled his latent talent in the art of alchemy. Yet, such deep-seated prejudice cannot be overturned in a fleeting moment. The Xiao family harbors a multitude of individuals who would wish for his demise. Only through his death could a path be cleared and resources liberated. Young master, I shall accompany you, the steward declared, lantern in hand, leading the way. The flickering flame cast distorted shadows upon the cobblestone path, resembling a venomous serpent poised to strike. Xiao Chun cast a profound glance at him before silently following in his footsteps. After traversing 3 alleyways, Xiao Chun abruptly halted. The steward, puzzled, turned back to see the youth extracting an exquisite jade vial from his bosom. "I extend my gratitude for the medicine you provided a few days ago," Xiao Chun said, offering a faint smile. "I have taken a liberty to refine the ancient recipe, and I present this vial of congealed qi powder to you." The steward's pupils constricted sharply. This was precisely the poison he had administered 3 days prior. The seemingly innocuous smile upon the youth's face appeared particularly sinister in the flickering light. If this child were to survive this tribulation, he would undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the steward felt an inexplicable thought arise within him, and the animosity he harbored began to dissipate, leading him to speak with surprising sincerity. "Rest assured, this endeavor is indeed at the behest of the family head." "Oh!" Xiao Chen's eyelids twitched, his expression one of unexpected intrigue as he gazed at the steward's retreating figure. He then lowered his head once more and continued forward in silence. Chapter 20. Annulment within the council hall of the Xiao family. Several bronze lamps illuminated the space as brightly as day. As Xiao Chun stepped across the threshold, he was met with a melodious voice, tinged with unabashed disdain. "Is this my fiancée?" The hall fell into a profound silence. Xiao Chun lifted his gaze to see a young lady clad in a pale golden, flowing gown standing to the left of the main seat. She appeared to be around 16 or 17, her skin as smooth as cream, her brows resembling distant mountains, and her almond-shaped eyes brimming with contempt. A phoenix gold hairpin swayed gently in her hair, casting dazzling reflections in the lamplight. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes, recognizing the girl before him as his betrothed since childhood, Lin Qingwei. A fleeting image of her as a child, trailing behind him and incessantly calling him brother Xiao Chun, flashed through his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed with a quiet chuckle. "Miss Lin," Xiao Chun greeted with a respectful gesture, his voice unervingly calm. "It has been a long time. Do not address me so familiarly." The girl, Lin Qingwei, snorted coldly. "I presume you're aware of the purpose of my visit today. Pray elucidate." "Miss Lin," Xiao Chun replied, maintaining a dignified composure as his gaze subtly surveyed the elders of the Xiao family surrounding him. Most bore expressions of amusement, as if watching a performance. A darkness flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes, accompanied by a bitter smile. "Ah, this is the Xiao family, the very clan his father held in high regard, willing to sacrifice everything for." "Junior sister Qingwei," a clear voice interjected from beside Lin Qingwei. Xiao Chun then noticed a young man in pristine white standing beside her. He appeared to be in his early 20s, with a countenance as refined as jade, and a jade sword glimmering at his waist, its azure tassels fluttering without wind. Stepping forward, the young man, adorned with cloud patterns embroidered in gold thread on his sleeves, announced, "I am by Mufeng, the true disciple of Tianyun sect, ranked 87th on the human ranking." With each word he uttered, the expressions of the Xiao family members darkened further. 87th on the human ranking. Xiao Chen's pupils constricted, and his fists clenched unconsciously. It had been 5 centuries since anyone from Qingzhou City had ascended to such a rank. He, once hailed as the most promising genius of Qingzhou City 5 years prior, now felt the weight of expectations shift ominously. "Xiao Chun, is it?" Bai Mufeng surveyed the young man before him from a superior vantage. "Junior sister Qingwei has successfully passed the inner examination of our Tianyun sect. We are here today to annul your engagement." With a sharp crack, an elder of the Xiao family crushed the armrest of his chair. In that moment, a flicker of anger appeared on the faces of several elders of the Xiao family. While they could previously endure Lin Qingyue's humiliation as mere youthful banter, assuming that as long as the head of the Lin family did not intervene, her words would bear no weight, this open annulment by an outsider was a slap in the face to the entire Xiao family. The family head, Xiao Yuanshan, Xiao Chen's grandfather, slowly rose, his peak aura casting a shadow over the flickering candles. young master Bai, this engagement was established by the head of the Lin family himself. If it is to be annulled, it should be done by the head of the Lin family in person. Bai Mufeng chuckled softly, declaring himself to be the current sect leader's most cherished disciple of the Tianyun sect, backed by a true master of the eternal life realm. Is it conceivable that our prestigious Qingzhou sect is overshadowed by the head of a second-rate family? This was an unabashed display of coercion. The members of the Shao family immediately wore expressions of discontent. After a long silence, Xiao Yuanshan turned to Shao Chun. "Chener, what are your thoughts? If you are unwilling to annul the engagement, the Shao family shall fight to the bitter end." Shao Chun smirked inwardly. The old fox-'s tactic of retreating to advance was clearly aimed at shifting the blame for offending the Tianyun sect onto him. "Very well, since you disregard familial bonds, do not blame me for digging a deep pit for you." He stepped forward slowly, the hem of his azure robe still dusted from his journey. "Grandfather need not feel troubled. I, the grandson, agree to the annulment." A wave of astonishment rippled through the hall. Lin Qingwei revealed a victorious smile, only to meet Xiao Chen's unwavering gaze. "However, I wish to add a condition." Bai Mufeng furrowed his brow. 10 years hence, Xiao Chun pronounced deliberately, "I shall personally visit the Tianyun sect to seek guidance from Miss Lin. If I prevail," his gaze swept through Lin Qingyue's hair, "I shall claim this phoenix golden hairpin atop your head as a prize." Arrogant. Lin Qingyue's face flushed crimson with anger. To propose a hairpin as a prize was a blatant affront, especially coming from someone she deemed a worthless failure after 5 years of stagnation. Yet, Bai Mufeng regarded Xiao Chun with keen interest. Intriguing. However, he suddenly pointed like a sword. A wave of sword energy swiftly grazed Xiao Chun's left shoulder, etching a deep mark into the iron-forged floor. "What guarantee do you have that you will dare to keep this appointment in 10 years? Blood seeped through Xiao Chun's azure robe, yet he did not flinch by this. He raised 2 fingers, a force suddenly intertwining with the heavenly Dao. Heavenly Dao oath. Xiao Yuanshan's expression shifted, and Lin Qingyue furrowed her brow. Although she doubted Xiao Chun possessed anything to threaten him, the sensation of being targeted made her uneasy. Xiao Chen swore before the heavenly Dao that he would indeed challenge Miss Lin at the Tianyun sect in 10 years. Should he fail to keep his word, he would perish under the 5 thunders. "Hold on," Bai Mufeng interjected. "If we were to wager, let us do so grandly." With that, he unsheathed his sword, placing it before him. This sword, named Chen, was a superb flying sword bestowed upon him by his mentor after he ascended the human rankings. "In 10 years, should you emerge victorious, this sword shall be yours. If you lose," his gaze turned icy, "I shall claim the Xuantian Ding of the Shao family." The members of the Shao family turned pale. That cauldron was the foundation of their clan. Yet before they could comprehend, Xiao Chun had already bitten his finger, his blood oath transforming into a radiant scarlet light that vanished into the void. "It is settled." Lin Qingyue disdainfully flicked her sleeves and departed, while Bai Mufeng cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Chun before leaving. "I hope that in 10 years, you can withstand a strike from my junior sister." Once the Tianyun sect members had taken their leave, Xiao Yuanshan finally erupted in fury. "Unfilial child, who permits you to wager our family's greatest treasure? Rest assured, grandfather." Xiao Chun maintained a serene demeanor as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, confident that his grandson had his own plans. After stating his resolve, he turned to leave, the echoes of the elder's furious accusations following him. Upon returning to his humble courtyard, Xiao Chun could no longer contain himself and coughed up a mouthful of blood. For him, merely swearing an oath to the heavenly path had nearly cost him his life. The voice of the medicine elder resonated within the ring. "Well done, young man. You have now tied the entire Shao family to your chariot of war. But you must consider carefully. The Tianyun sect is a top-tier sect under the leadership of the immortal of longevity." Xiao Chun, wiping away the remnants of blood, revealed a satisfied smile. "So what? I possess nothing anyway. In 10 years, if I win, I shall reap great rewards. If I lose, I shall suffer no loss." At that very moment, a light chuckle suddenly rang out from behind him. "Lose? That is utterly impossible." "Who?" Xiao Chen exclaimed, turning abruptly to see the gentleman he had encountered at the tavern, leisurely seated in a chair, observing him with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 21. The trial defeat? Absolutely not. Chen Chang'an stood with his hands clasped behind his back, bathed in the silvery light of the moon that filtered through the window. Externally, he appeared calm and collected, yet internally, he was elated. He had just concealed his presence and observed Xiao Chan talking to himself. It was evident that the latter indeed had an elderly guardian in his midst. Ah, this annulment, this betrayal, the old man within the ring. You have amassed all the buffs of a web novel's protagonist. So tell me, how could you possibly lose? Sir, Xiao Chan cautiously retreated a step, discreetly concealing 3 poisoned silver needles between his fingers. Do not be anxious. With a flourish of his sleeve, Chen Chang'an produced a vial of 9-turn rejuvenation pill from his robe. Although he had forgotten to bring spirit stones, he certainly had not neglected to bring anything else of importance. The jade vial traced a graceful arc as it landed in Xiao Chen's hands. First, tend to your wounds. As Xiao Chan uncorked the vial, his hand trembled. Old medicine screamed in the ring. The 9-turn rejuvenation pill. This is indeed the 9-turn rejuvenation pill. The 9-turn rejuvenation pill? What is that? Sensing the old man's excitement, Xiao Chen cautiously removed the stopper. Instantly, an intoxicating fragrance enveloped the air. The aroma was reminiscent of orchids, yet distinct from musk. At first, it felt like a gentle spring breeze caressing the face, and upon further inhalation, it was akin to a cold spring immersing the body, calming the chaotic spiritual energy within him. It is indeed real. The voice of old medicine trembled within the ring, causing the ring itself to vibrate slightly between Xiao Chen's fingers. Delicately, he poured the pill into his palm. It resembled a longan in size, its surface a lustrous glaze, adorned with 9 naturally formed cloud patterns, shimmering with iridescent hues under the moonlight. Most astonishingly, within the pill, a liquid flame seemed to rotate slowly, each turn igniting tiny sparks on its surface. Xiao Chun, do you understand? The voice of old medicine was imbued with unprecedented gravity. This pill, even at the peak of my prowess, had a success rate of less than 30% in its refinement. Xiao Chen's pupils dilated. Through their days spent together, he had come to learn that old medicine was a master of alchemy at the immortal stage. The 9-turn rejuvenation pill requires the gathering of 9 types of millennia-old spiritual herbs as primary materials, supplemented by 81 rare ingredients. Old medicine continued, his tone filled with reverence. Merely the first step, spirit quenching, necessitates the use of otherworldly flames for continuous refinement over 49 days. Even the slightest deviation in temperature would render all efforts futile. Xiao Chan observed as the cloud patterns on the pill's surface began to shift, projecting a miniature star map illusion into the air. Do you see those cloud patterns? Old medicine chuckled wryly. They're the resonance of heavenly principles invoked upon the pill's completion. It is said that for every additional cloud pattern, the efficacy doubles. 9-turn has already reached the legendary grade. Even more alarming is old medicine's voice lowered further. The flow of cloud patterns on this pill distinctly indicates heavenly tribulation cloud patterns. This signifies that the tribulation was invoked upon its formation. Xiao Chan instinctively tightened his grip on the pill. He had heard of the tribulation, an extraordinary phenomenon that occurs only when a top-tier pill is born. Any pill that can withstand the tribulation is undeniably a divine object that seizes the essence of heaven and earth. This pill has the potential to restore flesh to bone and revive the deceased. With a deep sigh, the old alchemist remarked that even a mere wisp of a soul, upon consumption, could restore a corporeal form. In the realm of cultivation, such a treasure could ignite a tempest of bloodshed. Is it truly such a precious item? Xiao Chan inhaled deeply, recorking the vial with reluctance, and with careful hands, returned it, stating that he was unworthy of such a generous gift from his esteemed teacher. Generous gift? Chen Chang'an waved his hand dismissively, explaining that this item was a mere trifle, often produced by the system. Yet he reconsidered, acknowledging that the young boy from the countryside, unaccustomed to the world, could be excused for his naivety. After all, even the so-called head of the Shao family was merely a practitioner at the returning essence realm. Pleased with this realization, Chen Chang'an felt a surge of satisfaction. This was the desired effect. If the protagonist were to level up and venture to another realm, there would be no space left for him to display his prowess. He maintained an air of profundity, refraining from accepting the vile, and seized the moment to propose. "Shao Chun, would you be willing to take me as your master?" Before the youth could respond, the old alchemist cautioned from within the ring. "This person's identity is uncertain. Tread carefully." However, this time, Shao Chun disregarded the warning. Do not underestimate a youth's potential. The very man before him had reignited the nearly extinguished flame within his heart with those 5 words. Otherwise, he himself would not have dared to pledge such a 10-year vow. "I am willing." He suddenly knelt, his swift movement startling Chen Chang'an. Shao Chen's expression was grave. "Master, I beseech you to accept my vow and take me away from the Shao family." Perhaps you're kneeling a tad too swiftly." Chen Chang'an was momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, why would he refuse a protagonist gifted to him? Instinctively, he opened his mouth to agree, but suddenly paused. Wait, with my current incarnation at the profound realm, how could I facilitate his escape from the Shao family's meticulous surveillance? Chen Chang'an fell into contemplation. To be candid, that was out of the question. After all, my persona is that of a transcendent master. How could I be thwarted by such trivial matters? Yet, aiding his departure truly exceeded his capabilities. Should I summon my true self? Caught in a dilemma, an epiphany struck him. This was the protagonist. Why should I resolve the issue? He glanced at Shao Chun, noting the sincerity and anticipation in his eyes. Boy, if you truly are the protagonist, you must first prove your worth to me. With that thought, Chen Chang'an sighed deeply, discreetly canceling his incarnation with a silent gesture. Regardless of the outcome, he must maintain an air of grandeur. In that case, I shall present you with a trial. His form began to shimmer with transparency as moonlight filtered through his garments. To the east, 1,000 miles from here, lies an unnamed valley. I shall await you there. If you can reach me within 3 days, I shall officially take you as my disciple. As his words faded, his figure transformed into specks of starlight, dissipating into the night. Shao Chun stood frozen in place. Elder Yao gasped in astonishment. An external manifestation of oneself. It is indeed the legendary supreme celestial technique. It seems that your humble master possesses extraordinary capabilities. Regardless of the circumstances, I must, without fail, confront this trial. Upon hearing Elder Yao's words, Shao Chun resolved firmly within his heart. Chapter 22. The escape that night. The tranquil darkness of Jingning City was abruptly torn asunder by a shadow. Shao Chun soared over the fish scale-like azure tiles, each step sending delicate shards of stone scattering beneath the moonlight. The black mist of the old pharmacist coiled around his legs like a living entity, leaving spiderweb-like cracks on the rooftops with every exertion. Whoosh, 3 poisoned soul-seeking arrows whizzed past his ears, embedding themselves into the chimney ahead, the feathers at their tails quivering violently. Without needing to glance back, Shao Chun was acutely aware that the most elite night watchmen of the Shao clan had locked onto his presence. Turn left. The voice of the old pharmacist suddenly pierced through the air. Shao Chun swiftly twisted his body into a narrow alley, flinging 3 ebony pellets from his sleeve towards the rear. These were the hallucinogenic smoke he had concocted according to the old pharmacist's formula. Boom! The thick violet smoke instantly filled the alleyway. The leader of the night watchman's furious shout was accompanied by a violent cough. Beware of the smoke poison. Form the 3 talents formation. Seizing the opportunity, Shao Chun leaped onto the city wall. The icy battlements ground against his palms, drawing blood, while the old wound on his left shoulder, inflicted by Mu Feng's sword energy in the Shao clan as council hall, split open anew. Warm blood trickling down the rust-stained bricks of the wall. Good. Proceed east. The old pharmacist's voice carried a hint of fatigue, as he continuously utilized his mental energy to assist Shao Chun in surveying the surrounding foes. Before he could finish his words, a silver chain whistled through the air, Xiao Chen barely managed to tilt his head as the chain grazed his cheek, leaving a bloody gash on his cheekbone. Below the city wall, 3 night watchmen had already formed a formation, the silver chain rising once again like a venomous serpent. "Jump!" the old pharmacist commanded sharply. Xiao Chen leaped down from the 5 Zhanghai city wall, the black mist cushioning his landing, though the impact still jarred his organs. In the distance, the shouts of the city guards echoed, their torches drawing near with alarming speed. Stumbling, Xiao Chen dashed into the reeds by the moat. The icy river water soaked into his boots, startling several nocturnal waterfowl. He examined his injuries in the moonlight. His left shoulder wound was deep enough to expose bone, and his right leg had lost considerable flesh from the silver chain scrape. Ha ha! He tore off a strip of his garment to hastily bandage himself, suddenly bursting into laughter. "Kid, how can you still find humor in this?" The old pharmacist's voice came through the ring, tinged with annoyance. "Why shouldn't I laugh?" Xiao Chen wiped the river water from his face in 5 years. "I have never felt such exhilaration. I just wonder if that old coot Xiao Yuanshan is so furious that he has shattered his teacup." At that moment, in the grand hall of the Xiao clan, indeed, a fine porcelain teacup lay shattered on the ground. "Incompetent! All of you are useless!" Xiao Yuanshan's hair stood on end, the oppressive aura of his peak returning origin realm causing dust to fall from the beams. 3 night watchmen cannot capture a single crippled waist. The chief steward knelt on the ground, his right pinky awkwardly bent, clan head. "It seems that the young master has made some progress in his cultivation over the past 2 months. Nonsense." The 3rd elder slammed the table. "That wretch has made no advancement in 5 years. How could he suddenly awaken in just 2 months? Xiao Yuanshan suddenly calmed, a glint of sharpness flashing in his murky eyes. "Send orders to the shadow guards. Capture Xiao Chen alive at any cost." He caressed the dragon motifs on the armrest of his chair, realizing that if the boy sought to sever ties with the Xiao clan, he would have him bound and sent to Tianyun's sect to safeguard the Xintian cauldron of my Xiao clan. In the pine forest before dawn, Xiao Chen leaned against an ancient tree, gasping for breath. He tore a strip from his garment to bind his wound, but the blood quickly soaked through the coarse fabric. "Someone's coming," Master Yao suddenly warned. Xiao Chen rolled away just in time, as the tree trunk he had been leaning against was cleaved in two by a flash of a blade. 12 shadow guards emerged from a mist, all donning ebony iron masks. The leader flicked the wood shavings off his blade, saying, "Young master, the family head requests your return." Xiao Chen sneered, his right hand stealthily reaching for his waist, where a delicate sword as thin as a cicada's wing was concealed. Boom! As the first smoke bomb detonated, Xiao Chen had already pierced the throat of the nearest shadow guard. Black mist surged from his ring, transforming into dozens of fine needles that shot toward the enemy. Beware of the poison mist. The leader of the shadow guards retreated hastily, but Xiao Chen seized the opportunity to dart deeper into the dense forest, his form resembling a wounded wolf, trailing a long streak of blood behind him. As dusk fell, Xiao Chen knelt by the bank of the Redwater River, retching. Since escaping Jingning City the previous night, he had not eaten a single grain, surviving solely on the breath sustained by Master Yao's black mist. The river suddenly rippled with an unusual disturbance. Instinctively, Xiao Chen lunged to the right, narrowly avoiding a water arrow that pierced through his previous position. Indeed, the figures of the Xiao family shadow guards emerged above the river. The leading man pointed his sword at Xiao Chen, declaring, "The family head has ordered your return, regardless of life or death." Xiao Chen grinned, blood spilling from his mouth. "Regardless of life or death? Does that old fool Xiao Yuanshan not fear that if I die, there will be no one to fulfill the appointment in 10 years, losing his beloved Xintian Ding?" Suddenly, before his words had faded, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air as 7 flying swords shot toward Xiao Chen like lightning. With a flick of his sleeve, a small porcelain vial flew out from his robe. The vial spun rapidly in midair, releasing a burst of green powder from its opening. Upon contact with the sword lights, the powder erupted, enveloping the area in a veil of green mist. Beware the poison. A few shadow guards' expressions changed drastically, hastily holding their breath, not daring to be careless. However, amidst the chaos, Xiao Chun seized the moment and plunged into the river like an eel. His movements were swift and agile, as if he had merged with the water, disappearing from the shadow guard sight in the blink of an eye. The river flowed tumultuously, and he navigated downstream with the current. By the third day at dawn, Xiao Chun finally scrambled up a towering cliff. At this point, he was utterly exhausted, with a half-broken sword lodged in his right leg, blood continuously seeping from the wound and staining his garments. His left eye was also smeared with blood, making it difficult to open. Standing at the cliff's summit, Xiao Chun gazed into the distance, where clouds swirled below, resembling a fairyland. Deep within those clouds, a vibrant valley came into view, lush with greenery and filled with the songs of birds and fragrant flowers, akin to a paradise beyond the mundane world. There, it was. Master Yao's voice echoed faintly in Xiao Chen's ears, flickering like a candle in the wind, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Xiao Chun lowered his gaze and noticed that the ring on Yao Lao's finger had developed numerous delicate cracks, a clear indication that it had expended too much true essence in its efforts to protect him. Young man, Yao Lao's voice, now increasingly feeble, echoed softly. The true essence I stored has been entirely depleted. From this point onward, you must rely on yourself. With each passing moment, Yao Lao's breath grew fainter, his words barely a whisper. Xiao Chun gritted his teeth, using his short sword as a makeshift cane to support his injured body, limping painfully down the mountainside. Every step was an arduous endeavor, yet his gaze remained resolutely fixed upon the valley below. Suddenly, as he struggled onward, a rustling sound broke through the tranquility of the forest behind him. Xiao Chen's heart raced. He knew without a doubt that the shadow guards of the Xiao clan were hot on his trail. Capture him. Do not let him enter the valley. An arrow whistled through the air, striking him painfully in the back. He staggered a few steps before leaping off the cliff. Amidst the howling wind, Yao Lao summoned the last of his strength to conjure a dark mist to cushion the fall. With a thud, Xiao Chun landed amidst a sea of blooming flowers. Is this the end? In his blurred vision, a figure clad in a soft yellow hue seemed to rush toward him. Oh, big brother, are you hurt? The innocent voice of a child was like a melody from the heavens. Xiao Chen attempted to respond, but instead coughed up a mouthful of blood. His final sensation before losing consciousness was the gentle embrace of someone cradling his head. Chapter 23. Retreat at the break of dawn. The valley was enveloped in a delicate mist. An elderly man, his hair streaked with gray, leisurely swept the fallen leaves with a broom. Suddenly, several dark figures sprang forth from the woods, with the leader of the shadow guards stepping onto the freshly swept pile of leaves. Old man, one of the shadow guards exclaimed as he lifted his mask, revealing a scarred visage. Have you seen a wounded boy pass through here? The old man was none other than Wu Bo. He glanced at the shadow guard before surveying the disheveled leaves, now scattered and ruined by the intrusion. With a hint of sorrow, he remarked, Young man, do you have any idea how long it takes me to tidy this area? Old man, don't overstep your bounds. An instant later, one of the shadow guards drew his blade, only to be halted by the leader. Whether it was a mere illusion or not, the seemingly unremarkable elder emanated an aura that felt unfathomable. Old man, the leader of the shadow guards revealed the Xiao family token. We are from the Xiao family, and we kindly ask for your cooperation. The Xiao family? Wu Bo chuckled softly. What is that? Old man, you're courting death. Several blades were unsheathed simultaneously. Stand down. The leader swiftly intervened, sensing that this ordinary-looking elder was not a foe his group could contend with. Drawing a deep breath, he moderated his tone. You may disregard our Xiao family, but the one fleeing within is a wanted criminal from the Tianyin sect. Do you not regard the Tianyin sect, old man? Wu Bo cleaned his ears nonchalantly. Tianyin sect. What a trivial sect. A collective gasp escaped the shadow guards. At that moment, even the leader began to doubt his own perception. If it were not for the profound aura emanating from this elder, he would have genuinely believed he was merely a naive countryman. One of the shadow guards stammered. Why, you don't even know of the Tianyin sect? Why should I? Wu Bo innocently retorted. The guards exchanged glances, and one, with a mocking grin, sneered, The old man speaks the truth. The Tianyin sect is nothing but a minor sect. Their leader as cultivation is not impressive, merely at the level of a mere longevity realm practitioner. He emphasized longevity realm, anticipating the old man's fright. Wu Bo nodded. Indeed, not impressive at all. The shadow guards were left bewildered. How about this? Wu Bo said with a benevolent smile. You should return and inform the leader of the Tianyun sect to practice diligently and not feel inferior merely because their sect leader has only reached the longevity realm. Old man, are you out of your mind? Do you know what the longevity realm signifies? Suddenly, Wu Bo retracted his broom, unleashing a pressure akin to the half-step longevity realm. It signifies being slightly stronger than I am. Boom! A colossal wave of energy erupted from Wu Bo's hunched frame. In an instant, the air at the valley's mouth felt as though it had solidified, and the shadow guards found themselves pressed by an overwhelming weight, their breathing becoming labored. The pupils of the Dark Guard leader contracted sharply beneath his mask, as he was horrified to discover that his legs trembled uncontrollably. Wu Bo maintained his gentle smile, yet a visible vortex of spiritual power enveloped him. The leaves falling around him disintegrated into powder 3 feet away, while the bluestone beneath his feet cracked inch by inch. The realm of eternal life. The Dark Guard leader gasped in disbelief, his long knife clattering to the ground. Although he did not comprehend the intricacies of the eternal life realm, he could discern that the elderly man before him was exponentially stronger than his own family head, who was at the pinnacle of the returning origin realm. Wu Bo leisurely stroked his beard, and with each stroke, the oppressive aura radiating from him intensified. By the 7th stroke, the weakest among the Dark Guards had already knelt on the ground, their foreheads pressed to the earth, utterly devoid of strength to lift their heads. Now you understand what it means to be insignificant, do you? Wu Bo inquired with a beaming smile, his voice resonating like thunder in the ears of all present. The Dark Guard leader struggled to maintain his last shred of dignity, only to realize that even speaking was beyond his capabilities. The terrifying pressure had sealed his throat. Remember, Wu Bo lightly stomped his foot, causing the entire valley to tremble. Return and inform your family head, just say. He deliberately elongated his tone, watching the agonizing struggle of the Dark Guards, feeling a sudden sense of tedium. Just say that the fallen leaves in this valley are more precious than the so-called face of the Shao family. Should anyone dare to tread upon them again? Before he could finish, 12 Dark Guards had already scrambled away, leaving behind a scattering of weapons and a few suspicious puddles. Wu Bo, satisfied, retracted his oppressive aura, transforming back into an ordinary old man sweeping the ground. He hummed a tune as he continued to clear the fallen leaves, as if nothing had transpired moments before. His spirits were high these past few days, not merely due to his escape from the oppressive environment of the Hong family. More importantly, he had unraveled the knot in his heart, causing his bottleneck to loosen, bringing him closer to the true realm of eternal life. Furthermore, he now had the support of the number 1 on the heavenly ranking behind him. Is this what it feels like to cling to a powerful ally? Wu Bo mused contentedly. Chapter 24. My master turns out to be the first on the heavenly list. The morning light streamed through the window, casting mottled shadows upon the bluestone floor. Shao Chen's eyelids fluttered, and in a daze, he beheld a delicate, sculpted face hovering before him. Big brother, you're awake. The little girl, around 5 or 6 years of age, sported 2 short pigtails, her eyes gleaming like obsidian found in mountain streams. In her hand, she clutched half a piece of osmanthus cake, the sweet aroma mingling with the scent of herbs wafting through the room. Shao Chen's eyes widened in shock as memories surged back like a tide. Blood-soaked battles, desperate flight, a cliff. Instinctively, he reached for the short sword at his waist. But the movement invoked pain from his myriad wounds, causing him to draw a sharp breath. Do not move, a gentle male voice echoed from the doorway. In the backlight, Chen Chang'an entered slowly, holding a bowl of medicine. The sunlight framed him in a golden halo. You have broken 7 bones and torn 3 meridians. It is a miracle you survived. Struggling to rise, Shao Chen rolled off the bed. As his knees met the ground, his wounds reopened, blood staining his white garments. Master, please allow your disciple to pay my respects. Each word was imbued with fervor, yet resonated with clarity. Chen Chang'an accepted the gesture with calmness. his gaze falling upon the bronze ring nestled between Xiao Chen's fingers. With his profound understanding of the holy realm, he effortlessly discerned the secrets within the ring, a feeble remnant soul of a long-lived being curled within, laboriously drawing in the ethereal energy from the air. This ring, Chen Chang'an suddenly raised his hand, a flash of golden light illuminating the space. Before Xiao Chun could react, the ring floated into the palm of Chen Chang'an. Master, Xiao Chen exclaimed urgently, the old medic is not a bad person. I know, Chen Chang'an replied with a light chuckle, his fingertips radiating a spectrum of colors. The luminous aura entwined around the ring, crafting a human silhouette in the void. Amidst the twinkling starlight, the form of an elderly man in gray robes began to solidify, snow-white hair, a gaunt visage, and pronounced wrinkles on his forehead. The old medic suddenly opened his eyes, incredulity washing over him as he gazed at his newly tangible hands. Void. Creation from a void. He trembled as he touched his heart, where the long-lost rhythm of a heartbeat resonated. Is this the power of the holy realm? Xiao Chun stood in stunned silence. With a casual wave, Chen Chang'an conjured a tea table within the room, 3 cups of spiritual tea steaming gently. I appreciate your care for my disciple over the past few days, he remarked, taking a sip of tea, the liquid remaining unchanged in the cup. From now on, you shall continue to accompany him in this form. The old medic fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Thank you, Holy Sovereign, for your grace of rebirth. He discreetly pinched his thigh. The sensation of pain from his former life felt all too real. More astonishingly, the essence flowing through this new body was unmistakably that of a long-lived being. Chen Chang'an observed the astonished expressions of the two with satisfaction. Inwardly pleased, he thought it fortunate that the male protagonist was from the novice map. With just a slight maneuver, he had left them dumbfounded. Now, by aligning himself with the male protagonist, he need not worry about his future well-being. On the other hand, holy realm. Xiao Chun was indeed astounded by Chen Chang'an's extraordinary ability to create from the void, particularly in manifesting the body of a powerful, long-lived being. Could it be that his master was, in fact, a holy sovereign? A sudden and tremendous surprise left Xiao Chun feeling as if he were in a dream. What the Xiao family? What the Tianyan sect? Beneath the sacred realm, all are but ants. Yet in the next moment, he recalled the heavenly rankings. If his master was a sacred being, then surely his name must grace the heavenly rankings as well. Thus, he stammered, Master, who exactly are you? The entire room abruptly fell into a profound silence. The chirping of birds and the whisper of the wind outside vanished entirely. Even the play of light and shadow froze in place. In this realm suspended in time, only a wisp of chaotic energy danced at his fingertips. Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an? The number 1 on the heavenly rankings? My master is indeed the legendary number 1 on the heavenly rankings? Xiao Chun was completely dumbfounded, a smile stretching across his lips that he could not suppress. Yet the next moment, a small porcelain vial landed in his arms. This is the rebirth pill. Your meridians are severely damaged. Take it and rest well, Chen Chang'an said as he turned to leave, waving his hand behind him. If there's anything else, you may consult Uncle Wu. He acts as my steward here. And, Xingkai, it's time to do your homework. Oh, I understand, father. Days later, Xiao Chun stood amidst the morning dew in the valley, his fingertips brushing against the now empty bronze ring. The rising sun elongated his shadow, as if it intended to nail the memory of the once fleeing youth permanently to the past. 10 years, he murmured softly, a sharp curve of determination gracing his lips. The image of Lin Qingyue's proud face surfaced in his mind, her phoenix-shaped hairpin glinting painfully in the sunlight. The little girl who once called him brother, Xiao Chun, now regarded him with the disdainful eyes of the Tianyan sect. What delightful anticipation! Xiao Chun suddenly laughed aloud, startling the mountain sparrows from their perches. He flexed his wrist. The meridians reshaped by the rebirth pill were now over 3 times wider than before, the flow of spiritual energy echoing like a rushing river. Old Medicine approached, holding freshly picked spiritual fruits, and raised an eyebrow at the sight. Have you thought of something delightful? I was pondering. Xiao Chun took the fruit and bit into it vigorously, juice splattering onto his clothes without a care, contemplating what pose would be most impressive when he kicked down the gates of the Tianyin sect in 10 years. Old Medicine burst into hearty laughter, his mirth drawing the attention of Chen Chang'an, who was busy catching bugs in the medicinal fields. The little girl hopped over, her wildflowers trembling in her hair. "Who are you going to kick the door of, senior brother Xiao?" Bending down, Xiao Chun lifted her above his head, eliciting gales of laughter from the little girl. "Kicking the doors of a bunch of narrow-minded fools." In the morning light, the brilliance in the youth's eyes outshone the sharpest blade. He recalled by Mufing's condescending gaze and the gloating expressions of the Xiao family. These memories not only failed to intimidate him, but ignited within him an unquenchable flame. "My master said my innate talent is suited for practicing the Nine Heavens Thunder Sword. This sword technique requires gathering the thunder laws of the world and embodying them." Xiao Chun set Xingkai back on the ground and casually snapped off a twig. Electricity coursed along the rough bark, and in an instant, the dry branch transformed into a phantom sword wrapped in lightning. Old Medicine's pupils constricted. Only 3 days have passed. An ordinary cultivator takes 3 months to even grasp the threshold of thunder-based sword intent. A decade later, with a subtle flick of his wrist, Xiao Chun unleashed a dazzling arc of light from the thunder sword, determined to etch his presence into the memories of all at Tianyin sect. The thunderous roar of his sword echoed through the valley, startling the woodland creatures into a panicked retreat. As the lingering echoes faded, the young man stood resolute, a defiant fire flickering in his eyes, contemplating the true nature of the one he was once betrothed to. Chapter 25. System update. The afternoon sun poured down like molten gold, lazily draping itself across Chen Chang'an's rocking chair. He squinted slightly, allowing the warmth to seep into every sinew of his being, even his toes curling in bliss. The mountain breeze swept by, sending a few sycamore leaves spiraling down. One landed perfectly on the tip of his nose, only to be blown away and drift gently to the ground. Creak, creak, the old wicker chair emitted a languorous rhythm, harmonizing perfectly with the distant gurgling of the stream. Ding! Welcome to the strongest system of all realms. System notification. System update complete. Startled by the chime in his mind, Chen Chang'an jolted, spilling half of his spiritual tea. He hurriedly dabbed at the tea stains, suddenly realizing, wait, a system update? He quickly summoned the system panel. At that moment, he recalled that on the day he formally accepted Xiao Chun as his disciple, he had received a notification indicating that the system was commencing an update. But in the flurry of training his new apprentice, he had overlooked it. Since his arrival in this world, this wretched system had contributed little beyond daily sign-ins for a modicum of cultivation and some trifles. Now, a version update? Had he triggered some pivotal moment? Was this another chance for him, the destined child, to rise above the contemporary world? But the next instant, he remembered that little black snake, and his excitement visibly diminished. Yet, as the panel unfolded, Chen Chang'an was nearly thrown from his chair in exhilaration. Detection complete. Host has accepted a disciple, unlocking the pet cultivation feature. What is this? Why would the meticulously serious act of accepting a disciple be linked to pet cultivation? Are they somehow related? Chen Chang'an mentally scoffed. Indeed, the previously empty system interface now displayed an icon reminiscent of the former world as Pokemon. With trembling fingers, he clicked on it, revealing 4 vacant pet slots arranged neatly. Is this making me a trainer? He instinctively glanced towards the courtyard where Xiao Chun was practicing his swordplay. With a mindset of cautious curiosity, Chen Chang'an clicked on the first slot. Immediately, a selection box popped up. Xiao Chun. Goodness, it truly allows me to treat my disciple as a pet. Without hesitation, Chen Chang'an selected Xiao Chun. A detailed panel unfurled instantly. Xiao Chun, cultivation level, peak of the material control realm potential, 98, a prodigious talent, destiny, 85, child of destiny, loyalty, 100, utterly devoted, personality, level-headed. Chivalrous skills, Xiao family basic techniques, mastery, 9 heavens thunder sword technique, beginner. This data, truly fitting of a male lead in a marriage rejection narrative. Chen Chang'an marveled, continuing to peruse the system's descriptions. Cultivation rules, binding conditions, target destiny value above 60, loyalty above 60, revenue mechanism. For each significant realm ascended by the pet, the host can obtain an enhancement equivalent to the pet's loyalty 100 times the cultivation increase. Slot limitation. Current open slots 1-4. Furthermore, the system has unlocked a feature known as the achievement system. System notification. Legendary achievement discovered. I am Destiny. I am Destiny. Collect 4 children of Destiny in the pet section. Achievement progress 1-4. Achievement reward. Random immortal artifact. Chen Chang'an's eyes widened in astonishment. After years of signing in, he had never encountered the existence of an immortal artifact. It was as if it was waiting for him here. Moreover, he calculated with his fingers, if he were to gather 4 disciples like Xiao Chun, and if they all continued to grow stronger, I would ascend right here. He leaped up from his rocking chair in excitement, a manic smile spreading across his face, startling Chen Chang'an, who was blissfully enjoying her spirit fruit nearby. Father? The little girl tilted her head, her mouth still smeared with fruit juice. Without hesitation, Chen Chang'an attempted to drag his daughter into the pet section. Binding failed. Alas, it seems his daughter's aptitude was indeed concerning. Nevertheless, Chen Chang'an crouched down and ruffled his daughter's little head. Chang'an, what do you think of your brother Xiao Chun? He is very nice to me and tells me stories. I always wanted a brother like that. Then, how about I find you 4 brothers, just like Xiao Chun? Yes. They must be good-looking, preferably, just like you, father. Gazing at his daughter's innocent and pure smile, Chen Chang'an suddenly realized, why should he strive to grow stronger himself to raise a daughter? Would it not be delightful to find her 4 impressive senior brothers? It seemed he had misjudged the system. This was indeed the correct approach to the strongest system of all realms. After all, with the children of destiny under his wing, who could claim I was not the strongest? He reclined back into his rocking chair, reveling in his plans. Xiao Chun counts as 1. Only 3 more to go, with the marriage annulled. Should he not explore other genres of online literature? Speaking of which, could it be that I have transmigrated into a novel? As he pondered this, he glanced at the elderly pharmacist guiding Xiao Chun in sword practice. Transmigrated or not, every flower is a world, every leaf a Bodhi. Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly, or the butterfly dreaming of Zhuangzhou. Who can discern the true reality? He chuckled softly, continuing to envision the future. Once I gather 4 children of destiny, I can finally relax. If anyone dares to provoke me, the 4 children of destiny will swarm forth. Just the thought sends shivers down my spine. Since that is the case, I must not be idle any longer. It would not be too late to rest once I have gathered all 4 children of destiny. Chen Chang'an's thoughts shifted, and another incarnation materialized from thin air at a certain location, subsequently slipping quietly out of the valley. This narrative will not consistently revolve around external incarnations embarking on adventures. In the early stages, the cast of characters is limited, and it would be improbable for all encounters to occur within the valley. Having the main body venture out would contradict character design. As the story progresses, it will gradually evolve towards a multifaceted ensemble, intertwined with a hidden mastermind. Although the protagonist possesses extraordinary combat prowess, his temperament is akin to that of an ordinary individual, embodying both minor kindness and occasional selfishness, much like you and I. He will mature alongside the unfolding plot, and I kindly ask the esteemed readers to exercise patience in their reading. Chapter 26, Where is my esteemed brother? Xiao Chun? In the conference hall of the Xiao family, the atmosphere was tense. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Xiao Yuanshan slammed his palm down, shattering the ancient wooden table made from millennium-old ironwood, splinters flying in all directions. The several dark guards kneeling below fell silent, the leader's forehead pressed against the ground, cold sweat soaking through his back. Master, forgive us. The elder at the valley's entrance possesses unfathomable strength. We were simply unfathomable. Xiao Yuanshan scoffed, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Are you frightened by an old gatekeeper? What use are you to the Xiao family? The dark guard leader gritted his teeth, forcing himself to reply, That elder is at least at the threshold of the longevity realm, perhaps even. Nonsense. Xiao Yuanshan interrupted with an angry shout. Would a mighty figure of the longevity realm stoop to guarding a door? You are clearly incompetent and dare to make excuses. Elder Xiao Yuanha cleared his throat and stroked his graying beard. Master, please calm your anger. In my humble opinion, since Xiao Chun has gained the favor of a great master, it may not bode ill for our Xiao family. Bode ill? Xiao Yuanshan's fury intensified. He has rashly made a 10-year wager with the Tianyun sect, with our family's treasured Xiantian cauldron at stake. If he loses, his master will bear the consequences, Elder Xiao Yuanhai said with a sinister smile. Such a formidable figure will surely not allow his disciple to come to harm, will he? The expressions of those present varied. Some wore looks of concern, while others reveled in the misfortune. Xiao Chen had endured scorn within the Xiao family for years, and now that he had a backer, many felt a twinge of unease. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Brother Xiao Chun, where are you? A melodious voice, as clear as silver bells, approached, brimming with uncontainable joy. The door to the conference hall was abruptly flung open, and a girl clad in a pale yellow dress burst in. The girl appeared to be around 16 or 17, her features exquisite as if painted, with bright, clear apricot eyes that sparkled with mischief, exuding a lively spirit. A simple wooden hairpin adorned her hair, enhancing her ethereal beauty. Linga? Xiao Yuanshan frowned. Why have you returned? Xiao Linger surveyed her surroundings, her smile gradually fading. Grandfather, where is Brother Xiao Chun? I searched the entire Xiao family and could not find him. The atmosphere in the hall instantly froze. Xiao Yuanshan's expression darkened as he remained silent. Elder Xiao Yuanha sighed. Linger, Xiao Chun has already left the Xiao family. Left? Xiao Linger's eyes widened in shock. Where did he go? When will he return? About that, Elder Xiao Yuanha hesitated, his gaze drifting to the family head. Xiao Yuanshan snorted coldly. That wayward child left home on his own accord, choosing to ally with outsiders. Linger, you must cease your interactions with him. Xiao Linger felt as though struck by lightning, her body trembling slightly. Impossible. Brother Xiao Chun values loyalty above all. How could he? Her attention was suddenly drawn to the tense atmosphere in the hall, her gaze darting to the kneeling dark guards, then to the grim face of the family head, an ominous premonition rising within her. What has transpired? Her voice trembled slightly. Brother Xiao Chun, what has happened to him? No one responded. Xiao Linger abruptly turned and seized a familiar maid. Chui-er, tell me. The maid lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. Miss, young Master Xiao Chun was forced to break off his engagement by the people of Tianyun sect, and he's been ostracized by the family. 3 days ago, he left home. What? Xiao Linger felt as though struck by lightning, her delicate face instantly paling. She had been away from the Xiao family for merely 2 years. When she departed, although Xiao Chen's cultivation had stagnated, he was still regarded as the legitimate heir, and the family had high hopes for him. How could he have fallen to such depths? Tianyun sect, breaking the engagement, she murmured to herself, suddenly raising her head, her eyes ablaze with fury. Is it that wretched Lin Qinghua? Impudent! Xiao Yuanshan bellowed. Miss Lin is now an inner disciple of Tianyun sect. How dare you insult her? Xiao Linger sneered, unyielding in the face of her grandfather's authority. Grandfather, do not forget, my mother's surname is Ji. Those 5 simple words caused Xiao Yuanshan's expression to change dramatically, as if he had been choked. The others in the hall also changed color. Xiao Linger's mother, Ji Yunshang, hailed from the southern wilderness, her background shrouded in mystery, yet it was said that she had some connection to the most enigmatic Saint Ji Wangsheng of the southern wilderness. When Ji Yunshang married into the Xiao family, she was held in high esteem. Unfortunately, her beauty was short-lived. Shortly after giving birth to Xiao Linger, she passed away. However, aside from Xiao Linger, no one knew that her late mother was more than just related to Ji Wangsheng. Her true identity was, in fact, the daughter of Ji Wangsheng. Linger, Xiao Yuanshan's tone softened. This matter is rather complicated. Then let us be succinct. Xiao Linger would not budge. I demand to know what Xiao Chun has endured these past 2 years. Ultimately, through the recounting of the third elder, Xiao Ling finally grasped the full tale, according to their words. Xiao Chen's cultivation had remained stagnant for the past 2 years, transforming from a genius into a complete failure, enduring scorn. 2 months ago, he suddenly revealed a talent for alchemy, only to be framed. 3 days prior, he was coerced by Tianyun's sect to break off his engagement and left home in fury. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ling trembled with rage. Is this how you treat Brother Xiao Chun? Silence. Xiao Yuanshan interrupted sternly. There is no need to revisit the past. Xiao Ling took a deep breath, suppressing her anger. Very well, I shall not mention it. But I must go find Brother Xiao Chun. Nonsense. Xiao Yuanshan slammed the table. That scoundrel has now allied himself with a powerful being of the eternal life realm. Eternal life realm? Xiao Ling Zunli Laukit. A hint of pride in her smile. Is that truly something remarkable? She turned and strode towards the exit. Not looking back, Mo Lao, let us depart. A gray figure silently appeared beside her, an emaciated elder with murky eyes that nonetheless sparkled with wisdom. The elder nodded slightly to Xiao Yuanshan before following Xiao Ling out of the conference hall. The people within the hall exchanged glances, while Xiao Yuanshan sat back down, seemingly aged by a decade in an instant. In the realm of prolonged existence, within the confines of Xiao Linger's chamber, her maids busily assisted her in packing her belongings. Miss, you have just returned, and now you are leaving again? Inquired her devoted handmaiden, Xiao Tao, with glistening eyes. Xiao Linger gently caressed her head and replied, Be good, Xiao Tao. I shall return once I locate Brother Xiao Chun. From her bosom, she retrieved an exquisite jade box and delicately opened it. Inside lay a jade-green elixir, adorned with 7 natural cloud patterns, emanating a refreshing fragrance that invigorated the senses. The life-reviving pill, Xiao Linger murmured, recalling her grandfather's words that this potion could restore meridians and heal all hidden injuries. Brother Xiao Chun, you must wait for me. 2 years prior, after exhausting every means to aid Xiao Chun in regaining his powers, she resolutely departed from home to seek her grandfather, Ji Wangsheng, in the southern wilderness. The vast expanse of the southern wilderness was daunting, and the whereabouts of the revered sage were elusive. After enduring countless hardships, she finally located her grandfather after 2 long years. Miss, everything is prepared, Xiao Tao said, holding the bundle while tears welled in her eyes. Xiao Linger tucked away the jade box and smiled brightly. Do not cry. I shall return shortly. As she stepped out of the door, she found Elder Mo waiting in the courtyard. Miss, I have ascertained the whereabouts of young Master Xiao Chun. Elder Mo bowed and informed her. He has gone eastward, reportedly to study under a reclusive master. The east. Xiao Linger gazed towards the rising sun, her eyes gleaming with determination. Brother Xiao Chun, Linger is coming for you. And as thoughts of the so-called reclusive master crossed her mind, a glint of resolve flashed in her eyes. If you treat Brother Xiao Chun well, all shall be well. However, if you do not, she vowed, do not blame me, Xiao Linger, for being ruthless. Chapter 27. A meeting without recognition. The morning market in Fuan City is always bustling with life, filled with the sounds of vendors calling out their wares. Today coincides with a temple fair, drawing an even larger crowd to the streets. At the most vibrant corner of the marketplace, 2 new neighboring stalls have emerged. To the east stands a fortune-telling booth, adorned with a faded blue cloth draped over a rudimentary wooden table, upon which are arranged ink, brushes, paper, and a fortune-telling tube. The proprietor, a man in his 30s clad in a worn green robe, possesses a face so ordinary it is easily forgotten, save for his eyes, which shine like stars. He introduces himself as Chun Air, a wandering diviner skilled in interpreting characters and fortunes. Before long, his gaze settles upon a young gentleman dressed in splendid attire. Might I interest you in a character reading, young sir? No fee if you do not wish to proceed, Chun Air cheerfully invites. The youth, intrigued, eagerly writes the character Wang, evidently his surname, under Chun Air's watchful gaze. With a glance, Chun Air smiles, saying, Observe, young sir. The character Wang can be deconstructed into 1 plus Earth. The 1 signifies solitude, while Earth represents stagnation. Your fate resembles a solitary mound of earth. Though you possess aspirations to rise, your foundations are shallow. Utter nonsense. How can a fortune teller find no good in 3 utterances? My family has long been esteemed merchants in this city. The young man retorts, his face flushed with indignation. Do not be hasty, Chang'an replies with a grin. Consider this one again, 3 horizontal strokes and 1 vertical. The 3 strokes represent multiple barriers, suffocating your future. The single vertical stroke is but a solitary tree, incapable of supporting such overwhelming obstacles. The youth, unable to bear the onslaught of criticism, hurriedly departs in a flurry, leaving no coin behind. Chang'an remains unfazed. His intentions have never been to profit. The character reading was merely a fabrication of Chang'an, yet held a kernel of truth, certified by the system, honest to both young and old alike. This Chang'an, of course, is none other than Chen Chang'an in disguise. After leaving the valley, he altered his course and traveled north, arriving in this small town named Fuan. Unlike the grand city of Qingzhou, this is a place predominantly inhabited by mortals. Thus, he assumed the guise of a wandering diviner, seeking the opportunity to discover a new destined child. Adjacent to him, to the west, a stall brimming with an assortment of peculiar trinkets is run by a woman adorned with a wide-brimmed hat, her face obscured by delicate gauze, revealing only a glimpse of her fair chin. She introduces herself as Ali, a traveling merchant who arrived a few days prior. Exquisite pearls from the South Sea, exotic spices from the western regions. Do not miss out. Her voice is melodious, yet carries a hint of languor, suggesting a lack of fervor in her trade. As if by chance, the moment Chen Chang'an's gaze sweeps past the woman, she too turns her head. Their eyes meet briefly, only to part instantly. With a friendly smile adorning his face, Chen Chang'an was about to greet his neighbor when he awkwardly scratched his cheek. However, his attention was swiftly captured by a ragged yet bright-eyed youth lingering in front of the butcher's shop, who ultimately purchased only the cheapest pig entrails. Ah, truly, a child from a humble background destined for greatness. Young brother, care for fortune-telling? Chang'an enthusiastically beckoned. The boy hesitated, shaking his head. I have no money. Today, at the temple fair, the first customer is free, Chang'an replied kindly. But wasn't there an older brother who just had his fortune told? The boy replied innocently. Chen Chang'an's breath caught in his throat, and just as he was about to continue his persuasion, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Turning around, he discovered that a girl named Ali had accidentally knocked over a porcelain vase while arranging her goods, causing the liquid inside to flow slowly in his direction. Be careful, miss, Chang'an quickly exclaimed, rushing to stabilize his inkstone, but his abrupt movement caused ink from the brush to splatter onto Ali's shoes. Those were exquisitely crafted embroidered shoes, now marred by splashes of ink. The atmosphere instantly thickened. Be more careful. The voice beneath the bamboo hat turned icy, but thankfully, no further actions were taken. Chen Chang'an hurriedly apologized. I am deeply sorry, I didn't mean to. In his fluster, he attempted to wipe the mess, inadvertently knocking over a basket of flowers from Ali's stall. Dried petals scattered across the ground, and as he instinctively reached to catch them, his ink-stained hand inadvertently pressed against Ali's skirt, leaving a distinct black handprint. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Even the vendor selling candy ceased his calls. Ali slowly lowered her head, gazing at the glaring handprint on her light blue skirt before gradually raising her gaze. Though separated by a sheer veil, Chen Chang'an could still feel the sharpness of her stare. Are you seeking death? Ali articulated each word deliberately, as if squeezing them from between her teeth. Chen Chang'an's forehead broke into a cold sweat, instinctively sensing a hint of danger. This woman appeared to be an ordinary merchant, yet the aura she exuded in that moment made even his heart tremble. I am willing to compensate. Chen Chang'an produced a piece of broken silver. Ali let out a cold laugh. Do you believe this meager sum could? Her words abruptly halted. Following her gaze, Chen Chang'an noticed her fixed stare on a jade pendant hanging at his waist, the piece token intricately carved from the mountain spirit jade by Xing himself. This pendant, Ali's voice took on an unusual tone. Chen Chang'an instinctively covered the pendant, declaring, a family heirloom, I cannot part with it. After a brief silence, Ali suddenly turned to tidy her stall. Today is ill-fated. I shall not sell. Chen Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief, ready to continue addressing the young boy, only to hear Li coldly interject, "Fortune-telling? You mentioned it was free? Then I shall have one as well." Unbeknownst to him, she had already positioned herself at the fortune-telling booth, her delicate fingers dipped in ink, inscribing the character for curse upon the paper. Chen Chang'an's pupils constricted. This choice of character was cunning and would likely leave any ordinary fortune-teller hesitant to interpret its meaning. He raised his gaze towards Ali, and just then a gust of wind swept by, lifting a corner of the delicate veil and revealing half of a breathtakingly beautiful visage. In an instant, the veil fell back down, yet Chen Chang'an had glimpsed it clearly. It was a countenance that transcended that of an ordinary woman. And what astonished him further was the subtle familiarity etched within her brows. What? Unable to assess? Ali Muka. Chun Er steadied himself and replied with a smile. How could that be? He then activated the system, only to be drenched in cold sweat. Ali, cultivation, potential, destiny, loyalty, character. What in the world is this? Could it be that this woman is a cultivator? Chen Chang'an had previously tested the scanning function of this pet system, which only proved effective on those devoid of cultivation or possessing very low levels. However, he was determined not to be outdone. His mind raced, and he thought, women generally appreciate flattery. A few well-spun compliments should suffice to navigate this predicament. Thus, he recited, common folk fear the character demon, unaware of the great transformation it embodies when demon is dissected. It reveals hempen ghost. The former signifies complexity, while the latter denotes ethereal grace. Fair maiden, your fate is woven like satin from hemp, each thread a divine creation. Your soul resembles that of the celestial maiden, a singular spark of insight that traverses the heavens and earth. Ali's body stiffened slightly, her expression contemplative. Chen Chang'an thought to himself. Having already boasted, he recalled that fleeting glimpse and continued to extol her without restraint. Moreover, though the character demon is intricate, it conceals the character force within, signifying that your beauty is akin to jade trees in a celestial grove, astonishing as if descended from the heavens. After a moment of silence, Ali's lips curled into a slight smirk, and she let out a soft huff, a swindler of the Jianghu. Yet, she no longer pressed him aggressively. Chen Chang'an maintained his composure, inwardly sighing, "Ah, women." Chapter 28. Conflict suddenly. A piercing scream echoed from afar. A beast! A beast has entered the city. The crowd scattered like a receding tide, and both Chen Chang'an and Ali looked up simultaneously. Before them charged a crimson wolf, its eyes blood-red, rampaging through the streets. Its fangs bared menacingly. Wherever it passed, stalls collapsed, and goods were strewn across the ground. Chen Chang'an furrowed his brow, his fingers instinctively tapping the table. Though his current incarnation was only at the transcendent level, it was more than sufficient to deal with such a low-tier beast. Casting a glance at the approaching city guards, he felt a momentary sense of relief. He had no desire to reveal his identity. Beside him, Ali stood still, her gaze coldly sweeping over the beast from beneath her hat. She merely furrowed her brow slightly, showing no inclination to intervene. The two shared a tacit understanding to preserve their safety. Around them, the panicked commoners screamed and fled. An elderly candy seller stumbled backward, knocked down by the throng, his stand collapsing with a crash, scattering the crystal-clear candy art across the ground. The wolf let out a low growl and lunged at a vendor who could not escape in time. With a swipe of its claws, swoosh. The vendor's basket was shredded to pieces, bolts of fabric and threads swirling in the air. Terrified, he fell to the ground, the beast's foul breath wafting over him, its gaping maw poised to bite down. Ali remained composed, her fingers barely perceptibly flicking. A wisp of dark red energy silently infiltrated the wolf's body. The creature's movements suddenly stilled, the crimson hue in its eyes fading slightly, revealing a hint of confusion. But the next moment, whoosh, an arrow shot through the air, striking the wolf squarely in the shoulder. The wolf yelped in pain, its eyes once again filled with rage, turning to face the direction from which the arrow had come. It was the city guard's bout and hand ready to fire. Shoot! Quick shoot! A rain of arrows descended like locusts. Yet the wolf, evaded them with an uncanny agility, its fury driving it toward the guards. Crash! It barreled through a row of wooden racks, splintering debris everywhere, and sent one soldier flying with a single swipe, who crashed against the wall, blood pouring from his mouth. Amidst the chaos, a small girl, perhaps 5 or 6 years old, fell in the middle of the road, her candied hawthorn rolling away. She looked up in confusion, locking eyes with the wolf's scarlet gaze. "Mother, mother?" Her tender voice trembled, clearly unaware of the impending danger. The wolf's nostrils flared, catching the scent of fear, a low growl rumbling in its throat as it slowly approached her. Finally terrified, tears streamed down the little girl's face, yet she stood frozen in place. Roar! The wolf suddenly coiled its body, muscles taut, and, in the next instant, it lunged toward the girl like a released arrow. Its gaping maw opened wide, fangs glistening, the stench of blood wafting toward her. Chen Chang'an's expression sharpened abruptly. "Trouble," he muttered under his breath, but sprang to his feet, a short sword sliding from his sleeve. Moving like lightning, he raced to the beast's front, sword glinting, thwack. The wolf howled in agony, blood gushing from its neck as it collapsed heavily to the ground. The young girl, terrified, turned pale. Chen Chang'an crouched down and gently patted her head, reassuring her, "It's all right, go find your mother." The girl nodded through her sobs and stumbled away. As Chen Chang'an sheathed his short sword and turned to leave, he suddenly sensed a gaze upon him. He glanced back to find Ali standing by the corpse of the demon beast, her hat slightly raised, revealing a pair of cool, clear eyes. Chen Chang'an nodded at her, initially believing she had come to assist the girl he had just saved, albeit a moment too late. However, he observed her lowering her gaze to the lifeless demon wolf, and to his surprise, she gently stroked its head, sighing softly, "What a pity." Taken aback, Chen Chang'an furrowed his brow. "Pity? This demon beast nearly took a life. You did not intervene to save anyone, yet you mourn for it?" Ali lifted her gaze, her expression indifferent. "All things possess a spirit. How can you be certain it was not driven by humans to harm others?" "Driven?" Chen Chang'an scoffed. "Does a demon beast's harm require differentiation between right and wrong? You slay it merely because it posed a threat to the humans in your eyes. Ali raplia kuli. But what if it was merely forced into madness? What then?" Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes. "Are you suggesting I should allow it to continue harming others? My point is, if you seek to save lives, do so. Why take its life so readily without uncovering the truth?" Ali's tone remained calm, yet each word was as piercing as ice. "Heaven upholds the virtue of preserving life. Your actions bear no difference to those who indiscriminately determine the fate of others." Chen Chang'an was momentarily speechless, uncertain how to counter her words. He stared at Ali, suddenly perceiving her as not only cold, but also inexplicably perplexing. "Ah, what a compassionate heart," he sneered. "Next time a demon beast charges at you, I hope you'll continue to reason with it." Ali chose to ignore him, turning away, her silhouette as frosty as the winter chill. Chen Chang'an gazed at her retreating figure, feeling a surge of irritation rising within him. At that moment, a synchronized sound of footsteps approached from afar. "Make way. The city lord's office is in session." A squad of armored city guards rushed forward, led by a commander whose sharp gaze swept the area before fixing on Chen Chang'an. "Was it you who acted?" Chen Chang'an raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, it was I." "And what of it?" The commander chuckled coldly. "Arrest him." Chen Chang'an was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "In broad daylight, a beast harms a person." The commander barked. "According to the law, you shall be imprisoned." Chen Chang'an's expression darkened. The commander before him was merely at the transcendence realm, and given that he was currently only a fragment of himself, he felt no fear and was disinclined to argue with such individuals. However, as he contemplated simply abandoning this fragment and dissipating, he suddenly recalled Ali's earlier words. "You take its life so readily without uncovering the truth." A thought flickered in his mind as he scanned the city guards, noticing their unusual demeanor. They appeared to be overly eager to pin blame on him, indicating there was something amiss. "How intriguing," he murmured, raising his head with feigned rage. "Absurd. A demon beast harms others, and I am the one deemed guilty for saving lives? Enough of your nonsense. Seize him." The city guards surged forward, and Chen Chang'an offered no resistance, allowing them to take him away. Just before his departure, he caught a glimpse of a figure at the street corner. Elise stood silently, her gaze contemplative beneath the brim of her hat. Their eyes met briefly before they averted their gazes. Chapter 29. The night visit to the Lord's Manor. The darkness of the dungeon was so thick it could be grasped like water. Chen Chang'an sat cross-legged upon the damp straw, the spirit-binding chains coiled around his wrists and ankles emanating a faint azure glow amidst the shadows. Truly, one must commend the grandeur of the great Zhou celestial dynasty. Although this was only his second departure from the valley, during his previous journey to Qingzhou, he had gleaned certain insights about the world from passers-by. As of now, the Xianing continent was firmly under the dominion of the great Zhou dynasty, suppressing all sects and clans. His perception of this unified empire of cultivation was not entirely unfavorable. At the very least, it seemed to afford ordinary mortals a somewhat better existence. These specialized chains, designed to inhibit the flow of spiritual energy in Xian realm cultivators, were indeed formidable tools employed by the Lord's Manor for the incarceration of practitioners. It was quite the honor, he mused with a sardonic smile playing upon his lips. Closing his eyes, he attuned himself to the suppressed spiritual force within. The spirit-binding chains were indeed effective, if he were a genuine Xianrel practitioner. Regrettably, this body was merely a fragment of his true self, which had long ascended to the sacred realm. In the sacred realm, one could harness the power of heaven and earth, while this body could not command it with the same finesse as his true form. Even a mere sliver of that power would suffice for his escape. At that moment, a sliver of moonlight streamed through the palm-sized vent at the top of the cell, casting a silvery frost upon the ground. Chen Chang'an abruptly opened his eyes, a glint of silver flashing in his pupils. The time had come. Drawing a deep breath, he disregarded the dormant spiritual energy within him, instead directing a trace of the arcane lunar power to permeate his being, guided by the ethereal moonlight. The moonbeam seemed to respond to his call, brightening suddenly, flowing like water as it entwined around his form. The runes upon the spirit-binding chains began to flicker restlessly, emitting faint crackling sounds. "Break!" Chen Chang'an exclaimed softly, and the accumulated lunar energy within him erupted forth. One by one, the runes extinguished, and fine cracks appeared upon the dark chains. With a crisp snap, the chain shattered. Flexing his wrist, a deeper smile graced his lips. Rising to his feet, he glided like a wraith to the cell door. The guards outside were dozing, utterly oblivious to the commotion within the cell. Such cultivators, lacking even the ability to manipulate objects, did not warrant his murderous intent. "Sweet dreams," he whispered, flicking his fingertip to send a thread of spiritual energy into the guards' foreheads, deepening their slumber. Having effortlessly dealt with the guards, Chen Chang'an liberated the keys from their belts but did not hasten to unlock the door. Closing his eyes once more, he extended his consciousness like ripples in water, absorbing the entire structure of the dungeon into his awareness. 3 guards were positioned to the east, 5 to the west, and at the end of the corridor, 2 patrollers. To his surprise, some possessed the ability to manipulate objects. In his mind, he constructed a comprehensive map of the guards' distribution. The main entrance was not an option. Therefore, his gaze landed upon the vent. A passage too narrow for an ordinary person to traverse posed no challenge for him. Chen Chang'an's form suddenly became indistinct, transforming into a wisp of smoke as he drifted through the vent. The architectural complex of the Lord's mansion cast uneven shadows beneath the moonlight. Chen Chang'an leaped gracefully among the rooftops, as silent and weightless as a fallen leaf. The mansion was vast. Recalling the route he had memorized during his escort earlier in the day, he did not hesitate, casually finding a guarded room and slipping inside. After fruitlessly searching through 2 chambers, he finally arrived at a heavily fortified room. Outside, 2 guards were surprisingly skilled in the art of defense, yet to Chen Chang'an, they posed no real threat. With a flick of his fingers, 2 strands of spiritual energy silently struck the guards' pressure points, causing them to collapse instantly. Pushing open the door, Chen Chang'an was taken aback by the mountain of scrolls before him. It appeared to be a study. He casually picked up the most recent booklet from the desk and began to peruse its contents. The ink on the pages was still fresh, indicating that the owner had departed only recently. A record of spiritual herb procurement. This is an account ledger? Chen Chang'an furrowed his brow. It detailed the consistent monthly purchase of vast quantities of blood spirit mushrooms and evening primrose. His own supplies were primarily acquired through the daily sign-ins of the system. Yet the system had nevertheless inundated him with a plethora of knowledge regarding the cultivation world. After a moment of reflection, he recalled that these two herbs were primarily used for healing and blood replenishment. In this flourishing celestial dynasty, where the four seas bowed in submission, even the demon clan, which had once contended with humanity 100,000 years prior, had retreated to the northern frontier after the defeat of the demon Lord Bo Sun. Throughout his journey, Chen Chang'an had not heard of any warfare on the Xianian continent. Therefore, for what purpose were these medicinal materials intended? Setting the ledger down, Chen Chang'an began to swiftly search through other booklets, though most contained records of various mundane affairs within the city, lacking any noteworthy details. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly tapped the tabletop lightly with his fingertips, allowing his consciousness to ripple outward, probing every inch of the study. Suddenly, his gaze landed upon a carved pillar to the right of the desk. There, he noticed an almost imperceptible seam. Had his awareness not been so keen, he would have easily overlooked it. A mechanism? He reached out to caress the pillar, his fingertip brushing over a slightly raised pattern, which he pressed gently. With a soft click, a panel on the side of the pillar silently slid open, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside lay a black-covered booklet, resting quietly. Chapter 30, Blood Refinement of Demon Crystals in the Fourth Batch. The survival rate is a mere 20%. The purity of the bloodline is insufficient. More Wolf King blood is required. In the seventh batch, the survival rate is only 30%. The purity of the bloodline is still inadequate. More Wolf King blood is needed. A flicker of icy light crossed Chen Chang'an's eyes as he recalled the woman named Ali. Had he truly been too hasty in his judgments? He cast a sweeping glance over the contents of the tome, letting out a soft sigh. Indeed, they were engaged in unsavory dealings. As he closed the book, intent on returning it to its hidden compartment, he suddenly sensed a peculiar wave of spiritual energy. This tome had been ensnared with a tracking restriction. Almost instantaneously, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the study, accompanied by the sound of iron armor scraping. Someone was intruding into the study. With a cold smirk, Chen Chang'an flicked his fingers, discreetly erasing the restriction with a wisp of spiritual power. In the next moment, he transformed into a wisp of azure smoke and slipped through the window's crevice. Outside, the moonlight poured like water, cascading upon the eaves of the Lord's manor. Inside the study, the black-bound tome remained undisturbed in its hidden compartment, as if it had never been touched. The night breeze was cool, and Chen Chang'an floated down to the rooftop of the Lord's manor study like a falling leaf. He leaned down, his breath stilled to near silence. Even his heartbeat slowed and softened, rendering him as one with the night. Hurry! There's movement in the study. Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes slightly, observing a steward clad in black brocade, leading dozens of elite soldiers towards him. Among them, two commanders emanated a heavy aura, their surroundings subtly pulsating with spiritual energy. Indeed, they were two practitioners of the profound realm. He had initially thought this was merely an ordinary city, but it seemed the depths ran deeper than he had imagined. Chen Chang'an sighed inwardly, feeling an urge to return to the valley and disregard everything unfolding before him. Although he had resided in this world for over 5 centuries, his upbringing was steeped in the education of modern society on Blue Star. He had long been mentally prepared for the brutality of this cultivation world, which emphasized individual prowess. Yet he had no intention of becoming one of its ruthless inhabitants. This was one of the primary reasons he preferred to remain in the comforts of his home, despite sensing that his cultivation was not insignificant in this realm. Meanwhile, the steward in black hastily entered the study, soon emerging with a grim expression, holding the black-bound tome in his hand. Someone has tampered with the hidden compartment. His voice was frigid. Seal off all exits in the manor and conduct a thorough search for any suspicious individuals. The two profound realm commanders exchanged glances. One of them intoned gravely, "Should we report this to the Lord?" The steward shook his head. "The Lord is in seclusion. We must not disturb him." His gaze was dark and menacing. "Search first. If we capture anyone, they are to be thrown directly into the dungeons." The soldiers swiftly dispersed to search, while the steward hurriedly departed with the two commanders. Chen Chang'an's gaze flickered, his figure gliding silently down from the rooftop, stealthily following their trail. The black-clad steward moved swiftly, traversing through numerous courtyards, ultimately arriving at the most secluded corner of the Lord's manor, a seemingly abandoned attic. The attic, long neglected, bore the marks of decay. The wooden door was weathered and the window panes were encrusted with cobwebs, creating an impression that it was not a place where anyone would willingly venture. However, the figure clad in black entered without hesitation, followed closely by two commanders. Chen Chang'an refrained from recklessly pursuing them. Instead, he concealed himself within the gnarled branches of an ancient tree outside, his consciousness delicately probing into the attic. Indeed, something was amiss. The moment his awareness brushed against the interior of the attic, he sensed a faint ripple of prohibition. Had it not been for his incarnation's consciousness far surpassing that of an ordinary practitioner, he might have been oblivious to it. Inside the attic, the black-clad figure approached a wall, channeling spiritual energy through his fingertips to inscribe a complex rune upon its surface. With a subtle sound, the wall silently slid open, revealing a dark and profound passageway. The three swiftly entered, and the wall closed behind them as if it had never been disturbed. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Chen Chang'an's eyes. How fascinating. With a swift motion, he silently infiltrated the attic and approached the wall. The barrier posed no challenge to him. With a gentle touch, he infused a thread of lunar energy into the rune, instantly dismantling the prohibition. The wall slid open once more, unveiling the pitch-black passageway. Chen Chang'an did not rush to enter, but first extended his consciousness to investigate. The passage spiraled downward into an abyss, its walls etched with eerie crimson runes that emitted a chilling aura. Blood rune, sealing array. Chen Chang'an's brow furrowed slightly. Such formations were typically employed to suppress malevolent entities. After a brief contemplation, he suppressed his presence and stepped into the passage. Within the passage, the air was cold and damp, tinged with a faint metallic scent of blood. Chen Chang'an moved silently, his awareness steadfastly tracking the three figures ahead. After approximately 15 minutes of descent, he encountered a bronze door at the end of the passage, ornately carved with the visage of a ferocious wolf, its eyes gleaming a vivid red and appearing remarkably lifelike. The black-clad figure produced a token and pressed it against the wolf's forehead. With a resounding boom, the bronze door gradually opened, unleashing a wave of intense blood odor. In an instant, Chen Chang'an's consciousness captured the scene beyond the door. A vast blood pool awaited. Blood surged within the pool, and numerous stone pillars surrounded it, each bound with a comatose wolf demon. Their claws had been slashed, and their blood dripped languidly into the pool. At the center of the blood pool, a massive crimson crystal floated, within which a spectral wolf figure could be discerned, greedily absorbing the essence of the pool. Blood refinement demon crystal. Chen Chang'an swiftly recalled the corresponding knowledge, his pupils contracting in shock. They were indeed concocting such an item. The blood refinement demon crystal was an ancient malevolent sorcery, requiring the blood of demons for its cultivation. Once successfully refined, it could bestow the user with terrifying demonic powers. The black-clad figure knelt reverently beside the blood pool, proclaiming, "My lord, the blood sacrificial record has been tampered with. I suspect someone has infiltrated the estate." The demon crystal in the blood pool trembled slightly, and a hoarse voice emanated from within. "No matter. In 10 days, the blood crystal shall reach its culmination. At that time." The voice suddenly halted, growing chillingly cold. Someone is following you." Chen Chang'an felt a chill run down his spine. He had been discovered. Almost simultaneously, the demonic crystal within the blood pool erupted with a blinding crimson light, and a blood-colored wolf shadow roared forth, charging directly towards Chen Chang'an's position. Boom! Chapter 31. The White Wolf King. The blood pool surged violently, a stench filling the air. In the instant the crimson wolf shadow lunged at Chen Chang'an, his figure abruptly blurred, akin to a leaf scattered by a tempest, narrowly evading an attack potent enough to rend a practitioner of the profound realm. Boom! The place where he once stood was obliterated by the impact of the blood-colored wolf shadow, causing the stone wall to collapse and debris to scatter. How audacious for a mere practitioner of the profound realm to covet this place. The voice of the man in the blood pool was raspy, dripping with condescension. Chen Chang'an steadied himself, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This marked the second occasion since his transmigration that he had engaged in combat. However, compared to his earlier battle with the Black Serpent, the current assault felt as feeble as a child's game, and a sense of superiority swiftly took hold. He couldn't help but scoff. What does it matter if you are in the returning origin realm? To kill you, I need not be of the same realm. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he grasped the air with his right hand, summoning a transparent, long sword forged from true essence that materialized before him. The blade, devoid of sharpness, shimmered with an enigmatic rhythm of the Dao. The heaven-resisting sword. The man in the blood pool snorted disdainfully as the blood-colored wolf shadow lunged again, its claws tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. Chen Chang'an neither flinched nor retreated, tracing a perfect arc with his long sword before him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded as the claws of the blood-colored wolf shadow were firmly repelled by the seemingly fragile light arc, unable to advance an inch. What? The man's pupils constricted. Chen Chang'an's wrist flicked, and the sword's momentum flowed like water, accurately intercepting each of the wolf shadow's assaults. His swordplay bore no murderous intent, yet it formed an invisible barrier that rendered the opponent's relentless onslaught impotent. This swordplay, the face of the man in black paled. It was the legendary heaven-resisting sword. It was said that when perfected, it could withstand all attacks from opponents of the same realm. A flicker of apprehension crossed the blood pool man's eyes, quickly replaced by a malevolent grin. Unfortunately, I am a powerful practitioner of the returning origin realm. How strong can your defense be? I wonder how long you can endure. He formed seals with both hands, and the blood in the pool began to boil, transforming into dozens of blood arrows that shot towards Chen Chang'an from all directions. Faced with the overwhelming barrage of blood arrows, Chen Chang'an's sword momentum remained steady. Ding, ding, ding. The sword light formed a curtain, deflecting each blood arrow. Yet, the spiritual power of the returning origin realm was immensely thick, and with every collision, Chen Chang'an's arms were jolted with numbing pain. I cannot fight head-on. His mind raced. This incarnation possessed only the cultivation of the profound realm, and prolonged combat would lead to defeat. Suddenly, he deliberately exposed a flaw, allowing one blood arrow to pierce through a sword curtain and stab forcefully into his shoulder. Piafik! Blood splattered as Chen Chang'an let out a muffled groan, staggering backward. Is that all? The blood pool man laughed heartily. Pursue. Do not let him escape. Chen Chang'an clutched his wound and turned to flee, his speed significantly diminished, even stumbling into several wooden crates around the corner, appearing quite disheveled. The man in black and two captains immediately gave chase, while the blood pool man transformed into a shadow of blood, hot on his heels. Within the secret chamber, silence swiftly returned. Moments later, a figure appeared quietly beside the blood pool. It was none other than Chen Chang'an. He had indeed fallen for the ruse. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, exhibiting no trace of injury. Indeed, the blood arrow had struck him, yet in that fleeting moment, he conjured an illusion with his spiritual energy, making the wound appear tenfold more severe than it truly was. A band of fools chased after a mere avatar, reveling in their folly. He scoffed softly, his gaze drifting to the stone wall behind the pool of blood. From the onset of the battle, his divine sense had detected an unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy there. Behind the stone wall lay a concealed passage. After all, it was merely an external incarnation. Its destruction would not weigh heavily on his heart. Without hesitation, Chen Chang'an approached the wall, his fingertips gathering the power of moonlight as he inscribed a rune of dispelling upon the surface. With a faint click, the wall silently slid open, revealing a dark, narrow passage, a chilling breeze wafting from the depths, carrying the scent of decay. Chen Chang'an inhaled deeply and stepped inside. The passage twisted downward, plunging deeper into the earth. The walls were inscribed with ancient runes, some faded beyond recognition, yet Chen Chang'an discerned a few. Those were the seals from ancient times used to confine malevolent entities. What secrets lay hidden beneath the Lord's mansion? His heart brimmed with caution. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, the path opened into a vast expanse. Chen Chang'an's pupils constricted sharply. The end of the passage revealed a colossal underground cavern. At the center stood a bronze altar, upon which was bound a gigantic white wolf. Its fur was as white as snow, yet much of it had withered away, exposing the scarred skin beneath. 9 chains, inscribed with runes, pierced through its limbs and spine, securing it firmly to the altar. Most alarming was the blood-red crystal column embedded in the wolf's chest, a counterpart to the demonic crystal found in the blood pool outside. As if sensing the presence of a living being, the white wolf slowly raised its head, revealing a pair of golden vertical pupils. "Human, did I not already convey this?" The white wolf spoke, its voice hoarse and commanding, yet tinged with humiliation and resignation. "My lifespan wanes, and I have no blood left to draw." Chen Chang'an remained silent, his gaze fixated on the wolf, which lay on the altar, its form resembling a mountain in decline. Once snowy fur now lay withered like autumn grass, large patches having fallen away to reveal its wrinkled, grayish skin. Its breathing was labored and slow, with each inhalation causing its sunken ribs to jut out like brittle twigs, as if on the brink of breaking. Its eyes, those once regal, golden vertical pupils that commanded the submission of all beasts, now appeared murky, dulled like tarnished amber. The pupils dilated and their brilliance dimmed. Its eyelids drooped heavily, seeming to expend all its strength merely to open them. 9 chains pierced its body, the wounds no longer bleeding but crusted with dark red scabs, resembling a parched riverbed. Its claws, once capable of rending mountains, were now broken and yellowed, akin to desiccated roots. Most striking was the blood-red crystal column embedded in its chest. The flesh surrounding the crystal had long since rotted away, exposing stark white bones, yet lacked even the strength to feel pain, only twitching occasionally as a testament to its continued existence. Its breath was so faint that it was nearly imperceptible, akin to a waning oil lamp flickering in the breeze. On the verge of extinguishment, as Chen Chang'an approached, the white wolf slowly lifted its head, moving as languidly as a decrepit elder nearing the end of life. A low, guttural whine escaped its throat, raspy and fragmented. "You are not one of them." Its teeth were loose and had fallen out, the words escaping with a breathy rasp, while dried blood froth clung to the corners of its mouth. Chen Chang'an could sense that the flame of its existence had dimmed to a mere flicker, perilously close to being snuffed out entirely. Chapter 32. Memories within the dimly lit subterranean cavern. The white wolf king upon the bronze altar slowly raised its head, its golden slit pupils clouded like dust-laden amber, yet still exuding a trace of undiminished majesty. Chen Chang'an stood before the altar, his gaze calmly fixed upon this once mighty demon king. "Are you not one of them?" The white wolf king's voice was hoarse and fragmented, reminiscent of the sound of dry leaves scraping together. "No," Chen Chang'an replied, shaking his head. "I am an enemy of the people of this lord's manor, not a friend." The white wolf king chuckled softly, a hint of derision lacing its laughter. "Humans indeed have a penchant for infighting. Whether human or demon, morality is never dictated by race." Chen Chang'an spoke with an air of detachment. "I seek but one answer. What is the origin of the blood-refined demon crystal?" The pupils of the white wolf king slightly constricted, and after a moment of silence, it began to speak slowly. "Very well, regardless of who you are, what does it matter to tell you? Since you have arrived here, you must have seen the blood pool outside." Chen Chang'an nodded gently. The voice of the white wolf king grew somber, tinged with a sense of desolation. "Over 20 years ago, as my lifespan waned, I departed from the northern frontier, wishing to behold the world for one last time. Yet, I inadvertently fell into a human trap." Chen Chang'an furrowed his brow. "Was it the people of this lord's manor?" "No, it was not them," the white wolf king replied. Shaking his head. It was a group of black-robed cultivators, treacherous in their methods, who specialized in hunting high-tier demon beings. They sold me to the Lord's manor. Its voice dwindled, as if recalling those painful memories. The people of the Lord's manor used my blood to cultivate new wolf demons, then fed the blood of the wolf demons to nourish the blood-refined demon crystals. 20 years, a full 20 years. A flicker of anguish passed through the white wolf king's eyes, but it quickly returned to tranquility. I was already in the 5 declines of a celestial being. My cultivation diminished from the eternal life realm to the returning origin realm. Now I am even less than the transcendental realm. The term 5 declines of a celestial being was familiar to Chen Chang'an. It represented the most despairing tribulations for cultivators, symbolizing the inevitable end of the immortal path. No matter how powerful a practitioner, if unable to transcend, they would ultimately become dust beneath the celestial order. It is both a tribulation of heaven and a calamity of fate, signifying the tragic conclusion of a cultivator's fall from grace and the end of their lifespan. In an instant, Chen Chang'an grasped the sequence of events. For reasons unknown, the image of the woman named Ali, with her indifferent and icy gaze, resurfaced in his mind. All things possess spirit. How can you know they are not driven by humans, intentionally causing harm? In retrospect, it seemed he had indeed erred. After a moment of silence, Chen Chang'an suddenly spoke. I can save you. The White Wolf King was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Save me? With your capabilities? Its gaze swept over Chen Chang'an, and though weakened, it could still discern Chen Chang'an's cultivation, merely at the transcendental realm. You may not even be able to leave alive yourself, yet you speak of saving me? Chen Chang'an remained unperturbed, calmly asserting, since I have managed to infiltrate this place undetected, I naturally possess the means to extricate you. The White Wolf King scrutinized him, seemingly weighing the truth of his words. Why? At last, it spoke. I am of the demon race, and you are human. Why would you risk yourself to save me? Chen Chang'an fell silent for a moment before responding with a calm demeanor. It has been said that all things possess a spirit, and seeing is believing. Moreover, I reflected on this, and indeed, humans can be both good and evil, just as demons can embody virtue or vice. Take, for instance, the individuals from the city lord's residence. Their wicked deeds and cultivation of dark arts do not render them any more noble than the demon kin. Chen Chang'an spoke earnestly. The White Wolf King was taken aback. Its murky golden-slit eyes were fixed upon Chen Chang'an, as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. After a lengthy pause, it suddenly erupted into a raucous laughter, hoarse yet unrestrained, as if it had just heard the most absurdly amusing revelation. Ha ha, splendid! What a delightful notion that humans possess both good and bad, and so do demons. To think that before my demise, I would encounter such an extraordinary individual. Over the years, the most I have heard is those not of my kind will surely harbor differing intentions. It seems that many, after millennia of cultivation, have not perceived the world as clearly as you do. As its laughter gradually subsided, the White Wolf King shook its head. However, I appreciate your goodwill. I shall not depart. Chen Chang'an furrowed his brow. Why not? A glint of coldness flickered in the White Wolf King's eyes. For the past 20 years, my blood has been gradually siphoned from me, my strength relentlessly extracted, yet I am not entirely unprepared. Its voice was deep and laced with a hint of ferocity. I have infused the aura of the 5 declines of heaven into the demon blood. When the blood-refined demon crystal reaches fruition in 10 days, it will mark their end. If I were to leave now, would that not invite their suspicions? Chen Chang'an's pupils constricted. The 5 declines of heaven manifests as one approaches the end of their lifespan, and once tainted, one may suffer regression in their cultivation or, in the worst case, face death. The White Wolf King had indeed infused its own decaying essence into the blood-refined demon crystal. Chen Chang'an found himself momentarily speechless. Yet the White Wolf King chuckled, a tinge of relief in its smile. In any case, my time is nearly up. If I could take a few with me, it is no loss. The cave fell into a brief silence. After a moment, Chen Chang'an suddenly inquired, Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? The White Wolf King paused, seemingly taken aback by the question. Wishes? It murmured, its golden slit eyes momentarily lost in thought. It has been 20 years since I last savored wine. Its voice suddenly took on a nostalgic tone, as if recalling memories from long ago. If I could have a fine jar of wine, I would have no regrets in death. System prompt. Epic series achievement detected. Youthful Journey. 1-4. Youthful Journey. Part 1. A promise carries spring wine, riding the wind to deliver the white wolf. Completing the Youthful Journey series of achievements rewards the user with the jade of other mountains, enhancing the level of a supreme immortal technique. However, this time, Chen Chang'an disregarded the system's notification and, looking at the White Wolf King, nodded resolutely. Very well. Tomorrow night, I shall return with wine for you. The White Wolf King paused momentarily, then shook its head with a soft chuckle. There is no need. You have braved countless perils to arrive here. Why tempt fate further? Moreover, it hesitated, its voice growing somber. I can no longer afford to wait. Chen Chang'an said little, simply turning to depart. The White Wolf King gazed at his retreating figure, a flicker of complex emotion passing through its golden slit-like pupils. It could not fathom that Chen Chang'an would return. For a cultivator of the profound realm, to infiltrate this place was already a marvel. How could he possibly risk himself to deliver wine once more? Yet, it bore him no ill will. To encounter a human willing to engage in equal dialogue during its final moments was more than sufficient. As Chen Chang'an's silhouette vanished at the tunnel's end, the cavern was left with the solitary figure of the White Wolf King, prostrate upon the altar, chains piercing its body, while the blood-red crystal pillar continued to siphon its dwindling life force. It gradually closed its eyes, its breathing so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Wine. It murmured softly, as if caught in a reverie. If only it were strong liquor, how delightful that would be. Chapter 33. Drunken eternity. The night enveloped the city like ink, and the prison within the Lord's manor lay in utter silence. After bidding farewell to the White Wolf King, Chen Chang'an's figure drifted through the vent like a phantom, silently returning to his cell. With a flick of his fingers, the severed spirit-binding chain re-wrapped around his wrist. The lock snapping shut with a soft click, its surface runes shimmering, appearing as pristine as ever. Now, the entire Lord's manor was searching for him. Paradoxically, the most perilous place was also the safest. He exhaled a sigh of relief, but suddenly his ears perked up. Footsteps, steady and powerful, each step resonating with the unique aura of a practitioner in the profound realm, drawing nearer to his cell. Chen Chang'an's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly reclined back onto the damp mound of grass, closing his eyes to regulate his breath, rendering it long and even, as if he had never awakened. The cell door creaked open. A tall figure stood at the threshold, silhouetted against the torchlight in the corridor, casting a looming shadow. It was the commander he had seen before, a practitioner of the profound realm. Chen Chang'an's consciousness subtly attuned to the commander's every movement. The commander's gaze was sharp as a blade, slowly scanning the cell, ultimately resting on the spirit-binding chain around Chen's wrist. He stepped closer, bending to inspect the chain. His fingertips brushed over the runes on the links, confirming their integrity. He furrowed his brows. Could it be that I am overthinking this? Chen Chang'an maintained his steady breathing, even controlling his heartbeat to a near halt, as if truly entranced in slumber. The commander scrutinized him for several seconds before suddenly sneering. Consider yourself fortunate. He straightened up and turned to leave the cell, his boots echoing dully against the stone floor. Bang! The cell door closed once more, and the footsteps receded into the distance. In the darkness, Chen Chang'an gradually opened his eyes, a flicker of cold determination passing through his gaze. He exhaled softly, sitting up cross-legged, and closed his eyes once more to meditate. Although merely a manifestation, the energy expended in infiltrating the core of the Lord's manor twice was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, he needed to ensure that his actions remained undetected by the manor's occupants. The blood refinement demon crystal. Completion in 10 days. The image of the White Wolf King's murky yet still imposing golden vertical pupils flashed through Chen Chang'an's mind. The backlash of the 5 declines of heaven and man could indeed slay the Lord, but that ancient wolf would also be left in utter ruin. He opened his eyes, a glimmer of resolve illuminating them. A plan must be devised to enter the secret chamber once more without alerting the Lord's manor. The following morning, in the study of the Lord's manor, a flustered guard burst in, clutching a piece of parchment, his voice trembling. Lord, at the entrance of the secret chamber. This was found, seated in a purple sandalwood chair, the middle-aged man, Zhao Tianheng, the Lord of Fuan, furrowed his brow and took the parchment. The note contained only a few terse lines. Since our parting last night, I have missed you dearly. This evening, beyond the northern gate, I seek but a single battle. Should you fail to arrive, the matter of the blood refinement demon crystal will be known to all. At the bottom, a simple sketch of a little wolf was drawn. Zhao Tianheng's expression darkened instantly, his 5 fingers clenched, reducing the parchment to dust. How was this letter delivered? Investigate. His voice was icy, commanding that no suspicious individual within the manor be spared. The guards promptly took their leave, while Zhao Tianheng's gaze shifted to the window, a flicker of malevolence flashing in his eyes. On this night of the full moon, beyond the northern gate, he let out a cold chuckle. Last night, I allowed you to escape a calamity. Let us see if fortune favors you once more this time. As dusk approached, the sun dipped below the horizon. Within the confines of the death cell, Chen Chang'an sat cross-legged, his consciousness quietly expanding, sensing the movements within the Lord's manor. Indeed, a faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. A large contingent of elite guards had been dispatched from the manor, and even the 2 commanding figures of the transcendent realm were nowhere to be found. What captured his attention most was that the previously stringent guards near the Bloodpool secret chamber had been reduced by more than half. The plan had taken effect. With a flick of his fingers, the spiritual binding chain shattered once more, and his form wafted through the ventilation shaft like smoke. This time, he harbored no hesitation, heading straight for the secluded pavilion that housed the secret chamber. Inside the pavilion, silence reigned. Chen Chang'an skillfully dismantled the dark door's restrictions and stepped into the secret passage. Unlike yesterday, the passage was devoid of life, and even the scent of blood had diminished significantly. It seemed that the Bloodpool fellow had indeed gone to the northern gate to await him. He chuckled softly, retrieving a wine pouch from his bosom. This was the potent liquor he had discreetly acquired during the day while delivering a message from the finest tavern in the city, known as Drunken Millennium, which cut like a knife and packed a punch. It should suit that old wolf's palate. At the end of the passage, the bronze door remained firmly shut, but the guards had long since vanished. Chen Chang'an effortlessly bypassed the door's defenses and pushed it open. The blood pool continued to churn, yet the crimson crystal had dulled considerably, seemingly lacking the influence of its master. The white wolf king on the altar appeared even weaker than the previous day, struggling to lift its head. You? The white wolf king managed to open its eyes, filled with astonishment within its golden vertical pupils. You truly have returned? Chen Chang'an swaggered to the altar's front, shaking the wine pouch in his hand, and proclaimed, "A man of honor, once a word is spoken. Even 4 horses cannot retrieve it." With that, he tossed the pouch in an elegant arc, landing it squarely before the White Wolf King. The White Wolf King stared at the wine pouch in disbelief, as if unable to comprehend its reality. After a long moment, it extended its front paw, laboriously pulling the cork from the pouch. Instantly, a rich aroma of alcohol wafted through the air, even diluting the stench of the blood pool. What kind of wine is this? The White Wolf King's voice trembled as it lowered its head to sniff, a glimmer of moisture surfacing in its murky eyes. Drunken Millennium. What a fine wine. It raised its head, hoisting the pouch high, and the fiery liquor cascaded down like a waterfall, filling its mouth. Gulp, gulp. The liquid flowed from the corners of its mouth, soaking its parched fur. Once the pouch was emptied, the White Wolf King let out a long breath, its eyes regaining some glimmer of life. Refreshing. It laughed heartily, its voice hoarse yet jubilant, as if returning to the days of its former glory. Chen Chang'an stood with his arms crossed, a smile playing on his lips. So, did I deceive you? The laughter of the White Wolf King gradually subsided, its golden vertical pupils fixated on Chen Chang'an, suddenly transforming into an expression of utmost seriousness. Human, who exactly are you? A mere practitioner of the profound realm. Yet you have managed to infiltrate this place twice. You're no ordinary cultivator. Chen Chang'an nonchalantly shrugged. A name is merely a moniker. What truly matters is, he gestured towards the wine pouch. The wine is rather commendable. I assentee it. The White Wolf King gazed at him intently, then abruptly bared its jagged fangs in a grin. Ah, what a delightful declaration of the wine is commendable. Had I been a few thousand years younger, I would have surely sought to forge a brotherhood with you. Chen Chang'an chuckled softly, poised to respond, when suddenly his expression hardened. His spiritual sense detected the hurried sound of footsteps approaching from outside the secret passage. Someone was coming. The White Wolf King's ears perked up, and it murmured, "It's that Bloodpool fellow. He has returned." Chen Chang'an swiftly concealed his presence, retreating into the shadows. "I must take my leave," he whispered. "I shall return in 10 days." The White Wolf King shook its head. "There is no need in 10 days. All will come to an end." Its gaze became profoundly tranquil. To savor a pouch of fine wine in these final moments, I have no regrets. Chen Chang'an wished to convey more, but the footsteps grew ever closer. He cast a deep glance at the White Wolf King before vanishing into the shadows of the secret passage. The White Wolf King watched the direction of his departure, a flicker of complex emotion glimmering in its golden pupils. It lowered its head to lick the remnants of wine from the pouch, murmuring softly, "Humans. Indeed, quite intriguing." At that very moment, a chilling voice suddenly echoed in its ear. Ah, after many years, who would have thought that the illustrious White Wolf King would develop an interest in a mere human? Chapter 34. Old friends. After the silhouette of Chen Chang'an vanished into the depths of the secret passage, the Bloodpool chamber fell once again into silence. The White Wolf King slowly lowered its head, its golden slit pupils reflecting the remnants of liquor in the wine pouch, the corners of its mouth curling slightly, as if savoring the long-forgotten taste of strong spirits. At that moment, after so many years, I never expected the illustrious White Wolf King would take an interest in a mere human. A chilling voice suddenly echoed in its ears. The White Wolf King's ears perked up sharply, its murky pupils constricting suddenly, its fur bristling in shock. This voice, it gradually lifted its head, directing its gaze toward the source of the sound. In the void, the bell at the end of a jade hairpin gently swayed. Subsequently, the surrounding shadows receded like a tide, revealing a slender figure. She donned a flowing white robe with wide sleeves, embroidered at the hem with silver serpentine patterns. Her dark hair was loosely secured with a jade hairpin, a few strands cascading down the pale contours of her cheeks. A wide-brimmed hat concealed her face beneath a veil of fine silk, revealing only a pair of deep, cold eyes akin to a tranquil pool. Yet, upon a single glance, the White Wolf King found itself unable to avert its gaze. "Holy venerable." The voice of the White Wolf King trembled, almost losing its tune. It struggled to rise, the chains rattling loudly, but its withered limbs faltered from weakness, nearly causing it to collapse. Ali, or rather, Ji Hongli, gently raised her hand, a wisp of dark red demonic energy supporting its swaying body. There is no need for formalities. Her voice remained cold, yet held an imperceptible softness. The title of Holy Venerable is a thing of the past. Now, I'm merely a wandering cultivator. The White Wolf King stared intently at her, its golden pupils glistening with moisture. "Old minister, am I not dreaming?" Ji Hongli approached the altar, lightly tapping her fingertips, causing the runes on the 9 chains to silently dissolve. The White Wolf King finally regained some mobility, yet it did not rise. Instead, it humbly lowered its body, akin to the days of yore in the northern wilderness. "Holy Venerable, you have returned." Its voice was hoarse, yet filled with excitement. "Yes, I have returned." Ji Hongli gazed at the elderly white wolf before her. Its appearance deteriorated beyond recognition, a flicker of an unknown light gleaming in her eyes, followed by a soft sigh. "You have returned to lead the demon race in a renewed struggle against humanity for the Xian incontinent?" She shook her head. "In this present era, it is the age of the human race's ascendancy." She raised her hand, a wisp of dark red demonic energy manifesting in her palm, intertwined with a faint shimmer of gold. "In recent days, I have glimpsed a fragment of the landscape beyond the sacred realm, and have come to understand a semblance of heavenly intent. If the demon race wishes to endure, we must retreat to the northern wilderness, refraining from interference with humanity. The White Wolf King was momentarily taken aback, then quietly replied, "Since the Holy Venerable has said so, it must be correct." There was no trace of disappointment in its eyes, only unwavering loyalty. "It is enough that you have returned. Everyone in the northern wilderness has missed you dearly." Ji Hongli's gaze shifted slightly. "Everyone is well?" The White Wolf King's tail swayed gently, reminiscent of the days when a little wolf trailed behind her. "That little fox that followed you daily has now attained the sanctified realm and become a new saint of the demon clan." Its voice gradually flowed with ease, as if returning to the spirited years, recounting the transformations of the northern frontier over the years. 3 great demons had emerged from the Qingqiu Fox clan. The divination techniques of the Bai Zhe lineage had grown ever more exquisite, and although the Black Mountain Old Demon remained temperamental, he had managed to govern his territory with remarkable order. Ji Hongli listened quietly, refraining from interruption, until the White Wolf King mentioned the reason for his departure from the northern frontier, at which point her brow furrowed slightly. "In truth, it was the Bai Zhe Demon King who summoned me forth," the White Wolf King murmured, stating that he dreamt I would encounter a significant individual concerning the survival of the demon clan. Ji Hongli's gaze sharpened. "Did you meet him?" The White Wolf King let out a wry smile. "I disappointed him. Shortly after leaving the northern frontier, I was captured by humans and have been confined ever since." The bloody scent in the chamber seemed to dissipate, replaced by an inexplicable silence. After a long pause, Ji Hongli finally spoke. "Come with me." Her voice was soft yet carried an undeniable authority. "I shall escort you back to the northern frontier." The White Wolf King shook its head, a flicker of resolve glinting in its golden vertical pupils. "Saint Sovereign, this old servant is no longer capable." It lowered its head to regard its withered form, then lifted its gaze to Ji Hongli, showing a hint of relieved amusement. "The White Wolf clan repays kindness and vengeance with vengeance this 20-year ordeal. This old servant intends to cleanse with his own demise." Ji Hongli observed it in silence, finally sighing softly. "You remain as stubborn as ever." The White Wolf King bared its jagged fangs in a grin. "Are you not the same, revered sovereign? Back then, you declared your intent to challenge the 10 great holy realms of humanity alone, and none could dissuade you." A rare smile flickered in Ji Hongli's eyes. "Though it was fleeting, I shall not return to the northern frontier." She turned towards the secret passage, "At least not now. If you are unwilling to depart, then let us each find our peace." The White Wolf King made no attempt to retain her, merely lowering its body respectfully. "Take care, revered sovereign." Ji Hongli paused slightly. "What about you? Do you have any lingering wishes?" The White Wolf King pondered for a moment, then suddenly chuckled. "The human from earlier brought this old servant a pouch of wine. I am quite content." Ji Hongli spoke no further, her figure dissipating like smoke into the shadows. In the chamber, the White Wolf King lay alone upon the altar, gazing in the direction where Ji Hongli had vanished, its golden vertical pupils reflecting the faint light of the blood pool. The corners of its mouth lifted slightly, revealing a contented smile. In a moment of reverie, it seemed to return to a time long past, when it was but a little wolf, its fluffy tail wagging like a windmill, joyfully following the revered sovereign across the snowy expanses of the northern frontier. Sunlight bathed the snow, casting a golden hue across the world. The revered sovereign glanced back at it, rare amusement gracing her features. "Slow down, be careful not to fall." At that time, it was carefree and untroubled, merely perceiving that no matter how vast the world may be, it was but a mere distance away with a single wave of the saint's sleeve. "Saint," the White Wolf King murmured softly, gradually closing his eyes. The runes on the chains glimmered once more, and the demon crystal within the blood pool quivered gently, as if on the brink of a cataclysmic eruption. Yet, upon the visage of the White Wolf King, there remained only a serene smile. Chapter 35. Departure and Farewell. As Chen Chang'an emerged from the shadowy passage, the dawn light began to grace the horizon. He stood upon the high walls of the Lord's mansion, casting a glance back at the structure that held the White Wolf King captive, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With the agreement fulfilled, he had no intention of returning to the prison. Yet, he did not plan to leave the city immediately. 10 days. He murmured softly to himself, "Let me see what you are capable of." The morning breeze rustled his robes as Chen Chang'an inhaled deeply, feeling the flow of spiritual energy within him. Though this avatar of the profound realm possessed modest cultivation, it was far superior under the control of the Saint Realm's true essence. With a gentle leap, he descended from the wall like a falling leaf, vanishing into the morning mist. As dawn broke, the morning market of Fuan City buzzed to life. Dew from the previous night clung to the cobblestone streets, while vendors set up their oilcloth stalls, their calls echoing in the air. A tofu seller pushed a wheelbarrow, the wheels creaking over the stone seams. At the street corner, a tea stall exhaled steam, with several porters squatting on benches, sipping hot tea from coarse porcelain bowls. The sizzling of the oil for fried dough sticks filled the air, and the sweet aroma of roasted chestnuts wafted far and wide, drawing the attention of children clutching coins. As the morning light intensified, the vibrant clamor of the marketplace grew more vivid, enveloping the entire street in the lively atmosphere that Chen Chang'an cherished. At this moment, he donned a simple linen outfit, blending seamlessly into the crowd. His gaze traversed the bustling throng, landing upon the familiar grocery stall. Ali was organizing her shelves, her profile beneath the straw hat appearing particularly serene in the morning glow. Chen Chang'an stood before her stall, casting a shadow over her sunlit space. "What would you like to buy?" Ali inquired without lifting her head. "I am not here to purchase anything," Chen Chang'an replied. "I have come to apologize." Ali paused in her task, slowly raising her head. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, partially obscured by the sheer veil. "You were right last time," Chen Chang'an said earnestly. "All things possess a spirit, and I should not have been so presumptuous." Ali's pupils slightly contracted. She set down her goods, scrutinizing the man before her who had once argued vehemently with her. A figure from many years ago, who had journeyed with her through the mortal realm, began to merge with the youthful visage before her, a memory she had nearly forgotten. How strikingly similar, she mused inwardly, her expression softening slightly. "What have you seen?" Chen Chang'an smiled without answering. The sunlight illuminated his face, revealing a light in his eyes that seemed to set him apart from the surrounding crowd. Suddenly, Ji Hongli grasped why the White Wolf King regarded this human with such distinction. With a light scoff, she turned her head, half smiling. "So now you acknowledge your mistake? To recognize one's errors and amend them is a virtue beyond measure," Chen Chang'an replied in a tone reminiscent of a fortune-teller. "Such flattery," Ji Hongli remarked, though a smile began to play at her lips. "I forgive you." After bidding farewell to Ali, Chen Chang'an made his way directly out of the city. He knew that the Lord's mansion would soon discover the disappearance of the prisoners from the death cell, and when that moment arrived, the entire city would be under martial law. He set up a makeshift shelter beneath an ancient locust tree, 3 miles outside the city gates. The location offered a broad view, allowing him to observe the comings and goings at the city gate, while also enabling a swift escape if necessary. On the first day, all was as usual at the city gate. By the third day, he noticed the guards from the Lord's mansion beginning to interrogate pedestrians at the entrance. On the 5th day, news spread within the city that they were in pursuit of an escaped convict. By the 7th day, the search radius of the soldiers had extended beyond the city walls. Chen Chang'an changed his disguise daily. Sometimes he appeared as a woodcutter, other times as a peddler. But he never strayed far from the confines of Fuan City. He observed that the vigilance of the Lord's mansion grew increasingly stringent. Yet the faces of the guards betrayed an unmistakable fear. On the night of the 9th day, Chen Chang'an stood atop a high slope, gazing towards the direction of the Lord's mansion. Under the moonlight, the structure resembled a slumbering behemoth, though he sensed that something was brewing within. Tomorrow would mark the 10th day, he murmured to himself. On the morning of the 10th day, the skies above Fuan City were clear and cloudless. Chen Chang'an arrived early at a tea stall outside the city gate. He ordered a pot of fine tea, sipping it leisurely while his gaze remained fixed on the Lord's mansion. At noon, an unexpected upheaval occurred. The ground began to tremble slightly, causing ripples to form in his teacup. Suddenly, a mass of crimson clouds gathered above the Lord's mansion, deepening in hue until it morphed into a disquieting dark red. "Look, what is that?" exclaimed a patron at the tea stall. Chen Chang'an set down his teacup, sensing a familiar aura, the power of the White Wolf King, intertwined with a more ancient and ferocious energy. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted from within the city. The location of the Lord's mansion suddenly burst forth in blinding red light, which expanded instantaneously, engulfing the entire estate. The shock wave swept through, causing the very stones of the city gate to tremble. The patrons at the tea stall scattered in panic. Yet Chen Chang'an remained seated. He gazed at the towering crimson pillar of light, a smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. "Well done," he murmured. The pillar of light lingered for approximately a quarter of an hour before gradually dissipating. When the dust settled, all that remained where the Lord's mansion had stood was a vast, deep pit, surrounded by the ruins of nearby structures. However, just as the blood-red light faded, a grotesque figure suddenly surged forth from the debris. Ha ha ha! The maniacal laughter echoed across the land, revealing the Lord, drenched in blood, his garments tattered. Yet his form was entwined with eerie crimson runes, his aura now vastly more formidable than before. "Did you think I would perish so easily?" He taunted, suspended in midair, his eyes a fierce crimson, surveying the devastated city below with a frenzied expression. Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes, his figure flickering as he ascended into the air, facing the Lord from a distance. "I truly did not anticipate this," he replied coolly. "You are even more tenacious than I imagined." The Lord grinned menacingly. "So it is you, the one who spied upon me that day at the blood pool? Do you truly believe that mere beast can vanquish me? I have long since intertwined my soul with the blood sacrifice formation. As long as the formation endures, I shall not meet my end." Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an's gaze swept across the city below, and indeed, amidst the ruins he discerned the faint traces of crimson patterns, remnants of a formation yet to be utterly destroyed. Understanding dawned upon him. He nodded. "Then, for the sake of that old friend, I shall strike you down once more." Before his words had fully departed, Chen Chang'an's sword had already been drawn. The Nine Heavens thunderous sword technique, divine retribution. In an instant, dark clouds gathered in the heavens. Lightning crackled like dragons. A resplendent beam of sword light, imbued with overwhelming celestial might, descended upon the city lord. The city lord's countenance shifted dramatically, and he retreated in haste. "You shall not." Yet, just as he was about to evade, a crimson beam suddenly erupted from the ruins, entwining the city lord like chains, anchoring him firmly in place. "What?" The city lord turned in horror, only to behold Ali clutching a damaged crimson crystal, directing it at him, emanating an ancient aura capable of suppressing all. "Ah, my demon crystal?" The city lord shrieked in disbelief. "Impossible. How can you wield it?" Ali merely offered a cold smile, her grip on the demon crystal intensifying. In that fleeting moment, Chen Chang'an's sword light had arrived. "No!" The city lord's desperate howl echoed as the sword light descended like divine punishment, completely engulfing him. As the lightning subsided, the sky cleared. The city lord's figure had been reduced to naught but ash, leaving no trace behind. Chen Chang'an sheathed his sword and gracefully descended. He turned to Ali, who held the now dimmed demon crystal, its power seemingly expended. "Thank you," he expressed sincerely. Ali shook her head gently, replying, "It is what I ought to do." Her gaze fell upon the ruins of the city lord's mansion, a flicker of complexity crossing her eyes. The surviving citizens of the city began to emerge from their hiding places, their expressions a blend of fear and relief as they beheld the ruins. Chen Chang'an understood that the calamity that had befallen this city had finally come to an end. System notification: Epic Series Achievement completed. Youth's Journey 1-4, Youth's Journey, Part 1, a promise accompanied by spring wine, riding the winds to send forth the white wolf. Completing the Youth's Journey series of achievements rewards him with jade from the other mountains to enhance the level of a supreme celestial technique. Do you not see the young wanderers of Huainan, hunting in daylight, tossing about at night? For the sake of revenge, 1,000,000 will not hesitate. As if traversing 1,000 miles were mere inches. Closing the system panel, Chen Chang'an brushed off non-existent dust from his garments, rising to his feet and casting one last glance at the city. In a moment of reverie, a striking figure clad in white, with flowing white hair, stood upon the city walls, waving farewell to him. Chen Chang'an smiled faintly, humming a tune, and turned away without a shred of nostalgia. Several days later, in the direction from which Chen Chang'an had departed, a small sect, known as 8 Elephants Gate, located 500 miles away, was conducting a grand entrance examination. Such small sects represent the lowest tier of the cultivation world across the Xianing continent. Yet even so, they remain the sole path for countless ordinary mortals yearning for immortality. At this moment, a boy named Han Yu cleverly tucked his frail figure into the corner of a small square, while stealthily observing the other youths who had come to partake in the assessment. Chapter 36. The young Han Yu beneath the blazing sun. The stone square at the foot of the 8 Elephants sect was teeming with youths gathered for the entrance examination. Han Yu nestled in the shadow at the edge of the square, his frail frame nearly melding into the stone wall. He moistened his cracked lips, his eyes darting with keen awareness. He observed that the youths, including himself, had unconsciously formed 3 distinct groups. Firstly, in the center of the square stood a cluster of elegantly attired youths, around 7 or 8 in number, each clad in luxurious garments. The leader among them, seemingly aged around 15 or 16, bore a piece of lustrous white jade at his waist, glimmering softly in the sunlight. He engaged in light-hearted banter with his companions, his voice pitched just right to be audible to those nearby. "Brother Zhang, I hear your father has invited a seasoned expert from Qingyang City to help refine your meridians?" A boy in blue inquired, seeking to ingratiate himself. The youth addressed, as Brother Zhang modestly nodded, "It is merely a trifling matter. My father believes that with my aptitude, entering the 8 Elephants sect is more than sufficient. I am merely here to go through the motions." Han Yu listened intently, his grip on his garment tightening. His coarse robe had been worn for 3 years, its cuffs frayed and patched at the elbows. Compared to those elegantly dressed youths, he felt as if he belonged to a different realm entirely. The second group consisted of several youths, slightly less opulent in attire, but still neat and clean, encircling the finely dressed boys. These individuals evidently hailed from well-to-do families, having grown up in towns where they had learned to read the faces of others and navigate social dynamics to their advantage. Thus, they clustered around the leading youth, referring to him as young master and brother, titles he appeared to accept with accustomed ease, albeit his youthful pride clearly relished the attention. The final group comprised impoverished children from rural backgrounds, much like himself, scattered in small clusters at the square's periphery. Most, like him, observed their surroundings with a cautious demeanor, resembling a flock of sparrows that had inadvertently strayed into a gathering of cranes. "Hey, did you come alone too?" A timid voice emerged from beside him. Han Yu turned to see a boy even smaller than himself, his face still bearing the innocence of youth. My uncle brought me," Han Yu replied, instinctively straightening his posture to appear less shabby. His uncle was regarded as a significant figure in their village, the only one to have ventured beyond their little hamlet, rumored to hold a respectable status, though the specifics of his endeavors remained a mystery to Han Yu. The boy's eyes brightened. "I'm Lin Xiaoshu, the son of a hunter from Yojia village. What about you?" "Han Yu," he answered succinctly, his gaze inadvertently drifting back to the group of finely dressed youths. Lin Xiaoshu followed his line of sight and exclaimed, "Those must be the sons of affluent families. I've heard they bathe in spirit herbs and practice ancestral techniques from a young age. How can we, the children of the poor, ever compete?" Han Yu chose not to respond. Before departing, his uncle had imparted wisdom regarding the arduous path of cultivation. Yet he had also assured him that opportunities were not entirely absent. Though the 8-symbol sect is a modest faction, it adheres to its own set of rules, which are not solely determined by one's family background. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a sudden commotion arose from the front of the square. An elder clad in a gray robe approached with measured steps, accompanied by several young disciples. The elder's gaunt face was illuminated by piercing eyes, and his robes fluttered gracefully as he walked, exuding an air of ethereal elegance. "It is Elder Wang," someone exclaimed. Han Yu immediately straightened up, tugging Lin Xiaoshu forward. The young men in splendid attire ceased their chatter and stood respectfully. Elder Wang ascended to the central platform of the square, his gaze sweeping over the gathered youth. When his eyes briefly lingered on the group of elegantly dressed young men, he nodded at a middle-aged man standing beside them. Manager Li, this year's talents from Qingyang City are quite impressive, Elder Wang remarked with a smile. The middle-aged man quickly clasped his hands together in salute. Elder Wang, you flatter me. These are merely unrefined youths. I hope the Eight-Symbol sect will nurture them well. This exchange weighed heavily on Han Yu's heart. It appeared that these wealthy scions had already established connections with the sect, and the entrance examination might be. Silence. Elder Wang suddenly raised his voice, and the square fell into an immediate hush. Today marks the triennial entrance examination of our Eight-Symbol sect. The rules are simple. Elder Wang pointed towards the towering mountains behind him. From this point to our sect's main gate, there are a total of 2,700 stone steps. Those who can ascend to the summit before sunset, relying solely on their own perseverance, shall be admitted to our Eight-Symbol sect for cultivation. Upon hearing this proclamation, the crowd erupted in whispers. Is it really that simple? I thought there would be tests of spiritual roots and potential. 2,700 steps. Won't that be exhausting? Elder Wang seemed to perceive the thoughts of the crowd, offering a faint smile. On the path of immortality, the foremost virtue is character. No matter how high one's talent, without perseverance, one ultimately fails to achieve greatness. Han Yu tilted his head to gaze at the majestic golden serpent mountain before him, feeling his throat involuntarily tighten. When his uncle had mentioned that the Eight-Symbol sect was situated on Golden Serpent Mountain, he had assumed it was merely a grandiose name for an ordinary peak. Now he understood the truth behind it. The entire mountain resembled a colossal serpent coiled upon the earth, with its main peak steep and erect like a serpent's head, while the ridges extending on either side resembled a serpent's flickering tongue. Most astonishing was the color of the rocks. The mountain appeared a dark green reminiscent of ancient bronze from a distance, yet upon closer inspection, the stone surfaces were intricately adorned with fine golden veins, shimmering in the sunlight as if the mountain itself were alive, sparkling with glistening waves. This is not merely stone, Han Yu murmured, unable to resist reaching out to touch the exposed rock face of the mountain's base. The cool, slick sensation beneath his fingertips was akin to the feel of serpent scales. He quickly withdrew his hand, a shiver racing down his spine. Scared? Unbeknownst to him, his uncle had suddenly materialized at his side, pipe in mouth, squinting towards the mist-cloaked summit. Golden Serpent Mountain was once an ancient spirit serpent transformed into form. It is said that the stones here even flow with the blood of demons. Just as Han Yu was about to inquire further, a sudden cry arose from the crowd. Following the direction of the commotion, he finally beheld the fabled stairway to ascendance. The 2,700 bluestone steps, resembling a jade belt cast down by the deities, winding from mountain's base all the way up to the unseen clouds. The lowest 300 steps are relatively gentle, but as one ascends, the incline becomes increasingly steep, culminating in a near-vertical slope at the mountainside. The ancient stone steps, worn by millennia of wind and rain, are riddled with indentations. Some cavities still hold the remnants of last night's rainwater, glistening under the sun like scattered shards of glass. Is this truly meant for walking? Lin Xiaoshu's voice trembled as he pointed to a section of cliff protruding from the mountainside, where a flight of about 20 steps hung, suspended in midair, held only by iron chains embedded in the rock. As the mountain wind swept through, the entire staircase swayed slightly. Han Yu's gaze climbed the stone steps, but was abruptly interrupted by a rolling sea of clouds at the mountainside. The milky white mist seemed to possess a life of its own, entwining around the mountain, at times revealing a few solitary steps, while at others, engulfing the entire path. Just as he was lost in contemplation, a gust of wind tore through the clouds, unveiling a vermilion archway at a height, where 8 stone beasts of various forms perched at the corners, partially obscured by the fog. The Eight-Symbol Gate. Han Yu's heart raced. Behind the archway, a cluster of blue-tiled buildings floated amidst the sea of clouds, resembling a mirage. Yet, before he could discern further, the mist closed in once more, as if the fleeting glimpse had been but an illusion. Stop looking. His uncle tapped the back of Han Yu's head with a smoking rod, insisting that they must conserve their strength for the climb beginning at noon. Meanwhile, 100 miles away from Jinshi Mountain, Chen Chang'an set down a coarse porcelain tea bowl, the liquid within creating gentle ripples at the bottom. He surveyed his surroundings. On the earthen path of Qingyo village, only a few hunched old farmers ambled slowly by, while the laughter of children playing near the grain-drying area rang out with remarkable clarity. How peculiar! He stroked his chin and turned to inquire of the tea stall owner. Why is there not a single young lad to be found in this village? The elder, wiping the table, chuckled knowingly, wrinkles crinkling around his eyes. You must be a visitor, sir. Today is the grand opening ceremony of the 8-symbol gate, and the young people from nearby villages have already set off for the foot of Jinshi Mountain before dawn. The 8-symbol gate? Chen Chang'an's eyes sparkled, the tea bowl twirling between his fingers. A sect of immortal cultivation? Indeed. The elder poured more tea from a copper kettle, lowering his voice amid the rising steam. Every young person in the village yearns for the path to immortality. After all, when one attains enlightenment, even their chickens and dogs ascend to higher realms. Chen Chang'an's eyes gleamed as he gazed thoughtfully at the undulating mountains in the distance. Good sir, how does one reach the 8-symbol gate? Follow the official road eastward for 60 miles, and you shall arrive at Jinshi Mountain. The elder pointed with a sweat cloth towards the distant peaks shrouded in mist. At the mountain's base lies Qingyang City, bustling 100-fold compared to our humble village. If you seek a fortuitous encounter with immortals, it is best to arrive before noon. Huh! Before he could finish, a piece of silver appeared on the table. When he looked up again, the figure of the young merchant in blue had vanished down the official road, leaving only the tea awning swaying gently in the breeze. Chapter 37. The Sect Examination at the foot of Gold Serpent Mountain. The 8-Elephant Sect. Han Yu rubbed his temples and withdrew his gaze, only to discover that the shadow beneath him was grotesquely contorting. He blinked, realizing it was not an illusion. The golden patterns on the stone steps undulated under the sunlight, resembling the scales of serpent, as if the entire path was breathing. A wave of dizziness washed over him, causing him to stagger back 2 steps until he steadied himself against an ancient pine tree. This was the living scales effect of Gold Serpent Mountain. His third uncle, exhaling rings of smoke with indifference, remarked that those lacking sufficient cultivation would have their souls drawn away if they gazed too long. Just look at the fissures on either side of the steps. Han Yu pressed his temples, redirecting his attention. In the crevices flanking the steps, clusters of thumb-sized, bluish-purple flowers flourished, each petal adorned with star-like silver speckles. More astonishingly, as these star-patterned flowers swayed in the mountain breeze, they scattered fine, luminous powder, creating a shimmering trail upon the stone steps. Those are guiding star flowers. They illuminate at night, he explained. However, it is advisable to reach the summit before darkness falls, as it is rumored that undesirable entities emerge upon the arrival of night. Just as he spoke, a silver shadow suddenly darted past through the crevice above them. Han Yu caught a glimpse of a fluffy tail before it vanished into the thicket beside the steps. Cloud Mist Weasel, an informed youth exclaimed. It is said their fur can ward off poisons. The crowd stirred, with several affluent youths signaling their attendance to capture it. At that moment, 3 long, resonant chimes echoed from the mountain peak, the deep reverberation causing the star-patterned flowers to tremble. All chatter ceased abruptly. Elder Wang of the 8-Elephant Sect had, unbeknownst to them, taken his place on the first step. His gray robe billowed in the mountain wind like a sail. Following him were 2 sword-bearing young acolytes, each adorned with a jade pendant inscribed with serpent patterns. It is noon. Elder Wang's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear. Those who reach the summit before sunset may enter the walls of the 8-Elephant Sect. Han Yu inhaled deeply, casting his gaze once more towards the celestial stairway that vanished into the clouds. At that moment, sunlight bathed the middle of the mountain, causing the nearly vertical steps to reflect a blinding golden light, resembling the jagged fangs of a giant serpent's gaping maw. He suddenly understood why his third uncle had mentioned that every year youths partaking in the examination went missing. This was no celestial stairway. It was a perilous path leading to a dragon's den or tiger's lair. Are you afraid? His uncle pressed a coarse cloth pouch into his hand. Take this. Chew on it at a critical moment. Han Yu felt a hard object within, catching the distinct earthy scent of ginseng. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, a sudden cheer erupted ahead. The group of elegantly dressed youths was surging towards the stone steps, their luxurious robes fluttering like banners in the wind. "Remember," his uncle said, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat, "the test of the celestial stairway is not about your legs, but here." His rough fingers tapped gently on Han Yu's chest. As the bell tolled again, Han Yu was swept along with the crowd toward the base of the mountain. When he finally stood before the first step, he realized each step was nearly twice the height of an ordinary one, with the surface of the blue stone marred by countless indentations left by numerous feet, still embedded with remnants of bloodied scraps of cloth that had not been cleared away. Gazing upwards, the 2,700 stone steps emerged from the mist, resembling a celestial belt leading to the heavens. At the summit, the Vermilion Mountain Gate is now shrouded in the swirling sea of clouds, as if it had never existed. Han Yu swallowed hard and placed his foot on the first stone step. Time passed slowly. Han Yu's knees were bloodied, and his palms bore the scars of the rough stone steps. He gasped for breath, his throat feeling as if it were filled with burning coals. Each inhalation tinged with a metallic taste. Looking up, the ethereal mountain gate remained tantalizingly out of reach. Meanwhile, a group of elegantly dressed youths had already reached the pinnacle, gazing down at those still struggling to ascend. Their attire was immaculate, and some even bore smiles, as if this trial were merely a formality to them. Han Yu gritted his teeth, his nails digging into the crevices of the stone steps, dragging his heavy body upward once more. Indeed, they had not been mistaken. He should have anticipated this. Those affluent scions had consumed elixirs since childhood, honing their ancestral techniques, their physiques robust, and their stamina far exceeding that of ordinary folk. For a destitute youth like him, reaching the halfway mark was already a monumental achievement. The surroundings had grown desolate. Most had given up long before. Lin Xiaoshu had collapsed in tears after scaling 800 steps, carried down the mountain by the servant disciples. Now, Han Yu found himself alone, persistently struggling on the celestial staircase. As the sun gradually descended, the mist thickened and a chill seeped into his bones. His vision began to blur, and his arms trembled, nearly unable to support his weight. 2,000 steps, just a little longer. He did not understand why he was so resolute. Perhaps it was stubbornness, or perhaps a refusal to concede. Finally, when the last ray of sunlight vanished beyond the mountain peak, Han Yu reached the 2,000th step. He could move no more. Collapsing onto the cold stone, his breaths becoming feeble. "The assessment is concluded." Elder Wang's voice resonated from above, echoing through the mountains. "Those who have reached the summit may enter the inner gate. Those who have climbed beyond halfway may enter the outer gate, practice martial arts, and try again next year." Han Yu suddenly lifted his head, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. The outer gate. There was still a chance. With great difficulty, he propped himself up and surveyed his surroundings, only to discover that apart from the elegantly dressed youths who had already reached the summit, there was but one other individual, like him, who had climbed beyond the halfway mark. This was a slender youth, his demeanor austere, his gaze sharp as a blade. He too bore numerous wounds, yet his back remained straight, reminiscent of a sword yet to be unsheathed. Li. Han Yu vaguely recalled that this individual was named Li, taciturn and silent, having spoken to no one throughout the ordeal. Elder Wang's gaze swept across the two of them, and he nodded slightly. "Han Yu, Li Hanzhou, you two are to report to the outer gate tomorrow." Han Yu finally exhaled, the tension in his body dissipating as he sank to the ground. Chapter 38. An unexpected opportunity. Han Yu discovered that he and the other youths had been gathered once more in the original square. The successful candidates were first escorted away by an elder with an ethereal demeanor, while those who had been eliminated were tearfully reunited with their waiting families at the foot of the mountain. Eventually, it was just he and Li Hanzhou remaining. He had just informed his third uncle of his impending entry into the outer sect, and while his uncle expressed his pride, he also handed Han Yu a heavy cloth bag, instructing him to practice diligently and strive to enter the inner sect during the next year's assessment. After bidding farewell, Han Yu stood at the foot of the 8-elephant gate, watching his uncle's gradually receding figure, feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension. Third uncle. I will make a name for myself. He clenched his fists, silently vowing. Beside him, Li Hongzhou remained silent, his stern countenance revealing no emotion. At that moment, Elder Wang approached, stroking his beard, and said with a smile, "Come, I shall take you to register for the outer sect." However, just as they took a few steps, a hoarse voice called out from behind, "Wait." Han Yu turned to see an elderly man clad in a black robe approaching slowly. He was gaunt, with a sinister expression, yet his eyes were sharp as a hawk's, seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul. "Elder Mo?" Elder Wang was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, "What brings you here in person?" The black-robed elder, Taoist Mo, snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping over Han Yu and Li Hongzhou, and stated indifferently, "My medicinal garden is in need of 2 disciples. I shall take these 2. A flicker of surprise crossed Elder Wang's eyes, but he quickly regained his smile and nodded. Since Elder Mo has spoken, it is certainly no problem. He then turned to Han Yu and Li Hongzhou, saying, "You are fortunate. Elder Mo is the master of our 8-elephant sect's medicinal garden. To study under him is a blessing for you." Han Yu's heart leaped with joy, and he quickly bowed. "Thank you, Elder." Li Hongzhou remained silent, merely nodding slightly. After Taoist Mo led the 2 away, Elder Wang gazed after their figures, suddenly shaking his head and sighing, "They just recruited a few disciples. It seems they didn't last even half a year. I hope these 2 little fellows can persevere a bit longer." Taoist Mo's medicinal garden was nestled deep within the back mountains of the 8-elephant sect, shrouded in mist, with the air thick with the fragrance of herbs. A refreshing aroma enveloped him as he inhaled deeply, feeling his lungs filled with the essence of the flora, dispelling the fatigue from his earlier ascent. Looking around, the garden was constructed along the mountainside, with layers of spiritual fields cascading down like a verdant tapestry. Between the furrows, various spiritual herbs thrived. Some had leaves as translucent as emeralds, others boasted fiery red stems, and still others bore thumb-sized fruits that glimmered faintly in the morning light. Are these all spiritual herbs? Han Yu had never encountered such a plethora of rare plants, and he was momentarily dazzled. He crouched down and curiously touched a silvery-leaved herb by his feet. As his fingertip brushed the edge of the leaf, it recoiled slightly, as if possessing a spirit of its own. "Do not touch recklessly." A cold voice came from behind him. Han Yu turned around and saw Li Hongzhou standing a short distance away, his gaze fixed upon a patch of silver-leaf grass. This was known as Hanshin grass, its leaf edges lined with fine thorns that would cause a tingling sensation upon contact with skin. Han Yu quickly withdrew his hand, offering an awkward smile. "Thank you for the warning, Senior Brother Li." The other appeared to be 1 or 2 years his senior, and he felt justified in addressing him as such. Li Hongzhou said no more and followed the Taoist Mu deeper into the medicinal fields. The 2 were soon led to a humble wooden hut, where Taoist Mu abruptly halted. In the next moment, Han Yu felt a weight in his palm. He looked down to find that the magic practitioner had tossed them 2 weathered tomes, his voice cold as he instructed for the next few days. "You need do nothing but cultivate this longevity technique. I will assess your progress in 7 days. Those who fail will be sent back to the outer sect." With that, he turned and departed, his black robe rustling in the breeze, disappearing into the depths of the medicinal garden, unwilling to waste a moment on the 2. But Han Yu was already beyond such thoughts. He cradled the tomes, his heart a mix of anxiety and anticipation. As he opened longevity technique, he discovered it detailed a fundamental breathing method, claiming that mastery could extend one's lifespan and lay a solid foundation for embarking on the path of immortality. 7 days. I must succeed. After a brief discussion with Li Hongzhou, they were assigned a cramped wooden cabin, furnished with merely a bed and a low table. Once the door was closed, Han Yu eagerly sat cross-legged, adjusting his breathing as instructed in the text, attempting to sense the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. However, as time trickled by, he felt only a pervasive numbness throughout his body, remaining utterly clueless about the sensations described in the book, which left him somewhat disheartened. He recalled the elegantly dressed youths from earlier. Surely, they had succeeded in their cultivation long before now. Yet, in the next moment, an indomitable stubbornness surged within him. Han Yu resolutely cast aside his distracting thoughts and resumed his practice. As deep night fell, just when he was on the brink of giving up once more, a faint warmth suddenly surged within him, coursing slowly through his meridians. Chi sensation. This is the sensation described in the book? Hanyu was filled with joy, not daring to let his guard down until the warmth stabilized. Only then did he exhale deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. I did it. In his excitement, he attempted to rise, but having sat for too long, his legs were numb, causing him to plop back down onto the hard bed, which was quite uncomfortable. However, in this moment of elation, he paid no mind to the discomfort, considering it merely an opportunity to stretch his limbs. Once the numbness subsided, he finally stood, opened the door, and stepped out into the night. The darkness was profound, and the medicinal garden lay silent, punctuated only by the occasional chirping of insects. Under the moonlight, Hanyu strolled alone around the garden, wary of stepping on the mounds for fear of accidentally disturbing the precious spiritual herbs. The lively fields from daylight now echoed with the rustling of insects, with the night breeze occasionally sweeping through, causing the herbs to whisper softly. The cool moonlight barely illuminated his path, and Hanyu cautiously navigated the uneven ground. Suddenly, crack! His foot stumbled sharply, and Hanyu staggered a few steps. In a daze, he caught a glimpse of something dark lying on the ground. What on earth is that? Frowning, he bent down and reached out to touch it. This object was hard and half buried in the mud, its surface coated with a layer of dried sludge, resembling a stone at first glance. Yet, when he tugged at it with force, the muddy shell shattered with a crisp sound, revealing a lustrous jade hue beneath. What is this? A thrill coursed through Hanyu's heart as he hastily wiped away the grime with his sleeve. As the muck fell away, a delicate jade gourd gradually unveiled itself, its entire body a serene blend of azure and white, smooth and warm like fine fat, with faint intricate patterns etched upon its belly, glimmering softly under the moonlight. Is this a treasure? Hanyu's breath caught in his throat. His uncle would occasionally recount tales of the cultivation realm during his visits to the village, often narrating how protagonists stumbled upon protective artifacts and seized fortuitous opportunities. But how could this jade gourd be buried in the medicinal herb garden? Instinctively, he glanced around. The night wind wailed, and shadows seemed to flicker among the herbal thickets. In the distance, the lights in the abode of the ink practitioner had extinguished, and the entire medicinal garden lay enveloped in darkness. With only the jade gourd in his hand, radiating a gentle warmth, as if responding to his touch. I must secure this first. Chapter 39, The New Child of Destiny. In the bustling East Market of Qingyang City, a man had set up a rudimentary wooden table, draped with yellowed rice paper. Beside it stood a crooked wooden sign inscribed with the words, "Fortune-telling, adults 10 tales, youth free." Passers-by cast peculiar glances his way, some stifling laughter, another itinerant charlatan. Preying on children. How novel. This man was, of course, Chen Chang'an, who had recently entered the city. Unperturbed by the surrounding murmurs, he calmly ground his ink. At that moment, he was clad in a faded blue long robe, his visage thin and haggard, suggesting he was in his early 30s. Yet his eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness, as if capable of penetrating the human heart. "Sir, is it truly free?" inquired a timid boy of 12 or 13, standing bashfully before the table. Chen Chang'an looked up with a smile. "Indeed, it is true. What character would you like to inquire about?" I wish to learn about the character study," the boy stammered, biting his lip as he awkwardly inscribed the character on the paper. Chen Chang'an gazed intently at the character, and before him manifested a translucent system panel visible only to his eyes. Zhao Xiaolu, cultivation, mortal potential. 5, ordinary standard, destiny. 25, perhaps a minor official in the future. Loyalty. 0, stranger. Personality, diligent. Steady, he let out a gentle sigh. To call this boy a child of destiny was a stretch. This was already the 7th child he had encountered today devoid of any cultivation aptitude. "You are diligent and eager to learn. Surely you will achieve great things in the future." Chen Chang'an uttered a kind fib, producing a piece of malt candy from his sleeve and offering it to the boy. "Remember, reading is always beneficial." The boy scampered away joyfully. As Chen Chang'an watched his retreating figure, he pondered, The aptitude for cultivation in this world was even scarcer than he had imagined. However, he quickly reconsidered. The talent for cultivation was largely hereditary, with the majority of practitioners concentrated within esteemed families and sects, alongside the vast unified cultivation dynasty of Dao. Thus, it was only natural that gifted individuals among mortals were exceedingly rare. His current endeavors were akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet, after 5 centuries of solitude in the valley, striving toward the sacred realm, Chen Chang'an was far from lacking in patience. Moreover, with the system he possessed, he was, in essence, akin to a benevolent elder to the children of destiny. Perhaps they would attract one another, he mused with delight. As noon approached, the foot traffic in the street gradually increased. A group of elegantly attired youths swarmed around a dapper young gentleman emerging from a tavern. This young master, around 16 or 17 years of age, wore a jade pendant at his waist and fanned himself with an ornate folding fan, exuding an air of arrogance. Young Master Zhang, look over there. There's a fortune teller offering free readings for children. One of the attendants pointed out, chuckling as he gestured towards Chen Chang'an. Young Master Zhang squinted his eyes. Intrigo? How rare. Let's go take a look. The crowd parted to make way. Chen Chang'an looked up to see a richly garbed youth standing before his table, surveying him from a height. Had Hanyu been present, he would have recognized young Master Zhang as the leading youth from their earlier encounter during the sect examination. I have heard that you possess a remarkable talent for divination, remarked young Master Zhang, his tone laced with palpable disdain. Do a reading for me. Chen Chang'an's gaze lingered momentarily on the youth's countenance before the system interface unfurled. Zhang Mingho, cultivation, initial phase of object manipulation, potential, 25, inferior water spirit root. Destiny, 0, trapped in dire straits, may fortune favor you. Loyalty, 0, stranger. Personality, confident, arrogant. Please, inscribe a character, Chen Chang'an urged, offering paper and brush. With a derisive snort, young Master Zhang scrawled the character Zhang with vigorous strokes. Yet there was an undercurrent of hostility in his writing. Observing the character, Chen Chang'an slowly remarked, the character Zhang can be disassembled into bow and long. The bow is drawn taut, the arrow poised to be released, yet one cannot discern its target. It seems, young master, that you are at risk of encountering a calamity. It would be wise to remain discreet and withdrawn. Preposterous. Young Master Zhang slammed the table, causing the inkstone to leap, splattering ink across the rice paper. I'm the legitimate heir of the Zhang family of Qingyang. Who would dare to harm me? You charlatan. Seek to intimidate me for coin. Laughter erupted from the entourage, with a lanky fellow sneering, young master. Do you truly believe in such lowly tricks to have your character divined? Calmly, Chen Chang'an wiped the ink splatter from his hands and replied indifferently, the reading is complimentary. Whether you believe it or not is your choice. With a dismissive huff, young Master Zhang tossed his sleeves and, in his departure, kicked over the water jug beside Chen Chang'an, spilling water everywhere and reflecting a shattered sky. Enough, there is no need to argue with a dying man, Chen Chang'an sighed, tidying the disarrayed table. Such is humanity. Even the most irritable individuals can exhibit unusual leniency toward those in dire circumstances. Moreover, he had no interest in young Master Zhang's supposed impending doom. His previous encounter in Fuan City had already been fraught with complications, and he preferred to avoid trouble. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the foot traffic on the street dwindled. Chen Chang'an gathered his paper and brush, preparing to conclude his day's readings. At that moment, a figure appeared before him, blocking the last rays of sunlight. Sir, could you perform a reading for me? The voice was clear and imbued with youthful vitality. Looking up, Chen Chang'an beheld a boy of approximately 15 years. The lad appeared unremarkable, clad in simple attire, yet his eyes sparkled with an indescribable brilliance. A flutter of inexplicable excitement coursed through Chen Chang'an as he unfurled the rice paper anew. What character would you like to have read? After a moment's contemplation, the boy took the brush and inscribed the character Han. As the ink settled onto the paper, Chen Chang'an's system interface began to flicker violently. Golden text cascading like a flowing stream. Hanyu, cultivation, mortal, recently attained a sense of qi. Potential, 28. Inferior 5-element spirit root. Destiny. 100. Child of destiny. Able to turn misfortune into fortune. Loyalty. 0. Stranger. Personality. Resolute, cautious. Chen Chang'an's hand trembled slightly, ink droplets falling onto the paper, creating dark, spreading stains. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his astonishment, and raised his gaze to the seemingly ordinary boy. The last rays of the setting sun enveloped the youth, casting a golden outline around him. Chen Chang'an recognized that the child of destiny he had long sought had finally appeared. Moreover, even his most esteemed disciple, Xiao Chun, possesses merely an 85 in destiny, while the youth before him boasts a remarkable full value. As for potential, it can be asserted that, in the presence of absolute destiny, all things can be transformed, albeit with a few more detours along the way. Chen Chang'an, however, is more than willing to assist this child of destiny in circumventing numerous winding paths. The only condition is that the other party must become his next disciple. Chapter 40. The Diviner, Sir? The voice of the youth, laced with confusion, pulled Chen Chang'an back to reality. He inhaled quietly, forcing himself to maintain composure as his gaze fell upon the elegantly penned character Han. The strokes were precise and robust, yet the transitions bore a hint of restrained brilliance, much like the seemingly ordinary boy before him, who was destined for greatness. Han, derived from Wei and Gone. Chen Chang'an began to speak slowly, his mind racing. Lowering his voice deliberately, he explained, Wei signifies a well-hardened skin, forged through countless trials. Gone represents a shield, capable of defending against external threats. The one who has inscribed this character must be a person who has endured hardships, yet remains resolutely unyielding. A flicker of surprise crossed Han Yu's eyes, quickly replaced by calm. Chen Chang'an noted this with quiet satisfaction. Indeed, he was the child of destiny, exhibiting a composure that far surpassed his peers. However, Chen Chang'an paused purposefully, tracing a circle around the Gone on the right half of the character. Observe this stroke. While it begins with vigor, it concludes abruptly, suggesting impending tribulations in the near future. Han Yu furrowed his brow, instinctively reaching for the jade gourd hidden within his sleeve. Chen Chang'an's gaze, sharp as a hawk's, seized upon this subtle movement. It seemed the young man had already discovered the opportunity to alter his fate. Yet, there was no need for concern. Chen Chang'an shifted his tone, revealing a smile that hinted at profound mysteries. The structure of the character Han is tight at the top and loose at the bottom, symbolizing initial difficulties followed by ease. You are destined to have benefactors who will assist you through this trial, ensuring your future is boundless. As he spoke, he covertly glanced at the pet section of the system interface. The gray bind button tantalized him. Once loyalty reached 60, he could claim this future paragon as his own. Alas, Han Yu's loyalty was a meager 0, merely a stranger. Oh no, it had now risen to 5, a slightly favorable stranger. Thank you for your guidance, sir, Han Yu said, performing a respectful bow, his tone neither servile nor arrogant. He then hesitated, reaching into his sleeve and inquiring, May I ask how much this requires? Regret washed over him. Although the diviner's words were pleasing, he presumed they would come at a cost. Had he known, he would not have acted so impulsively. But in the next moment, a gentle breeze swept by, and when Han Yu looked up, the table was already vacant. Only the slip of rice paper inscribed with the character Han remained, weighed down by a piece of blue stone, trembling slightly in the sunset. Where did he go? Han Yu's pupils constricted as he swiftly surveyed his surroundings. The marketplace remained alive with sounds. The shouts of vendors and the laughter of children echoed continuously. Yet the diviner's figure had vanished without a trace. He reached out to touch the rice paper. The ink was still wet, confirming that his recent experience had not been a mere illusion. Could it be that he encountered the enlightened being his uncle had mentioned in his tales? Han Yu murmured softly, carefully folding the rice paper and placing it within his bosom. Initially skeptical of such itinerant practitioners, he now found himself engulfed in tumultuous emotions. Though Han Yu had not fully believed in the notion of imminent difficulties, particularly now that he had just joined the 8-elephant sect and was brimming with ambition. However, Chen Chang'an's sudden disappearance immediately alerted him. prompting him to quietly note the words of Chen Chang'an. Unbeknownst to him, just 30 steps away, Chen Chang'an leaned against the railing of the second floor of the tea house, silently relishing the astonished expression of Han Yu, who stood frozen in place. A smirk of satisfaction curling at the corners of his mouth, which was precisely the effect he had intended to achieve. The youth before him unmistakably embodied the archetype of an ordinary protagonist, characterized by resilience and a cautious demeanor, making it challenging for him to easily accept others. Nonetheless, he was still merely a boy of 14 or 15 years. Chen Chang'an resolved to shadow him for the time being, contemplating a long-term strategy. Directly subduing him would be unwise, likely provoking resentment, for anyone destined for greatness harbors a hint of pride within. Even his own eldest disciple had unwittingly adopted a classic line he had once encountered in a web novel, which led to his subsequent smooth journey. Therefore, rather than seeking to become his master outright, it would be wiser to position himself as a noble benefactor in the boy's fate. Casting a glance at Han Yu, who had now mingled with the crowd, Chen Chang'an silently recited a concealment incantation and gracefully vaulted over the railing, landing without stirring a speck of dust, quietly following in his wake. As evening fell, Han Yu reflected on the day's events, his thoughts a tumultuous tide. He faced difficulties ahead, yet the promise of encountering a benefactor lingered in his mind. A benefactor, he murmured softly, his fingers unconsciously caressing the jade gourd nestled in his arms. Ever since he had acquired this gourd, he remained uncertain of its usage, often merely toying with it in his hands. Nevertheless, tomorrow is the assessment. The immediate priority is to master the longevity technique and succeed in Master Mo's evaluation. Though they had exchanged but a few words since their first meeting, Han Yu felt an immense gratitude towards the elder who had generously shared the cultivation method with him. Hence he privately referred to him as Master Mo. Soon, Han Yu resumed his practice, but this time, perhaps due to the distractions of the day, he forgot to stow away the jade gourd. At that moment, the youth sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion, forming hand seals and breathing deeply as per the text instructions. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a faint azure glow upon his brow. As the heart method activated, his pores slightly opened, and during his breath work, a delicate white mist coalesced into a small dragon shape, dancing briefly before dissipating. He remained blissfully unaware that, at the same time, on a nearby elm table, the jade gourd stood facing the full moon. The jade stopper at the gourd's mouth had mysteriously loosened, allowing a thread of silvery light to penetrate within like a living entity. The surface of the gourd gradually revealed intricate patterns, and the hidden runes began to glow sequentially, refining the moonlight into glistening droplets of jade dew, which gathered within the gourd's belly, emanating a crisp, ethereal light. Chapter 41. Saving Lives the Following Day. Han Yu abruptly opened his eyes. The morning light outside had cast a slanting shadow of the window frame onto his bed. He propped himself up with a weary body, his temples throbbing. How many cycles of meditation had he succumbed to sleep last night? His memories were muddled like disturbed water, and he could not recall when he had collapsed onto the bed. Oh no! In a flurry, he tossed aside the thin quilt, and his gaze froze upon the wooden table. The jade gourd stood there, solitary in the morning light, its surface still adorned with a few droplets of dew that had yet to dry. Frustration welled within Han Yu as he struck the bedboard. He was certain he had intended to secure it properly last night. Barefoot, he dashed to the table, but as his fingertips grazed the gourd, he froze. An enchanting chime emanated from within, reminiscent of half a pot of pure spring water. Han Yu's heartbeat quickened suddenly as he cautiously cradled the gourd. Through its translucent jade wall, he could faintly discern a silvery liquid flowing gently within. How could this be? He murmured to himself. Just as he was about to pry open the jade stopper for a closer look, a distant, resonant bell tolled. Han Yu trembled. It dawned on him that today was the day of Elder Mo's assessment. In a flurry, he tucked the gourd beneath his pillow, but feeling uneasy, he shifted it to the pocket of his clothing. As he stepped outside, he spotted Li Hanzhou already waiting at the door. "Good morning, Senior Brother Li." Han Yu greeted awkwardly, and Li Hanzhou merely nodded in acknowledgement. Han Yu was not disheartened. He had grown accustomed to this. Over the past days, he and Li Hangzhou had spent considerable time together, and he had long since recognized that beneath Li Hangzhou's cold exterior lay a warm heart. Senior Brother Li, how do you think Elder Mo will conduct the assessment? Han Yu inquired in a lowered voice, his eyes darting towards the entrance of the medicinal garden. Li Hangzhou pressed his lips together, his voice somewhat hoarse. It should involve evaluating the level of our cultivation techniques. Your talent surpasses mine. There is no need for concern. They had previously exchanged thoughts, so Li Hangzhou was well aware of Han Yu's progress in cultivating his energy perception. Han Yu detected a hint of melancholy in his tone and found himself at a loss for words of comfort. Just as he was about to speak, Li Hangzhou suddenly stiffened. They're here. No sooner had the words left his lips than a chilling gust swept across the medicinal field, and the figure of Elder Mo, clad in a flowing black robe, appeared before the stone platform. His gaunt face betrayed no emotions, yet his hawk-like eyes swept over the two of them. Let's begin. Elder Mo's voice rasped, akin to the sound of sandpaper against wood, as he adopted his customary direct approach. He gestured towards Li Hangzhou. You go first. Li Hangzhou stepped forward, extending his right hand. Elder Mo's skeletal fingers rested upon his pulse gate, and an icy aura instantly invaded his meridians. Han Yu noticed a barely perceptible furrow in Li Hangzhou's brow, though it quickly smoothed into calmness. Activate the longevity technique, Elder Mo commanded. Li Hangzhou closed his eyes, beads of perspiration gradually forming on his forehead. Moments later, Elder Mo withdrew his hand, a clear displeasure etched upon his face. Can you sense the energy? Disciple has yet to feel the spiritual energy entering the body. Li Hangzhou's voice remained steady, yet Han Yu observed his fingertips trembling ever so slightly. The flicker of disappointment on the face of the ink Taoist quickly vanished, replaced by a cold snort as he turned to Han Yu and spoke in an unadorned tone. It is your turn. Han Yu inhaled deeply and extended his wrist. As the ink Taoist spiritual energy penetrated his body, Han Yu distinctly felt the warm current at his dantian begin to circulate autonomously, flowing gently along his meridians. Time passed slowly. Unlike Li Hangzhou, the ink Taoist's fingers lingered on Han Yu's pulse for a full 3 breaths. The bony, eagle-like tips of his fingers suddenly trembled, and the sleeves of his black robe fluttered without wind. Beneath the elderly man's gray-white brows, his murky eyes abruptly constricted to the size of a needle point, reflecting the faint azure glow pulsating on the youth's wrist. This is, the hoarse voice caught in his throat as the veins on the side of the ink Taoist's neck bulged like writhing worms. He abruptly grasped Han Yu's chin, his nails nearly embedding into the flesh, and commanded, circulate the energy. Now, Han Yu felt a wave of darkness wash over him from the pain. Yet he dared not defy the command. As he guided the warm current through his run meridian, the ink Taoist suddenly released his grip and stepped back 2 paces. The old man's body beneath the black robe heaved violently, as if swarms of insects were crawling beneath the fabric. Good, very good. The ink Taoist covered the twitching corner of his mouth with his sleeve, his knuckles cracking with tension. Indeed, there is a sensation of energy, and it is already circulating autonomously within the meridians. Han Yu turned to look at Li Hangzhou in astonishment, who nodded slightly in return, his eyes reflecting both pride and an unmasked hint of disappointment. Han Yu, from this day forth, you shall be my personal disciple. A rare smile broke upon the ink Taoist's gaunt face as he reached out to pat Han Yu on the shoulder, only to retract his hand suddenly, as if fearing to shatter a precious treasure. Starting tomorrow, I will personally guide your cultivation. Personal disciple. Han Yu was momentarily overwhelmed by the immense joy. He had come to understand that disciples within the 8 Symbols sect were categorized into external disciples, internal disciples, and personal disciples. Ascending directly from an external disciple to a personal disciple was akin to soaring to the heavens. Thank you, Master Ink. Han Yu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Even though he was mature for his age, he could not conceal his excitement at this moment. As for you, the ink Taoist turned toward Li Hangzhou, his smile vanishing instantly. Come, I will take you to see Elder Wang, so he can reassign you to the external disciples. Li Hangzhou respectfully bowed. Yes, Elder. The ink Taoist took the time to patiently explain to Han Yu the matters of cultivation before departing with Li Hanzhou. Han Yu watched their retreating figures, feeling a mix of exhilaration and unease. "Senior brother Li," he suddenly called out, "I will seek you out later." Li Hanzhou turned back, giving a gentle nod, his eyes betraying a complex emotion. On the mountain path, the fog thickened. Following behind the ink Taoist, Li Hanzhou increasingly sensed that something was amiss. "Elder, this is not the path to the external disciples." He swallowed nervously, halting his steps and surveying the surroundings with caution. The ink Taoist slowly turned around, his wrinkles appearing particularly menacing in the shadows. "Of course not." Before his words had faded, a strange green light suddenly emanated from his emaciated palm, striking towards Li Hanzhou's chest. "Although you lack spiritual roots, your physical aptitude is commendable. I was just about to cultivate a corpse puppet, and you shall serve as its vessel." Li Hanzhou's pupils contracted sharply, and his body instinctively recoiled. Yet the Taoist's speed was swifter. That green glowing hand was mere inches away. In that critical moment, a beam of azure light descended from the heavens, precisely interposing itself before Li Hanzhou. The Taoist's hand collided with the azure light, producing a muffled thud, dispersing the surrounding mist with the force of the shockwave. "Who dares?" the Taoist bellowed in fury, his gaze scanning the vicinity with heightened vigilance. However, in the next instant, the azure light merely enveloped Li Hanzhou and vanished from sight in an instant. Chapter 42. Li Hanzhou Chen Chang'an carried Li Hanzhou as they soared for over 100 miles before finally alighting upon a cliff. Li Hanzhou's complexion had turned pale, and he wore an expression of lingering trepidation. Despite his usual composure, he was, after all, merely a boy of 16 or 17. Nevertheless, his ability to react swiftly to the sudden ambush by the Mo Taoist was nothing short of remarkable. The debt of gratitude he owed to his savior was etched deeply in his heart. Once he regained his composure, Li Hanzhou knelt on one knee, raising his cupped fists above his head, his knuckles whitening from strain. "It is of no concern. I merely happened to pass by and lent a hand," Chen Chang'an replied casually, as if he had indeed just been an innocent bystander. However, Li Hanzhou's voice trembled, as though forced from between clenched teeth. "Might I implore you to return me to the place where this transpired?" "Oh." Chen Chang'an leaned against the greenstone, observing the shallow wound upon the back of the boy's neck. Had he been a mere 0.01 seconds slower, the youth would have met a dreadful fate, his body desecrated for the creation of a corpse puppet. He was not devoid of fear. The morning light cast a stark illumination, revealing the quivering of his taut back beneath the coarse fabric of his clothing. Although he had a reasonable inkling of the answer, Chen Chang'an feigned curiosity, asking, "Why?" Li Hanzhou's hands trembled as he maintained his stance. "That evil elder attacked me in secret. He is no benign character. I have a junior disciple still in his clutches, and I must reveal his true nature to my junior before he falls victim to his malice." "Such loyalty," Chen Chang'an mused, nodding subtly in approval. He then lightly tapped his fingertip in the air, and the system panel materialized before him. Li Hanzhou, cultivation, mortal potential, 15. Though lacking in cultivation talent, he possesses extraordinary physical attributes. Fate, 040, surviving great peril. Is there fortune to follow? Loyalty, 60, debt of life-saving grace. Personality, cold on the outside, warm on the inside, valuing loyalty and righteousness. Though Li Hanzhou's potential was merely 15 and his fate 40, rendering him unqualified to be a disciple, Chen Chang'an was nonetheless moved by a sense of loyalty and wished to see him attain a favorable conclusion. In a flash, he devised a plan, but it would have to wait until the matter with Han Yu was resolved. "You are indeed a loyal friend," Chen Chang'an sighed. "Yet, what can you accomplish by rushing back now, other than courting death?" Li Hanzhou's fists clenched tightly, veins bulging at his knuckles. "I cannot idly stand by while junior brother Han is slain by that old fiend. In truth, you need not worry excessively. I have a hunch regarding his intentions," Chen Chang'an suddenly stated. "Pray, enlighten me." Li Hanzhou's eyes brightened. He was no fool. If he could secure the assistance of the elder who had saved him, his junior brother would surely be safe. Chen Chang'an spoke in a low voice, when I clashed with him earlier. I discerned that although he still possessed the cultivation of the transcendent realm, his lifespan was nearing its end. He likely intends to capture you and your junior brother to seize a naturally endowed body for the purpose of soul transference and rebirth. What? Soul transference? Li Hangzhou's face turned ashen, exclaiming in disbelief. This was a term he had only ever encountered within the pages of fantastical novels. Chen Chang'an placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, "Rest assured, the act of seizing a body and being reborn is no trivial matter. One must at least reach the realm of Yu Mirror to withstand the damage of a soul transfer. I see you lack such cultivation, and it seems you and your junior brother have only recently embarked on your journey. That old demon won't act so hastily. Please, senior, I beseech your aid. I am forever indebted to you and shall repay this kindness in this lifetime." Li Hangzhou once again knelt, bowing deeply to Chen Chang'an. "Very well. Saving one or two makes no difference. My greatest disdain is for those who harm others for their own gain." Chen Chang'an replied with a composed nod, then, with a fierce sense of justice, added, "You may go for now, but remember not to alert the enemy. Wait for me in Xingyang City. I shall come at an appropriate time to help you rescue your junior brother." "Thank you, senior," Li Hangzhou exclaimed, astonished and overjoyed. He bowed once more to Chen Chang'an before turning to leave. As he watched the young man disappear into the mist, Chen Chang'an murmured to himself, "Indeed, as the system stated, his talent is mediocre, yet he possesses a deep sense of loyalty." As twilight descended, Han Yu, guided by the returning demonic cultivator, concluded his day of training and finally returned to the modest cabin in the herb garden. The wooden door creaked softly behind him. Sitting at the simple wooden table, he took out the jade gourd, caressing its smooth surface with his fingertips, feeling a sense of emptiness within. Seniorly should have reached the outer sect by now, he murmured, sensing a twinge of loneliness. In the dim glow of the oil lamp, the jade gourd emitted a faint luminescence, as if it were breathing. "Never mind. If I succeed in the future, I will take good care of seniorly," he reminded himself, focusing on the task at hand. Taking a deep breath, Han Yu grasped both ends of the gourd, pressing his thumb against the jade stopper and twisting with all his might. Yet it remained immovable. How strange. He frowned, trying various angles and even resorting to biting the edge of the stopper, but all he achieved was a chill on his tongue. The chirping of insects outside began to rise, and beads of perspiration formed on Han Yu's forehead, glistening under the lamp's light. A half brick in the corner caught his attention. Han Yu picked it up but halted just as he was about to strike. After all, the gourd was made of jade. Shattering it would be a grave mistake. With a sigh, he set the brick down. One last time, he encouraged himself, clenching his teeth, his fingers gripping the jade stopper tightly, channeling all his strength into his thumb. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as his right hand slipped, striking the table's edge. Hiss! Han Yu inhaled sharply, noticing a small cut forming at his thumb joint, with droplets of blood slowly oozing out, just as he was about to wipe it away. The blood inexplicably fell onto the mouth of the gourd and vanished in an instant, absorbed by the jade. The gourd suddenly grew scorching hot. Han Yu nearly dropped it in shock, but to his astonishment, the stubborn jade stopper began to loosen on its own, and with a barely audible pop, a tiny gap quietly opened. At that moment, the moonlight streamed through the paper window, illuminating the slender silver line at the gourd's opening. Holding his breath, Han Yu gently pulled out the jade stopper. Chapter 43. The Emergence of Celestial Artifacts in the Tianji Pavilion. An elderly man with hair as white as snow held a whisk, guiding two disciples in the interpretation of hexagrams. His voice resonated deeply, like a tranquil ancient well, while the disciples remained utterly engrossed, gazing intently at the tortoise shell and copper coins on the table, striving to unveil the secrets of the heavens. Suddenly, boom! A thunderous chime reverberated through the air, shaking the entire Tianji Pavilion. The elder, caught off guard, stumbled, nearly losing his balance, causing the whisk to fly from his grasp. Who dares to strike the Tianji bell recklessly? He bellowed, his white brows bristling with fury. Master, a grave matter has arisen. A middle-aged man rushed in, his complexion pale, disregarding formalities as he exclaimed, "The celestial artifact catalog has been updated. What? The elder's pupils constricted, his anger freezing in an instant. A new celestial artifact has been added to the catalog. The middle-aged man's voice trembled, ranked 10th, the celestial gourd. Upon hearing this, the elder wasted no time. In a flash, he transformed into a blurred figure, racing towards the forbidden area of the Tianji Pavilion, the star observation platform. Atop the platform stood a colossal stone tablet, its surface like a mirror, inscribed with a multitude of golden characters, the celestial artifact catalog. The elder swept his gaze across it, and indeed at the very top, he noticed a newly inscribed line, 10th, the celestial gourd, emerging. The celestial gourd, the elder murmured, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Master this. The middle-aged man followed closely, his expression grave. The elder inhaled deeply, his voice solemn. Recently, the Chen Chang'an has emerged on the heavenly rankings, claiming the top position. Now, with a celestial artifact manifesting, chaos is surely imminent. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. Master, the great Zhou is thriving, and peace reigns across the land. The major sects and families remain silent. What chaos could possibly arise? The elder scoffed. That is precisely because the sects and families are conspiring on a monumental affair. Originally, this event was destined to unfold on the day of the heavenly tablet's unveiling. Yet the sudden appearance of the Chen Saint, claiming the top of the heavenly rankings, left everyone unaware of his temperament, thus preventing the major powers from acting rashly. Now, with the saint yet to reveal himself, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the sects and families will soon resume their scheming. The elder gazed up at the sky, a hint of concern glimmering in his eyes. Change is imminent. The middle-aged man felt a jolt of trepidation, eager to inquire further, but the elder had already raised his hand, fingers weaving through the air as he closed his eyes to deduce. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, producing a piece of yellow paper, swiftly writing several lines with his fingertip, then handing it to the middle-aged man. This outlines the general location of the newly emerged celestial artifact. Go investigate. Remember, regardless of whether the artifact is in the hands of sects, families, or the imperial court of the great Zhou, do not interfere. The middle-aged man accepted the note, hesitating for a moment, then inquired, what if a wandering cultivator, by sheer fortune, acquires it? The elder remained silent for a moment, then slowly replied, if a wandering cultivator were to obtain it, his gaze deepened. It would be akin to a child holding gold amidst a bustling market. The decision lies in your hands. After a brief pause, he added, heavenly treasures and earthly riches belong to the virtuous. The middle-aged man nodded, carefully stowed away the note, and turned it apart. The elder stood alone on the stargazing platform, gazing at the deepening twilight on the horizon, murmuring to himself, the celestial gourd has appeared. When shall that venerable Chen Chang'an make his entrance? Alas, this world is destined for chaos. Meanwhile, within the medicinal garden of the 8 trigram sect, Han Yu cradled the jade gourd in his trembling hands, the silvery glimmer at its mouth appearing extraordinarily mysterious under the dim light of the oil lamp. He cautiously tilted the gourd, allowing a droplet of crystal-clear elixir to slowly slide down, poised precariously at the edge. What could this possibly be? Han Yu murmured, his gaze sweeping across the humble wooden table, suddenly resting on a few wilted seedlings in the corner. These were wild herbs he had carelessly gathered from the outskirts of the garden a few days prior, intending to breathe some life into the desolate little abode. After a moment's hesitation, he let a drop of the elixir fall onto the root of the smallest seedling. With a barely audible sound, the seedling, which had previously possessed only 2 tender leaves, began to tremble violently. Han Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as the vibrant green stem shot up at a visible rate, the leaves unfurling in layers until it reached over half a foot in height. How can this be? He exclaimed, quickly covering his mouth, casting a wary glance at the tightly shut door. His heart raced like a drum as he shakily tilted the jade gourd once more. A second drop of elixir descended, causing the edges of the seedling's leaves to shimmer with silver light, and the stem grew sturdier. When the third drop fell, the entire plant suddenly burst forth with 7 serrated leaves, veins coursing with a faint luminescence. 7-leaf spirit ginseng? Han Yu gasped. For this was precisely the rare spiritual herb cultivated with immense resources in the forbidden area at the heart of the medicinal garden of the 8-trigram sect. It was said that a mature 7-leaf spirit ginseng could allow a practitioner at the transcendent realm to break through a minor boundary. He trembled as he counted the seedlings on the table, glancing at the remaining elixir in the jade gourd. Estimating, he realized that if he used it all, it could potentially yield a dozen such spiritual herbs. Suddenly, the moonlight outside was obscured by dark clouds, plunging the room into darkness. Han Yu jolted awake, hastily securing the jade gourd. In a flurry, he uprooted the 7-leaf spirit ginseng, stuffing it into a hidden compartment beneath the bed, and crushed the other partially nurtured seedlings, tossing them out the window. Having completed these tasks, he felt his back drenched in sweat. Gripping the jade gourd tightly, he recalled the cold, calculating gaze of the ink-clad man and the ominous sign warning of death for intruders outside the forbidden area of the medicinal garden. This item, he swallowed hard, his voice dry and unrecognizable. It must not be revealed to anyone. With utmost care, he concealed the jade gourd in a hidden pouch close to his body, checking the doors and windows thrice before finally extinguishing the oil lamp and lying down. In the darkness, his eyes shone with an unsettling brightness, as his mind began to devise ways to leverage this unexpected discovery. Chapter 44. Suspicion. Several days passed. On this day, Han Yu descended the mountain, treading slowly down the stone steps. Ever since he became the direct disciple of the ink Taoist, he was permitted no other pursuits beyond his daily practice of the eternal life technique. Not only were his aspirations to learn about identifying spiritual herbs and concocting elixirs dismissed, even the notion of purchasing such materials was reluctantly agreed to by the ink Taoist only after Han used numerous petitions. It was evident that the ink Taoist preferred him to devote himself entirely to cultivation. At the foot of the mountain, the marketplace bustled with activity, voices rising and falling in spirited calls. As Han Yu approached a shop selling assorted goods, he suddenly heard someone call out from behind. Han Yu. He turned to see a young boy clad in coarse outer disciple robes waving at him, a familiar smile gracing his face. Lin Xiaoshu? Han Yu exclaimed in surprise. You too have entered the sect? Lin Xiaoshu chuckled, patting the emblem of the 8 Elephants sect on his chest. What do you think? Did you expect this? Han Yu examined him closely, noting that Lin Xiaoshu appeared considerably sturdier than the last time they met, his eyes sparkling with a newfound vigor, clearly thriving in the outer sect. Weren't you? Han Yu recalled that Lin Xiaoshu had not even managed to ascend the first 800 steps, and thus, logically, should have been eliminated. Lin Xiaoshu glanced around furtively and lowered his voice. Come, let's find a quiet place to talk. They settled in a tea house, where Lin Xiaoshu began to explain in a conspiratorial manner. Actually, the entrance requirements for outer disciples aren't as stringent as you might think. As long as one ascends over 500 steps and pays a fee, they can gain entry. Fee? Han Yu was taken aback. 50 taels. Lin Xiaoshu held up 5 fingers, clicking his tongue. My father sold both of our cows to scrape together that amount. Han Yu fell silent, recalling his own days of barely having enough to eat. 50 taels was an astronomical sum for families like theirs. Lin Xiaoshu noticed his concern and chuckled. Don't worry. Those of us who bought our way and hold a lower status than those who passed the examination, to remain in the outer sect next year, I'll need to accumulate merit. Han Yu nodded, refraining from mentioning his own status as a true disciple. His uncle had once advised him, human hearts are inscrutable, and some matters need not be openly declared. What are you currently cultivating? Han Yu shifted the topic. Lin Xiaoshu's eyes brightened. Elder Wang teaches us to refine our muscles and bones. He says that to cultivate for the long term, we must first enter the Tao through martial practice, refining our bodies to the utmost so that in the future our spirit and body can harmonize, allowing for more efficient cultivation. Han Yu pondered this. The ink Taoist had never mentioned such concepts, only urging him to focus on the eternal life technique. By the way, Lin Xiaoshu leaned in closer, speaking in hushed tones. Elder Wang mentioned a book called the Tao Scriptures, which discusses the fundamental principles of cultivation. Unfortunately, we outer disciples have no access to it. Elder Wang said that after we accumulate enough merit, we could borrow it from the inner sect. Reading it would unveil many truths about cultivation. Han Yu's heart stirred at this revelation, and he silently committed the name to memory. After the tea had circulated thrice, Han Yu suddenly inquired, "Among your batch of outer disciples, is there one, namely Han Zhou?" Lin Xiaoshu pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Among the newly initiated, it's just as few, and we are all quite familiar with one another. There is no such person." Han Yu's fingers trembled slightly, causing tea to splatter upon the table. "What is the matter?" Lin Xiaoshu asked, puzzled. "It's nothing." Han Yu forced a smile, yet for reasons unknown. The ominous gaze of the ink Taoist and the silhouette of Li Hanzhou being taken away flickered in his mind. He suddenly recalled that he had once tested a word within Qingyang City. A mysterious gentleman had foretold that danger would soon befall him. With this thought, unease began to gnaw at Han Yu. "The day is growing late. I must take my leave." He rose to bid farewell. As they parted, Lin Xiaoshu waved. "Remember to come find me next time you descend the mountain." Han Yu nodded and turned toward the mountain gate. The mountain breeze brushed past him, and he instinctively touched the jade gourd in his bosom, an inexplicable wave of anxiety surging within him. Where has Senior Brotherly truly gone? Upon returning to his small abode within the medicinal garden, Han Yu sat cross-legged upon the mat, yet found it impossible to calm his mind for the cultivation of the Longevity Sutra. Lin Xiaoshu's words echoed relentlessly in his thoughts. Entering the Dao through martial arts, tempering the physical body. He abruptly recalled an instance when, while practicing the Longevity Sutra, he inadvertently opened his eyes, only to meet the ink Taoist gaze, deep as a well. That gaze did not seem to regard him as a disciple. It was fervent, resembling that of one gazing upon a cherished possession. A shiver coursed through Han Yu, his fingers instinctively tightening around the hem of his garment. Something is amiss. The ink Taoist never permitted him to practice any techniques beyond the Longevity Sutra, nor did he even teach the most rudimentary of martial arts. Whenever Han Yu inquired, the ink Taoist merely smiled darkly. "One cannot chew more than one can swallow. First, master the Longevity Sutra before anything else." The Tao scripture. Han Yu suddenly recalled having glimpsed this tome at the ink Taoist's residence. He inhaled deeply and lifted his gaze to the sky outside. Dusk had passed, and the ink Taoist should be tending to the few shadow attribute spiritual herbs deep within the medicinal garden, unlikely to return for at least half an hour. A gamble. Han Yu gritted his teeth and stood, pushing open the door. The ink Taoist's residence lay deep within the medicinal garden, a small courtyard adorned with black tiles and green bricks, surrounded by soul-devouring vines that emitted a faint scent of blood, said to consume the essence of any living beings that approached. Ever since the ink Taoist had taken him as a direct disciple, he had encouraged Han Yu to seek him out for any questions regarding his cultivation. Suppressing his discomfort, Han Yu approached the courtyard entrance and deliberately raised his voice, calling out, "Master Mo, your disciple has questions regarding cultivation and has come to consult you." No response. He called out twice more, confirming that no one was indeed inside, before cautiously pushing open the courtyard door. Silence enveloped the courtyard, the only sound being the faint swaying of a few blue lanterns in the wind, casting dim shadows. Han Yu hurriedly traversed the front hall, making his way directly to the study. Upon opening the door, a wave of ancient ink fragrance mingled with the aroma of certain herbs rushed to greet him. In the study, where shelves abound, the most conspicuous of all is a quaint volume resting upon a small central shelf, the Dao Jing. Han Yu's heart raced like a drum as he inhaled deeply, compelling himself to regain his composure. He then hurriedly advanced with quickened steps, eagerly flipping the book open. On the first page, a few lines of vigorous calligraphy caught his eye. The world is akin to a sea of suffering, boundless in its depths. The path of cultivation is to reach the opposite shore. A cultivator must use their physical body as a raft, diligently refining it, the sturdier the raft, the farther one can traverse. Han Yu's pupils constricted. This was identical to what Lin Xiaoshu had said. He hastily flipped through the pages, yearning to uncover more about the art of cultivation. Just then, tap, 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 a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Han Yu froze, his blood seemingly congealed in an instant. The footsteps, measured and deliberate, fell with the weight of a hammer upon his heart. Chapter 45. After all, he is the disciple of the future. What harm is there in tricking him once? The footsteps drew ever closer, and Han Yu's heart raced wildly as he hurriedly shoved the Dao scripture back into place. Oh no! The spine was facing inward while the back cover was outward. He had placed it incorrectly, yet the creaking of the door hinges had already commenced. He had no time to rectify his mistake and could only force himself to remain composed as he swiftly approached the entrance. The ink-clad Taoist pushed the door open, his emaciated figure resembling a shadow beneath the dark robe. His piercing gaze swept across Han Yu, and his brows knitted slightly. "What are you doing here?" Han Yu promptly bowed, his voice filled with respect. Disciple encountered a bottleneck while practicing the longevity technique and has come to seek guidance from Master Mo. Master Mo did not respond immediately, but instead walked slowly into the study, his eyes surveying the room. Cold sweat trickled down Han Yu's back, yet he dared not raise his head, fearing that his eyes would betray his anxiety. "Questions regarding your practice?" Master Mo finally spoke, his voice hoarse. "What issue do you have?" A pang of anxiety gripped Han Yu. He had prepared no questions. In a moment of desperation, he stammered. "It concerns the sensation of stagnation in the Danzhong point during the circulation of qi." Master Mo's gaze suddenly turned frigid. "Didn't I just discuss this with you the day before yesterday?" The air seemed to freeze. Han Yu's fingertips trembled slightly, but he lowered his head, a look of shame overtaking his features as he murmured, "Disciple is dull-witted." At that time, I failed to fully comprehend, and even after returning and pondering deeply, I still cannot grasp it. I can only shamefully seek your guidance once more. He dared to steal a glance at Master Mo's reaction. As expected, upon mentioning the longevity technique, the Taoist's expression softened slightly. He let out a cold snort, but ultimately endured his irritation and patiently reiterated the methods of qi circulation. Han Yu feigned a look of sudden enlightenment, nodding vigorously, and finally expressed his heartfelt gratitude with a bow. "Thank you, Master Mo, for your guidance. I shall return and practice diligently." Master Mo waved his hand, signaling him to depart. Han Yu felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. As he turned to leave, his steps remained steady, yet his palms had already been punctured by his own nails, drawing blood. It was not until he exited the courtyard that he dared to exhale a sigh of relief. He had finally managed to deceive him. However, just as he was secretly rejoicing within the study, Master Mo's gaze suddenly fell upon the bookshelf. The Dao scripture, with its back cover facing outward, lay quietly in its place. Master Mo squinted, his bony fingers slowly gliding over the spine. "Huh!" An ambiguous, chilling laugh echoed hauntingly within the empty study. Upon returning to his small room, Han Yu immediately locked the door behind him and slid down against the wooden barrier. His fingertips still quivered slightly, and cold sweat had soaked through his inner garments. What exactly was Master Mo plotting? He clenched the hem of his clothes, replaying that pair of sinister eyes in his mind. A peasant boy with not even a fragment of spiritual stone. Why would he attract the particular attention of an elder? Even if he were to take my life, he would gain no benefit from it. Suddenly, Han Yu recalled the warm current flowing through his body while practicing the longevity technique. Each time he cultivated, Master Mo would stand in the shadows, his eyes glimmering with a chilling eagerness. I can no longer continue my practice. He resolved to pursue the singular technique that might alter his fate. In the past 2 days, he indeed sensed a glimmer of breakthrough, which ought to be a cause for celebration. Yet, upon reflection, it might very well be the moment awaited by the enigmatic Taoist. He could not assure himself what dreadful events might unfold should he surpass this threshold. Of course, it is possible that nothing would occur, but Han Yu's inherently cautious nature deterred him from wagering his life on the goodwill of another. Outside, a blood moon hung high in the sky. Han Yu retrieved the jade gourd from beneath his pillow. Its icy touch momentarily steadied his nerves. Suddenly, he recalled the fortune-teller from Qingyang City. "A noble benefactor shall assist you in overcoming this tribulation, and your future will be boundless." A benefactor? Han Yu chuckled bitterly. With a blade poised at his throat, where could such a figure be? No, he could not simply await his fate. Regardless of whether this so-called benefactor appeared, He must devise a means to survive, ideally discerning the true desires of the demonic Taoist. Exhausted, he lay down, gradually drifting into sleep amidst restless tossing and turning. Wholly unaware that atop the roof tiles, his benefactor leaned languidly against the eaves, clad in white. "Ah, have you thought of me?" With a smirk, Chen Chang'an noted the loyalty rating had risen from 5 to 10, a trustworthy stranger. He took a swig from the wine flask, the potent brew reminiscent of the erguo tu he had consumed in his past life, evoking the flavors of home. Thus, when departing Fuan City, he had taken the liberty of purchasing some to bring along. At this moment, swaying the flask, the moonlight danced through his fingers, revealing that the moonlit mountains were indeed more crystalline than those in the city. His sight penetrated the roof, glancing at the slumbering youth, the corners of his mouth lifting. Is it not commendable that the destined child perceives the anomalies so swiftly? However, as he gently shook the flask, a droplet of amber liquid fell, shattering into a blossom upon the black tiles. What your master Mo desires is not your life. Yet, recalling his impending task, Chen Chang'an felt a flush of embarrassment, questioning whether he might be exhibiting a double standard. Then he reconsidered. After all, this was to be his future disciple. What harm was there in a little trickery? As the night breeze swept past, Chen Chang'an's figure dissipated like smoke, reappearing within the room moments later. Han Yu's acute awareness of the Taoist's intentions was advantageous for him, but not necessarily for his future mentor. If the destined child resolved the issue independently, how could he take on a disciple? How would he enhance his loyalty? Thus, observing the sleeping Han Yu shift unconsciously, Chen Chang'an offered a faintly apologetic smile before gently pressing a finger to the youth's brow. In no time, his raw and chaotic essence, under meticulous and extraordinary control, quietly infiltrated Han Yu's energy sea, assisting the boy in completing the final trial in his slumber. Welcome to the world of cultivation. Chen Chang'an mouthed silently, offering his unspoken congratulations before vanishing once more, leaving behind only the soft sounds of the boy's snores. The following morning, seated upon his bed, Han Yu felt the energy within him had already formed a complete cycle, leaving him with an expression of utter bewilderment. Chapter 46. The confrontation, a fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on Han Yu's forehead. He cast a glance at his trembling palms, the surging true essence within him flowing like a mighty river, in stark contrast to the state he had been in before retiring for the night. Instinctively, he reached out whoosh. The teacup on the table soared into his grasp, not a single drop spilled. Manipulating objects from the air, this was the realm of object manipulation described in books. Han Yu's pupils constricted, and his heart raced. Had he truly broken through in a single night? He murmured to himself, could it be that he is a genius? Yet, in the next moment, his expression turned ashen. Master Mo would arrive every morning to assess his progress. If he suddenly manifested a breakthrough, it would undoubtedly reveal something amiss. Outside, the sky was gradually brightening, and Master Mo's arrival was merely half an hour away. No, he must conceal this. Gritting his teeth, he sat cross-legged, forcefully suppressing the tumultuous true essence within, striving to revert it to the slow circulation he had maintained the previous night. Pain akin to tearing coursed through his meridians as he compressed them, cold sweat soaking his garments. Half an hour later, Han Yu let out a long sigh, his complexion as pale as paper. The true essence within him was finally subdued, appearing outwardly as if he had yet to break through. It was a gamble now. He wiped the sweat from his brow, just as he adjusted his attire. Familiar footsteps echoed from outside, thud, thud, thud. The gaunt figure of Master Mo appeared at the door, his piercing gaze fixed intently upon him, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his lips. Han Yu, how was your practice yesterday? Han Yu steadied himself, bowing respectfully, replying to Master Mo, the disciple. Has been diligently practicing, not daring to slacken. Very well, Master Mo replied. Remember, cultivation is like rowing upstream. If one does not advance, one regresses. Han Yu nodded obediently, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. Master Mo approached slowly, his bony fingers resting on Han Yu's pulse gate. In an instant, a frigid spiritual energy burrowed into his body, slithering and probing like a venomous snake. His heart nearly stopped, cold sweat drenching his back. Would he be discovered? Unbeknownst to Han Yu, had it not been for the malevolent interference of a certain individual, according to the original trajectory of events, he would have slowed his cultivation pace, utilizing the resources gained from the Jade Gourd over the next 3 months to plot a path for himself, simultaneously engaging in a battle of wits with the Demon Master. Yet now, he found himself with no avenues left to maneuver. Master Mo's fingers gradually withdrew from Han Yu's pulse gate, his murky eyes flickering slightly, a strange smile unfurling on his lips. Not bad, not bad, he rasped, patting Han Yu on the shoulder. Persistence is key in the path of cultivation. You must continue to strive. The tension in Han Yu's nerves eased just a tad, and he promptly bowed his head. The disciple will remember Master Mo's teachings. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave. Farewell. Master Mo. Han Yu's heart finally settled back into his chest. However, just as he reached the threshold, crack. Master Mo's bony hand suddenly clamped down on his shoulder, fingers sinking into flesh like iron hooks, the sharp pain causing Han Yu to shudder involuntarily. Master Mo, what is the meaning of this? Han Yu's face turned pale as he stammered. Do you truly believe? The cold, sinister voice of Master Mo whispered in his ear, that you can deceive me? Han Yu suppressed the terror within and feigned confusion. If I have erred in any way, I implore you, Master Mo, please enlighten me. With a cold sneer, Master Mo pressed one hand firmly upon Han Yu's crown. An intensely frigid spiritual energy violently invaded his meridians, ruthlessly probing. Just yesterday you had barely touched the threshold, and today you can break through? A glimmer of greed flickered in Master Mo's eyes. There must be a great secret within you. Han Yu trembled uncontrollably, yet dared not resist, allowing the energy to wreak havoc within him. However, after a prolonged search, Master Mo found no abnormalities, and with his rough hands, he groped across Han Yu's body. Thankfully, the Jade Gourd is hidden in the secret compartment beneath the bed. Han Yu felt a moment of relief, though he still maintained an appearance of unease. Frowning in frustration after finding nothing, Master Mo ultimately let out a cold huff. Very well, perhaps you are indeed gifted. Yet in the next moment, he suddenly recalled something, bursting into a hoarse, cackling laughter that sent chills down Han Yu's spine. Ha ha ha! Is this not divine fortune? Kulme, I will take you to a place. Without waiting for Han Yu's response, Master Mo's sleeve swirled, and a chilling wind enveloped both of them, instantly vanishing from their location. As the scenery abruptly changed, Han Yu stumbled a few steps before managing to steady himself, only to find himself within a dim, eerie cavern. The stone walls were inscribed with bizarre, blood-red runes, and at the center stood a bronze alchemical furnace, its ghostly green flames casting an otherworldly glow upon Master Mo's face. Master, where's this place? Han Yu, struggling to quell his unease, whispered his inquiry. Master Mo did not respond. Instead, he pondered aloud. Han Yu, how has your master treated you? Han Yu's throat tightened, and he forced himself to speak. Master has guided me in the ways of cultivation, dispelling my doubts daily. Your kindness is as heavy as a mountain. Very well. Master Mo grinned, revealing his stark white teeth today. I wish to borrow something from you. If you be so kind. What is it? I will do my utmost. Of course. Master Mo slowly approached, his voice haunting. I wish to borrow your body for a time. Han Yu's pupils constricted, as if his very blood had frozen in an instant. A mad glint sparkled in Master Mo's eyes. My lifespan wanes, and for these years I have languished within the 8 trigrams sect, desperately seeking a suitable vessel. But heaven has shown mercy. It has brought you before me. This naturally gifted body is just what I need. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he suddenly raised his hand, and a blood-red talisman shot straight towards Han Yu's brow. It is over. In despair, Han Yu shut his eyes. Chapter 47. The demise of the inked Taoist in the moment when Han Yu closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. A thunderous roar shattered the silence. Old thief, the cycle of life and death is a natural law. Your practice of malevolent arts and your quest for possession will surely invoke divine retribution. Senior Brother Li? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Han Yu's eyes snapped open in disbelief, gazing towards the cave entrance. Indeed, it was Li Hanzhou, clad once more in coarse garments. His eyes blazed with fury as he fixed his gaze upon the ink Taoist. Perhaps due to overwhelming agitation, his chest heaved violently, and he spoke through labored breaths. The ink Taoist initially appeared startled, but upon recognizing the newcomer, he erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha! I wondered who it was. Turns out to be you, the worthless one. How dare you come here to seek death after I let you escape that day? Perfect. I am in need of a corpse puppet. Today brings double joy. Moreover, with a flick of his sleeve, a chilling wind surged forth. You speak of divine wrath? I have toiled for a century, day and night, yet remain trapped at the threshold of enlightenment. As my lifespan wanes, if there truly exists a heavenly path, then it is most unjust. Senior brother, flee. Han Yu's eyes brimmed with tears, fully aware that Li Hanzhou was no match for the ink Taoist. He urgently called out, when suddenly, I know not whether a heavenly path exists, a languid voice resonated, but surely there is a semblance of justice in this world. With a swish, a figure clad in white descended like a fleeting cloud, landing gracefully before Han Yu. He turned back and winked to Han Yu, a smile gracing his lips. Young friend. The divination was indeed accurate, was it not? Han Yu's heart raced, excitement rendering him nearly speechless. Yes, sir. Is it you? The ink Taoist's expression darkened. So it was you who saved that worthless one. And what of it? The ink Taoist seethed with resentment. We have never met. Yet you repeatedly thwart my endeavors. Why is that? Feigning contemplation, Chen Chang'an replied. Did I not mention? There exists justice in this world, though perhaps it is also due to your unappealing appearance. The ink Taoist, nearly driven to madness by the prospect of failing after such arduous efforts, howled. Justice? What is justice? Since you have sincerely inquired, Chen Chang'an, elated by the incessant notifications of Han Yu's Loyalty 5, responded cheerfully, Allow me to enlighten you. With a resounding clang, he unsheathed his sword, its cold light illuminating the cave. I shall generously share my interpretation of justice. Listen closely. He flicked the sword's edge, the clear ringing akin to a dragon's song soaring through the skies. How does this justice of mine strike you? Then, the sword light flashed like lightning, aimed directly at the ink Taoist's throat, carving a blinding arc through the dim cave. Thunder roared in the heavens. Chen Chang'an, seizing the initiative, knew that this incarnation was far removed from his true self, thus could only muster the initial might of the Enlightenment realm. Among the supreme techniques he possessed, the Heaven's Resistance sword was unparalleled in defense, yet in terms of offensive prowess, nothing surpassed the thunderous sword of 9 heavens. The ink-clad Taoist believed he had discerned the depths of Chen Chang'an's abilities, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. His emaciated form twisted like a specter as black robes billowed, conjuring dozens of tendrils of dark energy that coalesced into venomous serpents, hissing as they lunged at Chen Chang'an. How dare a mere novice in the initial stages of the profound realm act so brazenly before me? Chen Chang'an swiftly retreated, his sword sweeping horizontally, unleashing a crackling burst of thunder that obliterated the serpents. Yet, the dissipating dark energy reformed mid-air into a colossal ghostly claw, descending with ferocious intent. With a resounding crash, the ground fractured, stones scattering in all directions. Chen Chang'an narrowly evaded, though the claw grazed his clothing, corroding a charred hole into the fabric. A chill crept within him, yet his composure remained unshaken, even as he chuckled lightly. Old Ghost M.O., your decaying flesh suits your techniques well. Enraged, the ink-clad Taoist retorted with a sardonic laugh, sharp-tongued. Soon, I shall extract your soul and see if you can still speak so defiantly. Internally, he lamented the missed opportunity. Had he possessed the body of this young man, it would undoubtedly surpass that of Han Yu. Alas, having reached the profound realm, the flesh and spirit had nearly fused, making separation nearly impossible. He clasped his hands together, causing the crimson runes within the cave to flare to life, as viscous blood seeped from the ground, rapidly pooling around his ankles. Did you think I had no defenses? From the moment Li Hanzhou was rescued, he had been preparing for this, which led to the arrangement of this cavern. Blood prison formation. Arise. The blood surged, transforming into countless tendrils that ensnared Chen Chang'an's legs. Simultaneously, a white-bone dagger shot forth from the Taoist's sleeve, howling fiercely as it aimed for Chen Chang'an's heart. "Be careful, sir," Han Yu exclaimed from behind. Chen Chang'an's gaze sharpened. His internal energy surged violently, and the lightning upon his sword intensified. Thunder of the nine heavens, divine punishment. With a thunderous clap, a genuine bolt of lightning erupted from his sword's edge, instantly shattering the blood tendrils and colliding violently with the bone dagger. In a blinding radiance, the dagger shattered into fragments, yet the ink-clad Taoist seized the moment to advance, his withered palm emanating an eerie green light as it struck toward Chen Chang'an's dantian. In the critical moment, Chen Chang'an pressed his left hand into a seal, a beam of golden light shooting forth from his sleeve. Clang! A small bronze shield intercepted the Taoist's strike. Yet the tremendous force sent Chen Chang'an stumbling back several steps, forcing him out of the cave, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Witnessing his opponent injured, the ink-clad Taoist pressed the advantage, sweeping his sleeves to pursue. But in the next instant, Chen Chang'an bit down on his tongue, spraying a mouthful of vital blood onto his sword. Thunder of the nine heavens, celestial fury. In an instant, dark clouds gathered around the cavern, and 9 bolts of lightning descended like furious dragons. Impossible. The ink-clad Taoist's expression changed. How could you summon the heavenly thunder? In a panic, he summoned a black banner, and countless vengeful spirits wailed forth, forming a canopy of shadows above him. The thunder clashed with the dark clouds, a blinding brilliance rendering everyone momentarily sightless. When vision returned, the Taoist knelt on the ground, his black robes charred and tattered, while the black banner had turned to ashes. Coughing violently, he spat forth black blood, raising his head in a grimace. What a divine punishment. But do you think this is the end? He abruptly tore open the front of his garment, revealing a gaunt chest etched with runes. With my essence, I summoned the corpse demon. Was he truly prepared to fight to the bitter end? Chen Chang'an let out a cold laugh. Old ghost, do you think I risked injury merely to lure you out of your lair? At the sound of Chen Chang'an's voice, the sorcerer felt a jolt of alarm. A blood-red beam shot skyward, causing the cavern's ceiling to collapse with a thunderous roar. Amidst the dust, a massive, dark claw slowly emerged. Chen Chang'an took a deep breath, raising his sword to the heavens. Instantly, the heavens responded, and bolts of thunder descended like a swirling vortex, weaving a net around him. The 9 heavens roared, an eternal calamity. In the next moment, Chen Chang'an transformed into a streak of lightning, merging with the sword to pierce the left chest of the sorcerer. With a sickening thud, the sword pierced through, and the sorcerer's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the gaping wound in his chest. His vision began to blur. Simultaneously, he felt his soul fragmenting, akin to a dried clay figure crumbling into dust. Am I to die? The thought was so absurd it almost made him laugh. After hundreds of years of cultivation, forsaking humanity, slaughtering his peers, and even usurping the bodies of disciples in pursuit of immortality, only to ultimately perish at the hands of an obscure swordsman? In that moment, countless memories flashed before him like a revolving lantern. In his youth, he was a village boy, taken into the immortal sect due to his spiritual aptitude. His master had patted his head, proclaiming, "This child possesses remarkable talent. He shall attain enlightenment within a century." In his young adulthood, he toiled day and night, earning the title of a zealot among his peers. Yet one day, he watched helplessly as a junior disciple, far inferior in talent, effortlessly broke through due to sheer fortune, leaving him far behind. In middle age, he committed his first murder, an innocent rogue cultivator, merely because he possessed a mystical herb capable of aiding breakthroughs. The memories surged forth. He gradually became obsessed with killing and treasure hunting. Yet no matter how many spiritual herbs he consumed, the barrier to transcendence loomed before him like an insurmountable chasm. Thus, he began to study the art of corpse manipulation and blood refinement, even undergoing a transformation into a half-human, half-ghost being. His peers branded him a demon, and his master, with tears in his eyes, expelled him from the sect. The final image crystallized in the present moment. His last gaze fell upon Han Yu, a boy still shaken, his face retaining youthful innocence, yet his entire being embodied the youthful flesh and the future he so desperately coveted. Why should it be? The sorcerer opened his mouth, black blood seeping from a corner. Heaven and earth. Before he could finish, his body shattered like fragile pottery, and the yet-to-manifest corpse demon dissipated into the void with a mournful howl. Chapter 48. Mastering thunder in the depths of the valley, Chen Chang'an let out a yawn, slowly opening his eyes while reclining in his chair. Having exhausted the true essence of his doppelganger, he decided to sever the connection. With the temperament of those two young boys, he was confident they would not abandon him to the wilderness. Rising to his feet, he stretched his shoulders. This doppelganger was still too weak. He sighed softly, rubbing his temples. The distance was too great, limiting the transmission of spiritual energy. The doppelganger's strength barely matched that of a newly ascended practitioner of the initial mystical realm, at best resembling a severely injured individual on the verge of falling from grace. Were it not for the control over his true essence granted by the sacred realm, he might not even withstand a single blow from Mo Dowran. It would be splendid if he could swiftly achieve the epic accomplishment of youthful journey. He murmured to himself, vowing to elevate the technique of external embodiment to its utmost perfection when the time came. Yet this accomplishment offered no guidance, leaving him uncertain of where to begin, and he decided to set it aside for the moment. Since his doppelganger was immobile, he stood up and pushed open the door, intending to check on the training progress of his eldest disciple and daughter. However, he soon learned from Wu Bo's indulgent tone that his daughter had gone to play with her little black teacher. In the open space, only Xiao Chun stood alone, sword in hand, with faint flashes of thunder dancing along the blade. Observing from a distance, Chen Chang'an couldn't help but nod in approval. Truly, as a system-certified prodigy, Xiao Chun had made remarkable progress in the Nine Heavens Thunderstrike sword technique in just a few days. With a flick of his wrist, the sword arced sharply, and in an instant, a strand of lightning as fine as a hair erupted from the tip, tracing a brilliant arc through the air. Immediately afterward, he turned, the momentum of his sword hastening, as lightning coiled around him like a dragon, scorching the air and leaving faint charred marks in its wake. Boom! With the final strike, the ground was left with a shallow trench carved by the thunderous light. Excellent, Chen Chang'an commended. He was not of this world. He had traversed dimensions, equipped with a system and memories from his past life. Yet he remained perplexed about how to fulfill the role of a master in this realm of cultivation. After much contemplation, he resolved to adopt the simplest approach, to treat it as if he were raising a son. After all, he had raised his daughter, Chen Xingcai, in precisely the same manner. Thus, whenever his true self found leisure, he would personally venture into the kitchen, simmering a pot of nourishing chicken soup infused with spiritual herbs, steaming several baskets of soft and sweet spiritual rice cakes, and serving alongside a pot of warm spiritual tea, bringing it to the bamboo abode where Xiao Chen practiced. Training with the sword was arduous, so it was only right to have a bite to eat first. Initially, Xiao Chen felt somewhat reserved, even taken aback by the attention. Having been labeled a genius from a young age, with a father often away at war and a mother long deceased, he had garnered much reverence from his family. Stripped of the halo of genius, he had endured the harshness of familial relationships. Just the other day, while practicing his swordplay, he had inadvertently cut his arm. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Chang'an had grasped his wrist, gathering a thread of spiritual light at his fingertips, gently brushing over the wound. Does it hurt? Xiao Chen was momentarily stunned. He suddenly recalled the first time he had injured himself while practicing swordplay as a child and had sought out his father. His father had merely glanced at him and said, "For a cultivator, such a minor wound is nothing." Yet his master, Chen Chang'an, furrowed his brow and carefully extracted a vial of ointment from his sleeve, delicately applying it to Xiao Chen's hand while murmuring, "This sword technique is formidable. As a novice, do not overexert yourself." Xiao Chen lowered his head, swallowing hard. In this secluded valley, enveloped by Chen Chang'an's presence, he felt a long-lost sense of home. At this moment, upon hearing Chen Chang'an's praise, Xiao Chun sheathed his sword, standing tall with a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. However, standing beside them, Wu Bo shook his head and sighed. Master, while this sword technique is powerful, merely practicing the sword strokes is insufficient. Chen Chang'an raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Wu Bo stroked his beard and elucidated. The Nine Heavens Thunder Movement sword technique is the secret inheritance of the esteemed sect, Nine Heavens Thunder Pavilion, on the Xianing continent. Its true potency lies not merely in the sword strokes, but in the thunder law. This technique requires the collection of divine thunder from across the world, integrating it into the sword intent to achieve greatness. Yet, these divine thunders are either closely guarded secrets of the major sects and families or hidden within perilous forbidden lands. Given Xiao Chen's current strength, to seek them recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an fell into contemplation. He recalled the scenes when he wielded the Nine Heavens Thunder Movement sword technique. Due to the system's influence, he had already tacitly collected all forms of divine thunder, and the thunder law was already embedded within the sword technique, impossible to separate. However, he suddenly remembered the calamity thunder invoked during his battle with the inked Taoist. Wu Bo, he mused, a smile playing on his lips. Does the thunder of the heavenly tribulation count as a form of thunder law? Wu Bo was taken aback, then nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the thunder of heavenly tribulation is born of heaven and earth. Its might far surpasses ordinary thunder laws. If one could harness it, it would undoubtedly be the key to mastering the sword technique. Chen Chang'an chuckled. Then that simplifies matters. Xiao Chun and Wu Bo exchanged curious glances. Chen Chang'an stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze profound. Since divine thunder is hard to find, why not first gather the tribulation thunder? With mere intent. The next moment, in a valley, dark clouds churned violently, and bolts of lightning danced within the clouds like mighty dragons, emitting a deep, thunderous roar. Chen Chang'an stood poised, his robes billowing, gazing upwards at the increasingly oppressive thunderclouds, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Xiao Chun observed closely. He pointed his finger to the sky. Nine Heavens Thunder. Heavenly tribulation, come. Boom! In an instant, a bolt of purplish-golden calamity thunder, as thick as a barrel, rent the heavens asunder, descending with an earth-shattering force. The blinding light of the lightning illuminated the entire mountain peak as a violent pressure caused all creatures within a 100-mile radius to cower in fear. Master, no. Wu Bo's expression changed drastically as he moved to intervene, only to witness Chen Chang'an remain unperturbed, raising his hand to grasp. The terrifying calamity thunder, capable of obliterating even the profound realm cultivators, transformed in his palm into a docile purplish-golden serpent, coiling around his fingers and affectionately nuzzling against them. This Wu Bo's eyes widened in astonishment, his beard trembling. Was this the might of the sacred realm? Xiao Chun stood beside them, filled with awe and admiration. He had never imagined that the terrifying heavenly tribulation lightning, which struck fear into the hearts of countless cultivators, could be tamed by his master as easily as a domesticated kitten. With such a master, the sense of security was truly overwhelming. Chen Chang'an turned to Xiao Chun and smiled slightly. Come, give it a try. He flicked his fingers, and the purple-gold lightning serpent gracefully slithered toward Xiao Chun. Although it had been subdued, the serpent still emanated an unsettling aura. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Chun extended his hands. The moment the serpent touched his palms, it transformed into countless tiny arcs of lightning that surged into his meridians. A sharp pain caused him to groan softly, and beads of cold sweat instantly dotted his forehead. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered, channeling the Nine Heavens Thunder Sword technique to guide the lightning energy into his dantian. Chen Chang'an stood by, safeguarding him, and upon noticing Xiao Chen's pale complexion, gently placed a palm on his back. His profound spiritual energy flowed like a gentle spring rain, soothing the tumult of the lightning force. Gradually, faint purple-gold lightning patterns began to emerge around Xiao Chun, and as he blinked, tiny flashes of lightning flickered in his eyes. He had succeeded. Elated, he gazed at his palm, and with a mere thought, a strand of purple gold lightning danced at his fingertips. Chen Chang'an nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. The quality of this tribulation lightning is exceptional and will suffice for your cultivation to the returning origin realm. After a rare moment of stretching his limbs, a wave of laziness enveloped him, and he yawned before departing. Once Chen Chang'an had left, Uncle Wu stepped forward and remarked to Xiao Chun, "In my hundreds of years of life, I have never witnessed anyone wielding tribulation lightning with such casual ease. Your master is truly unfathomable." Meanwhile, the young man's heart surged with excitement. The image of Chen Chang'an effortlessly subduing the celestial might was indelibly etched in his mind. Is this truly my master? Xiao Chun. Chapter 49. Annihilation. Chen Chang'an, the avatar, slowly opened his eyes, his gaze gradually focusing on the crude wooden beams of the inn. Is this an inn? He slightly tilted his head, noticing Han Yu and Li Hanzhou seated at a table, engaged in hushed conversation, their expressions grave, brows furrowed with concern. As Chen Chang'an's thoughts stirred, the system panel automatically unfolded. Han Yu, cultivation, early stage of object manipulation, mirror potential. 28, inferior 5 elements, spiritual root, destiny. 100, child of destiny. Turns misfortune into fortune, loyalty. 70, savior, personality. Resolute, cautious to his surprise, Han Yu's favorability had surpassed 70. Indeed, my efforts were not in vain. He cleared his throat lightly, feigning awakening, and gradually propped himself up. Sir is awake. Han Yu was the first to react, hastily approaching to assist him, a flicker of joy crossing his eyes. Li Hanzhou also stepped forward, his taut shoulders visibly relaxing, though he remained silent. Chen Chang'an rubbed his temples, pretending to be weak, and inquired, "How long have I been unconscious? Where am I?" "It has been a day and a night," Han Yu replied, offering him a cup of warm water, his voice low. "We are at an inn in Qingyang City." "So it is indeed an inn." Chen Chang'an accepted the cup, his gaze sweeping across their faces, deliberately asking, "Why the long faces?" Han Yu and Li Hanzhou exchanged glances, their expressions growing even more somber. The ink Taoist is now missing. Han Yu bit his lip. "The 8 Elephants sect will inevitably trace this back to us." "Ah, so this is what troubles you." Chen Chang'an understood, though he feigned confusion. "You are merely novice cultivators. Even if the ink Taoist is gone, they would not suspect you, would they?" "You do not understand, sir. The ink Taoist oversees the medicinal garden and holds significant power within the 8 Elephants sect. Given our lowly status, should the sect decide to place blame, we would be utterly powerless to resist. Thus, we do not plan to return to the sect for the time being." Li Hanzhou interjected suddenly, his voice resolute. "Moreover, the fact that the 8 Elephants sect has allowed someone like the ink Taoist, a rogue element, to exist indicates that they themselves harbor numerous issues." The two did not continue their discourse, yet their sentiments were unmistakable. Neither wished to entrust their fates to others. In truth, after the demise of the ink Taoist, the two had bravely, albeit with great revulsion, reduced his body to ashes. Subsequently, Han Yu nonchalantly returned to the medicinal garden, retrieved the jade gourd, and then reunited with Li Hanzhou to bring Chen Chang'an, the avatar, to this inn. Such meticulous planning, truly befitting the child of destiny of the mortal realm. Chen Chang'an marveled inwardly. In reality, Han Yu's conjecture was not unfounded. Based on the information he had observed during his recent concealment within the 8 Elephants sect, this seemingly humble sect was not as harmonious as it appeared. Beneath the surface, tumultuous currents were already in motion, especially since the sect leader had long harbored significant disagreements with the guest elders like the ink Taoist. Once the news of the ink Taoist's death was confirmed, the local faction would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to purge dissenters, and Han Yu and Li Hanzhou, the last disciples to have seen the ink Taoist, would likely be scapegoated. "You have done well." Chen Chang'an nodded slowly, his tone solemn. Returning now would undoubtedly lead to peril. Upon hearing this, Han Yu finally relaxed his taut nerves. Yet soon furrowed his brow again. "But what shall we do next?" he began, only to be interrupted by Chen Chang'an. The other party was already at their wits' end. Having experienced the vastness of the immortal realm, how could they willingly return to being caged birds at the bottom? With the right timing, location, and support, When else would they seize this opportunity if not now? In the midst of Han Yu's subtly expectant gaze, Chen Chang'an was about to speak when suddenly his brow furrowed. In the next instant, boom, the entire inn shook violently. The teacup on the table shattered with a crack. The windows trembled fiercely, and dust from the rafters cascaded down. Downstairs, diners gasped in shock, while the streets erupted in chaos with barking dogs and neighing horses. The Earth Dragon has turned. Run. The building is collapsing. Yet, Chen Chang'an remained unperturbed, calming the equally frantic Han Yu. He then abruptly raised his head and gazed out the window towards the direction of Golden Snake Mountain. Unbeknownst to Han Yu, it was precisely because of his cautious demeanor that he and Li Hanzhou narrowly escaped disaster once again. Time rewound to half an hour earlier, at the summit of Golden Snake Mountain, within the Grand Hall of the Eight Elephants sect. The air was so tense it felt as though it could be wrung out for blood. A middle-aged man, clad in a dark brocade robe, sat imposingly upon the jade seat that rightfully belonged to the sect leader. His fingertips lightly tapped the armrest, each soft sound resonating like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of those below. I shall ask one last time. He narrowed his eyes, his voice as venomous as a serpent's hiss. Where is that celestial artifact? The sect leader of the Eight Elephant sect was already drenched in cold sweat, his back soaked through. He strained to respond. Elder Wang, please see clearly. Our sect has stood for 1,300 years and has never encountered any celestial artifact. This man was none other than Wang Congzhou, one of the elders of the prestigious Wang family of Qingzhou. Ha! Wang Congzhou suddenly chuckled. He leisurely produced a jade slip inscribed with the words Heavenly Machine Pavilion from his sleeve. With a surge of spiritual energy, the slip projected an image, a detailed map of the terrain surrounding Golden Snake Mountain, where a certain location was shimmering with blinding golden light. This was the result of the Heavenly Machine's deduction, indicating that several days prior, the aura of a celestial artifact had manifested here. Wang Congzhou pointed at the glowing image, which just so happened to be enveloped by the protective formation of your Eight Elephants sect, unable to endure the oppressive aura emanating from the longevity realm elder. The law enforcement elder finally knelt and prostrated himself. Elder, there have been no anomalies within the sect these days. Even if there were, how could our small and weak sect dare to privately conceal a celestial artifact? Enough noise. Wang Congzhou snapped his fingers. With a dull thud, the head of the law enforcement elder exploded like a watermelon, splattering blood and brains all over the face of the elder in charge of the alchemy hall. The entire hall was instantly plunged into panic and suffocating tension. My patience is limited, the man declared, pulling out a pristine white handkerchief to leisurely wipe his fingers. I only believe in the deductions of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. You will either hand over the celestial artifact, or, I assure you, from this day forth, the so-called Eight Elephants sect shall cease to exist. Wang Congzhou, the master of the Eight Symbol Gate, with eyes bulging in fury, suddenly roared, asserting that even though the Wang family is a prestigious clan in Qingzhou, should they annihilate his entire lineage, it would be a grave violation of the laws of the great Zhou immortal dynasty. The inspector of Qingzhou would undoubtedly not turn a blind eye to such an atrocity. Laws? Wang Congzhou chuckled as if he had heard a jest, erupting into laughter. With a mere wave of his sleeve, a cacophony of anguished screams echoed from outside the hall. Through the gates, the onlookers were struck with terror as they beheld. Hundreds of Wang family cultivators had inexplicably surrounded the mountain gate, mercilessly slaughtering the disciples of the Eight Symbol Gate who were desperately fleeing. Where the sword light passed, severed limbs rained down like a torrential downpour. In Qingzhou, Wang Congzhou rose slowly, his dark brocade robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. We, the Wang family, are the law, he declared. With a casual gesture, a thunderous roar erupted. The very ground of the grand hall suddenly caved in 3 zhang, leaving Zhao Wuyo and the elders stunned, blood spurting from their orifices as if struck by lightning. What was even more terrifying was the realization that their cultivation had been sealed by some strange force, rendering them incapable of even self-detonation. Since you were so stubborn, Wang Congzhou stepped through the air, every footfall resulting in the explosive demise of an elder's head. Then let them carry their secrets to the underworld. As the last transmission elder's skull was crushed, Wang Congzhou gracefully descended back to his jade throne. The inspector Qingzhou is indeed a nuisance. Since it has come to this, he surveyed the hall strewn with mangled corpses and suddenly formed a hand seal to chant an incantation. The universe in reverse. Move the mountain. The entire golden snake mountain trembled violently. The clouds within the mountain surged, and the earth's veins groaned under the unbearable strain. Amidst the cries of countless flying creatures and beasts, this ancient peak, standing for millennia, began to slowly sink into the earth. As the dust settled, only a bottomless pit remained in its place. Wang Congzhou stood with his hands clasped behind his back in the void, gazing into the abyss with a cold smile before issuing a command. Search. Here, and in the nearby mortal towns, the celestial artifacts have manifested in Qingzhou. It is the Wang family's divine right to unearth them, even if we must dig 30,000 feet deep. Understood. Countless Wang family cultivators dispersed in all directions. In the distance, a lone 8-symbol gate spirit crane, having miraculously escaped, soared into the sky, its feathers stained with droplets of blood. Wang Congzhou scarcely spared a glance, casually unleashing a sword light that reduced it to a mist of blood. Chapter 50. The sealed city. Gather your belongings and leave Qingyang City at once. Chen Chang'an made his decision promptly. Although the perception range of this avatar was limited, the unique ability of the sacred realm, known as whimsy, informed him that the unfolding events were likely connected to the three of them. No, to be more precise, they were related to Hanyu. Without questioning the reason, or even exchanging glances, Hanyu swiftly seized the bundle from the bed and began to pack. Wali Hanzhou had already kicked aside the window shutters to survey the streets below. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the two stood on either side of Chen Chang'an, their waists bulging with packs that still revealed half-eaten rations. A flicker of gratitude passed through Chen Chang'an's eyes, quickly replaced by a weighty seriousness. We shall exit through the south gate, he instructed. Given the suddenness of the situation, taking on disciples would have to be postponed. However, as long as he could lead the young men back to the valley, securing them as disciples seemed a near certainty. With the current trust that Hanyu and Li Hanzhou had in him, they had no objections. Upon leaving the inn, the trio did not make an effort to conceal themselves, boldly blending into the throng of people as they made their way toward the city gates. When they were still 100 paces from the entrance, Chen Chang'an suddenly pressed his hands on their shoulders. Wait! He gazed into the distance. Discovering that the situation at the city gate was far worse than he had anticipated, several cultivators clad in dark robes had appeared, blocking the exit, each adorned with a jade token engraved with the character for king. More alarmingly, a few cultivators were seen at the base of the city wall, laying down crimson talismans, seemingly constructing a formation to seal off the city. What should we do now? To stay or to leave? Just as Chen Chang'an wrestled with his thoughts, a furious roar rang out ahead. By what right do you stop me? An elderly man in a gray robe, having reached the late stage of the profound realm, was arguing with the city guards. I am an official of the Qingzhou Loose Cultivators Alliance. A command token flew from his sleeve, only to be callously swatted to the ground by the leading dark-robed cultivator. By order of the family head, the leading cultivator declared arrogantly, from this day forth, no cultivator may exit the city. When did the Wang family become so brazen? The old man declared defiantly, I must leave. In a fit of rage, he summoned his life's treasure, yet in the next moment, he froze in place. No one could discern what transpired. A pale hand emerged from the shadows atop the city wall, gently pressing upon his crown. Crack! The sound of shattering bone resonated sharply, sending chills through the onlookers. Apologies. The leading cultivator sneered, kicking the old man's lifeless body into the crowd of departing citizens. In an instant, a vast void appeared among the throng, faces painted with terror, all feeling the fury yet silenced. Only then did the leading cultivator murmur ominously, the Wang family has always been this arrogant. Back to the inn, Chen Chang'an felt as though his voice echoed from a distant realm. Upon returning to the inn, the three remained silent. Hanyu sat on the edge of the bed, his fingers absent-mindedly caressing the jade gourd in his hands. The surface of the gourd radiated a faint warmth, as if resonating with the fervent rhythm of his heartbeat. For reasons unknown, he felt an unsettling intuition that those cloaked cultivators seemed to be approaching with intent. With this thought weighing on him, he could not help but cast a furtive glance at Chen Chang'an, who was gazing out the window. The sunlight outlined the man's tall silhouette, his fingers rhythmically tapping against the window frame, each rap resonating like a strike upon his taut nerves. "Sir, The words hung on the tip of his tongue, only to be swallowed back. Han Yu recalled the greedy gaze of the ink-clad man and the tales his uncle had shared about murderous quests for treasure, causing his throat to involuntarily constrict. Chen Chang'an turned his head, his gaze as clear as crystal, seemingly capable of penetrating one's very soul. In that fleeting moment, Han Yu suddenly realized that this enigmatic cultivator, capable of vanquishing the ink-clad man with a mere sword, seemed to have sensed a secret. The youth clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, engulfed by a profound sense of shame, just as he resolved to speak again. Intending to barter his jade gourd for the safety of the trio, Chen Chang'an suddenly smiled. He approached Han Yu, as if having seen through the boy's thoughts, and gently placed his hands on the youth's trembling shoulders. Opportunities are such that if heaven offers them and one does not seize them, one will suffer the consequences. Fear not, we have yet to reach the point where you must make a choice. The boy pressed his lips tightly together, then earnestly nodded. Chen Chang'an patted his shoulder once more. Han Yu's loyalty 10, ignoring the system notification echoing in his mind. He decided to observe for a couple more days. As Chen Chang'an contemplated, he resolved that if the situation grew dire, he would personally intervene. He could only hope that the smaller issues would not escalate into something far greater, ultimately attracting a formidable adversary. Days passed. Through his observations over the last few days, Chen Chang'an discerned the patterns of those cloaked cultivators. Initially, they meticulously scrutinized every individual leaving the city, even resorting to soul-searching techniques. However, as time progressed, their focus gradually shifted. Lower-tier cultivators and common folk no longer held their attention. After all, whatever scheme required the mobilization of an entire clan's influence could scarcely involve mere novices in the realm of cultivation. Standing before the window, Chen Chang'an's gaze swept over the patrolling cultivators of the Wang family, a faint smile gracing his lips. Has the Sir devised a strategy? Han Yu could not help but whisper, noticing Chen Chang'an's expression. Indeed, I have observed that they are currently lax in their vigilance towards low-tier cultivators in the materialization realm. Chen Chang'an replied without hesitation. Han Yu nodded, but felt a tinge of disappointment. He too had noted this in recent days. Yet the next moment, he witnessed Chen Chang'an suddenly flash a mischievous smile before striking his own dantian. "Sir, Senior!" Both Han Yu and Li Hanzhou exclaimed in alarm. But it was already too late. With a soft grunt, Chen Chang'an felt a trickle of fresh blood escape the corner of his mouth. His spiritual energy receding like a tide, causing his aura to plummet to the mid-stage of the materialization realm. "What have you done?" Li Hanzhou's voice trembled, disbelief etched in his eyes. "Do not panic," Chen Chang'an replied, wiping the blood from his lips, his tone remarkably light, as if he had merely stumbled. He had temporarily forfeited his cultivation to facilitate their departure from the city. Han Yu's eyes reddened, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. "Sir, why must you do this? We can devise another plan." Li Hanzhou wore a despondent expression on the verge of tears. With a sudden motion, Chen Chang'an raised his hand and slapped each of them lightly, enough to render them momentarily speechless. "We are all men. Why put on such a display?" He chided with a smile. "Rest assured, this state is only temporary. A few days of recuperation will restore my strength." Han Yu and Li Hanzhou exchanged glances. Though doubt lingered in their hearts, they chose to remain silent, burying their shock and gratitude deep within. For their sake, the Sir is willing to abandon his cultivation. The three of them packed their belongings and strode confidently toward the city gates. Indeed, the guards of the city, members of the Wang family, merely cast a cursory glance at them. Seeing their diminished auras, they could not be bothered to question them further, waving them through without hesitation. "It seems we have succeeded," Han Yu murmured, his taut nerves beginning to relax. Li Hanzhou also breathed a sigh of relief, but just as they were about to step beyond the city gates, stop! A sharp, icy voice suddenly pierced the air from behind them. Chapter 51. Companions. A sharp voice sliced through the air like a blade, causing Chen Chang'an and his companions to halt abruptly. A cultivator clad in dark robes strode forward, the jade talisman shaped like a king at his waist jingling with each step. His gaze swept over the trio, a smirk of derision playing upon his lips. Scattered cultivators, I presume? Indeed, Chen Chang'an replied, deliberately roughening his voice. These are my 2 inept disciples. I hope you might grant us a favor or two. The cultivator emitted a cold snort, his fingers idly toying with a soul-searching jade. He bore no particular concern for the 3 individuals, but was simply feeling restless and sought to test his soul-searching technique on someone, curious to uncover any intriguing secrets. Whether or not you are scattered cultivators is not for you to decide, he retorted, raising the soul-searching jade. This is what truly matters. As the figure drew closer, Chen Chang'an sighed inwardly. It appeared that today he would inevitably have to reveal his true form. Just as he began to gauge the distance for his true self to arrive, boom, a thunderous explosion erupted, shaking the very foundations of Qingyang City. A brilliant blue light burst forth from the city gates, tearing through the sky like a furious dragon, transforming into a dazzling streak that soared towards the distant mountains. Someone is forcibly breaking through. Quick, pursue them. More than a dozen dark-robed cultivators shouted fiercely, their swords ascending skyward as they raced after the vanishing blue light like a pack of wolves on the hunt. Hurry! Inform the elders at once. One of the cultivators swiftly shattered a communication jade, then vanished like a shadow. Chaos erupted at the city gates as the once impenetrable barrier was forcibly breached. The interrogating dark-robed cultivator's expression shifted drastically. Disregarding the trio before him, he turned and dashed away like a streak of light. Only then did the 3 finally exhale in relief. Chen Chang'an, however, remained focused on the direction where the blue light had disappeared. Within that fleeting moment, he had caught a glimpse of a figure, a flash of red at their waist. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he felt as though that figure had cast a glance in his direction. Yet now was not the time for contemplation. Let us go, he urged, gripping the 2 youths tightly, his voice lowered to a whisper. We must exit the city first. The trio mingled with the panicked crowd and rushed through the city gates. It was not until they had traveled 10 miles outside the city that Li Hanzhou finally gasped. Sir, what was that back there? Someone broke through the defenses, inadvertently aiding us, Chen Chang'an replied casually. However, the cultivators' grand display was clearly intended to divert attention and obscure their movements. He rubbed his abdomen, still aching from the self-inflicted cultivation injury, silently grateful that he had not truly manifested his true self. Otherwise, entangled in such murky waters, it would have been difficult to navigate safely. The trio continued along the mountain path for several hundred more miles until the sun began to set, casting the distant, towering mountains in a deep golden hue. Han Yu wiped the sweat from his brow, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. Sir, where shall we go next? Chen Chang'an paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping across the system panel. Han Yu cultivation, early stage of object manipulation mirror potential. 28, inferior 5 elements spiritual root, destiny. 100, child of destiny. Turns misfortune into fortune, loyalty. 80, highly trustworthy, personality, resolute, cautious. It is time, Chen Chang'an mused. He turned and spoke earnestly. Young Han, actually I. Suddenly, a clear voice resonated from the woods, interrupting his words. The trio turned towards the sound, and amidst the rustling leaves, a figure cloaked in white emerged, stepping gracefully over the golden carpet of fallen leaves. It was a young man in white attire, with a countenance as exquisite as jade and eyes akin to cold stars. A strand of long hair framing his snow-like complexion. At his waist hung an ancient long sword, its scabbard adorned with dark silver patterns, and as he walked, his robes fluttered without gathering a speck of dust. What a handsome individual! The 3 of them marveled in unison. The young man in white came to a halt 3 paces away, a slight smile gracing his lips as he performed a respectful salute. The mountain breeze swept by, causing the jade ribbon binding his hair to dance lightly, rendering him as ethereal as a celestial being from a painting. Forgive my intrusion. May I inquire if the three esteemed friends are heading south? Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes, pondering the implications. Simultaneously, he activated the system. Cultivation, potential, destiny, loyalty, personality. Well, what good is this wretched system? Nonetheless, even without discerning the stranger's background, encountering such a charming youth, whether in taverns, tea houses, bustling streets, or even brothels, would be entirely commonplace. Yet here they were, in the desolate wilderness. Abnormal occurrences often herald sinister undertones. Coincidentally, a glimmer of joy flashed in the young man's eyes. I too wish to travel south, but this path is fraught with ferocious beasts, and traveling alone may lead to unforeseen dangers. He paused, his tone earnest. Might I be permitted to accompany you for a stretch of the journey? Han Yu and Li Hanzhou exchanged wary glances, yet they refrained from speaking, their attention shifting to Chen Chang'an. Naturally, Chen Chang'an thought, no matter what, it would be best to refuse first. Thus he promptly replied, of course, at that instant. A system alert thundered in his mind. System alert. Epic series achievement detected. Youth Journey 2-4, Youth Journey, Part 2 with a jade belt binding dark hair. Safeguarding the journey for 1,000 miles. Completing the Youth Journey series achievement rewards him with Mount Jade, enhancing the level of a supreme celestial technique. Oh, has it truly triggered at such a moment? A jolt of surprise coursed through Chen Chang'an, though his expression remained impassive. Naturally, he swallowed the words not possible that were about to escape his lips and instead said, very well. Simultaneously, the mountain breeze stirred, slightly lifting the white-clad youth's garments. Chen Chang'an's gaze sharpened, landing precisely on the red pouch at the young man's waist. So it's him. Chen Chang'an suddenly smiled, since we were traveling the same path. It is certainly no trouble. The young man in white exhibited a flicker of astonishment, seemingly taken aback by the prompt affirmation. He solemnly bowed, saying, Thank you, fellow traveler. I am Ling Zhanxue. May I inquire your name? Simply refer to me as Mr. Chen. Chen Chang'an replied. Hanyu, Li Hanzhou. Upon hearing Chen Chang'an's response, the two young men hastily introduced themselves as well. Ling Zhanxue. Not only does his appearance exude femininity, but even his name carries an effeminate quality. Chen Chang'an silently scoffed at this thought, then turned to continue his journey. The day was growing late, and it was time to press on. Hanyu quickened his pace to catch up, lowering his voice. Sir, this person's background is unclear. Fear not, Chen Chang'an replied with a slight smile. It is of no consequence. Behind them, the young man in white observed the trio's retreating figures, absently rubbing his fingers over a red sachet, with a flicker of curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Chapter 52 Farewell the Night was as dark as ink, with the flickering flames of a bonfire illuminating the dilapidated temple nestled among the mountains. Li Han and Han Yu, two young boys, were curled up on a pile of hay, deeply asleep. They had spent the entire day in fear, traversing mountains and valleys for hours, their breaths now heavy with exhaustion. Only Chen Chang'an and Ling Zhanxue remained by the bonfire. Leaning against a weathered temple pillar, Chen Chang'an occasionally lifted a wine pouch to his lips, taking a swig. Even though his cultivation had regressed to the realm of material control, the constitution of a cultivator made it difficult to become intoxicated. Yet, the taste of drunken autumn captivated him. Its slightly tipsy sensation and flavor reminiscent of his hometown's brew invariably stirred a vague, indescribable emotion within him. What kind of wine is this? Ling Zhanxue suddenly inquired, his voice as cold as frost. Drunken autumn, Chen Chang'an replied, shaking the wine pouch. It was brought for a friend, who prepared a considerable amount, but he has only indulged in it once. Ling Zhanxue's lips curled into a slight smile. That must be a very good friend. Not quite. He is merely an acquaintance I have met twice. Chen Chang'an shook his head, then asked, Would you care for a sip? Ling Zhanxue nodded with restrained grace. Chen Chang'an casually tossed the wine pouch to him. The young man in white caught it, but frowned upon seeing the pouch's opening. Disdainfully, he wiped it with his sleeve, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately chose not to drink directly from it. Instead, he retrieved a delicate silver cup from his robes and poured the wine into it before taking a small sip. Such pretentiousness, Chen Chang'an scoffed. Ling Zhanxue paid him no mind, savoring the wine for a while before finally saying, Indeed, It is exquisite. The bonfire crackled, its flames casting flickering shadows upon their faces. Chen Chang'an gazed at the dancing flames and suddenly asked, "What brings you south?" "To seek someone," Ling Zhanxue replied indifferently, the silver cup gently twirling between his fingers. "Have you found them?" Ling Zhanxue fell silent for a long while before eventually nodding. "I have." Chen Chang'an smiled without a word. For 2 consecutive days, the 4 companions journeyed together. By day, Ling Zhanxue maintained his ethereal demeanor, clad in white, exuding an air of ease and laughter. Yet, as night fell, and only he and Chen Chang'an remained by the bonfire, this seemingly carefree gentleman displayed a peculiar fastidiousness, refusing to drink directly from Chen Chang'an's wine pouch, insisting on using his exquisite silver cup instead. "You, during the day, feign an otherworldly grace, yet grow particular at night." Chen Chang'an chuckled, tilting his head back for another sip of drunken autumn. Ling Zhanxue meticulously wiped the rim of his cup and replied nonchalantly, "It's merely a matter of cleanliness." "Cleanliness?" Chen Chang'an raised an eyebrow. "Then why, throughout this journey, have you slept in a dilapidated temple and eaten dry rations without complaint?" Ling Zhanxue shot him a sidelong glance, but did not respond. Pouring more wine into his cup and taking a gentle sip, Chen Chang'an burst into laughter. Such exchanges occurred almost every night until the final evening when the outline of a distant valley became vaguely visible. Chen Chang'an halted, turning to the young man in white beside him. "We're almost there." Ling Zhanxue nodded slightly, as though he had anticipated this moment long ago. The mountain breeze caressed him, stirring the jade ribbon binding his hair, enhancing his ethereal presence. "Thank you," Chen Chang'an suddenly said with gravity. "Had it not been for your discreet assistance that day when we left the city, we might not have departed unscathed." Ling Zhanxue's eyes flickered momentarily, after a brief silence. He finally admitted, "You recognized me." Chen Chang'an merely glanced at the fragrance pouch at his waist. Ling Zhanxue immediately understood, chuckling lightly as he patted the pouch. "Indeed, you always have the most to say." There was a hint of mischief in his words, which sent a chill down Chen Chang'an's spine. This brother, could he possibly be a bit mischievous? But in the next moment, Ling Zhanxue spoke earnestly. "Chen, are you not curious about my identity?" "Of course I am," Chen Chang'an replied candidly. Ling Zhanxue nodded and finally stated, "In truth, I am the inspector of Qingzhou." The massacre of the 8 Elephant sect was suspected to have been orchestrated by the Wang family, yet there was no solid evidence. However, their demeanor clearly indicated they were searching for something. His voice was calm, yet every word was distinct. "Subsequently, I discovered that Han Yu and Li Hanzhou were the only 2 disciples who escaped from the 8 Elephant sect, leading me to speculate that the object of their pursuit likely resided within them." Chen Chang'an was not surprised, merely inquiring, "Why not take action? Fate is preordained. Forcing the issue is futile." Ling Zhanxue gazed into the distance at 2 youths admiring the scenery, a softness appearing in his eyes. "Throughout this journey, I merely wished to ascertain those 2 youths' natures, hoping that such fortune does not fall into the hands of malevolent individuals." "And what do you think of them?" Ling Zhanxue smiled, but did not respond. Yet, Chen Chang'an understood that such a demeanor was answer enough. "One final question." Chen Chang'an raised a finger. "Since you have discerned their characters, why have you accompanied us thus far?" "Of course, to protect you," Ling Zhanxue replied with a charming smile. "As the official of Qingzhou, safeguarding the people is indeed my duty. Now that we have journeyed together and have not encountered any members of the Wang family, it seems time to bid farewell." He turned to Chen Chang'an, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Zue Qinqiu truly is an exquisite wine." Chen Chang'an could not help but chuckle. As the mountain breeze began to rise and dusk enveloped the surroundings, Ling Zhanxue stood upon the stone path, his white garments tinged with the faintest golden hue of the sunset. He turned to face the 3, his jade ribbon dancing with the wind, and a long sword at his waist glimmered coldly in the afterglow. "Let us part ways here," he spoke with a voice as clear as water cascading over stones. Han Yu and Li Hanzhou exchanged glances, their youthful faces betraying their reluctance. During these 2 days of companionship, this seemingly aloof young master had shown them constant care, quietly draping a cloak over them during night watches and discreetly positioning himself on the outer edge while traversing perilous paths. "Senior Ling." Han Yu clasped his fists in respect, his throat tight. Ling Zhanxue raised his hand to halt his words, retrieving 2 jade talismans from his sleeve. These are Qingxin talismans. Wearing them can ward off miasma. Li Hanzhou accepted the talisman, feeling the lingering warmth of the talisman beneath his fingertips, and suddenly bowed deeply. Thank you. Chen Chang'an stood to the side with his arms crossed, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The inspector is indeed generous. Ling Zhanxue paid no heed to his jest, instead tossing a plain white silk pouch towards him. This is for you. Chen Chang'an caught the pouch, feeling its weight. Upon opening it, he was surprised to find it filled to the brim with spiritual tea, the leaves as verdant as if freshly plucked, faintly imbued with the essence of frost and snow. Drink it sparingly, Ling Zhanxue remarked indifferently. Consider it a parting gift. No sooner had her words faded than a sudden crackling sound of withered leaves echoed from afar. The 4 of them simultaneously changed expressions, with Ling Zhanxue's right hand already resting on the hilt of her sword, only to see a mountain sparrow fluttering past the treetops. The tense atmosphere abruptly relaxed. Yet Ling Zhanxue's brow furrowed, for there were indeed remnants of the 8-elephant sect yet to be caught. A sinister voice suddenly pierced the air, slithering into their ears like a venomous snake. It was worth my personal surveillance. A gaunt figure emerged slowly from the shadows of the forest, clad in a gray robe, with a chilling murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. None other than the ancestral elder of the Wang family, Wang Songzhou. Beside him stood a middle-aged man, the very same individual who had been beside the master of the Tianji pavilion earlier. Chapter 53. Shielding the celestial secrets, Ling Zhanxue's expression changed drastically as a flash of azure light burst forth from his sleeve, unfurling into a semi-transparent glass umbrella that enveloped Chen Chang'an and his companions. As the ribs of the umbrella rotated, countless runes flowed, forming an indomitable spiritual barrier. Let us go. The moment he turned, his white robes billowed without wind, and his sword unsheathed itself by 3 inches with a resonant clang, reflecting a chilling intent of slaughter in his gaze. The destruction of a sect is already a grave sin, and now they dare to ambush an inspector? Does the Wang family truly fear the laws of the Great Zhou? Wang Songzhou's emaciated figure stepped forth from the shadows of the forest, throwing his head back in a boisterous laugh at the words. Fear? Of course we do. His laughter abruptly ceased, revealing a fierce glint in his eyes. But if the inspector were to fall here, leaving no trace behind, how would the court pursue us? Huh? Ling Zhanxue sneered coldly as the sword was fully drawn, its clear, melodious resonance startling the birds into flight. Do you truly believe that the national master of the Great Zhou, Xiantianjun, is merely a decoration? The sword pointed directly at the heavens. He is among the top 10 on the earthly rankings, a master of celestial divination unmatched in the realm, rivaled only by the leader of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion. Do you think your actions today can remain concealed? Ah! Wang Songzhou suddenly doubled over in laughter, stepping aside to reveal a middle-aged man beside him, clad in a robe adorned with star patterns and holding a bronze compass. The face of the compass with its 28 constellations was spinning on its own. Inspector Ling, how do you fare? The Star River Venerable. Ling Zhanxue's pupils constricted. As the foremost of the 4 celestial emissaries of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion, he was actually colluding with the aristocracy. His voice turned increasingly frigid. The Celestial Secrets Pavilion has always maintained neutrality, which is why it holds such a position in our dynasty. Do you not realize that your current actions are a grave taboo? Once the rumors spread, neither the Celestial Secrets Pavilion nor the Great Zhou will tolerate you. The Star River Venerable, expressionless, rotated the compass, causing 7 beams of starlight to descend from the heavens, forming the Big Dipper formation above their heads. Do not harbor thoughts of extracting information. Moreover, as Elder Wang said, should Inspector Ling perish here, who would know the identity of the perpetrator? He gazed mockingly at Chen Chang'an and his 2 companions beneath the glass umbrella. Do you truly think these 3 worthless individuals can accomplish anything? With a snap, the compass locked in place, and the entire valley was suddenly shrouded in darkness, as if an invisible hand had severed it from the world. With this heavenly deceit star apparatus in play, not even Xiantianjun, the mightiest of this age, could unravel the causal threads within this realm. Attack! Wang Songzhou bellowed, his claw-like hands suddenly swelling to 3 times their size, with nails transforming into jet-black blades aimed directly at Ling Zhanxue's throat. Simultaneously, the Star River Venerable's compass emitted a brilliant starry light, which transformed into chains in midair, entwining Ling Zhanshue's sword. Ling Zhanshue, clad in white, with his sword gleaming frostily, deflected the starlight. Without hesitation, he struck towards Wang Tsongzhou, where the air crystallized into fine ice at the sword's trajectory. The clash of the sword against the nails produced a resounding clang. Indeed, it was the frost moon sword technique of the Ling family, yet it was a pity that, as a top-tier aristocracy, they chose to become the pawns of the court. Wang Tsongzhou pressed forward, his nails emanating a thick, dark aura. On the other side, the Star River Sovereign wielded a compass that unleashed brilliant beams of starlight, intertwining with Wang Tsongzhou's assault to form a cascading rain of attacks. As for me, Ling Zhanshue, I seek only to be true to my conscience. Serving the court as a dog is far preferable to aligning with you ravenous wolves who regard human life as mere fodder. Like lightning, Ling Zhanshue darted through the onslaught, each swing of his sword conjuring a chilling arc of moonlight. Human lives? To me, mere mortals are but ants. I never anticipated that the esteemed Ling Inspector, a paragon of longevity, would still concern himself with the lives of common folk. What a farcical notion. Those who walk divergent paths shall not conspire together. Ling Zhanshue scoffed, yet his heart plummeted. Both Wang Tsongzhou and the Star River Sovereign were venerable forces of longevity, and his chances of victory were slim. His only hope lay in a desperate strike against the Star River Sovereign, seeking a way to dismantle the artifact that shrouded his heavenly secrets, thus forcing both adversaries into a precarious position. Consequently, he altered his sword's trajectory, evading Wang Tsongzhou and unleashing a multitude of sword shadows upon the Star River Sovereign. Star River, you of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, who pride yourselves on transcending the mundane, today you ally with such vermin? Then do not blame me for cleansing your ranks. Such audacity! The Star River Sovereign retorted with a cold snort, the astrological instrument in his hand spinning rapidly. 7 radiant beams of starlight transforming into chains that sought to constrict. Each chain bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, warping the very fabric of space as they passed. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Tsongzhou unleashed his attack, his gaunt form suddenly swelling into a grotesque 3-zhong, tall manifestation. With claws as dark as night, he tore through the air, enveloped in a miasma that corroded all it touched, reaching for Ling Zhanshue's heart. Ling Inspector, surrender your life. Comme fort. With no avenue for evasion, Ling Zhanshue remained undaunted, releasing a piercing cry as the blade erupted in a blinding white light. He did not flinch, charging directly into the lethal strikes of the 2 formidable foes. Frost Heaven, Moonfall! In an instant, a hush fell over the world. A radiant sword light, as pure as the moon, cleaved through the air, colliding with the starlight chains and venomous claws in a thunderous clash. Boom! A terrifying shock wave surged forth, shattering ancient trees within 100-zhong radius. The Star River Sovereign staggered back 3 steps, a crack appearing on his astrological instrument. Wang Tsongzhou let out a pained scream as his right claw was severed at the wrist, black blood gushing forth. Yet, Ling Zhanshue too paid a steep price. He coughed up blood, his white attire stained crimson. His left shoulder was pierced by starlight, and his abdomen was ravaged by the corrosive miasma, leaving a horrific wound. Most grievous of all, a fragment of the star chain was lodged in his heart vein, blood dripping continuously along the silver chain. All 3 were masters of the longevity realm, yet both Wang Tsongzhou and the Star River Sovereign surpassed him in strength. Not to mention he faced 2 adversaries alone. Inspector, it is time to depart, the Star River Sovereign stated, wiping the blood from his lips as the astrological instrument glowed anew. Ling Zhanshue clutched his chest, instinctively glancing towards Chen Chang'an and his companions, a flicker of remorse passing through his eyes. Wang Tsongzhou seemed to interpret his gaze, closing in with a sinister grin. Fear not, those 3 will soon join you. Ling Zhanshue felt his consciousness begin to fade, yet his grip on the sword remained steady. Suddenly he smiled, the bloodied corners of his lips curving into a resolute expression. Then let us journey together. The frost sky sword suddenly trembled violently, its blade manifesting countless fine cracks. Indeed, it was on the verge of self-detonation. This is dire. Retreat quickly. The expression of the Star River sovereign shifted dramatically. In this critical moment, a figure clad in azure unexpectedly appeared behind Ling Zhanxue, gently pressing down on his hand that clutched the sword. That seemingly casual gesture instantly quelled the impending eruption of sword energy. Rest for a while. A familiar voice resonated in his ear, and Ling Zhanxue felt himself descending into a warm embrace, the faint aroma of wine lingering at his nose. In his fading consciousness, he beheld Chen Chang'an's face, usually marked by a playful irreverence, now imbued with a chilling intensity. Leave the rest to me. You are. Sleep now. A thread of spiritual power coursed into Ling Zhanxue's body, not only temporarily suppressing his injuries, but also drawing his consciousness into a gradual descent into darkness. Yet, for reasons unknown, Ling Zhanxue felt an unprecedented sense of security, akin to the comfort of childhood exhaustion cradled in his father's arms. He succumbed to a deep slumber, a serene smile gracing his face. Gently laying the young man down upon the ground, Chen Chang'an then cast a knowing glance at the two figures hovering in the air, their expressions rife with caution. Even the mightiest of contemporaries cannot unravel the threads of causality here. A satisfied smile spread across his features. How splendid! Chapter 54. The end of the battle. Han Yu and Li Hanjiu stared wide-eyed, their gazes flitting between the two Chen Chang'ans before them. One stood in front of them, draped in azure robes, his demeanor calm and collected. The other stood a short distance away, hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his lips. This. Han Yu felt a dryness in his throat, momentarily at a loss for words. In the next instant, the Chen Chang'an before them winked, and his figure dissipated like a fleeting shadow in the air. Meanwhile, Wang Songzhou's expression darkened as he fixed a steely gaze upon the remaining Chen Chang'an. Who are you? Why meddle in matters that do not concern you? Doubts swirled in his mind. This individual had effortlessly thwarted Ling Zhanxue's self-detonation. Yet there was not a hint of spiritual energy emanating from him, as if he were merely immortal. Nevertheless, such a lack of power only made him more formidable. Me? Chen Chang'an brushed off his sleeves and chuckled. I am but a wandering cultivator residing nearby. Whoever you are, Wang Songzhou retorted with a menacing glare. Do you not comprehend the repercussions of offending the Wang family? You cannot bear the consequences. Offend the Wang family? Chen Chang'an's smile deepened at his words. Your demise here bears no relation to me. Even if I were responsible, who would know? He gestured toward the star chart in the hands of the Star River Elder. Haven't you already obscured the heavenly secrets? Surely, you cannot be deceiving us? Wang Songzhou and the Star River Elder exchanged a glance, a fierce glint flashing in their eyes. Seeking death, Wang Songzhou roared, his figure darting forward like a specter, his gaunt hand morphing into a pitch-black claw, aimed directly at Chen Chang'an's throat. However, with a soft snap, Wang Songzhou's movement abruptly ceased. He slowly lowered his head, only to find that Chen Chang'an's finger had inexplicably found its way to his brow. You. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Songzhou's body crumbled like sand, disintegrating into ashes that scattered in the wind. Meanwhile, Chen Chang'an stood rooted in place, silently absorbing the sensation of taking a life for the first time. It felt remarkably similar to slaughtering a chicken. Perhaps it was due to the absence of bloodshed, or perhaps these individuals were even less than beasts. The Star River Elder's expression shifted dramatically, the starry light in his hands yet to be unleashed, as his ally succumbed to laughter and declared defeat. A sudden realization struck him, and he hastily attempted to shut down the star chart in his grasp. Yet in the next instant, he felt a lightness in his hand. Huh? My star chart? Here it is. Chen Chang'an toyed with the exquisite star chart, his eyes gleaming with admiration as he remarked, Is this contraption capable of obscuring the heavenly secrets? What a splendid treasure! But in the next moment, the bronze compass in his palm began to tremble restlessly, the constellations of the 28 lunar mansions illuminating in succession. The star trails on the surface, writhing like living creatures, attempting to break free from his control. The star chart is one of the spiritual artifacts of our Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. It would not easily submit to anyone. The Star River Elder exhaled in relief, a malicious smile curling his lips. Is that so? Chen Chang'an's fingers subtly curled, a wisp of chaotic energy oozing between them. The star chart emitted a piercing hum. its surface patterns flickering wildly, as if a frightened beast was making its last stand. Silence. Chen Chang'an casually grasped. A clear, resonant sound echoed through the valley, and the previously restless astrolabe instantly froze in place. The tumultuous star trajectories on the dial suddenly rearranged themselves in a docile manner, and the once cold bronze surface began to emanate a lustrous sheen, as if a dusty pearl had finally encountered an appreciative master. Most astonishingly, the intricate pattern of the Big Dipper at the center of the compass extended delicate star-like rays that gently entwined around Chen Chang'an's fingertips, emitting a subtle, almost deferential tremor. With a flick of his finger against the edge of the compass, the astrolabe immediately responded with a jubilant hum, its surface rotating autonomously, illuminating the 28 constellations in sequence, casting a miniature starry sky into the palm of his hand. This was impossible. The celestial river sovereign felt his attempt to remotely control the astrolabe with his essence being disdainfully repelled by the spiritual artifact, which unhesitatingly severed all connections with the imprint of the heavenly mechanism pavilion within him. It felt akin to a former lover of a wealthy patron abruptly blocking all means of communication, leaving the celestial river sovereign with an overwhelming chill. In the next moment, without uttering a word, he turned to flee, only to discover that his body had become immobile. Who exactly are you? I told you. I am merely a wandering practitioner, Chen Chang'an replied with a smile, raising his hand and gently closing it. With a puff, the celestial river sovereign's figure dissipated into nothingness. The valley returned to a profound silence. Having concluded this encounter, Chen Chang'an did not rush to explain to the two bewildered youths. Instead, he approached Ling Zhanxue, who was gravely injured. Although he had temporarily stabilized her condition, without prompt treatment, it was likely that she would suffer lasting consequences. He knelt beside Ling Zhanxue, examining the star-chain wound that pierced her chest. At this moment, Ling Zhanxue had regained consciousness, though her complexion was pale and her brow furrowed in evident agony. Endure it, Chen Chang'an said calmly, reaching for the segment of the star-chain embedded in her flesh. A muffled groan escaped Ling Zhanxue's lips, and cold sweat beaded on her forehead, yet she stubbornly refrained from crying out. With a swift motion, Chen Chang'an extracted the star chain, drawing forth a trickle of dark red blood. He then raised his hand, gathering spiritual energy in preparation to cast a healing spell. However, the instant his palm pressed against Ling Zhanxue's chest, something felt amiss. Instead of the expected firm muscle, he encountered a soft, delicate texture. Chen Chang'an froze, his pupils constricting as if struck by lightning. He slowly lowered his gaze, focusing on the space between his palm and Ling Zhanxue's chest, before gradually lifting his head to meet her eyes, which were slightly moist from pain yet filled with a hint of panic. In that moment, the air seemed to solidify. Chapter 55. The master-apprentice relationship. Chen Chang'an's hand lingered suspended in the air, the lingering softness upon his palm igniting a flush upon his ears. Having remained solitary since birth, this was his inaugural encounter with a woman's form, and he found it surprisingly fragrant and delicate. A mere accident. He fervently chanted this mantra within, striving to steady his tumultuous heart. Over the past few days of camaraderie, he and Ling Zhanxue had shared wine and conversation, considering each other as kindred spirits. Yet, who could have imagined that this ethereal gentleman, Ling, was, in fact, a lady in disguise. His friend had inadvertently transformed into a sister. He inhaled deeply, turning his face away, his voice slightly strained. I apologize. Ling Zhanxue's delicate visage flushed crimson, her lashes fluttering, yet she managed a soft, affirmative murmur. She was all too aware of her injuries. Any further hesitation would only seem pretentious. Chen Chang'an quelled his distractions, channeling his spiritual energy as he cautiously placed his palm over her wound. The gentle luminescence of his essence permeated her skin, prompting a muffled sound from Ling Zhanxue as her fingers instinctively tightened around the hem of her garment. Bear with it. It will be over soon, he soothed, his tone gentle, though his fingertips moved with meticulous care. After a brief moment, the wound finally healed. Chen Chang'an retrieved a life-transforming pill from his robes and extended it towards her. Consume this. It possesses commendable healing properties. Upon seeing the pill, Ling Zhanxue's pupils constricted. What did he mean by commendable? The life-transforming pill was a rare treasure capable of reviving the dead. Years ago, the head of the Medicine King Valley had even regressed in cultivation to concoct just one batch, retreating 3 ranks in the process. She raised her gaze to meet Chen Chang'an's, a flicker of complexity crossing her features. However, since he had already seen and touched her, she bit her lip and decisively accepted the pill, tilting her head back to swallow it whole. The pill dissolved upon contact, its potent essence coursing through her limbs, instantly restoring some color to her pallid complexion. "Thank you," she murmured, her voice softer than usual. Chen Chang'an cleared his throat, feigning composure as he waved his hand dismissively. No need for formality among friends. Upon hearing this, Ling Zhanshue's lips subtly curved upwards before she regained her usual cool demeanor. Yet, the lingering blush upon her ears betrayed her current emotions. Subsequently, the two who had so recently shared lively discourse now found themselves at a loss for words. In the distance, Han Yu and Li Hanzhou crouched beneath a tree, whispering, "The atmosphere between the master and Ling is rather peculiar." "Hush! Don't pry. Be careful not to get beaten." "Li, how do you know so much?" "I've experienced it firsthand." The ambiguous tension lingered momentarily. Suddenly, Ling Zhanshue cleared her throat, straightening her posture, her brow once again adorned with the solemnity characteristic of an inspector, gently caressing the fragrance pouch at her waist. She spoke in a low voice, though Wang Songzhou and the Star River Elder had been vanquished. "The collusion between the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion and the noble clans is a grave matter. I must depart immediately for Zhongzhou to report." As she spoke, she stole a glance at Chen Chang'an, only to find him idly tugging at his hair, evidently disinterested in the political turmoil and continental affairs. Ling Zhanshue pressed her lips together, her previously stern demeanor suddenly softening. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the sleeves of her garment, her voice instinctively dropping a notch. "Brother Chen, if there are any matters in the future, you may come to Qingyang City to seek me." "Of course," Chen Chang'an readily agreed, grinning widely. "When I find the time, I shall certainly visit Qingyang City for a drink with you." Drinking? Ling Zhanshue was momentarily taken aback, biting her lip in a daze before bursting into laughter. Under the setting sun, the playful curve of her brows and eyes bore no trace of the inspector's authority, resembling a young girl who had secretly tasted honey. "Then, I shall await your arrival," she quickly concluded, turning to leave, her garments fluttering gracefully, while the jade hairpin in her hair traced a shimmering arc. In the blink of an eye, her figure clad in white vanished into the vast dusk, leaving behind a faint, elusive fragrance lingering at Chen Chang'an's nose. System notification. Epic Series Achievement completed. Youthful Journey 2-4. Youthful Journey. Part 2 with the jade belt binding azure tresses, safeguarding the clouds over 1,000 miles. Achievement of the Youthful Journey series completed. Rewards include He Shan Yu to elevate the level of a supreme celestial technique. Han Yu and Li Hanzhou peek from behind a tree, their faces filled with confusion. "Sir, why did young Master Ling depart so suddenly?" Chen Chang'an gazed at the direction she had taken, scratching his nose. "Who knows? A woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the depths of the sea." "A woman," the two youths exclaimed in unison. "What else could it be?" Chen Chang'an regarded them with a knowing smile. With his cultivation level, he could easily discern their whispered exchanges. "Oh, we thought, slap, slap." Each received a playful smack on the head, fair and just free of deceit. Small in stature, but large in mischief. From now on, focus more on your cultivation. "Yes." Afterward, Chen Chang'an turned and walked toward the valley. Behind him, Li Hanzhou's gaze shifted to Han Yu. "I didn't speak in error. It seems this will indeed lead to a reprimand." The trio soon traversed through the narrow mouth of the valley. Han Yu and Li Hanzhou followed closely, their hearts racing involuntarily, though Chen Chang'an had said nothing. The anticipation had already begun to stir within them after witnessing his ability to turn foes to ash with a mere flick of his fingers. Upon emerging from a dense thicket, the landscape opened up magnificently. Fields of flowers swayed gracefully in the morning light, ethereal butterflies flitted amidst them, and in the distance, a stream babbled melodiously, resembling a paradise untouched by the world. Deep within this floral expanse stood several quaint wooden cottages, their eaves adorned with wind chimes that chimed gently in the breeze. "Daddy!" A sweet, clear voice rang out suddenly. A little girl, around 6 or 7 years old, burst forth from the flower bushes, her delicate features radiating joy. Clad in a pale yellow dress and adorned with a soft pink flower in her hair, she resembled a joyful little butterfly. Chen Chang'an laughed heartily, bending down to catch the small figure as she leapt into his arms, spinning her around in the air several times. "Daddy, you just whooshed away. Were you off to fight bad guys?" she asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she tilted her head, her round eyes glancing towards Hanyu and Li Hanzhou. Meanwhile, two figures approached from the direction of the wooden cabin. One was a valiant youth of about 16 or 17, with striking eyebrows and bright eyes, a time-worn long sword hanging gracefully at his waist. The other was a sprightly elder, holding a bamboo staff and wearing a benevolent smile. As the curious gazes of the onlookers lingered, Chen Chang'an gently set his daughter down and turned to Hanyu. The sun's fading rays illuminated his smiling features, and his voice was gentle yet earnest. "Young Han, do you wish to take me as your master?" The valley fell into a sudden silence. Hanyu trembled, his eyes instantly brimming with emotion. He gazed at this enigmatic yet approachable man before him, recalling the shared trials they had endured, the extraordinary prowess with which he vanquished foes with a mere snap of his fingers, and the tenderness reflected in his eyes when he held his daughter moments ago. "I am willing." The youth knelt with a thud, bowing deeply 3 times. Disciple Hanyu pays respects to master. Witnessing Han Yu's successful apprenticeship, Li Hanzhou could hardly conceal the disappointment within. Forcing a smile, he clasped his fists and said, "Congratulations, junior brother Han, on finding such a distinguished mentor. With that, I shall take my leave." Before he could finish, Chen Chang'an raised his hand. "Hold on." Li Hanzhou paused in his tracks. Observing Chen Chang'an standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his garments billowing gently in the evening breeze. "You possess no spiritual root, and thus are indeed unsuitable for my cultivation methods." A moment later, he gestured towards the elder. "However, this esteemed Wu lacks a disciple. Would you be willing?" "Me?" Wu, who had initially worn a cheerful expression, suddenly froze, his bamboo staff sinking 3 inches into the ground with a sharp thud. He looked up to meet Chen Chang'an's calm gaze, his murky old eyes quivering in surprise, while Li Hanzhou appeared troubled, uncertain of how to respond. "Huh." Observing Li Hanzhou's reaction, Wu, who had been grumbling inwardly, suddenly burst into laughter, his hunched back gradually straightening. In the astonished gazes of those around, he slowly raised his frail right fist and struck gently at the most resplendent fire-colored cloud on the horizon. Boom! The force of his fist surged like a dragon, causing the sky to erupt in a dazzling display. The once vibrant sunset was violently punctured, revealing a clear azure sky within a 3-zhang radius. The ensuing shockwaves rustled the trees and flowers across the mountains, petals showering down like rain. Li Hanzhou stood rooted to the spot, the reverberations of the shattered clouds echoing in his ears. He mechanically turned his head, only to see Hanyu nodding vigorously at him, his eyes filled with encouragement. "Disciple Li Hanzhou." The youth suddenly lifted his robe and knelt heavily, pressing his forehead against the petal-strewn earth. "I pay my respects to you, master." Chapter 56. Chen Xingcai yearns for tranquility in the early morning, when the mist had yet to dissipate. Hanyu had already been standing in the courtyard for a full 2 hours. Beads of perspiration formed on his forehead, yet the wooden sword in his grasp remained steady as a rock, its tip quivering slightly as it traced intricate trajectories in the air. "Not quite right," came the languid voice of Chen Chang'an from behind him. Leaning casually in a wrought-tan chair, he cradled a cup of steaming tea in his hands. "The essence of the Zhitian sword lies in concealing the edge within defense. Your swordplay is far too soft." With gritted teeth, Hanyu flicked his wrist, transforming the momentum of his sword into a sharper, more aggressive stance. "Still incorrect." Chen Chang'an shook his head. "Too rigid, and you risk breaking. This sword technique demands a balance of hardness and softness." Feeling somewhat disheartened, Hanyu let his arms fall. "Master, am I truly that inept?" Sipping his tea, Chen Chang'an squinted as he evaluated his disciple, whose fate was abundant yet whose innate talent was rather mediocre. Though Hanyu possessed a fate value of 100, his foundational abilities were lacking, leading Chen Chang'an to believe that defense might prove to be more pragmatic than offense. Thus, he resolved to impart the Zhitian sword technique to him first. "Your comprehension is not lacking. It is merely your innate constitution that requires a slight enhancement. He set down his cup and casually picked up a twig. However, there is no need for despair. There are surely many ways in this world to augment one's constitution. For now, observe closely. The twig in his hand seemed to come alive as he swept it gently, leaving a lingering sword mark in the air. The motion appeared slow, yet it contained the profound truths of the universe. Amidst the interplay of yin and yang, it subtly formed a perfect Tai Chi symbol. The Jitian sword, while steadfastly defensive, also concealed lethal potential, allowing one to exploit an enemy's moment of inattention with other offensive techniques. With a flick of his wrist, the twig transformed into a streak of light, shattering a massive boulder in the distance. Did you comprehend that? Yes, Master, Han Yu replied, entranced by the display. Just as he was about to inquire further, he noticed Chen Chang'an reclining back in a rattan chair, casually tossing him a sword manual. Practice on your own. I require rest. Master, Wu Bo. Chen Chang'an called into the house. This lad is entrusted to your care. Wu Bo emerged from inside, a jovial smile upon his face. Rest assured, esteemed one, I shall devote myself to diligent instruction. In recent days, Wu Bo had witnessed the generosity of the esteemed one firsthand. Precious elixirs, such as the Shengshang Zhao Huan and the Huitian pill, were freely given. Even more astonishing was just a few days prior, when he merely mentioned needing to procure some daily necessities. Chen Chang'an had nonchalantly bestowed upon him 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Thank you, Wu Bo, Han Yu said respectfully as he bowed. Wu Bo patted him on the shoulder. Come, let us go to the back mountain to practice swordsmanship. Though I am not adept in the way of the sword, I am more than capable of guiding you. Before departing, Wu Bo hesitated for a moment before asking, Esteemed one, I plan to venture beyond the valley tomorrow. Is there anything you require me to bring back? Chen Chang'an waved his hand dismissively, eyes closed. Do remember to be wary of snakes. Wu Bo paused, perplexed. Snakes? Indeed, snakes, particularly the black ones. Chen Chang'an turned over, seemingly having drifted into slumber. Scratching his head in confusion, Wu Bo led Han Yu away. The gentle murmur of the mountain spring accompanied Chen Chang'an as she excitedly approached the familiar cave dwelling. Master, shall we? I am here. The stone door of the cave opened slowly, revealing a vision of pure white. Ji Hongli, adorned in a rare, snow-colored gown, leaned gracefully against the jade table, engrossed in a game of chess. Upon hearing the voice, she lifted her gaze, a soft smile gracing her lips. Her beauty accentuated by the crimson birthmark at the corner of her eye, vibrant against her white attire. Wow! Chen Chang'an's eyes sparkled with delight. You look stunning in white. Master, shall we? Ji Hongli paused, her fingers hovering over the chess pieces as she sighed softly. It seemed the title of Master Shall We was one she could never shake off. Here, Chen Chang'an exclaimed, pulling out a novel from her storage bag. The gilded title, I was captivated by the aloof Saint Lord. Volume 3 gleamed enticingly. She had finished reading it quite some time ago, yet the fourth volume was still nowhere to be found. Ji Hongli's lips curved into a subtle smile as she waved her sleeve, and a brand-new bound book appeared on the table. Volume 4, Chen Chang'an exclaimed, embracing the book with flushed cheeks. Master Shall We, you are amazing. How did you manage this? Quite simple, Ji Hongli replied nonchalantly, fiddling with her chess pieces. During this trip, I happened to capture the author known as Mobi Xinghua. Chen Chang'an's eyes widened in astonishment. You locked him in a small room for half a month? Ji Hongli nodded, flicking her fingers as a chess piece landed decisively on the board. He was required to write no less than 30,000 words a day, or he wouldn't be fed. Chen Chang'an gasped. Of course, Ji Hongli added, I did reward him with spirit stones afterward. Master Shall We truly is the best. The young girl cheered, throwing herself into Ji Hongli's embrace, only to catch a whiff of something metallic. Why is there blood on your sleeve? You must be mistaken. Ji Hongli quickly gathered her sleeves, deftly changing the subject. How far have you progressed with the fluttering like a frightened swan technique? Chen Chang'an's enthusiasm waned, her fingers twisting the hem of her garment. Well, my father recently took in 2 new senior brothers. So, this means I will have senior brothers to protect me, she declared confidently, lifting her chin. I can finally relax. The term relax was indeed a curious invention. Ji Hongli thought, both amused and exasperated. Her gaze swept over Chen Chang'an's faintly darkened complexion, noting the subtle creases on the corner of the book, a clear indication that the girl had spent several nights reading rather than practicing. Had she been the northern frontier back in the day, she would have undoubtedly hung her own disciple from a tree and chastised her with willow branches. Enough of that. Ji Hongli suddenly pinched Chen Chang'an's cheeks playfully. Starting tomorrow, you are to come to the cave every morning at dawn. Why? Chen Chang'an pouted. Because. Ji Hongli leaned closer, whispering in her ear, I also have the original manuscript of Volume 5. If you wish to read it. Morning light filtered through the wisteria trellis before the cave, stretching the shadows of the master and disciple long and slender. Meanwhile, in a distant small town, a best-selling author, confined for over 10 days, counted spirit stones with tears in his eyes. Chapter 57. Little White. Suddenly, Ji Hongli seemed to recall something, her delicate hand clapping lightly. Immediately, the sound of lively footsteps echoed from the depths of the cave. A fluffy, snow-white figure rolled out like a cloud. It was a small wolf dog, its coat as pristine as freshly fallen snow, without a single blemish. Its ears stood alert, and its amber eyes sparkled brightly, while its tail wagged like a little windmill. Oh wow! Chen Chang'an's eyes instantly lit up, and she crouched down, arms wide open. The small white dog leaped into her embrace, its damp nose affectionately nuzzling her cheek, causing the young girl to giggle with delight. Its name was Little White. Ji Hongli watched the playful interaction between the girl and the dog, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Do you like it? Absolutely. I love it. Chen Chang'an buried her face in Little White's fluffy fur, overwhelmed with happiness as she stomped her feet in excitement. Not far away, the gray bear, who had been dozing, suddenly perked up its ears, its round eyes wide with disbelief. It glanced between its excited little owner and the newly appeared ball of white fluff, its expression filled with incredulity. What was happening? Its instinct warned it that its previously unshakable status was now facing an unprecedented challenge. With a disgruntled growl, the gray bear ambled over, nuzzling Chen Chang'an's back with its large head. Clearly, I was your first furry companion. Ji Hongli cast a fleeting glance at it. The gray bear froze instantly, its clear eyes reflecting Ji Hongli's enigmatic smile. It silently withdrew its paws and obediently sat beside her, adopting a clumsy demeanor of submission. Little White will be entrusted to you, Ji Hongli said, tousling Chen Chang'an's hair. Remember to take good care of it. Of course, I will groom it daily, feed it treats, and play with it, Chen Chang'an exclaimed, wrapping her left arm around Little White while her right embraced the gray bear. From now on, we are a family of 3. The gray bear. No, clearly, I was here first. As they bid farewell, Ji Hongli leaned against the entrance of the cave, the shadows of wisteria flowers cascading over her snow-white garment. Remember, she said, lightly tapping Chen Chang'an's forehead, come to the cave at dawn each day, or else undesirable events may unfold. I understand, Chen Chang'an replied, clutching Little White as she bounced away. Don't worry, Master He. Watching the girl's retreating figure, Ji Hongli gently shook her head. She ran her fingers over a tome titled, I Was Captured by the Aloof Saint, Volume 3, letting out a soft sigh. This girl seemed to have disregarded the warning entirely. Then, a playful smile crept onto her face as she pointed her finger, sending a wisp of azure light to quietly follow Chen Chang'an before vanishing into her storage pouch. On the mountain path, the gray bear closely trailed its little owner, occasionally stealing glances at the small white dog in her arms. Suddenly, Little White turned its head and playfully stuck out its tongue at the gray bear. The gray bear. This life is unbearable. As the sun's last rays bathed the courtyard, Chen Chang'an sat by a stone table, pouring himself a drink. Chen Chang'an bounced in, cradling a fluffy white ball in her arms. Father, you see, Master Xiao He has gifted me with a Little White. Chen Chang'an lifted his gaze, his eyes landing upon the entirely pure, white little wolf dog. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an uncanny familiarity with this creature, particularly those amber eyes, as if he had encountered them somewhere before. Well, rather adorable, he mused casually as he continued pouring himself a cup of Zue Qianxiu. Just then, the Little White suddenly wriggled free from Chen Chang'an's embrace, darting to Chen Chang'an's feet, gazing up at the wine cup in his hand with eager anticipation. Its pink tongue incessantly licking its nose, and its tail wagging like a little windmill. Chen Chang'an raised an eyebrow. "Do you wish to drink?" The little white immediately barked once, its front paws scratching at his trouser leg, the yearning in its eyes unmistakably evident. Smack! Chen Chang'an playfully swatted the dog's head. "Little one, how old are you to be craving wine?" Daddy Chen Chang'an quickly leaned in, her big, watery eyes sparkling. "Just let it have a tiny taste." Chen Chang'an glanced at his daughter's expectant gaze, then at the little white wagging its tail furiously at his feet. And he sighed in resignation. "All right then, this is the first time I've encountered a dog with such a penchant for alcohol." He retrieved a small cup, pouring a shallow layer of Zue Qianxiu and placing it on the ground. The little white immediately pounced, its pink tongue eagerly lapping it up, and soon enough, the cup was emptied. Woof! The little white, seemingly unsatisfied, continued licking the cup, its tail wagging even more exuberantly. Ha ha ha! Among the three boys who had just returned from their training, Hanyu was the first to burst into laughter. "This dog has become a spirit, hasn't he it?" Xiao Chun could not help but chuckle as well. Its drinking style is more skilled than some people. Li Hanzhou rarely displayed a smile, but he reached out to pat the little white's head. It appears to be quite the little drunkard. After finishing the wine, the little white staggered a few steps before suddenly flopping onto the ground, letting out a grand yawn as its eyelids began to droop. "Is it drunk?" Chen Chang'an crouched down, poking the little white's nose. The little white let out a drowsy whimper, rolled over onto its back, exposing its fluffy belly, and soon began to snore softly. Seeing this, everyone burst into laughter once more. Chen Chang'an observed the scene, and an involuntary smile crept onto his lips. However, when his gaze fell upon the little white again, that inexplicable sense of familiarity surged within him once more. Is this dog truly just an ordinary dog? He shook his head, raising his wine cup and downing its contents in one go. "Oh well, since it was gifted by Ji Hongli, there should be no issue." In the courtyard, the sounds of laughter floated away with the evening breeze. The drunken little white, in its dreams, kicked its legs occasionally, sometimes smacking its lips as if reminiscing about something amusing. Chapter 58. The Day of Chen Chang'an's Torment. Third update. As the first light of dawn broke, the sky outside began to glow with a pale hue. Chen Chang'an rubbed her weary eyes, reluctantly stowing away caught by the frigid Saint Volume 4 into her storage bag. Did Hua Qianlei ever forgive the saint? She murmured softly, stifling a great yawn. Hurting one's wife may offer fleeting pleasure, but pursuing her back is akin to navigating a fiery inferno. Such is the consequence. Her eyelids felt heavy, laden as if filled with lead. In recent days, she had clandestinely indulged in reading novels during her training breaks, managing to steal a brief moment of rest, thanks to Uncle Wu's indulgent oversight. As for the daily visits to the cave instructed by teacher Xiaohong, those had long since been cast aside. However, if she continued to forgo sleep, even her usually oblivious father would surely notice something amiss. She collapsed into the softness of her bed, almost instantaneously succumbing to slumber. Unbeknownst to her, the opening of her storage bag subtly stirred. The book caught by the frigid saint silently floated out, its pages turning gently, as if an unseen hand were delicately perusing its contents. It hovered above Chen Chang'an, the golden embossed spine glimmering with an eerie sheen in the morning light. Upon awakening, Chen Chang'an stretched languidly, still slightly dazed. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a chill creeping along her back, as if something were watching her. Old. She glanced around, finding the room empty save for the sprawled form of Xiaobai. Before the copper mirror, she scrutinized her increasingly pronounced dark circles, sheepishly touching her face. Thankfully, it was still within the realm of insomnia that she could feign. Pushing open the door, the morning sun poured into the courtyard, invigorating the air with its freshness. Xingcai, good morning. Her elder brother, Xiao Chun, stood nearby, clad in a jade-green robe, his demeanor gentle as jade. He was her favorite brother after her father, always kind, never chastising her for her laziness. Brother Xiao Chun, she exclaimed joyfully as she ran toward him. However, his gaze held a peculiar intensity. He furrowed his brow, his eyes lingering on her head for a fleeting moment before contracting sharply, as if he had glimpsed something astonishing. "Xing Tsai, did you rest well last night?" His voice carried an awkward stiffness. "Quite well." She tilted her head, curiosity piqued. "What's the matter?" Xiao Chun swallowed hard, hesitating as if grappling with his words. Eventually, his gaze shifted beyond her shoulder, his complexion suddenly paling. I just remembered there's homework I haven't completed. I must take my leave." With that, he turned and hurried away, his steps betraying a hint of panic. Brother Xiao Chun? Chen Chang'an was left in a state of confusion. Instinctively, she glanced back. Nothing was there but the morning breeze rustling through the treetops. "What is going on?" Filled with bewilderment, Chen Chang'an kicked a pebble as she walked toward the living room, where she unexpectedly encountered Hanyu and Li Hanzhou walking side by side. "Brother Hanyu, Brother Li," she greeted them with a bright smile and a wave. Although Han, you may not possess the gentle demeanor of Xiao Chun, he often regales her with amusing tales from the outside world. Conversely, Li Hanzhou, though typically reticent, exudes a mature and composed presence, his meticulous thoughts revealing a rare softness within. At that moment, Hanyu held freshly picked spiritual fruits in his hands, and upon seeing her, he abruptly halted, nearly dropping the fruit basket. Li Hanzhou tensed, a flicker of unusual panic momentarily flashing across his normally steady gaze. "Xing Kai." Hanyu chuckled awkwardly, his eyes uncontrollably drifting towards the top of her head, the weather being quite delightful today. Chun Xing Kai tilted her head. "Why do you both seem so strange?" Haven't you noticed?" That's because, suddenly, Li Hanzhou clamped a hand over Hanyu's mouth with such force that the latter's eyes widened in surprise. "We just remembered we haven't practiced the sword techniques our master instructed us to." Li Hanzhou's voice was taut, like a bowstring drawn tight, as he tugged Hanyu back. Bidding farewell. "Wait." Chun Xing Kai stamped her foot. "What on earth?" Before she could finish her sentence, the two had already slipped into the bamboo grove. Faintly audible was Hanyu's muffled protest. "Old Li, what are you doing?" Clearly, MMM. The latter part of her words was stifled into a muted sound. "What on earth is happening?" Chun Xing Kai scratched her head, but soon dismissed her confusion. After all, as the queen of the valley, everyone doted on her, and the notion of trouble had never graced her mind. Unbeknownst to her, just 3 inches above her head, the book caught by the aloof sacred master, volume 4, hovered quietly. "Daddy!" Chen Xing Kai bounced into the living room, her skirt swaying and ringing like a chime. Chen Chang'an, who was brewing tea, turned at the sound, but the smile blooming on his face suddenly froze. After a moment of contemplation, he seemed to grasp something, a look of realization dawning upon him, followed by a hint of a dangerous smile. "Come here." He set the teapot down, oblivious to the impending danger. Chen Xing Kai approached with a puzzled expression. Chen Chang'an then knelt down, gently brushing his fingers over the dark circles beneath his daughter's eyes. "Tell me, why has there been no progress in mastering the techniques of the graceful hummingbird method as of late?" "Because," Chen Xing Kai's gaze instinctively drifted upward to the right. Then she forced it back, "because it's too difficult." She tugged at her father's sleeve. "The pathways of those meridians are so convoluted, they make my head spin." Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes. "And what about those dark circles?" I've been thinking about the techniques day and night, so I haven't been sleeping." Her voice suddenly spiked, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Amidst the fragrant tea, Chen Chang'an leaned closer and caught a whiff of his daughter's hair. "It can't be." He leisurely plucked a piece of gilded paper from her hair. "You've been staying up late reading those nonsensical books, haven't you?" "Daddy, I haven't been reading anything." Her words abruptly halted. Chen Xing Kai's eyes widened as she watched her father's hand reach toward her head like a butterfly flitting through flowers. He had plucked the very book caught by the aloof sacred master. Volume 4 from thin air. The pages continued to turn with a rustling sound, as if an invisible hand was engrossed in reading the captivating passage with a revered figure pressed Hua Qianlei against the jade steps. "Could you elucidate?" Chen Chang'an shook the book, the entwined images of the male and female protagonists on the cover shimmering in the sunlight. "Why does it hover 3 inches above your head?" I am unsure how it." Chen Chang'an's face flushed crimson, and upon suddenly catching sight of the 3 senior brothers peering curiously at the doorway, an epiphany struck her. "No wonder you are all acting so today." Xiao Chun swiftly retracted his head, and Han Yu's cough echoed from behind the corridor pillar. Wali Hanzhou silently carried away the small white dog, eager to witness the commotion. "It seems I have been too indulgent lately," Chen Chang'an remarked, a spark of azure flame igniting at his fingertips. "This inexplicable book. Do not burn it," Chen Xingtsai exclaimed, throwing herself onto his arm. "Master He has only just." Realizing her words might lead to trouble, she halted. "Ji only?" Chen Chang'an's temples throbbed with tension. "Very well, should the opportunity arise. I shall personally go to thank her." The book, suspended in midair, suddenly snapped shut and trembled as it attempted to drift towards the door. It was halted in place by a beam of golden light. Chen Chang'an lifted his daughter by the scruff of her neck. "Wu Bo." "Yes," came Wu Bo's voice from outside, hushed and apprehensive. "From this day forth, ensure Xingtsai practices the fleeting like a surprise swan technique 30 times daily." "Understood, Master," Wu Bo replied. Chen Chang'an weighed the gilded book in his hands, revealing a smile that sent chills down the spines of the 3 disciples. "I shall take the liberty to, well, safeguard this for you." As for what follows, outside the window, the gray bear Little Gray, who had been an unwilling witness to the entire ordeal, silently covered its eyes with a paw. Subsequently, the once arrogant valley's tyrant, Chen Xingtsai, found herself seized by her father and is soundly spanked. Chapter 59 Nightmare, 4th update. The sunlight in the valley lazily spilled over the lawn, where Xiao Chun lay on his back, a tuft of foxtail grass clutched between his lips, its tips swaying gently with his breath. In the cerulean sky, a few white clouds drifted leisurely, reminiscent of those he had observed in the backyard of the Xiao family during his childhood. Ah, the Xiao family. He momentarily lost himself in thought, his mind drifting back to the past. Once a prodigy, he had fallen from grace, overlooked and ridiculed not only by the outside world, but also within his own clan. During every clan assessment, he could feel the gazes of pity and derision upon him. But now, his master, Chen Chang'an, treated him like a son, and the newly arrived junior brother, Han Yu, showed him great respect. Even the usually aloof Li Hanzhou would proactively seek his guidance during sword practice. These days felt almost surreal in their beauty. What is Linger doing now? Suddenly, the figure of Xiao Linger emerged in his mind, his cousin who had always encouraged him, one of the few in the Xiao family who genuinely cared for him. Having left 2 years ago, she must have joined a sect by now. With her talent, she must be shining brightly. "Senior brother," Han Yu's voice called from afar, interrupting his reverie. Xiao Chun turned to see Han Yu standing on the hillside, waving at him. "It's time for our studies. I'm coming." He sprang up like a carp leaping from water, brushing off the grass clippings from his clothes, a smile unconsciously tugging at the corners of his mouth. The shadows of the past had long dissipated. Now he had a new family and a fresh start. "Linger, I hope you're thriving as well." He walked briskly towards Han Yu, their figures gradually disappearing into the lush valley, leaving behind the crushed foxtail grass, swaying gently in the breeze. Meanwhile, in the tranquil valley, far away in the imperial capital of Zhongzhou, Ji Lingxiu suddenly sat up from her gilded bed, her snowy nightgown drenched in cold sweat, the sheer fabric clinging to her delicate curves. The embroidered quilt had slipped to her waist, revealing long, jade-like legs, her skin gleaming with a porcelain-like sheen under the light of the luminous pearl, with faint pink imprints from sleep on her knees. "Princess?" The maid on night duty hastily lifted the silk canopy, only to find her mistress lost in thought, clutching her chest. Moonlight streamed through the intricately carved window, perfectly illuminating the thigh that slipped from beneath her nightgown, as if adorning the jade with a silver lining. Even the seasoned maids, accustomed to the beauty of the palace, couldn't help but gasp. This startled demeanor was far more captivating than her usual composed self. "Leave me be, I am," unscathed. Ji Lingxiu lifted her hand to push her disheveled hair behind her shoulder, causing her nightgown to slip further. As her right leg instinctively bent, it created an alluring indentation against the edge of the bed, while her calves' graceful line extended into the shadows. In the moment her toes touched the ground, her foot arched breathtakingly. Having dismissed her maid, at this moment, the beloved princess of the great Zhou, enveloped in adoration, gasped for breath. Her slender fingers clutching the quilt tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. She had just experienced an extraordinarily prolonged dream, wherein her invincible ancestor unexpectedly perished during her grand birthday celebration. Subsequently, the coalition of sects and noble families appeared to have conspired in advance, launching a simultaneous assault on the capital, Tianjin. Despite her mind now clear, the gruesome scenes from her dream lingered vividly before her eyes. The inferno that erupted as the city fell, the piercing cries of the royal family. Most haunting of all was her own narrow escape from Tianjin, only to be met with the treachery of her most trusted maidservant, leading to her tragic demise on the road to Qingzhou. Ji Lingxiu stared blankly at her trembling hands. This dream was too vivid. Abruptly, she leaped from her bed, disregarding her attire as she rushed towards the palace doors. As she flung open the vermilion gates, she collided with the hurried Grand Steward. Wei Qing, Steward Wei. She grasped the sleeve of the elderly man who had served her father for much of his life. What time is it? Wei Qing, taken aback by her sudden action, stammered, Your Highness, it is April of the 171st year of the reign of Chengping. Have you forgotten? Tonight marks the birthday of His Majesty the Grand Emperor. Tonight? Her voice rose sharply. What of my father? His Majesty is in the Zicheng Hall receiving an inspector from Qingzhou who claims to have urgent matters to report in person. Before he could finish, Ji Lingxiu felt as though struck by lightning. The Qingzhou inspector. Memories surged like a tidal wave. This was the individual. Everything had begun with the arrival of this inspector in the capital. Prepare the carriage. Immediately to Zicheng Hall. She pivoted and dashed back to her chambers, the chill of the golden bricks beneath her bare feet suddenly awakening her to a startling reality. This was not a dream. She, Princess Ji Lingxiu of the Great Zhou, had been reborn. Your Highness, your shoes. A palace maid caught up, holding out embroidered shoes. Yet Ji Lingxiu had already seized the scarlet palace attire from the screen. There is still time. There must be, as she burst out of her chambers. The eastern sky was already brightening. In the morning mist, she seemed to catch a glimpse of the maidservant who had betrayed her. Look, Ji Lingxiu's fingertips dug deeply into her palm, blood seeping between her fingers, yet she felt no pain. Leah. The memories pierced her mind like a sharpened blade. The maid who had grown up alongside her, her gentle almond eyes always sparkling with warmth, who never tugged too harshly when styling her hair. During their flight, it was those soft hands that had draped a dry cloak over her in the torrential rain. Your Highness, have some hot soup. The voice from her memories echoed in her ears, only to transform in an instant into the chilling sound of a drawn dagger. Ji Lingxiu pressed her palm against her chest, where a lingering cold ache remained. She vividly recalled how, as the torches of their pursuers illuminated the rainy night, Lear had leaned close and whispered softly, Do not be afraid, Your Highness. And then she had plunged the poisoned dagger inch by inch in her heart. This time, she was acutely aware that the formidable force of her grandfather, who had dominated the celestial monument for millennia, was beyond her capacity to challenge. Yet, a flicker of determination still shone in Ji Lingxiu's eyes. No, even if it meant exhausting every ounce of my strength, I must prevent this from coming to pass. Chapter 60. Within the Purple Palace Father. Ji Lingxiu abruptly pushed open the gilded doors of the Purple Palace, her crimson gown billowing like blood with her hurried steps. Her gaze instantly locked onto the figure in a blue robe within the hall. Ling Zhanxue, the inspector of Qingzhou's Qingyang city. Yet in the next moment, her pupils constricted in disbelief. This was not right. The Ling Zhanxue from her memories should have been gravely injured, his left arm severed at the shoulder, hastily bandaged, blood seeping through the cloth, his complexion as pale as death. However, the man before her, Ling Zhanxue, turned at the sound, his long hair neatly tied with a jade crown, his features strikingly handsome like cold jade. As he saluted, his official robe shimmered with silver threads, flowing like water, the jade token suspended at his waist radiating warmth and clarity in the sunlight, betraying not a trace of injury. Your humble servant greets the princess. His voice, cold as the whispers of pines after snowfall, was a stark contrast to the hoarse, dying tone she remembered. Ji Lingxiu's fingertips dug deeply into her palm. Could it be that my rebirth is merely an illusion? A mere nightmare of my own making? Doubt began to seep back into Ji Lingxiu's heart. Lingxiu? The Emperor Qingping set down his vermilion brush, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Had it been any other prince, They would have been reprimanded for barging into the Purple Palace. Yet he found himself thoroughly pleased with this daughter before him. Father, Yelingxiu swiftly composed herself, a delicate smile gracing her lips, as if the earlier lapse had never occurred. With an elegant flick of her sleeve, the tassels of her embroidered gown cascaded down, and she transformed once more into the proud and noble princess. Your daughter merely wishes to consult you on a trivial matter. I was unaware that the inspector was in session. I apologize for the intrusion. She inclined her body slightly, the falling tassels of her gown accentuating her regal bearing. Seeing her demeanor unchanged, Emperor Qingping relaxed his brow and replied gently, "No matter. Since you are here, you may listen as well." Jilingxiu nodded and gracefully took a seat beside the imperial desk, her gaze discreetly resting upon Ling Zhanxue. Ling Zhanxue remained composed, continuing his report. Wang Songzhou, the elder of the Wang family in Qingyang City, has annihilated the Eight Symbols sect. However, this is not the most crucial matter. The crux lies in my investigation, during which I discovered that he has colluded with the Star River Venerable of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, attempting to deceive fate using the astrolabe to orchestrate my demise. What? Is this true? The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion is involved as well? Upon hearing of the Wang family's slaughter of the Eight Symbols sect, Emperor Changping had maintained his composure. But the mention of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion's collusion with the aristocracy left him unable to remain seated. The Great Zhou's authority over all families and sects of the Xianing continent was not solely derived from the inspectors governing various regions, but also from the unparalleled strategies of the national master Xiantian and the neutrality of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. This balance had kept the aristocracy and sects from recklessly breaking the rules, for against the might of 100,000 heavenly soldiers, even a powerful entity like the Wang family would be easily reduced to dust. At that moment, Jilingxiu lightly tapped the table with her fingertips and suddenly spoke, "Inspector, I have a question." Ling Zhanxue raised his gaze. "Please, princess, speak." Wang Songzhou and the Star River Venerable are both masters who have long immersed themselves in the realm of longevity. Yet you have only recently entered this realm. How is it that you managed to escape unscathed from their ambush? Her voice, soft yet imbued with an undeniable sharpness, fell upon the hall, rendering it momentarily silent. Even the Emperor Changping cast a curious glance. Ling Zhanxue was momentarily taken aback, and an unusual hint of embarrassment crept onto his face, his ears subtly reddening. Clearing his throat, he spoke in a low voice. "To the princess, I was indeed in a difficult position to extricate myself, but I encountered a friend along the way, a person of profound cultivation, who aided me in vanquishing the two foes." "A friend?" Jilingxiu raised an eyebrow, pondering which esteemed individual could so effortlessly defeat two formidable Longxing realm experts. Ling Zhanxue's gaze flickered, seemingly hesitant to divulge further, ultimately murmuring, "He prefers to remain low-key. I hope the princess can understand." Jilingxiu scrutinized his faintly flushed face, her heart swathed in intrigue. Ling Zhanxue, who was always so composed and self-restrained, what had caused him to display such an expression at the mere mention of someone? Who could this friend be? Was he, like her, a person reborn? She lowered her eyes to conceal the curiosity within, yet the corners of her lips curved into an elusive smile. It appeared that the esteemed inspector had indeed forged an extraordinary friendship. When Ling Zhanxue departed, the palace doors slowly closed behind him, enveloping the Zicheng Hall in tranquility. Emperor Qingping set down his vermilion brush and looked toward Jilingxiu, asking, "Pray tell, what matter has you so hastily summoned me?" Taking a deep breath, Jilingxiu tightened her grip on her sleeve. "Father, last night I had a disturbing dream." "Oh!" Emperor Qingping arched an eyebrow, a half-smile gracing his features. "When has my illustrious princess ever been disturbed by mere nightmares?" "I dreamt that." Her voice grew somber. "Tonight, at the Grand Ancestor's birthday celebration, an assassination would take place, and the Grand Ancestor would fall on the spot." Before she could finish, Emperor Qingping erupted into laughter, his mirth resonating through the hall, causing the candle flames to flicker. "Absurd! The Grand Ancestor has dominated the celestial rankings for years, being the foremost cultivator in the realm." As if recalling something, his voice softened, and he added, "Even if not the absolute best, he remains among the top 2 in the current era. How could anyone possibly assassinate him? Moreover, Do you think our national master, Chen Chang'an, is merely a figurehead? Ji Lingxiu's gaze sharpened as she replied quietly. What if the Tianji pavilion stood with them, assisting them in concealing the heavenly secrets? Emperor Chengping shook his head, a glimmer of profound meaning flashing in his eyes. The master of Tianji Pavilion could not possibly side with the aristocratic families. You will come to understand this matter in due course. As for what Inspector Ling has reported, it is undoubtedly the independent action of that Star River venerable from the Tianji Pavilion. He rose, the sleeves of his dragon robe sweeping across the table. I shall discuss this matter with Chen Chang'an. You need not worry. Ji Lingxiu watched her father's retreating figure in silence, her heart heavy with profound disappointment. Chapter 61. The Celestial Dragon Disarms Its Armor. 6 saints slay their sovereign. Ji Lingxiu stood before the bronze mirror in her chamber, the reflection of her opulent self still resplendent in elegant brocade. Her skin as fair as snow, yet those eyes bore an icy coldness, terrifying in its depth. Slowly, she raised her hand, her fingertips gathering a wisp of spiritual energy, faint and fragile like a candle flickering in the wind. The sacred realm. Merely contemplating those 2 words brought forth a suffocating pressure upon her chest. In the presence of true powerhouses, her proud cultivation and lineage felt as fragile as that of an infant. Ah! She suddenly laughed, the sound laced with unprecedented self-mockery and bitterness. Indeed, I am so weak. The spiritual energy at her fingertips abruptly dissipated, and she clenched her fist tightly, her nails digging in her palm, blood trickling through her fingers, staining the golden embroidery of her sleeves. Since she was powerless to change her fate, at the very least, she must leave a glimmer of hope for the great Zhou. She turned and walked toward the inner chamber, retrieving a storage pouch from a hidden compartment, beginning to gather her important possessions, the protective talisman bestowed by her ancestor, the jade slips recording the royal secret arts, and the dragon-patterned jade pendant that could prove her identity. Princess? A soft voice came from behind, causing Ji Lingxiu's spine to stiffen. Lear stood outside the beaded curtain, holding a teacup, her almond-shaped eyes filled with concern, still the picture of gentleness and obedience. I have brewed you some calming tea. Ji Lingxiu slowly turned around, her gaze landing on Lear's familiar yet nauseating face. It was these hands. She felt once more the icy touch of a dagger piercing her back, and even her chest began to ache anew. The murderous intent nearly broke free from the shackles of her reason. She yearned to grasp Lear by the throat, to let her taste the anguish of betrayal. Yet, in the end, she merely took the teacup with a calm demeanor, her fingertips betraying not the slightest tremor. Leave it here. I shall drink it later, she said. Lear bowed and retreated, her back still as respectful as ever. Ji Lingxiu stared at the cup of tea, her eyes filled with a chilling resolve. I cannot act. To kill her now would only alert others. She had also contemplated feigning madness, rushing to expose everything before her ancestor. But upon reflection, who would believe a deranged princess? In the eyes of those exalted beings, her words would hold no value. Ultimately, it is my weakness that binds me. For the first time, she loathed her own frailty. Outside the window, the cold wind wailed, as if mocking her impotence. Ji Lingxiu closed her eyes, burying all her unwillingness deep within her heart. Since she could not alter the outcome, then at the very least, she must survive until the end. That night, the imperial city was ablaze with lights, thousands of glass lanterns illuminating the night sky as if it were day. Ji Wuqiu sat high upon the 9-tiered jade steps, clad in a robe of black and gold, his white hair cascading like snow, yet his visage remained strikingly youthful. 6,000 years had left no visible mark upon him, save for his deep, abyss-like eyes, which held the weight capable of subduing the entire Xianing continent. Congratulations to the eternal sovereign. Amidst the thunderous reverberation of worship, the envoys from various sects bowed their heads, concealing their resentment and fear deep within their eyes. No matter how much they might despise him in their hearts, they were compelled to kneel before the feet of this revered figure who had subdued an era. Suddenly, the tiles before the jade steps erupted, and a shadow surged forth like a specter from the earth. In that instant, as the pitch-black blade struck, time within the grand hall seemed to stand still. The blade was enshrouded in an eerie gray mist, corrupting and fracturing the very fabric of space itself. This was not merely an assassination. It was a meticulously orchestrated attempt to slay a saint that had been plotted for millennia. Almost simultaneously, 5 inconspicuous attendants in the guest area sprang into action, their blood-colored artifacts intertwining to form a net that obscured the sky and blocked the sun. This net was woven from countless tiny dragon scales, each inscribed with intricate curse runes. The celestial formation, the heavenly dragon, disarms its armor. The exclamation of a national master, Chen Chang'an, was drowned out by the thunderous collapse of the laws of reality. Who could have imagined that such a formidable saint would willingly lie in wait beneath the earth for 100 days, even going so far as to suppress their cultivation to masquerade as a death soldier? Moreover, the other 5 shamelessly pretended to be attendants, smiling as they poured wine and served tea to the guests. Yet all 6 were cloaked in black, their faces obscured. Suddenly, Ji Wuqing's ceremonial robe ignited with golden Dao flames, but the netting only grew more crimson in the presence of fire. Under the horrified gazes of all, Ji Wuqing, who had reigned supreme as the Xiantian sacred body, known for being impervious to all laws, began to shed his layers like a molten creature. A dull thud echoed as the obsidian blade pierced his chest. The entire imperial city trembled beneath the sanguine array. Ji Wuqing roared with fury, never having anticipated that these individuals would dare to ambush him on his birthday, at the very heart of the power of the great Zhou. Ignoring the injury within him, he unleashed a punch, shaking the void, and a colossal dragon shadow roared forth, directly targeting one of the black-cloaked saints. That individual hastily raised his palm to receive the blow, but was sent staggering back 100 feet, a corner of his mask torn away by the force, revealing a pale jaw with a trickle of golden blood at the corner of his mouth. The chains of the heavenly dragon disarms, its armor formation coiled around Ji Wuqing, dimming the golden light of the Xiantian sacred body to the brightness of a dying candle. Yet his fist surged with increasing ferocity. The 6 saints found it challenging to close the distance. His sacred body was shattered and could not endure for much longer. Another saint cried out coldly, and the black blade once more aimed for Ji Wuqing's heart, its edge entwined with decaying laws, fracturing space wherever it passed. Ji Wuqing snorted disdainfully. His battered Xiantian sacred body trembled violently as he resolutely braced the blade with his chest, his right hand morphing into a claw, seizing the opponent's wrist with ferocity. "Do you dare to call yourself a saint?" Crack! The sound of splintering bones rang out as that saint emitted a muffled groan, his wrist crushed in Ji Wuqing's grip. The black blade slipping from his grasp, yet still drawn by the laws, it once again plunged into Ji Wuqing's chest. Blood gushed forth, yet Ji Wuqing seemed oblivious, countering with a fist that struck out, the ancestral dragon's phantom roaring, sending the 3rd assailant crashing away, shattering several palaces and raising a cloud of dust. Continue to form the array. Trap him. 6 esteemed saints simultaneously executed their incantations, and the crimson chains of the heavenly dragon's disarmament array suddenly tightened, coiling around Ji Wuqing's limbs like venomous serpents, stifling his movements. Concurrently, 6 distinct laws of the holy realm intertwined to form a net, sealing off the heavens and the earth, cutting off all avenues of retreat. Bathed in blood, his Xiantian sacred body shattered, yet his gaze grew increasingly sharp. "Do you think you can slay a sovereign?" He let out a thunderous roar towards the sky, the remnants of the ancestral dragon's power within him erupting in a cataclysmic explosion, radiating golden light akin to a blazing sun and miraculously severing half of the chains. Burying the heavens, he struck the ground with a fist, causing the very veins of the imperial city to surge, an endless dragon aura rising towards the sky, transforming into a torrent of destruction that engulfed the 6 saints. Gushing blood, the 6 saints staggered back, their masked faces torn by the fierce winds. Yet they still concealed their true forms with secret arts, their eyes betraying a flicker of fear. "Do not be afraid. He is merely a dying ember, poised for one final strike." The 6, no longer holding back, unleashed their most formidable attacks, their laws intertwining to form a beam of annihilating light that pierced straight through Ji Wuqing's brow. Boom! The golden light erupted, and the Shantian's sacred body finally shattered completely. Ji Wuqing stood firm, despite having his chest pierced by a black blade and a gash of blood marring his brow. His form remained unyielding. "So it was you." "So, it is." He chuckled softly, his gaze sweeping over the six, filled with unwillingness, regret, and hatred. Then his body began to disintegrate inch by inch, transforming into a cascade of golden light. The six saints, undeterred, awaited until the brilliant glow dissipated entirely. One of them slowly raised a hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, whispering, "Leave." In a flicker, the six vanished without a trace. The events unfolded with alarming rapidity. Only now did the shrieks, wails, and clattering sounds erupt like thunder. The ancestor has fallen." A minister collapsed to the ground, shattering the jade cup in his grasp. "Run! Flee now!" The guest seating area erupted into chaos. The jeweled hairpins of elegantly dressed, noble women scattered, trampled to fragments by the panicked crowd. Envoys from various sects overturned wine tables, precious liquors spilling onto the crimson carpet. Resembling a river of blood, several elderly royal relatives stumbled forward, only to be swept away by the fleeing throng. "Protect the sovereign! Protect the sovereign!" The commander of the Imperial Guard's cries were drowned in the cacophony of panic. A tremendous crash echoed from the eastern corridor. The residual shockwaves of the holy battle had fractured the load-bearing columns, leading to the thunderous collapse of the entire glass ceiling. Amidst the flying debris, the wails persisted, while outside the city, a relentless clamor of battle cries surged closer, shaking the crumbling palace walls. The general, clutching the tiger talisman, felt his pupils constrict, the sword at his waist emitting a disquieting clang. The usually inscrutable lords of power drained of color. An oppressive atmosphere, suffocating in its intensity, enveloped the air, causing even the most oblivious maidens to freeze in place. All eyes instinctively turned towards the direction of the city's outer walls. A dreadful consensus exploding in every heart after this night. The world shall change. Chapter 62. A game with you regardless of the chaos erupting outside in the Xianian continent, at this moment, within the heart of a certain esteemed saint. Only a small valley could occupy his thoughts. Presently, Chen Chang'an stood before Ji Hongli's cave dwelling, pacing back and forth countless times, his brow furrowed, fingers unconsciously opening and clenching. This cannot continue. The image of his daughter, Chen Chang'an, recently engrossed in the book I Have Been Captivated by the Aloof Saint, Volume 4, resurfaced in his mind, causing the veins on his forehead to throb. One absurd book. As a father and teacher, how could he allow his daughter to read such content? At this moment, he was determined to confront Ji Hongli. Taking a deep breath, he resolved that today he must have a serious discussion with her. If she remained obstinate, then he would revoke her qualifications as Xingcai's teacher. I, Chen Chang'an, am, after all, a saint myself. Indeed, Chen Chang'an felt a surge of confidence. He recalled his recent adventures and journeys, realizing that those cultivators who once intimidated him were not as formidable as he had perceived. Thus, that black serpent must have been an anomaly. Perhaps he himself was unexpectedly powerful. The confidence he had lost was gradually being restored, though he was not yet ready to burst forth from the valley proclaiming, "Heaven did not create me, Chen Chang'an." He at least felt capable of handling a rural woman, even if she were a tad more beautiful. The crucial matter was to prevent any further harm to his daughter. Finally, he inhaled deeply, straightened his back, and prepared to call out. But at that moment, "You have been pacing here for half an hour. Is there something you wish to discuss?" A voice, cool yet tinged with curiosity, drifted from behind him. Chen Chang'an froze, slowly turning around. Ji Hongli, clad in flowing white garments, languidly leaned against an ancient tree beside her cave, her fingers idly entwining a strand of her hair, wearing an enigmatic smile. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating her, making her skin appear as radiant as snow, her features as picturesque as a painting. When did she arrive? Why had his spiritual awareness not detected her? Chen Chang'an furrowed his brow, but was swiftly captivated by the enchanting sight before him. As the saying goes, to appear charming, one must first embody filial piety. Ji Hongli's ethereal white gown fluttered in the breeze, a stark contrast to the beguiling dark attire he had previously observed. The pristine fabric accentuated her skin, which glimmered like cold jade, while the slight upturn of her lips hinted at a languorous allure. Her bare feet, delicate as porcelain, were gracefully crossed at the ankles, the tips gently grazing the earth, appearing almost ethereal. The shape of her feet was exquisite, the arch resembling a jade bow, subtly revealing the faint blue veins beneath her skin. Her 10 toes resembled pearls, unadorned yet naturally tinted with a soft pink, reminiscent of freshly blossomed peach petals. Occasionally, a breeze would sweep by, lifting the hem of her dress, revealing a glimpse of her snow-white calves, their lines flowing like a masterful brushstroke. Though her soles bore traces of earth and grass, it only enhanced her ethereal aura, making her seem untouched by the mundane world. She nonchalantly swayed her feet, and the silver bells adorning her ankles chimed with a crisp sound, echoing beautifully in the serene forest. Chen Chang'an felt a tightening in his throat, and the words he had meticulously prepared suddenly faltered. Damn! It dawned on him that he seemed to have seldom spent time alone with women, particularly with someone like Ji-Hongli, exceedingly beautiful, yet exuding an air of danger. However, perhaps it was the sense of responsibility that came with being a father that compelled him to reluctantly shift his gaze back. He opened his mouth, his voice inexplicably dry. I am here to discuss matters regarding Xingcai. Ji-Hongli raised an eyebrow, her red lips parting slightly. Oh? With just that one word, Chen Chang'an felt his confidence diminish significantly. No, this cannot continue. Just as he hesitated on how to articulate his thoughts, his gaze unexpectedly fell upon the chessboard beneath the ancient tree, the gift he had crafted with his own hands and presented to Ji-Hongli. A spark ignited within him. How about we engage in a match before we proceed? He suggested with feigned composure, thinking to assert some dominance over this woman. Ji-Hongli's eyebrow arched slightly, a playful smile gracing her lips. Very well. The two settled on opposite sides of the chessboard. Though the board appeared ordinary, it concealed profound mysteries. Complemented by the meticulously crafted spiritual pieces Chen Chang'an had forged. Yet, his true intention was never to engage Ji-Hongli in a serious game. So at this moment, he did not reach for the pieces. Instead, he summoned his spiritual energy, and a piece as black as ink materialized out of thin air, landing with a decisive thud on the central position. Please, he said, his gaze burning with intensity, a hint of triumph flickering in his eyes. To his surprise, Ji-Hongli merely smiled slightly, her delicate fingers lifting to conjure a piece as white as jade, which gracefully settled onto the board. Chen Chang'an's pupils constricted, but he quickly regained his composure. Very well. Let us see how long you can endure. The sound of the pieces being placed seemed ordinary, yet it concealed the fierce clash of their spiritual powers. Each piece that fell carried with it a tremendous pressure of spiritual force. After a considerable time, Chen Chang'an, who had initially believed himself to be in control, suddenly found himself forced to retreat step by step. How could this be possible? Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and the once fluid flow of his spiritual energy began to falter. In contrast, Ji-Hongli remained poised and unruffled, even taking the time to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Finally, with the last piece placed, Chen Chang'an suffered a narrow defeat. He sat dazed before the chessboard, his mind in turmoil. Just a quarter of an hour prior, he had regained his confidence after 2 outings, only to have it shattered by Ji-Hongli in an instant. The Black Serpent was a mere coincidence. Ji-Hongli could not possibly be a coincidence as well, could she? Encountering one formidable opponent was one thing, but could it truly be that he stumbled upon another in his own neighborhood? Yet why was it that those outside appeared so weak? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. Another dreadful thought emerged in his mind. Indeed, according to the novels he had previously perused, during the early stages when protagonists were still feeble, high-tier combatants were generally scarce. Much like a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, who could be referred to as a nascent soul ancestor. Yet as the protagonist began to grow stronger step by step, various hidden old monsters would inevitably reveal themselves. The balance of power would swiftly collapse, and soon the world would be rife with extraordinary beings, rendering the sacred realm almost worthless. Thus, it is precisely because the destined children, his 2 disciples, are still in their infancy that he is able to showcase his prowess before others. Once those prodigies gradually mature, at that time, it is likely that remarkable beings will abound, and the sacred realm will seem trivial. Yes, it must be so. How foolish. Chen Chang'an, is it not better to bide one's time? Why rush out to meet death? Ji only gazed at the man before her, whose expression fluctuated, and chuckled softly. Shall we continue? Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon her exquisite visage. Yet it could not penetrate the chill that enveloped Chen Chang'an's heart at this moment. Chapter 63. Chen Chang'an's Determination, 4th Update. Once again, he has grown stronger. Observing the chessboard where victory had barely escaped his grasp, Ji only sighed inwardly. Had she not glimpsed the brilliance of those above the sacred realm in recent years? Perhaps it would have been her facing defeat today. In her mind, the remarkable figures of humanity from 100,000 years ago surfaced. Yet none possessed the extraordinary talent of the man before her. Fortunately, he was not an enemy of the demon clan, Ji only mused. On the other side, Chen Chang'an took a deep breath, finally suppressing the frustration of his recent defeat in the game. He stifled the urge to flee, fixing his gaze resolutely upon Ji only. Miss Ji, in truth, I sought you today for another matter. Ji only cast him a questioning glance. It pertains to Xingcai. His voice was low and earnest, recalling the oversized panda eyes of Chen Xingcai. The books you provided her are still too advanced. She is but a child, easily captivated by the texts, and her thoughts may be misled. He paused, a father's unique concern and sincerity shining in his eyes. I hope you can promise me that from now on, you will not lend those books to Xingcai. Ji only was momentarily taken aback. She regarded the man before her, usually so carefree, and felt the sincerity and thoughtfulness woven into his words. A vague emotion stirred within her heart. Is this what they call paternal love? A blurry figure flickered through her mind. In the future, you shall be called Ji only, all right. She lowered her gaze, concealing the fleeting loneliness. Very well, she replied softly, her voice unusually gentle. I promise you. The tension in Chen Chang'an's shoulders finally eased, revealing a hint of relief in his smile. Thank you. An unexpected silence enveloped the atmosphere. In that case, I shall take my leave. With the objective achieved, Chen Chang'an felt a sense of lightness, finally able to cast aside the sting of his previous defeat as he stood to bid farewell. Ji only nodded, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the edges of the chessboard. Just as Chen Chang'an was about to disappear into the forest, she hesitated for a moment and suddenly whispered, playing chess with you is quite enjoyable. Her voice was soft, tinged with a rare shyness. I hope we can do so again next time. With that, she transformed into a wisp of cloud and vanished without a trace. The once joyful Chen Chang'an was instantly struck as if by lightning, his body frozen in place. The wooden door creaked shut, and he leaned against the door panel, gradually sliding down to the floor. He stared at his trembling palm, where remnants of the spiritual pressure from their game still lingered. He never anticipated that, in that moment of parting, Ji only could deliver such a decisive blow. She must be mocking me, surely. Chen Chang'an's heart turned cold. In his despair, he even forgot how he made his way back. This scene strikes me as eerily familiar. It reminds me of that fateful day over 70 years ago when I encountered that black serpent. Upon stepping outside with a resounding howl, I returned to this very room in much the same manner. Outside the window, the sounds of martial training resonate. Master Wu is instructing 3 youths in the fundamentals of swordplay, while Chen Xingcai frowns, reluctantly repeating the tedious movements of footwork. Painful memories begin to surge forth. I cannot allow this to continue. Suddenly, a glimmer of determination ignites in his eyes. After venturing out twice and accepting 2 fated disciples, he had intended to take a well-deserved rest. Yet now, the match with Ji only has rekindled a profound sense of urgency. Resting is indeed essential, but not at this moment. The destined children have yet to mature, and the world's elite powers lie dormant in the shadows. It is imperative that he seizes this opportunity to enhance his own abilities. Should he wait until the later stages of the sacred realm, when it becomes utterly futile, he would find no chance to strive. The hardships of today pave the way for the ease of tomorrow. Drawing a deep breath, he calls forth the system panel. A soft blue luminescence unfurls before him. The pet system is indispensable, laying the foundation for a future of leisure and retirement. Yet the whereabouts of the remaining 2 destined children remain a mystery. However, in terms of swiftly augmenting his strength on the panel, the achievement entry for Youth Journey glimmers with a faint light. System notification, Epic Series achievement completed. Youth Journey 2-4, Youth Journey, Part 1 A Promise Bears Spring Wine. Riding the winds to send forth the white wolf. Youth Journey, Part 2 A Jade Belt Binds Dark Tresses, safeguarding the journey across 1,000 miles. Completing the Youth Journey series grants him a reward of jade from the mountains to elevate the level of a supreme immortal technique. This reward undeniably represents the most expedient means to enhance his power at present. Chen Chang'an narrows his eyes, reflecting on the 2 achievements previously triggered. Beneath the seemingly random surface lies an evident pattern. The poem Youth Journey speaks of the plight of others, the weight of a promise, the necessity of vengeance for grievances, and the obligation to repay kindness, an embodiment of chivalric spirit. If he seeks within this framework, there will surely be an opportunity to trigger further achievements. Moments later, a shadow abruptly darts across the valley. Father? Chen Chang'an halts her movements, gazing curiously toward the valley's entrance. Yet all that greets her is the drifting leaves, as if the shadow that just flashed by were merely a figment of her imagination. Master Wu's hand, which had been stroking his beard, suddenly freezes. A spark of clarity flickers in his murky eyes, though he promptly bows his head again. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, within a dilapidated temple, Ji Lingxiu hastily erases all traces of her presence from the previous night. Chapter 64. In the ruined temple, in the corner of the dilapidated temple, the headless statue of the mountain deity allowed sunlight to seep through its hollow neck. Indeed, all had come to fruition. Ji Lingxiu murmured to herself, cautiously kicking aside the decayed offering table, unconcerned by the startled swarm of gray mice. With a gentle flick of her hand, she swiftly ignited both the table and the meditation mat upon which she had sat through the night, reducing them to a handful of ash. Having been raised in the palace as a semi-disciple of the Xiantian Lord, she was acutely aware that erasing all traces of her existence would make it exceedingly difficult for even the most skilled diviners to ascertain her precise location. The hidden lines she had laid before leaving the palace had already been triggered the previous night. In her dreams, the scene of the 6 saints usurping the monarch and the fall of the imperial city replayed vividly. Indeed, apart from the unexpected appearance of Ling Zhanxue, every event was unfolding rapidly along the trajectory she had foreseen, even to the exact timing. Suddenly, Ji Lingxiu burst into laughter, her mirth startling the crows resting beneath the eaves. She had prayed countless times that the nightmare was merely a figment of her imagination. Now, she found herself relieved of the burden of self-deception. Qingzhou, she squinted her eyes, meticulously recalling the contents of her dream. In her past life, as the imperial city fell, she had fled to Qingzhou with Li resembling a stray dog under the final protection of her father. This was solely because the Ling Tian army, one of the 8 pillars of the Great Zhou, was stationed there. Moreover, the commander of the Ling Tian army, Fu Yunlan, was to be her betrothed, arranged since birth. The Great Zhou was undeniably flourishing. With its profound foundation, even after the fall of the founding emperor, it could undoubtedly recover and surpass ordinary clans and sections. While it may no longer unify the entire Xianian continent as before, it could still establish a formidable hegemony within this land. Indeed, even if only the 30,000 iron cavalry of the Ling Tian army remained, the Great Zhou would still stand as a fierce tiger in its domain. This was no ordinary cavalry of 30,000 mortals, but rather an assault formation comprised of 30,000 cultivators. Commander Fu Yunlan was even a peak celestial realm expert, ranked among the top 10 on the Earth ranking. With her assistance, the future might not be devoid of hope for ascending to the sacred realm and rebuilding the celestial dynasty. However, in her previous life, she never encountered Fu Yunlan. He had sent his trusted captain to escort her, and at the time, she had given it little thought. Yet in hindsight, numerous questions arose. Given her status as the illustrious princess of the Great Zhou and his betrothed, he should have come in person. Yet, until the moment of her demise, Fu Yunlan had never appeared. Thus, regarding Qingzhou, should she venture there in this life, or refrain from doing so? Ji Lingxiu sighed. In reality, she had little choice left. According to her memories from her past life, the Imperial Guard, the strongest and most loyal of the 8 pillars to the royal family, had perished in the battle against the allied forces of the sects and clans the previous night. The other 6 generals were closely tied to her brother's factions. Given the current situation, her reckless advance might result in a fate far worse than falling into the hands of those clans and sections. Ultimately, she was left with no option but to take a gamble. As long as one can establish a foothold in Qingzhou with the prestige accumulated over the years, at least half of the remaining power within the royal family will gradually gather around oneself once more. Even the Grand Master of the Great Zhou, Chen Chang'an. In my previous life, I had not heard of Chen Chang'an's misfortune. Perhaps it was so, for even if temporarily veiled from the heavenly secrets, someone as astute and calculating as him could still adeptly navigate through fortune and misfortune, escaping unscathed, as long as Chen Chang'an is willing to lend his support. Even if Fu Yunlan initially feigns indifference, he may eventually weigh the pros and cons and become a formidable ally. Contemplating this, Ji Lingxiu's eyes regained their determination. After casting a lingering glance at the path she had traversed, she promptly continued her swift journey toward Qingzhou. In the capital city of Tianjing, the smoke of battle had yet to dissipate. The once resplendent palace now lay in ruins, with charred beams jutting into pools of blood, and lifeless bodies sprawled across the jade steps, eyes wide open in death. The wind swept through, laden with the metallic scent of blood, stirring the tattered banners, which produced a mournful sound. Within a partially collapsed side hall, a middle-aged man paced furiously. How could Ji Lingxiu have left so suddenly, and without even bringing you along? He demanded, his eyes ablaze with rage directed at the person before him. Standing before him was a gentle-faced woman, Ji Lingxiu's personal maid, Li Er. She stood quietly, her gaze lowered, a soft smile lingering on her lips, as if the furious man before her were merely a foolish jester, unworthy of her concern. I do not know, Li Er replied softly, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze, almost disingenuous. The princess has always had her own opinions. Not everything is discussed with me. Nonsense. The man, consumed by fury, kicked over a nearby low table, splintering wood scattering across the floor. We entrusted you to Ji Lingxiu when you were merely 3. To her, you're not just a servant, but a sister. How could she not confide in you? He advanced menacingly, gripping Li Er's chin and forcing her to meet his gaze, his eyes filled with murderous intent. It must be that you, wretched girl, have grown fond of her and quietly let her escape. Haven to you. Li Er, compelled to look up, remained unfazed, her smile undiminished. She neither struggled nor defended herself, but regarded him with calm, watery eyes, as if watching a poorly performed play. The man's fury intensified at her demeanor. He violently released her and, gritting his teeth, declared, very well. You think that by remaining silent, I cannot uncover the truth. Lear stumbled slightly but steadied herself, gently brushing her reddened chin with her hand, still smiling silently. The man, in a fit of rage, stormed away, slamming the door behind him, causing the shattered window panes to rattle ominously. Once his footsteps faded into silence, Lear slowly approached the window, gazing at the still-burning palace in the distance. A flicker of genuine emotion finally surfacing in her eyes. "Your Highness," she murmured, her voice barely audible against the wind, "with you gone, you must take care of yourself." After a brief pause, her fingertips unconsciously tightened around the window frame, knuckles blanching, yet her voice remained as gentle as flowing water. "Please, please. Do not go to Qingzhou. Do not seek out Fu Yunlan." Chapter 65. Mountain bandits as the sun dipped below the horizon. The wheat fields flanked by the official road swayed gently in the evening breeze. In the distance, wisps of smoke curled up from the village, where children frolicked and laughed, their voices ringing clear. Ji Lingxiu sat within the merchant caravan's cart, her fingers delicately lifting the fabric curtain, gazing out at the mundane world. Yet her eyes reflected a profound stillness. The great Zhou has fallen. How long can these mortals continue to live their tranquil and blissful lives? She recalled the chaotic times chronicled in the Chronicles of the Great Zhou, where cultivators regarded commoners as mere ants, capable of slaughtering an entire village with a mere flick of their blade, rivers running red with blood, and no one daring to question. Now that the Great Zhou has collapsed, the capital of Tianjing has transformed into a hellish realm. Yet these commoners remain blissfully unaware, continuing their lives of rising with the sun and resting with the sunset. Ignorance, at times, can be a form of happiness. It had been 10 days since she departed from Tianjing. The one searching for her must be closing in by now. This was also the reason she had disguised herself as a commoner. Ji Lingxiu lowered the curtain, her fingers unconsciously caressing the jade bracelet on her wrist, an artifact gifted to her by the Lord of Xiantian, capable of completely concealing the presence of cultivators. Were it not for this, she would not dare to mingle among the common merchant caravan, journeying southward. Miss, we are approaching Heisong Ridge. It is said that it has been quite tumultuous lately. Please do not disembark, the head of the guards urged, riding closer and speaking softly. Ji Lingxiu nodded slightly, deep in thought, when suddenly, a commotion erupted from the nearby woods. Moments later, dozens of bandits wielding knives and axes burst forth, blocking the caravan's path with menacing ferocity. This road belongs to me. This tree was planted by me. If you wish to live, hand over your toll, sneered the leader, a man with a scarred face. The guards of the caravan, of course, did not engage in idle chatter, but immediately formed a defensive formation, drawing their blades and using the cargo as a shield to protect the cart. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. Bandits. Ji Lingxiu's gaze turned cold as she subtly gathered a thread of spiritual energy at her fingertips. If it truly came to a dire situation, she would not hesitate to intervene. However, just as she hesitated, whoosh, a figure clad in azure swept through like a gust of wind, the blade's light shimmering like snow, sweeping across in an instant. With a splatter of blood, the bandits fell silently to the ground, their throats marked by a delicate line as fine as a hair. A swift strike to the throat, so quick that even the wind had no time to react. The members of the caravan stared in stunned silence, while the azure figure sheathed his sword and stood in the center of the path. It was a man dressed in blue. He stood tall and straight like a pine tree, yet bore a hint of languid ease. Beneath his brows were deep-set eyes, the corners adorned with faint lines that added to his mature charm. His nose was prominent, his jawline distinct, and a subtle smile often danced at the corners of his lips, as if he had seen through the affairs of the world, yet could not be bothered to care. Most striking was his casually tied black hair, with a few rebellious strands falling over his forehead, adding not a touch of disarray, but rather an air of nonchalance. Thank you, noble sir, for your assistance. The head of the guards stepped forward immediately, presenting a hefty parcel. However, Ji Lingxiu swiftly shifted her attention away from the man's appearance. She noticed the swift blade. Even in that fleeting moment, she could not fully discern it. All she saw was a glimmer of cold light as the man sheathed his sword. He must be a practitioner of the profound realm, his strength likely on par with her own. Who could he be? Could she perhaps leverage this situation? Ji Lingxiu immediately assessed the situation, calculating in her mind. Yet, the next moment, she watched as the man waved his hand dismissively, outright rejecting the chief guard's overture. Instead, he appeared somewhat absent-minded, scratching his head and mumbling softly. How peculiar! This is already the 5th wave, yet I have yet to achieve anything. Ji Lingxiu. The man stood close beside the carriage, rendering his words distinctly audible. Achieve? What achievement? She discreetly scrutinized the young man in green once more. Indeed, he was handsome, but was there not a tinge of naivete in his gaze? The man seemed to sense her scrutiny, turning to glance at her, and suddenly his eyes sparkled as he walked briskly over. This young lady, he beamed with a radiant smile, his tone warm. Is there anything I can assist you with? Ji Lingxiu. She retracted her earlier thoughts. Surely, this man could not be a fool? Chen Chang'an was certainly no fool. Since departing from the valley and heading north, he had deliberately chosen routes frequented by bandits. When marauders surged forth to plunder the convoy, he promptly stepped in to act heroically. Initially, he had shown restraint, but after witnessing the bandits' misdeeds, he quickly began to strike with lethal intent. All of this, of course, was to fulfill the achievements of the Young Hero series. Yet, After vanquishing wave after wave of bandits, the achievement page of the system remained utterly unchanged. After rescuing the convoy that Lingxiu was part of, Chen Chang'an sheathed his sword, his expression one of utter disinterest. After declining the chief guard's reward, he sighed inwardly, realizing he had perhaps underestimated the ineptitude of this system. Indeed, if the system were not so deficient, would he not have already claimed the title of the world's greatest? As he mentally berated the system, Chen Chang'an was about to depart when his peripheral vision caught sight of a woman in one of the carriages of the merchant group. Oh! His eyes lit up. The woman, clad in plain garments, appeared unremarkable, yet to Chen Chang'an, she shone like a pearl in the night. He instantly saw through the facade of her peak profound realm cultivation. Her breathtaking beauty was undeniable. How intriguing! Chen Chang'an mused, a playful smile creeping onto his lips. This was not due to any romantic notions, for his neighbor had already set a standard that elevated his aesthetic sensibilities to an absurd degree. However, in this desolate wilderness, the sudden appearance of such a stunning woman was as striking as the yellow exclamation mark above an NPC's head in a video game. Clear and conspicuous. Chen Chang'an's eyes sparkled as he adjusted his attire, adopting an air of an otherworldly sage as he approached the merchant group. This young lady, he began with a beaming smile. Lingxiu regarded the unexpectedly appearing man in green with caution, her heart racing with alarm. Her disguise had never been uncovered, yet the gaze of the person before her unmistakably revealed that they had seen through it all. Chapter 66. Legendary Achievement. As the mountain breeze caressed her, Lingxiu's delicate veil fluttered slightly, revealing a pair of eyes as profound as a cold spring. She gazed at the gentle smiling young man before her, yet her mind raced with fragmented memories from her past life, courts usurped, blood staining the palace steps, and Lear's icy dagger plunging into her heart. Those images pierced her like poisoned barbs, instinctively tightening her nerves. In this world, no one was worthy of trust. Just as she prepared to decline, a peculiar thought flashed through her mind. What if he were a stranger? A complete unknown, someone she had never met? Could he possibly become the variable she needed on this journey? This notion was peculiar. It was not something a princess, raised under the constant teachings of her father concerning power struggles and schemes, should entertain. Yet, once it emerged, it churned within her heart like an uncontrollable spell. The journey ahead was long, and her enemies would surely anticipate her whereabouts. Thus, she truly required an ally to aid her through the perilous unknown that lay ahead. Perhaps, at a crucial moment, she might even use him as a shield, enhancing her chances of escape. I wish to travel to Fengwu City, located at the southernmost part of Qingzhou. If you are willing to accompany me, I shall reward you handsomely. Her voice was more serene than she had anticipated. Just as Chen Chang'an was about to respond, his eyes suddenly lit up. The system panel, which had remained dormant for days, finally glowed to life. Lingxiu Cultivation, Pinnacle of the Transcendence Realm Potential. 95, Heavenly Talent, Destiny. 95, Reborn, Loyalty. -100, Paranoia. During this state, trust in all individuals is reduced by 100 points. Personality. Proud, persistent, another child of destiny? Chen Chang'an was both astonished and elated. It truly was a case of finding treasure where one least expected it. However, the debuff labeled Paranoia beneath Lingxiu's name was glaringly red. It seemed that to win over this child of destiny would be infinitely more troublesome than with Han Yu, requiring far greater effort. As Chen Chang'an pondered, the system continued to unveil surprises. A golden light flashed across the system panel, followed by a notification. New achievement branch discovered. Please make a further choice. System notification. Legendary achievement discovered. Upholding the Great Zhou. Upholding the Great Zhou. In perilous times, solitary ministers sharpen their swords. With fervent blood, one holds up the 9 tripods. System notification. Completing the legendary achievement Upholding the Great Zhou will reward a trace of innate primordial essence, allowing a glimpse of the grandeur beyond the sacred realm. This was the second time Chen Chang'an encountered a legendary achievement. The previous one, I Am Destiny, was also of legendary status. However, the reward for completing I Am Destiny had been a celestial artifact. This time, the reward, a trace of primordial essence, promised a glimpse of the magnificence above the sacred realm. Indeed, There were realms beyond the sacred realm. In his astonishment, Chen Chang'an found it rather reasonable. After all, he had initially speculated as such. Simultaneously, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief for not rashly venturing out into the world. Otherwise, in his ignorance and fearlessness, he might have inadvertently encountered some ancient monster who could have effortlessly ended his life with a mere swipe, leaving him with no recourse for grievance. In light of this, perhaps he ought to express some gratitude towards that black serpent. Chen Chang'an found himself musing over these chaotic thoughts. However, on another note, while the legendary achievements promise substantial rewards, simply glancing at the name of this particular achievement made him envision an immense trouble awaiting him. To uphold the supremacy of a unified celestial dynasty that had dominated the Xianian continent for millennia? Who had granted him such audacity? Even if the system offered abundant rewards, one must possess the means to attain them. Chen Chang'an took a deep breath, swiftly suppressing his avarice, and continued to peruse. System notification. Epic Series Achievement discovered. Youth Journey 3-4. Youth Journey, Part 3, Sending the Bright Moon Along the Way, Frost Blade Guarding Peace. Completing the Youth Journey series of achievements rewards him with Yushan Jade, which enhances the level of a supreme celestial technique. Excellent, straightforward, and unambiguous. Without hesitation, Chen Chang'an chose the second option. At the very moment he made his choice, the golden legendary achievement seemed to possess a soul of its own, emitting a melancholic sigh before vanishing from Chen Chang'an's system panel. Meanwhile, in a distant realm unknown to Chen Chang'an, even after the fall of Jiwuqiu, the dragon energy that had circled above Tianjing City, safeguarding the great Zhou dynasty for millennia, suddenly transformed into cascading golden rain, before dissipating entirely into the vast expanse of the sky. Chapter 67. Speaking of which, I am no longer drowsy. The daughter of destiny has presented herself, and the prospect of achievement is at hand. Such an opportunity cannot be missed. Chen Chang'an promptly nodded in agreement. Upon learning that this formidable warrior, who had vanquished mountain bandits with a single stroke, was willing to accompany them, the leader of the merchant caravan was overjoyed, and immediately arranged for the two to ride in a spacious, intricately carved Nanmu carriage for the night. The copper bell hanging from a yoke jingled pleasantly with each bump, a significant improvement over the creaking of their previous dilapidated vehicle. 2 days passed in silence. Chen Chang'an spent most of his time dozing by the window, though in reality he was engaged in the education of his daughter and 2 disciples, which left Ji Lingxiu astounded by the frequency of his slumber. On the 3rd day at dusk, the outline of the city walls finally emerged on the horizon. Chen Chang'an suddenly opened his eyes from his feigned slumber. Awake at the perfect moment, aren't you? Ji Lingxiu remarked dryly. Chen Chang'an feigned ignorance. Through the intricately carved window, the 3 gilded characters spelling Xihua City glimmered in the setting sun. At the city gate, a throng of vehicles and pedestrians surged like a dragon, with porters bearing burdens and merchants clad in fine garments jostling for space. The caravan slowly entered the city, flanked by bustling shops and a continuous flow of passers-by, with the sounds of hawking and laughter rising and falling like a harmonious symphony. A few children, brandishing candied hawthorns, chased each other playfully, nearly colliding with the carriage before being gently pulled back by their parents' laughter. Inside the carriage, Ji Lingxiu delicately parted the curtain with her fingertips, gazing blankly at the vibrant marketplace. What do you think of these mortals' lives? She suddenly inquired, her voice serene. Are you speaking to me? Chen Chang'an replied, leaning against the yoke and biting into a wild fruit, a smile spreading across his face. It's quite pleasant and lively. After a moment of silence, Ji Lingxiu unexpectedly continued in a soft tone. In the time before the Great Zhou dynasty, it was not like this. Oh, how was it then? Chen Chang'an raised an eyebrow, intrigued. In earlier times, these mortals were subjugated under the nearby sects and noble families, treated as their private property, subject to the whims of cultivators, even worse than slaves. Her voice was soft yet chilling, as it was only after the establishment of the Great Zhou that such practices were abolished. Ji Lingxiu sighed. If the Great Zhou were to fall, would these mortals still enjoy their current way of life? Chen Chang'an nodded thoughtfully. His fondness for the Great Zhou was primarily due to Ling Zhanshu. Yet observing Ji Lingxiu's expression and recalling the legendary achievement that had manifested the previous day, he could surmise trouble was likely brewing for the great Zhou, and this young woman was probably deeply entwined with its fate. He took a bite of the fruit, its juices bursting forth, sweet yet tart. Indeed, no dynasty is eternal. He mused casually, his gaze sweeping over the frolicking children by the street, much like the sun rises and sets, or the moon waxes and wanes, such is the natural order. If this great Zhou were to perish, perhaps there will be a great Xia or a great Ming in the future. Who knows? Ji Lingxiu furrowed her brow, her expression suddenly turning perilous. The great Zhou is currently aflame with prosperity. Why do you so confidently predict its decline? As she spoke, her hand unconsciously moved to her waist. An indiscretion had been made. Chen Chang'an secretly slapped himself. Indeed, too much talk leads to missteps. It seemed that something significant had transpired in the great Zhou, and by merely mentioning it, I appear to be in the know. However, if my true self were present here, and the other party possessed a cultivation level superior to mine, I might have felt a sense of pressure. Alas, I'm merely a worthless doppelganger. The overwhelming aura of Ji Lingxiu barely affects me, less so than the enticing aroma of the roasted chicken wafting in from outside the window. Nevertheless, if I fail to respond appropriately and inadvertently cause a misunderstanding, the consequences of my mere doppelganger would be trivial, yet failing to achieve my goals would be troublesome. For no one knows whether the series of accomplishments of that youth can be substituted or are limited to just these four. The myriad statements from various political and economic commentators I had encountered in my past life began to merge in my mind. And just as Ji Lingxiu hesitated on whether to take action, I suddenly spoke. In my view, the decline of the great Zhou is inevitable. Oh! Ji Lingxiu narrowed her eyes, her fingertips nearly brushing against the storage bag at her waist. What leads you to this conclusion? Seemingly oblivious to the precarious atmosphere. I raised a finger and continued. Firstly, while the great Zhou may dominate the four corners, it does not represent all strata of the Xianing continent. What? Ji Lingxiu was momentarily stunned. She had prepared herself for the other party's sophistry, but she never anticipated that such words would emerge from Chen Chang'an's lips. Consequently, the tense atmosphere within the carriage began to shift peculiarly. You see, Chen Chang'an grew animated, sitting cross-legged and asserting that although the great Zhou provided ordinary mortals and loose cultivators with some respite from the pressures of noble families and sects, in reality, the imperial family and major clans monopolized nearly all cultivation resources. The lower tiers remained in perpetual obscurity, and ultimately, the most exceptional among them would become part of the noble families or sections. While mortals were sheltered, their inherent weakness meant they had to rely on the favor of these families and sects even for the most basic qualifications in cultivation. I began to enumerate my points on my fingers. It was akin to, thus the great Zhou bears no substantial difference from the noble families and sects. Rather, it resembles a monopolistic enterprise that will eventually be strangled by emerging forces. Ji Lingxiu was taken aback. What was this monopolistic enterprise? What class contradictions? These previously unheard phrases struck against the barriers of her understanding like small hammers. Secondly, as I grew more enthusiastic, my eyes gleamed with excitement. After so many years of traversing this realm, it had been ages since I had enjoyed the thrill of engaging in debate with someone beyond the screen. The great Zhou's strategy of governing the nation with martial prowess was fundamentally misguided, merely addressing symptoms rather than the root causes. Do you understand what fundamental stability means? The great Zhou appeared powerful, yet lacked clarity regarding its own foundational governance. Wait, Ji Lingxiu finally regained her voice. What did fundamental stability imply? Although it was her first encounter with this term, it did not hinder her from grasping its essence instantaneously. Our great Zhou, with its 8 pillars, has shattered the 8 desolations. And in what? Chen Chang'an suddenly leaned in, so close that he could discern the trembling of her eyelashes. Can military might truly crush dissent and sway the hearts of the people? Do the noble families and sects acquiesce? Ji Lingxiu was rendered speechless. Chapter 68. A truly extraordinary talent. Ji Lingxiu's pupils narrowed slightly, her fingertips unconsciously stroking her sleeve. From a young age, She had studied the art of emperorship, and during her lessons from the esteemed scholars of the court, she had often deliberated on the principles of governance. Yet, no one had ever dissected the rise and fall of a dynasty with such profound insight as Chen Chang'an, striking directly at the essence, each statement both astonishing and unconventional. How could this seemingly youthful individual, whose cultivation merely reached the profound realm, possess such remarkable understanding? Could he be a disciple of some reclusive sage? Moreover, his demeanor suggested a fondness for the great Zhou. Could it be possible to enlist the aid of the enigmatic figure behind him to assist her, suppressing her inner turmoil? She glanced at him with a flicker of her eyes, deliberately probing. If you were the ruler of the great Zhou, what would you do? Chen Chang'an's lips curled into a smile, as though he had anticipated her inquiry. He leaned back casually, raised 3 fingers, and spoke with a relaxed tone as if discussing the weather. First, for those commoners and rogue cultivators without any backing, I would establish education and promote the imperial examination. The imperial examination? Ji Lingxiu's brow furrowed slightly. What does that mean? The examination, you see, Chen Chang'an pondered for the right words, is a means of selecting talent. However, the great Zhou also possesses its ways of gathering talent. But that is not the same. Why is it not the same? Because the premise of the imperial examination is education. Talents do not simply sprout from the ground. The great Zhou must establish martial arts schools and academies in various regions, seeking out gifted children from the populace, then meticulously selecting them for its own use. This ensures a steady influx of talent, and, concurrently, the vast number of commoners and rogue cultivators will become loyal supporters of the great Zhou. This is the true foundation. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Chen Chang'an continued with a smile, allowing gifted commoners to practice martial arts, cultivate, and enter the ranks of the officials. If the aristocratic families monopolize the resources for cultivation, then let them take another path, becoming the fresh blood of the great Zhou. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Ji Lingxiu's eyes flickered, deep in thought. Second, rather than suppressing the aristocratic families and sects indiscriminately, one should win over some and suppress others. Divide and conquer? Precisely, Chen Chang'an nodded. The aristocratic families and sects are deeply entrenched. Exterminating them all is unrealistic. Instead, support those who are compliant while suppressing the rebellious. Let them engage in infighting rather than uniting against the imperial authority. Ji Lingxiu's heart trembled at his words. Third, write books, tell stories, and establish values. Tell stories? Ji Lingxiu was genuinely taken aback this time. Yes, tell stories, Chen Chang'an affirmed with a smile. Why does the great Zhou exist? Why should commoners and cultivators support the great Zhou? Mere military might is insufficient. It is essential to earn their willing allegiance to the ideals of the great Zhou, such as, for instance, all cultivators should take it upon themselves to protect the common people rather than viewing them as mere ants. Chen Chang'an shrugged. If the stories are compelling, the hearts of the people will naturally align, particularly concerning the esteemed families and sects. The establishment of academies in Tianjing City could ostensibly provide ample benefits and resources for their youth to cultivate. However, the underlying intent would be to subtly instill a correct worldview and values, promoting notions such as human rights, freedom, and democracy. Over time, as this generation matures, they would naturally evolve into allies of the great Zhou. Ji Lingxiu remained silent for a long while, then suddenly chuckled softly. If the old fogies in the court were to hear your words, they would likely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Chen Chang'an laughed heartily, thus, even if the emperor of the great Zhou were to offer me a position, I would decline. It is far too exhausting. Outside the carriage, the lights of Qixia City drew closer, accompanied by the sounds of bustling crowds. Ji Lingxiu gazed out at the vibrant street scene. Yet her thoughts were tumultuous. If only the emperor of the great Zhou could hear these words sooner and truly act upon them. Would the current outcome be different? Regardless, one thing Ji Lingxiu could ascertain was that this individual indeed possessed extraordinary talents. No matter the cost, she must find a way to win him over. However, reflecting on her precarious situation, she sighed softly. Currently, she was akin to a clay Buddha crossing a river, struggling for her own survival, yet contemplating the recruitment of talent. With nothing to her name, did she really intend to use herself as bait? She held a profound confidence in her appearance and grace. Meanwhile, Jilingxiu cultivation level, pinnacle of the profound realm potential, 95, exceptional talent, destiny, 95, reincarnated being, loyalty, -70, paranoia, during this state. Trust in all individuals is diminished by 100 points, personality, proud, persistent, stealing a glance at the system panel. Chen Chang'an felt a sense of satisfaction within, knowing his efforts were not in vain. Once the paranoia debuff is removed, wouldn't trust soar sky high? Inside the carriage, the pair, each harboring their own thoughts, once again fell into silence, though the atmosphere was markedly different from before. As dusk deepened, the caravan slowly arrived at the inn in Xixia City. Chen Chang'an stretched, pondering which tavern to visit to sample local delicacies when suddenly, brilliant rays of light streaked across the sky. Several figures soared through the air, vanishing into the southern horizon in an instant. Jilingxiu's gaze sharpened, and she whispered, "It seems the path ahead we must traverse alone." "Oh!" Chen Chang'an raised an eyebrow. "And time is of the essence." Her tone turned slightly frosty. "If we delay, we may find it too late when they seal the city." Understanding dawned on him as he stroked his chin thoughtfully. "So they're searching for you?" Jilingxiu took a deep breath, meeting his gaze directly. "What if I say yes? Would you regret it?" As the night breeze swept by, the lantern swayed along the street, casting shifting shadows across her cool visage. Chen Chang'an suddenly smiled. "What difference does it make?" He nonchalantly retrieved 2 conical hats from his storage pouch and handed one to her. "I always speak my mind. Once said, it is impossible to retract." Jilingxiu was momentarily taken aback as she accepted the bamboo hat, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against his palm, warm and dry, devoid of any tremor. At the city gate, the guards had begun to inspect the pedestrians. The two lowered their hat brims, blending in with the departing merchants, gradually moving with the throng. "Shall we continue south?" Chen Chang'an inquired casually, as though merely discussing the breakfast for the morrow. Then let us proceed." He chuckled lightly, and soon their figures melded into the vastness of the night beyond the city. Jilingxiu glanced back at the receding gate, the brightly lit Xixia City slowly fading from view behind them, much like the grand illusion that the great Zhou represented to her, a magnificent dream. A renewed determination flickered in her eyes as she turned to follow Chen Chang'an's footsteps. Chapter 69. Fengwu City. Several days had passed. As the final rays of twilight painted the clouds with hues of crimson, Chen Chang'an and Jilingxiu found themselves standing before the grand gates of Fengwu City. Their journey had unfolded with far greater ease than anticipated. Although the occasional streaks of light from distant cultivators danced across the sky, those exalted figures never cast a glance down upon the two mere mortals below. With a whistle of admiration, Chen Chang'an tilted his head back. Before him stood a magnificent city, its towering stone walls reaching towards the heavens, while the characters for Fengwu above the gate gleamed with a piercing brilliance. Even more astonishing was the bustling scene within the city. Wide streets thronged with people, flanked by several lofty buildings with ornate eaves, their glazed tiles shimmering with a golden-red glow in the setting sun, evoking a sense of modern urban splendor from afar. "This place is rather intriguing," Chen Chang'an mused, stroking his chin, a spark of interest flickering in his eyes. Jilingxiu cast him a sidelong glance, inquiring, "What is it?" "Nothing much. Just think these tall buildings." He paused, a smile breaking through, "are rather impressive." Jilingxiu offered no comment, merely stating, "Fengwu City is the heart of Qingzhou, thriving in commerce, and naturally differs from ordinary towns." As they flowed with the crowd into the city, the streets were lined with shops, the air filled with the cacophony of hawkers. There were vendors selling spiritual herbs, purveyors of magical artifacts, and even establishments catering to mortals, bustling with activity. Chen Chang'an glanced around and suddenly pointed to a 7-story building, asking, "What is that place?" "The Tianji Pavilion," Jilingxiu replied, following his gaze, her expression becoming complex. "It is also the largest intelligence trading venue in the Xianing continent." "And the one next to it?" he inquired. "That is a brothel." "I see. I seem to have taken a wrong turn." As night deepened in Fengwu City, lanterns along the streets flickered to life. illuminating the faces of passers-by. Ji Lingxiu walked beside Chen Chang'an, her gaze subtly shifting as she casually asked, "Brother Chen, with your remarkable cultivation and vast knowledge, what are your plans for the future?" Chen Chang'an, with a candied hawthorn stick in his mouth, replied somewhat indistinctly, "Plans? First, I suppose I should find a good place to eat." Ji Lingxiu remained patient, continuing to probe, "With your talents, if you were to join a sect, you would undoubtedly gain the favor of the elders. Should you ally with a prominent family, you could secure a position of honor." Chen Chang'an swallowed the sugary treat and waved his hand dismissively. "Too troublesome, too many rules, it's stifling." Ji Lingxiu's brow furrowed slightly as she suggested, "Then, how about establishing your own sect and gathering disciples?" Even more exhausting, Chen Chang'an sighed. "Just the thought of managing a group of disciples gives me a headache." After a moment of silence, Ji Lingxiu could no longer restrain her curiosity, asking, "So what does Brother Chen truly desire?" Chen Chang'an halted, turning to face her with a languid smile in his eyes. "Me? I simply wish to live freely, take in the scenery, savor delightful cuisine, and occasionally act with righteousness. Well, that's about it." Ji Lingxiu was momentarily speechless. She initially believed that Chen Chang'an was merely biding his time or had some grand design, yet after a series of tests, she was reluctantly compelled to concede. This man was utterly devoid of ambition. To put it charitably, he was carefree and unrestrained. To put it less kindly, he was simply idling away his existence. Yet, paradoxically, he possessed such remarkable talent and insight. Ji Lingxiu took a deep breath, suppressing the inexplicable irritation within her, and remarked coolly, "Brother Chen, you seem to live quite freely." Chen Chang'an chuckled heartily. "You flatter me." The pair continued onward, the lights of Fengwu City casting elongated shadows behind them. Ji Lingxiu gazed ahead, her eyes deep with contemplation. Could such a person truly be of use to her? Meanwhile, Chen Chang'an sauntered along, nonchalantly humming a tune, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. As the night deepened, guided by Ji Lingxiu, the streets of Fengwu City gradually fell into a tranquil hush. They soon arrived at the entrance of a grand estate, where Ji Lingxiu came to a halt. Chen Chang'an looked up to see two imposing stone lions, their presence magnified by the glow of the lanterns. "Momins latte." He observed the woman before him extracting a hefty pouch of spirit stones from her sleeve, raising her hand to toss it toward him. "Here we are. This is the general's residence of the Ling Tian army." Ji Lingxiu spoke with a calm demeanor, though her gaze flickered slightly. "Thank you, Brother Chen, for your escort. This is your promised reward." The pouch arced gracefully through the air, yet Chen Chang'an did not reach out to catch it, allowing it to thud against the ground. Ji Lingxiu frowned. "You, sending the Buddha to the west," Chen Chang'an replied, arms crossed and a languid smile on his face. "I must ensure that you arrive safely at your destination before I can consider my task complete." Ji Lingxiu paused, an unbidden ripple of emotion stirring within her. Is he genuinely concerned for my well-being? She lifted her gaze to Chen Chang'an, noting his composed expression, even tinged with a hint of casual amusement, which made her heart race involuntarily. "You need not be so," she said, her voice dropping slightly. "The general's residence is quite secure. Moreover, General Fu Yunlan of the Ling Tian army is one of my—" She hesitated, ultimately refraining from voicing the last few words. "That remains uncertain." Chen Chang'an shrugged. "What if you step inside only to be captured moments later? Wouldn't that render my effort in vain?" Ji Lingxiu pressed her lips together, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. She had thought Chen Chang'an was merely after a reward, yet now it seemed he genuinely cared for her safety. Did that mean she had successfully won him over? As a princess of the realm, raised amid the adoration of countless subjects, Ji Lingxiu maintained an unwavering quality, absolute confidence. Thus, she couldn't help but ponder over Chen Chang'an's unexpected kindness. However, she was oblivious to the fact that at that moment, Chen Chang'an's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of, why hasn't the system completed its task yet? It can't leave me stranded halfway, can it? If I were to leave now and fail the mission, wouldn't that be a significant loss? The two held their own thoughts, exchanging a silent gaze for a fleeting moment. Ultimately, Ji Lingxiu sighed softly. "Very well, do as you wish." She turned and strode towards the gates of the general's residence. while Chen Chang'an leisurely followed behind, his hands tucked into his sleeves. From time to time, his gaze flickered towards the system panel, pondering, just how far must I progress to fulfill this wretched achievement? Chapter 70. Enigmatic intricacies as Ji Lingxiu and Chen Chang'an stepped through the gates of the manor. They were immediately confronted by a young soldier brandishing a spear. With an impassive expression, she retrieved a jade token from her sleeve and presented it. "Deliver this to your general. He will come to see me." Her voice, cold yet imbued with an undeniable authority, brooked no dissent. Upon witnessing this, the soldier's demeanor shifted instantly, and he took the token with a solemn nod before hastily departing. Chen Chang'an stood by, his interest waning as he surveyed the layout of the estate, engaging in idle conversation with Ji Lingxiu. She began to extol the virtues of the esteemed Ling Tian army of the Great Zhou. As she spoke of the Ling Tian army, a flicker of pride illuminated her eyes, and her tone became gravely earnest. The Ling Tian army is the most elite cavalry of the Great Zhou, with each knight possessing at least the cultivation of the profound realm. Moreover, she elaborated, when they charge, they form intricate battle formations, their energies intertwining in a harmonious resonance, as if they were one. "Oh, that sounds quite formidable," Chen Chang'an replied, his interest decidedly lukewarm. A throng of profound realm cultivators charging forth seemed akin to a multitude of Chen Xingzais advancing. How potent could that truly be? Did they intend to defeat their foes through sheer adorableness? As he envisioned this absurdity, a sudden realization struck him. Perhaps it was not entirely implausible. Noticing Chen Chang'an's dismissive demeanor, Ji Lingxiu was about to continue her discourse when her breath abruptly caught in her throat. "What is it?" Sensing her distress, Chen Chang'an turned to her. Observing her complexion drain of color, her delicate frame trembling slightly as her nails dug into her palm, drawing blood, Ji Lingxiu offered no response, her gaze fixated intently ahead. Footsteps approached, drawing nearer. A middle-aged man in a brocade robe strode forward, his face adorned with a polished smile, though his eyes glinted with a cunning akin to that of a fox. Upon reaching them, he suddenly knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully. "I greet you, your highness." Lu Su. Ji Lingxiu's heart nearly halted. In her past life, it was this very man who, under the banner of Fu Yunlan, had come to her aid at the very place of her demise, yet had never shown up when Lier betrayed her at the last moment. While it had not seemed significant then, reflecting on it now, the strangeness of it all grew increasingly unsettling. Memories of her previous life surged forth, flooding her with fear and resentment, her fingertips nearly piercing her palm. "Who are you?" She struggled to suppress the tumult of emotions, her voice quivering with barely perceptible trepidation. "I demand to see Fu Yunlan. Bring him forth." Lu Su lifted his gaze, a flicker of inscrutable emotion flashing in his eyes before he quickly donned his obsequious smile once more. "Your Highness has traveled far and must be weary. Might I suggest you rest for a while? I am the captain of General Fu Yunlan's personal guard, and he is currently away on urgent business. I have already dispatched someone to notify him." Chen Chang'an observed the exchange, his gaze shifting between the two. The night breeze whispered past, casting shadows that danced across Lu Su's face, rendering his smile all the more sinister. Leaves rustled as the wind swept over the stone steps of the general's manor, creating a soft, unsettling sound. It turns out to be General Lu. Ji Lingxiu fixed her gaze on Lu Su's face, which was adorned with a facade of insincere smiles, her fingertips tightening slightly within her sleeves. She took a deep breath, her voice laced with a chill. "General Lu, I have urgent matters to attend to and must see General Fu Yunlan immediately." Lu Su's smile faltered for a moment before he donned an even more obsequious expression. "Princess, please do not be angry. The general is currently preoccupied with military affairs and is indeed not in the manor at this moment." "Then where is he? Shall I seek him out myself?" The general had instructed that no one was to divulge his whereabouts, and the orders of the Ling Tian army are as unyielding as mountains. "I hope the princess can forgive this. I have arranged the finest accommodations here for you, and you may reside temporarily until the general returns to meet with you." Lu Su's reply remained impeccably guarded. "Is that so?" Ji Lingxiu scoffed coldly, her gaze slicing through Lu Su's facade like a blade. I shall not stay at the general's residence. Given my relationship with him, it is prudent to maintain a semblance of discretion. Since he is absent, I will find lodging in the city until he returns." With that, she turned to leave, her sleeves billowing in a sharp gust of wind. Chen Chang'an raised an eyebrow, leisurely following behind, dutifully playing the role of a silent protector. Lu Su did not impede them, but merely watched their figures gradually fade from sight. Then, standing alone, the smile on his face slowly faded, revealing a flicker of malice in his eyes. After walking a distance from the general's residence, Ji Lingxiu finally allowed her pace to slacken slightly. Her fingertips still trembled, the composure she had feigned nearly draining her of all strength. "That Lu," Chen Chang'an finally spoke, his tone as casual as if discussing tonight's supper. "Do you have a conflict with him?" Ji Lingxiu closed her eyes momentarily. "I do not know." Her voice was barely audible, filled with confusion. In this new life, it seemed as though nothing had changed. Events remained far beyond her control. The night breeze rustled, and the lanterns along the street swayed, casting elongated shadows of the two figures. Chen Chang'an stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Where shall we go now?" "First, we need to find a place to stay." Ji Lingxiu inhaled deeply, a flicker of determination igniting in her eyes. "I must see Fu Yinlan. I have a premonition that Lu Su's obstruction is, in itself, a signal." Chen Chang'an smiled, refraining from further inquiries. The two walked side by side into the profound night of Fengwu City, unaware of the shadows that stealthily followed behind them. Ji Lingxiu, burdened with thoughts, remained oblivious to their presence. Chen Chang'an noticed, yet deemed it inconsequential. Upon returning to the city center, the night had deepened, and one by one, the lanterns along the streets extinguished, leaving only a few scattered glimmers of light. The two found lodging at an inn named Qianju, requesting 2 adjacent upper rooms. The innkeeper, ever courteous, led the way, and in the flickering candlelight, Ji Lingxiu's brows remained tightly knit. "You should rest early." Chen Chang'an leaned against the doorframe, languidly suggesting, "We can discuss matters tomorrow." Ji Lingxiu nodded, but maintained her vigilance, her wariness undiminished, until the door on Chen Chang'an's side slammed shut with a resounding thud. She suddenly realized he was not astonished by her identity as a princess. In the stillness of midnight, all was silent. Chen Chang'an lay in bed, his hands resting behind his head, eyes closed in contemplation. Suddenly, his ears twitched slightly. An almost imperceptible sound of footsteps echoed from the roof, detectable only because of his acute senses. "Huh, they truly have come," he murmured to himself, a cold smile gracing his lips. Simultaneously, in the adjacent room, Ji Lingxiu abruptly opened her eyes, her hand instinctively resting on the short sword beside her pillow. Assassins. In the next moment, several shadowy figures burst through the window, glinting blades aimed directly at the bed. Ji Lingxiu's figure flickered, her sword unsheathed, and with a swift, fierce stroke, she severed the throat of one assailant. Blood sprayed forth, staining the curtains a deep crimson. At that very moment, Chen Chang'an's door was kicked open. 3 cloaked figures brandishing knives charged in. He languidly stretched, and then, like a wraith, darted out, striking one of the attackers squarely in the chest. The man was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing through the window frame. "Disturbing one's peaceful slumber at such an hour is truly unwelcome," he remarked lightly, though a chilling glint had begun to surface in his eyes. The assassins, evidently unprepared for such formidable resistance, faltered in their assault. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Lingxiu's sword light flashed again, and another attacker fell to the ground. The remaining assailants exchanged glances, suddenly discarding several smoke bombs and hastily retreating amidst the billowing smoke. Chen Chang'an waved his sleeve, dispersing the fog, yet showed no inclination to pursue. "Not pursuing?" Ji Lingxiu furrowed her brow in inquiry. "Pursue what?" Chen Chang'an shrugged, reasoning that there was little to glean from such a chase, so why expend the effort? Ji Lingxiu fell silent for a moment, gazing at the lifeless body of the assassin on the ground, her expression growing increasingly grave. The situation was far more intricate than she had anticipated. The obstruction from Lu Su, the ambush by assassins. All these signs indicated that the waters of Fengwu City, or rather, the Ling Tian army, ran deeper than she had foreseen. Chapter 71. Betrayal. The following morning, as Ji Lingxiu and Chen Chang'an emerged from the inn. The streets of Fengwu City buzzed with a hint of liveliness. Upon their arrival at the gate of the military mansion, the soldiers on guard exchanged subtle glances upon recognizing the duo, yet dared not impede their passage, hastily retreating to deliver the news. Before long, Lu Su, wearing a broad smile, came forward to greet them. "Your Highness, what an early visit." He performed a respectful bow, his demeanor as deferential as ever. "I trust your stay in the city last night was pleasant?" "Not quite," Ji Lingxiu replied, her gaze turning icy. "General Lu, I encountered an assassin at the inn last night." Lu Su's expression momentarily froze, quickly replaced by astonishment. "Is this true? Fengwu City has always boasted excellent security. How could an assassin dare to disturb your Highness?" He shook his head with a sigh, his tone earnest. "Surely, your Highness must be mistaken. Those were likely just unobservant thieves attempting to pilfer." At his words, a trace of sarcasm curved Ji Lingxiu's lips. "Oh, those thieves showed considerable skill with their blades, moving with a coordination that suggests they were rather well-trained assassins." Lu Su's expression turned serious. "Your Highness, you are perhaps overthinking this. Should there truly be assassins, I shall conduct a thorough investigation and provide you with a satisfactory explanation. Then I shall rely on you, General Lu." Ji Lingxiu maintained a calm demeanor, then directly inquired, "Might I ask if General Fu is present at the mansion today?" Lu Su's smile remained unchanged as he unexpectedly relaxed. "Your Highness, you arrive at an opportune moment. The general returned last night and is currently inspecting the Ling Tian army's encampment outside the city." Chen Chang'an raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Su, though he refrained from further comment. "Then I shall appreciate your guidance, General Lu," Ji Lingxiu said with a slight nod, her tone serene yet commanding. "Liu Su bowed deeply. Your Highness is too kind. I shall arrange for a carriage immediately." Moments later, a modest carriage emerged from the city gates, heading towards the Ling Tian army's encampment. Inside, the three harbored their own thoughts, the atmosphere charged with a subtle tension. Chen Chang'an lounged against the carriage wall, occasionally glancing at Lu Su, who maintained a posture of respect, though his gaze occasionally drifted towards the window, revealing an elusive depth. Ji Lingxiu sat in silence, her fingertips gently caressing a jade talisman concealed within her sleeve, her mind awash with tumultuous thoughts. The carriage swayed gently, the scenery outside blurring into a retreating backdrop. Ji Lingxiu's gaze settled on the distant fluttering banner of the Ling Tian army, her thoughts drifting back to a spring day many years ago. In the Imperial Garden, peach blossoms were in full bloom, their delicate pink and white petals cascading in the breeze, carpeting the stone pathways. At that time, she was but a child, reaching on tiptoe to grasp the highest branch of a blooming peach tree when she heard her father's hearty laughter behind her. "Lingxiu, come here." She turned to find her father beside a young general. The young man stood tall like a pine, clad in dark armor that glimmered coldly in the sunlight, his sword-like brows and starry eyes radiating an air of formidable vigor. As he gazed upon her, a radiant smile graced his lips, and he clasped his fists in salute. "I am Fu Yunlan, your Highness." The emperor placed a hand on the young man's shoulder, his eyes gleaming with approval. "Lingxiu, this is the consort I have chosen for you. Are you content?" She felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, her gaze dropping as she nervously twisted the hem of her garment. Yet she could not help but steal glances at him. The young general's smile was pure and luminous, as if it could dispel all the shadows of the world. That was the first and only time she laid eyes on Fu Yunlan. Subsequently, he was dispatched to Qingzhou to command the Ling Tian army and never returned. Over the long years, she gradually forgot that fleeting glimpse from a spring day. "Your Highness?" Lu Su's voice pulled her back to reality. They were nearing the encampment. Ji Lingxiu retracted her thoughts, her fingertips absently caressing the jade pendant hidden within her sleeve, the token Fu Yunlan had sent when her father arranged their marriage. So many years had passed. Did he still possess the same gallant spirit as in her memories? Or had time, in reality, dulled his once brilliant edge? The carriage came to a gentle halt, the gates of the Ling Tian army encampment now within sight. Before her thoughts could settle, she suddenly felt a tight grip on her wrist. Chen Chang'an had seized her hand with urgency. "Brother Chen?" She was taken aback, and before she could regain her bearings, he yanked her into the air. Bang! Two fierce streaks of gunfire pierced the carriage like enraged dragons, the cold light exploding, splinters flying. Thank you. Ji Lingxiu quickly gathered her wits, her heart sinking amidst the shock. No need for thanks. Chen Chang'an's eyes remained fixed below. Two armored soldiers were leisurely extracting their long spears from the carriage. Their bloodlust surged, and, as the spears passed, the air screamed with a piercing whistle. These were not the playful assassins of yesterday. These were two peak practitioners of the profound realm. No wonder the situation was dire. Trouble awaited them here, he mused inwardly. Fortunately, they were not as distant from the valley as before, and he could still maintain his mid-profound realm cultivation. Meanwhile, Lu Su had somehow appeared at the entrance of the encampment, his cold voice cutting through the dust. The princess colluded with the demon clan to assassinate his majesty. Now she dares to incite the Ling Tian army to rebel against our general? Seize her. Footsteps thundered as 7 or 8 soldiers, each exuding a powerful aura, surged from the encampment, quickly encircling them. Run, Chen Chang'an commanded, pulling Ji Lingxiu with the swiftness of lightning, escaping the encirclement. She glanced back in haste, and through the swirling dust, she caught sight of a tall, straight figure in the center of the military tent, alone, raising a cup to drink. It was Fu Yinlan. Though it was merely a fleeting glimpse, Ji Lingxiu felt she could almost confirm it. So it was those who betrayed her in her past life were not limited to just Liu. Her heart trembled violently, but the next moment, Chen Chang'an had led her into the dense forest. Behind them, the bloodthirst of their pursuers surged like a tidal wave, while that figure, who had not turned to face them, gradually faded from view. Chapter 72. Relentless pursuit amidst the wilderness. Two figures darted swiftly by, Ji Lingxiu and Chen Chang'an. At this moment, both appeared somewhat disheveled, clearly having just emerged from a fierce battle. The bloodstains on their garments had dried in the wind. They had been fleeing for an entire day and night. Chen Chang'an glanced sideways at Ji Lingxiu, quietly admiring her, truly the embodiment of a protagonist. Just moments ago, when they were beset by 8 soldiers of the Ling Tian army, he had intended to assist her by sharing the burden of their attackers. Yet she had unhesitatingly intercepted half of them, engaging 4 peak-level body cultivators of the Tong Xian realm single-handedly, just as he did. Furthermore, as he sheathed his sword, he turned to witness her wiping the residual blood from her blade upon the last soldier, her gaze as sharp and frigid as frost. Do not underestimate the Ling Tian army, Ji Lingxiu remarked, seemingly aware of his scrutiny. Those individuals were merely the lowest ranks within the military. Now that they have engaged us, they will not allow us to escape easily. Then where shall we go? Chen Chang'an inquired, a grin forming on his lips. After a moment's contemplation, Ji Lingxiu's mind conjured the image of the inspector from Qingyang City, Ling Zhanxue, and her eyes gleamed with sudden resolve. Qingyang. We shall head to Qingyang City. Qingyang City? Is that not the territory of Sister Ling? Chen Chang'an exclaimed, surprised to hear a familiar place name from Ji Lingxiu's lips. He was about to pose another question when the ground beneath them suddenly trembled ominously. 6 black-armored knights, riding half-dragon, half-horse steeds, burst forth from the thicket. The dragon steeds, as massive as African elephants, crushed the stones beneath their iron hooves, and the 6 riders exuded an aura as deep as the ocean, evidently far superior to the previous 8 soldiers. All 6 are on the cusp of the Guiyuan realm. Yiling Xiuskoft. Ah, the dragon steeds have indeed arrived. Following their usual practice, Ji Lingxiu unsheathed her long sword, its cold gleam illuminating her serene visage. One for each of us, she declared. Are we to even split the task of killing? Truly befitting of a great heroine. Chen Chang'an laughed heartily. Excellent. That suits me perfectly. Suddenly, the mountain path erupted with a resounding clash of metal. 8 figures collided like meteors. Ji Lingxiu's unique agility allowed her to evade attacks while her sword sang through the air, its azure light streaking towards the throat of the foremost knight. The knight hastily raised his spear to block, but her blade twisted unexpectedly, slipping beneath the spear's shaft like a serpent, accurately piercing the gap in his armor. In the instant blood splattered, she pivoted to evade another knight's thrust, her sword whirling to unleash a rain of crimson from the second knight's neck. Meanwhile, Chen Chang'an wielded his nine heavens thunder sword technique with grand flourish. His sword surged with a thunderous might, each strike accompanied by a deafening boom. Confronted by three knights encircling him, he boldly met their advance, his blade infused with the power of thunder as it clashed against their weapons. A brilliant flash of electricity erupted, sending the most robust knight and his steed staggering back several paces, spiderweb-like cracks appearing on the spear's shaft. Seizing the opportunity, the second knight launched a side assault, his spear tipped mere inches from Chen Chang'an's side. In a sudden motion, he swung his sword back to cleave at the spearhead. The violent surge of lightning coursed through the metallic weapon, causing the knight to convulse and tumble from his dragon steed. Upon witnessing the scene, the third rider bellowed and charged forward, only to be deftly evaded by Chen Chang'an, who lowered his body to let the sword's edge pass. With a swift upward slash, he cleaved open the belly of the dragon's steed. Amidst the torrential rain of blood, Ji Lingxiu found herself at the decisive moment. She abruptly shifted from defense to offense, allowing a spear to graze her shoulder, while her long sword arced like a white rainbow, piercing the sun, simultaneously penetrating the throats of two knights. The last knight, horrified and attempting to retreat, was struck in the face by the hilt she had flung, and before he could regain his composure, the blade had already buried itself in his heart. As the final knight crashed to the ground, an eerie silence enveloped the forest. Leaning on his longsword, Chen Chang'an gasped heavily, his right arm revealing a wound deep enough to expose bone, blood dripping continuously from his fingertips. Ji Lingxiu knelt on one knee, her left shoulder pierced, causing her hand to tremble slightly around the sword's hilt, her lips pale as parchment. The battle, which had appeared as fluid as flowing water, was in truth perilously treacherous. The combat style of physical cultivators, though lacking the dazzling brilliance of magical practitioners, carried the weight of 1,000 junctures with each strike. In close quarters, they were infinitely more troublesome than their magical counterparts. Do you need a rest? Chen Chang'an spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, tearing a piece from his garment to bind his wound. Ji Lingxiu gazed towards the faint outline of Qingyang City in the distance, her bloodied fingers gripping the sword hilt tightly. We must move. This is merely the third wave. Stronger foes will soon pursue us. On the mountain path, the setting sun bled across the sky. Ji Lingxiu's blood-stained sleeve fluttered gently in the wind. Suddenly, she turned her head and asked, "Do you regret it?" "What?" Chen Chang'an was taken aback. "In such perilous circumstances, you could have withdrawn at any moment. Why have you chosen to accompany me this far?" Ji Lingxiu paused, contemplating if you regret accepting my commission. "It's not too late." At her words, Chen Chang'an was momentarily stunned, then burst into uproarious laughter. His mirth startled the birds from their perches, causing leaves to tumble from branches. After all, he wouldn't truly perish, though he would never voice that thought. Seizing the opportunity to display bravado, he proclaimed, "What joy is there in life, and what sorrow in death?" He casually wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, his gaze sharp and resolute. "Since I promised to accompany you and ensure your safety, I shall keep my word, for once spoken, a promise is as binding as a team of galloping horses." The last rays of the setting sun illuminated his bloodied profile, and in a moment of reverie, Ji Lingxiu felt an echo of her youth, recalling the fleeting glimpse of a young general. She had once thought that he would be waiting for her among the Ling Tian army. Now, that gallant figure began to merge with the seemingly carefree man before her. A smile unexpectedly tugged at her lips. In both her past and present lives, those whom she had entrusted with her faith had betrayed her without hesitation. Yet, this chance acquaintance steadfastly accompanied her through her most arduous trials. What joy is there in life, and what sorrow in death? Contemplating this phrase, she suddenly broke into a smile, her first genuine smile since her rebirth. It was so pure and beautiful that even Chen Chang'an, whose aesthetic sensibilities had been battered by someone else, found himself momentarily entranced. Perhaps it was the gravity of life and death. In that rare moment, her fingers unconsciously tightened around the fabric of her garment, her voice barely above a whisper. "Is there another reason?" Chen Chang'an blinked, pondering whether he had inadvertently revealed his desire to take her as a disciple. Nevertheless, since the question had been posed, he broke into a hearty smile, his demeanor exuding an effortless charm. Of course, he did. Ji Lingxiu's cheeks instantly flushed, the tips of her ears blushing with the hues of dusk. In a flurry, she turned away, feigning nonchalance. Chapter 73. Parting and Promises, 4th Update. The walls of Qingyang City were faintly visible ahead, yet the pursuers behind were swifter than anticipated. 4 dark figures descended from the sky, distinct from the previous assailants. 4 knights stood like iron towers, their black armor gleaming with a cold, hard luminescence in the twilight. They were as silent as the abyss, each step they took fracturing the ground beneath them like a spider's web. True essence coalesced around them into a tangible black mist, withering the vegetation and shattering the rocks in their wake. The gaze that seeped from beneath their iron masks was as frigid as millennia-old ice. Merely being observed by them caused one's blood to congeal. The 4 were connected by an aura, resembling a moving cage of death, with even the air groaning under the weight of their oppressive presence. Most terrifying was the absolute silence. No roars, no gasps, only the mournful metallic whisper of armor grinding together, akin to the tolling of a funeral bell. Ji Lingxiu's grip on her sword tightened slightly, her knuckles paling. These 4 were masters of the returning essence realm. She cast a sidelong glance at Chen Chang'an, her voice low. It seems this time we may not escape. However, Chen Chang'an shook his head, a rebellious smile curling at the corner of his lips. If you die, what will become of my achievements? Before she could respond, he abruptly pushed her. You go first. I'll hold them off. Ji Lingxiu stumbled back a step but stubbornly stood her ground. I want to leave. Having already faced death once, when those around me chose betrayal, how could I abandon the one person I trust in this life? Ji Lingxiu, refused to do so. Chen Chang'an furrowed his brow, feeling helpless. Sister, I'm merely a clone. If I perish, so be it. Why the bravado? Behave, just go. I want tea. Trust me, I'll be fine. I want tea. Realizing that gentleness would not suffice, Chen Chang'an's tone suddenly turned sharp. Are you truly willing to let it all end here? Your vengeance remains unfulfilled. Your journey far from over. Does dying here hold any worth? Ji Lingxiu bit her lip in silence, her eyes filled with conflict. There's hope, Chen Chang'an continued, his words flowing. As a princess of Dao, what of your convictions? What of your responsibilities? Thousands upon thousands of subjects await you. Seeing her internal struggle reach its peak, yet her feet remained unmoving, Chen Chang'an suddenly smiled. If you truly feel indebted, grant me a promise. What promise? If we meet again, will you agree to one condition of mine? His gaze was fervent. What say you? Ji Lingxiu gazed deeply into his eyes, and after a moment, nodded gravely. All right, now let us hurry. Chen Chang'an finally exhaled in relief. Then, he witnessed Ji Lingxiu raise her hand, slicing her fingertip, using blood as a conduit to invoke a heavenly oath. I, Ji Lingxiu, vow that if I can meet Chen Chang'an again, no matter what he requests, I shall agree, even if it is. Before she could finish, her voice faltered, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The more Chen Chang'an listened, the more he sensed something amiss, and hurriedly interrupted. That's enough. Let us go. Ji Lingxiu cast a lingering, complex glance at him before transforming into a streak of light, swiftly darting towards the direction of Qingyang City. Once her figure vanished completely, Chen Chang'an gradually turned around to face the 4 silent, black-armored knights. He first opened his system panel. Ji Lingxiu, Cultivation, Pinnacle of Transcendence Potential. 95, a prodigious talent, Destiny. 95, Reincarnator, Loyalty. 100, a bond forged in life and death, Personality, Proud, Tenacious. Indeed. Perfect. Chen Chang'an silently praised in his heart. Even if he could not overcome these 4 black-armored knights, as long as Ji Lingxiu managed to escape, he could rightfully recruit her as his disciple the next time they met, using this commitment as leverage. Meanwhile, he finally heard the system notification he had been yearning for. System notification. Epic Series Achievement completed. Youth Journey 3-4. Youth Journey, Part 3 accompanying the Moonlit Journey. Frostblade guards the peace. Completing the Youth Journey series achievements rewards him with Shanshan Jade to enhance a supreme celestial technique. Well, now the last lingering concern has dissipated. However, This place is too close to Qingyang City, and his cultivation has already fallen to the initial stage of transcendence. Sigh, upon acquiring the Shanshan jade, my first priority will be to enhance the external incarnation technique. Chen Chang'an muttered to himself. Never mind. Taking down one would not be a loss, and two would be a significant gain. Closing the system panel, he flicked his wrist and raised his gaze towards the knights across from him, asking rhetorically, "Have you enjoyed the show enough?" With his sword angled toward the ground, fierce battle intent ignited in his eyes. Come forth to battle. Chapter 74. The Sword Against the Heavens, 5th update. Amidst the wilderness, the air was rife with the presence of sword energy. Chen Chang'an stood encircled by 4 armored knights, his long sword gracefully tracing a complete circle, causing the air to ripple like water. The Sword Against the Heavens, the foremost defensive sword technique of the realms, it neither attacked nor countered, yet remained impervious to a myriad of assaults. The 4 knights, each at the return to Origin Realm, simultaneously unleashed their might. Blades, spears, fists, and palm strikes surged toward Chen Chang'an like a tempestuous sea. However, as their attacks reached the sword circle, they vanished as if swallowed by the ocean, nullified by an invisible essence of Taiji sword intent. Futile. A smile lingered at the corners of Chen Chang'an's mouth. His sword momentum flowed seamlessly. Once the sword circle of the Sword Against the Heavens was established, it became an impenetrable fortress. The black-armored knights remained silent, yet their onslaught intensified. Regardless of their tactics, Chen Chang'an's sword circle remained unwavering, dissipating all genuine energy directed at him. Yet, the knights were unperturbed. The Sword Against the Heavens was not a mere technique, but a profound art from the Xiantian Palace of Central Continent. To wield such power with finesse was no simple feat. One must possess the strength of 1,000 pounds to yield the effect of 4 ounces. Though they could not fathom how this young man had mastered the technique to such a profound degree, they regarded his mere enlightenment realm with disdain. Indeed, within half an hour, Chen Chang'an's genuine energy was visibly nearing depletion, his complexion as pale as parchment, and his grip on the sword trembled slightly. He was on the brink of collapse. A surge of murderous intent flared in one knight's eyes. The other 3 sensed Chen Chang'an's decline and escalated their assault, determined to crush him in one fell swoop. However, just as they believed victory was assured, Chen Chang'an suddenly broke into a smile, reaching into his waist pouch with one hand, retrieving a jade vial. With a flick of his thumb, the cork flew off. The medicine, he declared, tilting his head back as the pills tumbled into his mouth like candy, crunching audibly. Even the sound of his indistinct swallowing could be heard. Boom! In that instant, his previously waning genuine energy erupted like a volcano, surging forth with greater vigor than even at his peak. The 4 black-armored knights froze in shock, their faces paling beneath their masks. How could this be possible? Any pill capable of temporarily replenishing genuine energy was immensely precious. Even the most inferior varieties came with severe side effects, typically reserved for life-and-death situations. Yet this individual consumed them as if they were mere confections. Such a waste. One knight silently roared within, his heart aching with despair. The battle resumed. With a peculiar flush on his face, Chen Chang'an appeared invigorated, his spirit soaring. Time passed. 10 hours elapsed. The sky transitioned from dark to light and back again. The knights had expended a considerable portion of their genuine energy, while Chen Chang'an's sword momentum remained steadfast, though his complexion gradually paled, clearly having reached his limit. Scattered across the ground lay open vials, and the black-clad knights were utterly numbed by the experience. After years of battle, they had never encountered such a brazen and unscrupulous approach. To their astonishment, the opponent, possessing the profound cultivation of the Transcendence Realm, managed to hold them at bay for an entire 10 hours. However, this time, Chen Chang'an did not retrieve any new medicinal items from his storage bag. Suddenly sheathing his sword, the sword's circle swiftly contracted. It was time to conclude, he murmured. The 4 black-armored knights were first taken aback, then elated. One of them could no longer contain his derisive laughter, his voice hoarse. Have you finally reached your limit? Indeed, Chen Chang'an nodded with delight, indicating he had brought this much on his journey. Before his adversaries could respond, he suddenly flashed a mysterious smile. Now, Let us enter stage P2. Come, can you guess where all the true essence you have lost over these 10 hours is gone? What? The black-armored knights suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. In the next instant, Chen Chang'an raised his sword high, its blade pointing directly at the heavens. The heavenly sword is not merely a defensive stance, he proclaimed, his voice gentle yet inducing greater unease among the knights. Was it not for the daily rewards from the system? The supreme techniques bestowed by the system, aside from that wretched incarnation which resembled a beggar, were all perfected versions of cultivation. Therefore, let me demonstrate the utmost pinnacle of this sword, returning their own essence against them. Chen Chang'an abruptly withdrew his defense. The azure blade inverted. In that fleeting moment, the world fell silent. Even the howling mountain winds ceased in midair. The myriad offensive energies consumed by the sword's circle over the past 10 hours now materialized in the void. Countless glistening strands of sword energy intertwined like a web, each pulsating with the unique true essence of the enemies, effectively imprinting the foundational power cultivated by the four knights over a decade. This was the true, heavenly sword formation. As the sword tip trembled, the spiritual essence of the entire mountain range was siphoned away. The first to shatter were the weapons of the black-armored knights. Those divine arms that had accompanied them through countless battles suddenly rebelling against their masters, transforming into molten iron flowing upward. They were horrified to discover that every punch they had thrown, every spear-esque gleam they had unleashed, now transformed into vengeful souls rebounding towards them, with an increased potency surpassing their previous might by 30%. No, this is our. Their screams abruptly ceased. The first to explode was the knight wielding the spear. He watched in disbelief as the Songlong breaking spear intent he had comprehended a decade ago during his breakthrough to the returning essence realm coalesced into a blood-red evil dragon, turning against its master. The other three knights, intending to form a defensive formation, were met with the sight of their most familiar combined attack array materializing beneath their feet. Only, standing at the core was the coldly smiling Chen Chang'an. Boom! With a thunderous roar akin to a collapsing mountain, the entire battlefield was engulfed in blinding white light. The true essence refined by the sword formation triggered a chain reaction, each strand of energy precisely locating its original master. When the brilliance faded, for charred skeletons remained frozen in defensive stances, disintegrating into powder with a mere gust of wind. Chen Chang'an knelt on one knee in the center of the scorched earth, the sword tip embedded in the ground supporting his faltering form. The 10 hours of defense had culminated in a single, lethal strike from the sword formation. He coughed up blood with a faint chuckle, saying, "Look, even your ashes are aiding me in forming a formation." Subsequently, the last piece of blood-stained black armor clattered to the ground, marking the conclusion of this 10-hour-long defensive counterattack. As the dust settled, Chen Chang'an knelt on one knee, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet still wearing a hint of defiant smile. For an immense profit, he slowly collapsed, and before his consciousness succumbed to darkness, he cast one final glance towards the direction of Qingyang City. Chapter 75. The convergence of three monuments in an era of great strife in the city of Tianjing. Before the Tianbei Pavilion, the once thriving square lay in ruins, scattered with shattered jade bricks, broken banners, and charred remains. In the distance, the palace crumbled, smoke still rising. Yet the imposing Tianbei Pavilion stood resolute, its dark stone tablets shimmering with a cold metallic luster in the twilight, seemingly indifferent to the devastation beneath. Upon the pavilion's summit, a solitary figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, clad in a pristine white robe, untouched by dust. As the silver-threaded star patterns on his flowing sleeves danced gently in the evening breeze. This figure was none other than the Xiantian Lord, who had vanished during the time of the six saints' regicide. Before him stood six shadows, positioned at the cardinal points, their forms enveloped in a hazy mist, rendering their features indistinguishable, as if their very essence melded with the cosmos. One among them spoke, his voice deep and detached. "Commence." The Xiantian Lord nodded slightly, forming intricate hand seals as he recited an ancient incantation. In an instant, a brilliant divine light cascaded from the void, pouring down like a celestial river, piercing through the apex of the Tianbei Pavilion. Another voice, laced with derision, remarked, "The human destiny of the entire Xianing continent monopolized by Ji Wuqing for millennia, must come to an end. As the divine light enveloped the space, the three distinct stone tablets representing heaven, earth, and humanity began to tremor under its influence. The golden inscriptions upon them writhed as if alive, intertwining and merging into one. With a thunderous roar that resonated through the heavens and earth, the three tablets unified. A further figure clapped in delight, exclaiming, "Splendid! Now that the three tablets are one, the human destiny shall once again bless the realms of sex and noble families, reopening the path to the upper realm, while the lower realm shall not be without the means to resist." Yet another interjected with a snort, "Ji Wuqing deserves death. He has selfishly siphoned the fortune meant to benefit all humanity. At this rate, how can a single Dezhou withstand the might of the upper realm in the future?" One more voice, dripping with deep-seated malice, echoed, "Perhaps Ji Wuqing is merely a spy sent from the upper realm." The Xiantian lord surveyed the shattered imperial city below with an impassive gaze, slowly articulating, "Now that the three tablets have unified, they shall activate in 20 years. Henceforth, the tablets shall no longer prioritize individuals, but will rank based on sex and noble families, distributing the human destiny accordingly, with a cycle every 100 years. He paused, his voice chilling as ice. "The future shall usher in an era of fierce competition among sex and noble families." The final figure erupted in raucous laughter, his voice echoing through the skies. The sharpness of the sword emerges from the grindstone. A general's triumph is built upon the bones of the fallen. If Dezhou insists on equality for all beings, how can the true heirs of destiny rise in this era? As the six figures gradually faded into the encroaching dusk, only the divine light atop the Tianbei pavilion remained brilliant, illuminating the land that was soon to be engulfed in a storm of blood and chaos. A new epoch is about to dawn. In Xinjiang City, at the Drunken Immortal Inn, Ji Lingxiu's teacup shattered upon the floor, the porcelain shards splattering tea upon her skirt. Yet she remained oblivious. In the bustling inn's hall, the storyteller struck the wooden block, his voice trembling as he recounted the latest news. The Supreme Emperor Ji Wuqing of Dezhou has perished. The peaceful emperor has been assassinated. Princess Jinxiu is missing. Then erupted into chaos. What? A monk slammed his hand on the table in disbelief. Is the great Zhou truly perished? This is sheer folly. This information comes from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, a place of utmost integrity. How can this be possible? An elderly scholar, his hair as white as snow, staggered back in shock. The Great Zhou was a celestial dynasty that had dominated the Xianying continent for a millennium. Ji Lingxiu clutched the edge of the table tightly, her knuckles turning white. A buzzing filled her ears as the storyteller's subsequent words pierced through her like daggers. The Ling Tian army has rebelled against the Great Zhou, and Fu Yinlan has established his own sect. Each of the six pillar armies has proclaimed their support for a prince, each claiming legitimacy as the rightful heirs of the Great Zhou. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion has changed hands. The former master is missing, and the national master of the Great Zhou, Xian Tianjun, has assumed the role of the new master. Each piece of news struck her like a hammer, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. Outside the window, the sun continued to shine brightly, and vendors on the street called out to sell candied hawthorns. Yet her world had been irrevocably turned upside down. "Miss, your tea." The anxious waiter approached her. Yilingxiu abruptly stood, her jade pendant clattering against the table's edge. She rushed upstairs, and once inside her room, she collapsed onto the floor. The copper mirror of her vanity reflected a pale visage, once a symbol of unparalleled nobility as a brocade princess, now unable to even muster a cry. Suddenly, the laughter of children echoed from outside. "You be the emperor, and I'll be the general." "No way. There are 6 emperors now, but only 1 general." Their innocent laughter was like salt poured into a gaping wound. Ji Lingxiu buried her face in her palms, recalling the words of her father before she left the palace in her previous life. "Lingxiu, if you see the crescent moon hanging from the eaves, never look back." It turned out that it was never a crescent moon at all, but the dying embers of a fallen dynasty. She, the illustrious princess, had become homeless overnight. After she regained her composure, she heard a soft cough from behind. To her surprise, Ling Zhanxue had quietly entered the room at some point and had thoughtfully poured her a cup of tea. Ji Lingxiu stared at the tea on the table, a withered leaf floating atop the brew, mirroring her own sense of drifting and loss. A sudden smile broke across her face, tinged with a hint of self-mockery. So that is it. Her fingertips caressed the rim of the teacup as she finally understood Fu Yunlan's seemingly childish assassination attempts, those clumsy assassins and the relentless waves of pursuers sent after her. Indeed, it would have been trivial for Fu Yunlan to kill her himself, given his peak cultivation in the celestial realm. He did not care whether he could eliminate her or not. Her voice, although soft, sliced through the silence of a room like a sharp dagger. Ling Zhanxue raised her gaze slightly, her usually frosty eyes revealing a rare hint of confusion. Leaning against the doorframe, she stood with her sword in hand, her dark attire almost merging with the shadows. Ji Lingxiu continued to murmur, the once proud brocade princess reduced to a mere princess of a fallen kingdom, devoid of any value to be exploited. She lifted her head and gazed out into the night. Fu Yunlan sought not her life, but rather a perspective, one that would compel her to confront the harsh reality. The great Zhou dynasty has perished, and as a former princess of that fallen era, she finds herself bereft of even the status of a mere pawn. The assassination attempts are nothing more than a cat playing with a mouse, a cruel reminder that her fate has long been relinquished from her grasp. Is this a final tenderness toward a former betrothed? Yet, you should not have taken his life. A flicker of resentment suddenly glimmered in Ji Lingxiu's eyes. Chapter 76. Parting and reunion. What about you? What are your plans moving forward? Ji Lingxiu suppressed the tumultuous emotions within her and suddenly posed the question. Although their acquaintance had been brief, the two women had developed a remarkable rapport, and Ji Lingxiu had discerned Ling Zhanxue's true gender. Ling Zhanxue fell into a moment of silence, her fingertips absent-mindedly tracing the family crest on her scabbard, a plum blossom intricately carved from frost and snow, emblematic of the Ling family. Home, she replied softly, her voice imbued with an undeniable resolve. In truth, ever since she had joined the Great Zhou years ago, her parents had been urging her to return. Now, I find I have no reason not to go back. Ling Zhanxue gazed out the window, as if she could see the Ling family estate, perpetually blanketed in snow. Many miles away. Once, she had left home in pursuit of her dreams, but with the fall of the Great Zhou, she truly had no excuse to remain away any longer. What about you? Ling Zhanxue turned her head, breaking the pattern of silence to inquire, where will you go next? Ji Lingxiu rested her chin on her hand, her fingers drawing aimless circles on the table. The tea reflected her slightly swaying image, mirroring the unsettled emotions she had carried in recent days. Who knows? She suddenly laughed, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. Let us take it one step at a time. This radiant smile, however, caused Ling Zhanxue to furrow her brow. Despite the brevity of their acquaintance, she could tell that the seemingly carefree princess bore a smile that did not reach her eyes. Yet, recalling the trials Ji Lingxiu had faced, Ling Zhanxue understood that only time could heal all wounds. So, are you here to bid farewell? Ji Lingxiu asked again. Ling Zhanxue nodded in silent acknowledgement. Then allow me to see you off. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the twilight deepened. Ji Lingxiu stood outside the city gates, watching as Ling Zhanxue's figure gradually faded along the distant mountain path. The cold wind whipped around her garments, her hair dancing in the breeze, yet she remained motionless, as if her very being was frozen amid the vast expanse of the world. Everyone has their own place to return to. Ling Zhanxue would return to the Ling family, Fu Yunlan would establish a new sect, and Xian Tianjun would preside over the Tianji Pavilion. Even the Six Pillar armies, once loyal to the Great Zhou, had now pledged allegiance to new masters. But where did that leave her? She stood there at the city gate, lost in thought, until the waning sunlight stretched her shadow long and slender. As darkness enveloped the sky and the evening breeze turned cool, Ji Lingxiu inhaled deeply, a flicker of determination igniting in her eyes. I shall return to Zhongzhou first. She had a score to settle with a particular woman. After all, the heartache from her previous life was not so easily forgotten. More importantly, she believed that amidst the blood and fire of that fateful night, there were still survivors within the Imperial Guard. If she could find them, she could regroup her old comrades. Even if it were just a handful, it would be better than standing alone. She turned to leave. However, at the very moment she stepped forward, swish, a sound like the breaking of air faintly echoed from afar. For reasons unknown, Ji Lingxiu instinctively looked up. Her pupils dilated in shock. There on the horizon, a familiar figure descended from the sky, robes billowing, with sword light gleaming like snow. That moment, her heart raced violently, and her fingers instinctively clenched. How could this be possible? 3 days prior, after locating Ling Zhanxue, she had immediately retraced her steps to seek out Chen Chang'an. Yet when she arrived, the entire forest lay in ruins, the scorched earth marred by ravaging sword scars, while the lingering fluctuations of true essence in the air still pricked her skin. Standing upon that charred ground, her boots crunched over the fragmented remnants of black armor, the sound piercing in its intensity. In her memory, the moonlight had been a ghostly white, illuminating 4 charred corpses, each maintaining a posture of combat even in death, their bones twisted as if still struggling in their final moments. In that person, not a trace of his remains was left behind. Bending down, her fingertips brushed against the scorched earth, as if she could still feel the warmth of that fateful strike. With a sudden flourish, she swept her sleeve, unleashing a wave of sword energy that reduced the 4 enemy remains to dust. Even without having witnessed it firsthand, she could profoundly sense the brutality of that battle. He had no chance of survival. Yet at this very moment, who was that familiar figure descending from the void? His robes billowed as he traced a radiant arc through the clouds. Ji Lingxiu stood frozen, her fingertips trembling slightly. She had witnessed that charred land, felt the residual sword energy, and even had endured sleepless nights filled with heartache. But now, he stood before her, vibrantly alive. Moreover, upon seeing her, the figure above brightened visibly, excitedly waving his arms in a carefree manner. Ji Lingxiu's eyes moistened, and instinctively, she raised a hand to wipe them, only to find her fingertips soaked with tears. I'm crying. When was the last time I shed tears? Not during the fall of the Great Zhou, nor while being pursued by Fu Yunlan, and even when Ling Zhanxue had departed, she had only silently watched him go. Yet now, witnessing the very person who should have perished soaring towards her, she could no longer contain her tears. Is this a miracle? Before she could gather her thoughts, memories of the promise made between them surged forth. In an instant, the face of this recently fallen princess flushed crimson, her heart pounding like a drum. Could it be that he truly intends to make such a request? After all, I'm a dignified princess of splendor formerly. How could I allow him? But the vow of heaven had been sworn, and there was no turning back. Thus, even if it was an unavoidable circumstance, as her thoughts spiraled in myriad directions, that beam of light finally descended from the clouds, landing before her. Yu, her voice quivered, a blend of embarrassment and fury, yet tinged with an inexplicable hint of anticipation. Meanwhile, on the other side, a man, fearful of missing his beloved disciple, had summoned a new incarnation after his previous one had dissipated days ago and had rushed through the night to reach her. Upon seeing his target fortuitously positioned at the city gate, the excitement within him was indescribable. So overwhelmed was he with exhilaration that he descended hastily, hardly noticing the girl's flushed ears and bashful demeanor. Instead, he unreservedly leaned closer to her, lowering his voice as he chuckled. The promise you made earlier regarding any request still stands, doesn't it? After receiving the girl's repeated nods of affirmation, he took a deep breath to calm his excited heart, his expression turning profoundly serious as he locked eyes with her inky orbs. Then, in that case, you shall become my apprentice. Chapter 77. The duel in the valley as the sun dipped below the horizon, its golden rays cascaded upon the ancient path outside the city. Ji Lingxiu widened her eyes, gazing incredulously at the nonchalant smile of the man before her. You wish to take me as your disciple? She repeated, each word punctuated with disbelief as her voice rose an octave. Chen Chang'an crossed his arms, nodding matter-of-factly, indeed. Her expression transformed into a captivating blend of amusement and irritation. She could hardly fathom that this man, who had silently shielded her and even risked his life for her, harbored such intentions. So, you have followed me, unwavering solely to take me as your disciple? Chen Chang'an scratched his head, a radiant smile illuminating his face. What else could it be? This response rendered Ji Lingxiu momentarily speechless. Throughout their journey, she had envisioned countless scenarios. Perhaps he had ulterior motives, or perhaps he had ties to the great Zhou, or even harbored feelings for her. The latter seemed the most plausible. Yet, she never anticipated that this seemingly carefree yet profoundly enigmatic man merely wished to be her mentor. I thought you aspire to be my husband, yet you only seek to be my master? Indeed, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you. Chen Chang'an's playful demeanor faded. Replaced by a serious gaze, I felt a connection between us, a bond of master and disciple. The evening breeze rustled their garments as Ji Lingxiu studied his earnest, clear eyes, attempting to discern if he was lacking in intellect. Then she chuckled. As a fellow practitioner of the transcendental realm, I still surpass you in minor realms. By what merit do you presume to be my master? Chen Chang'an suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Shall we have a contest? If you prevail, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. I must give this fellow a sound thrashing. Otherwise, my resentment shall never subside. The young woman seethed inwardly. Agreed. Chen Chang'an sighed in relief. But might we find a different location? Very well, she responded without a moment's hesitation. On the way, Ji Lingxiu observed the perpetually languid smile of Chen Chang'an beside her, and the tension within her heart gradually unraveled. She discreetly exhaled, relieved that he had not entertained any inappropriate thoughts, despite the numerous times he had rescued her from peril over the past few days. His calm demeanor had indeed endeared him to her. Yet, Ji Lingxiu was acutely aware that this fluttering sensation was akin to a drowning person grasping a piece of driftwood. He was the solitary beacon of light she had encountered since her rebirth, dazzling enough to blind her. This was distinctly different from romantic affection. With her temperament, she could discern the difference. What is it? Seemingly sensing her distraction, Chen Chang'an raised an eyebrow, gazing at her with nervous anticipation. You haven't changed your mind, have you? Nonsense. Ji Lingxiu's ears tinged with crimson as she feigned annoyance, shooting him a glare. Having vowed an oath to the heavens, I shall naturally uphold it. However, you shall never comprehend the opportunity you have squandered. What opportunity? Go to hell. Observing the girl's furious demeanor, Chen Chang'an wisely chose to remain silent and quietly opened the system panel. Ji Lingxiu, cultivation, pinnacle of the profound realm potential. 95. Heavenly genius. Fate. 95. Reincarnator. Loyalty. 100. Bond of life and death. Personality. Proud, persistent. Fortunately, her loyalty remained unscathed. Yet, what could be the cause of her vexation? Is it that time of the month? Speaking of which, do women in the realm of cultivation experience such a phenomenon? Chen Chang'an's thoughts began to meander. As long as her loyalty remains intact, that is what truly matters. Who knows? Her pride might be that of its Sundara. Best not to provoke her. On the other side, the night breeze tousled Ji Lingxiu's hair as she gazed at the stars brightening the horizon, and suddenly, a soft chuckle escaped her lips. After rebuking him, she felt her spirits lift considerably. Perhaps this distance is just right, not overly intimate, yet not distant either. However, whether you can become my master, Ji Lingxiu, will depend on your true abilities. In the tranquil valley, a gentle breeze wafted through. Ji Lingxiu sat idly on a stone, her fingers idly playing with the wildflowers beside her. After arriving at this location, Chen Chang'an had merely uttered an apology before disappearing without a trace, leaving her to await his return. Had she not been repeatedly assured of his trustworthiness, Ji Lingxiu might have suspected ulterior motives. This fellow, shrouded in mystery, she muttered softly, contemplating whether to explore the surroundings when, unexpectedly, a gentle wind swept by. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Chang'an had already appeared at the center of the clearing. Smiling gently at her, sorry to keep you waiting, Ji Lingxiu rose, brushing off the grass clippings from her skirt, arching an eyebrow. Finally decided to return? Let us begin, shall we? Yet, for some inexplicable reason, despite his outward appearance and demeanor being the same. The Chen Chang'an before her evoked an entirely different sensation. What was this feeling? Ji Lingxiu racked her brain, but could not pinpoint it, sensing it was reminiscent of something she had encountered before. Chen Chang'an did not respond directly. Instead, he took a few steps back, standing firm in the clearing with his hands clasped behind him. Ji Lingxiu wore a serious expression. After all, Chen Chang'an had once single-handedly battled for return to Origin Realm cultivators and emerged victorious. She might not be his match, but regardless, she could not allow this man to underestimate her. With one hand gripping her sword, she assumed an offensive stance, prepared to strike first. Unlike the Ji family's legendary Xiantian sacred body, reputed to be invulnerable, her strength lay in the art of the sword, often hailed as the epitome of aggression. Then, she heard the man before her softly utter 3 words, offering my clumsiness. In the next instant, boom! A tremendous, abyss-like pressure erupted forth. The world seemed to freeze at that moment, the air growing thick and heavy. Ji Lingxiu's pupils constricted, her body bristled with goosebumps, and an unprecedented sense of suffocation enveloped her. An overwhelming force surged from Chen Chang'an, akin to the heavens collapsing, causing the entire valley to tremble. The vegetation lies low, the mountains hum with resonance, and even the wind seems to be subdued by this overwhelming force. Ji Lingxiu's legs tremble, nearly causing her to collapse. Yet she grits her teeth, desperately resisting the terrifying pressure. A tumult of emotions surges within her. She finally recalls where she has encountered this before. After all, given her status, she is fortunate to witness such an event in the palace from time to time. This is the pressure of the sacred realm. Chapter 78. The ferocious operation in the realm of Xianying. There exists an unwritten yet steadfast rule. The sanctity of the holy realm must not be violated. The names of the 12 holy sovereigns are inscribed upon the heavenly ranking, and the populace regards them with the utmost reverence, as if they were divine edicts. Even the most arrogant scions of noble families would never dare to allow their offspring to share a name with the holy sovereigns. Should a new holy figure ascend the ranks, any individual bearing the same name, no matter how insignificant, must change their name at once. Failure to do so would constitute a grave disrespect to the holy realm. Thus, when Ji Lingxiu first encountered Chen Chang'an and heard him proclaim his name, she was taken aback. Could it be that he dared to share a name with a holy sovereign? At that moment, she surmised he might be a reckless dandy from some unworthy family, or perhaps a disciple of a reclusive elder, emboldened by their formidable connections to challenge the authority of the holy realm. However, now, in the valley, the aura of sanctity was overwhelming. As Ji Lingxiu gazed upon the imposing figure before her, the realization dawned upon her, and a bittersweet smile crept upon her lips. It was not that he was audacious. Rather, he was indeed the holy sovereign who had ascended the heavenly ranking. First on the heavenly ranking, Chen Chang'an. The more one comprehends the holy realm, the more one understands the dreadfulness of such a title. Ji Lingxiu's ancestor, the great Zhou's supreme emperor Ji Wuqing, was once the foremost on the heavenly ranking, wielding his singular power to dominate the entire Xianying continent for millennia. The individual before her was indeed of the same caliber. Do you still believe I am worthy to be your master? Chen Chang'an inquired. Ji Lingxiu took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within her. The holy sovereign has truly concealed his identity well. Chen Chang'an let out a hearty laugh, the oppressive aura around him dissipating as he resumed his nonchalant demeanor. Let us not be so formal. After all, we shall be master and disciple from now on. Ji Lingxiu huffed softly but couldn't help but steal glances at him. Although the earlier pressure was unmistakable, she still found it surreal. No matter how many times she reassured herself, she couldn't shake the feeling of disbelief. This seemingly carefree individual, who appeared to lack grand aspirations, was indeed the strongest in the holy realm, and she had once boasted about confronting pursuers with him. With this thought, her ears flushed slightly, and she suddenly found the previous encounters utterly absurd. However, to take the first on the heavenly ranking as her master, what better fate could a deposed princess like herself hope for? None, even if there were. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. This was the ancestral teaching of the Ji family. Without hesitation, Ji Lingxiu gracefully bowed. Master, please accept your disciples' respects. I look forward to your guidance in the future. The pet panel swiftly updated to reflect Ji Lingxiu's name. However, as Chen Chang'an surveyed the system interface, he sensed that something was amiss. What could it be? He perused a recently received system notification. System notification. Legendary achievement completed. I am the Destiny 3-4. I am the Destiny. Collect 4 Sons of Destiny in the pet panel. Achievement progress. 3-4. Achievement reward. Random immortal artifact. Then, as I scrolled up, the system prompted, Epic Series achievement completed. The Young Journey 3-4. Having completed the Young Journey series achievements, I was rewarded with the jade of another mountain to elevate a supreme celestial technique. The mystery was unraveled. It was merely a lack of accomplishment that had been felt. This series of actions was as fierce as a tiger, yet resulted in not a single achievement being completed. The 2-3-4 felt like a sharp pin, pricking at Chen Chang'an and causing him some discomfort. Ji Lingxiu observed her master's expressions, which fluctuated between joy and sorrow, and subtly took a step aside. Just then, Master, young Master Xiao Chun is in trouble. Wu Bo shouted as he hurriedly approached, his voice suddenly halted. His murky eyes fixated on the young girl standing behind Chen Chang'an. The morning light illuminated her radiant face, and as the former steward of a prestigious family on the continent, he instantly recognized her as the Dao Zu princess. But Princess Jin Xiu? What's she doing here? Suddenly, he recalled the rumors he had overheard a few days prior upon exiting the valley, and his throat involuntarily tightened. A dreadful suspicion surged in his mind. Could it be that this matter involved the master as well? But that couldn't be right. The master had been in the valley almost all this time, never straying far, and even when he did venture out, it was merely as a lowly incarnation. So, it seemed that the master appeared lethargic, yet was actually orchestrating a grand scheme, truly worthy of the master. Is this my newly accepted disciple? Chen Chang'an furrowed his brows and inquired, What did you say happened to Xiao Chen? Oh, young master Xiao Chen encountered some trouble upon exiting the valley. Wu Bo quickly regained his composure, ceasing to scrutinize the legendary princess. Exiting the valley? When did he leave? I was unaware of this. Wu Bo chuckled ruefully. He wished to express that the master had been so distracted recently that he seemed oblivious to everything. Did young master Xiao Chan not inform you that he was going out with Elder Yao? You agreed without hesitation, did you not? It seemed that Wu Bo's resentful gaze struck a chord, and Chen Chang'an finally comprehended. Perhaps when Xiao Chen mentioned it, he had been preoccupied with controlling his avatar, leading to this misunderstanding. In truth, he did not restrict his disciples from venturing out. After all, how could the child of destiny contend for fortune and grow freely without leaving the confines of the valley? He had simply intended to wait until Xiao Chun reached the returning origin realm before allowing him to depart. Should one say that this is the fate of a protagonist? Merely a short while out, and he was already embroiled in trouble. TSK, this lad. Chen Chang'an suddenly pushed the young girl toward the old steward. She is Ji Lingxiu, my newly accepted disciple. You should arrange for her. Before his words faded, with a flutter of azure robes, he transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the valley's entrance. At this moment, he himself failed to notice that his actions resembled those of a protective father eager to shield his child. Wu Bo gazed in the direction where Chen Chang'an had vanished, then turned back, only to find the princess's lips curving into a peculiar smile. Before he could speak, Ji Lingxiu smoothed the hem of her dress, her movements still exuding the grace befitting a noble. You are Wu Bo, correct? In the abode of my esteemed master. Is there a place for bathing and changing? Wu Bo was momentarily taken aback, instinctively responding. I implore you, princess. Ah, you truly recognize me. Ji Lingxiu's gaze sharpened, and she soon broke into a radiant smile, thoroughly pleased with her own inquiry. Wu Bo sighed softly. Indeed, neither the master's daughter nor his disciples were easy to engage with. He spoke gently. At the Heavenly Steel Conference in the Upper Realm, I had the fortune to witness the princess's grace from afar alongside my previous master. Previous master? So that is the case, yet I beseech you to exercise caution in your words. Ji Lingxiu shook her head, stating, I am no longer a princess. Wu Bo fell silent for a moment, suddenly enlightened. In that instant, he comprehended the young woman's meaning. A smile returned to his face. Then, Miss Ji, my master is presently occupied. Please follow me. Chapter 79. Xiao Chun emerges from the valley on the other side. Xiao Chun indeed found himself in a predicament. Unbeknownst to Chen Chang'an, who was hastily making his way to the scene, his eldest disciple was about to deliver quite the surprise. Let us rewind to a few days prior. On this particular day, Chen Chang'an's external manifestation had just engaged in a fierce battle with 4 armored knights. Eager not to miss his beloved disciple, he split off another avatar and hastened towards Qingyang City. With his mind solely focused on this avatar, the following scene unfolded. Father, may I have meat for dinner tonight? In truth, Chen Xingcai had uncovered a secret many days earlier. Whenever her father lounged comfortably in his chair, a smile gracing his face, he would become exceedingly easy to distract. Whenever he drifted into a reverie, regardless of what she said, he would most likely respond with a mere Thus, in a certain sense, the clever and somewhat cunning Xingcai began to devise a long-term plan. She first sought guidance from Wu Bo, who often stood in for her father and supervised her and her fellow disciples' training regarding the art of sound recording. Though Wu Bo was strict with his disciples and with Chen Chang'an's 2 students, he always made exceptions for Chen Xingcai. After all, it was a rare occasion for the young lady to express a desire to learn, and it was merely a harmless little spell. Thus, Wu Bo readily imparted his knowledge. After confirming that her father had once again succumbed to this state of distraction, she finally revealed her little devilish intentions. After testing the waters with dinner and a couple of trivial matters, her ambitions became glaringly apparent. Father, may I arrive half an hour late for Wu Bo's morning class from now on? Father, may I no longer eat green peppers and bitter melons? Father, may I borrow the script from teacher Xiao He again? Having carefully recorded her conversation with her father using the sound spell, and observing Chen Chang'an still lost in his thoughts, young Chen Xingcai suddenly entertained a bolder notion. Father, do you like Xingcai the most? Father, could you find a mother for Xingcai? Father, what do you think about teacher Xiao He? Master, may I accompany Elder Yao out of the valley? Oh, Xingcai, you're here too. It's brother. Brother, I have something to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Upon seeing the earnest young man enter through the front door, Chen Xingcai, with a guilty conscience, promptly made her escape. Thus, in a sense, one could say that Chen Chang'an was saved by his own eldest disciple. After receiving his master's affirmative response, Xiao Chun exited the valley with Elder Yao, brimming with enthusiasm. Primarily, it is due to the recent guidance provided by the esteemed Elder Yao in alchemy to Xiao Chun, as the annual alchemy conference in the nearby Huiyue City is fast approaching. Elder Yao has made special arrangements to take Xiao Chun along for a broader perspective. Although Xiao Chun has already taken Chen Chang'an as his master, and even with 100 boldness, Elder Yao would never dare to compete for disciples with the sacred venerable. In Elder Yao's heart, he still regards Xiao Chun as his own disciple. The following day, as the morning mist lingered, Xiao Chun followed closely behind Elder Yao and stepped into Huiyue City. The cobblestones of the city gate were still damp with dew, yet the air was suffused with a faint aroma of medicinal herbs. Along the streets, shops were plentiful, displaying an array of spiritual herbs, alchemical furnaces, and jade vials, while calls from vendors echoed vibrantly. 300 years of blood-red ginseng, exchanged for a third-grade gathering qi pill, premium xianbing sand, essential for alchemy. Miss today, and wait another year. Xiao Chun, overwhelmed by the sights, could not help but whisper, Master, why are there so many alchemists here? Elder Yao stroked his beard and replied with a smile. The annual alchemy conference in Huiyue City is the grandest event within a radius of 1,000 miles. Independent alchemists, disciples from various sects, and even some reclusive old masters come to partake in the festivities. Just then, a commotion arose ahead. Make way. Clear the path. Several young cultivators clad in luxurious garments pushed through the crowd, strutting confidently, their chests adorned with a silver moon emblem, disciples of the local alchemical family, Yuehua Pavilion. Passers-by hastily moved aside, clearly intimidated by their presence. Elder Yao narrowed his eyes and remarked in a low voice, "Do you see that? These are what one might call local tyrants. We are here to maintain a low profile and broaden our horizons while we are at the conference. Do your best to avoid any conflict with them." Xiao Chen nodded, though inwardly he mused, "Alchemy is alchemy. What is with all the posturing? Even my esteemed master, ranked first on the heavenly list, does not act so arrogantly." As he pondered, a sudden waft of sweet fragrance enveloped him. Turning his head, he spotted a young maiden in simple attire at the street corner, her stall adorned with several exquisite spiritual herbs, patiently awaiting buyers. The herbs, resembling jade, shimmered with faint glimmers between their veins, revealing themselves to be the exceedingly rare starshine grass. Elder Yao also noticed this, his eyes betraying a hint of surprise. Where did this girl acquire such treasures? Just as Xiao Chen was about to approach her for inquiries, the disciples from Yuehua Pavilion also caught sight of the maiden, their eyes instantly gleaming with avarice. Chapter 80. The Predicament of the Spirit Clan, Little Girl. We at the Moonlight Pavilion shall take this starlight grass for 10 inferior spirit stones. Here, take it. The elegantly dressed youth at the forefront casually tossed a few spirit stones and reached out to grasp the precious herb. The young girl in plain attire hurriedly shielded her stall, stubbornly declaring, "I won't sell it. This starlight grass is worth at least 50 medium spirit stones. You are being excessively unreasonable." With a resounding slap, the youth struck the stall, causing the spirit herbs to tremble. "You dare to be so insolent? In Huanyue City, there is nothing that the Moonlight Pavilion desires that we cannot obtain. You are being utterly unreasonable." Unreasonable? The Moonlight Pavilion in Huanyue City is the very definition of reason. Just ask them, shall you? The youth pointed at the crowd, and those he indicated lowered their heads, too intimidated to speak out. See? A triumphant expression spread across the youth's face. "Is that so? Then I am most curious to see just how much authority your Moonlight Pavilion truly possesses." A clear, resonant voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. Everyone turned to see a young man clad in black, standing with a sword in hand, his expression stern. It was Xiao Chen. Who is this audacious brat, daring to meddle in the affairs of the Moonlight Pavilion? The elegantly dressed youth chuckled coldly, waving his hand. "Teach him a lesson." Several disciples of the Moonlight Pavilion instantly surged forward, their true essence surging, all at the profound realm of cultivation. A smirk played at the corners of Xiao Chen's mouth as his right hand rested on the hilt of his sword. "Come forth. It is the perfect opportunity for me to test my blade." With a thunderous roar, crack, the sword light flashed like lightning, accompanied by the deafening sound of thunder. In an instant, several streaks of sword energy, imbued with the might of thunder, swept forth. The disciples of the Moonlight Pavilion had no chance to react before they were sent flying several yards, crashing to the ground, charred and utterly defeated. The street fell into a profound silence. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief at the spectacle. Disciples of the Moonlight Pavilion, vanquished by an obscure youth with a single stroke of his sword. You seek death?" The elegantly dressed youth, now both shocked and furious, pointed at Xiao Chen, his voice laced with outrage. "You dare to harm members of the Moonlight Pavilion?" Xiao Chen sheathed his sword, lazily digging at his ear. "And what of it?" The youth narrowed his eyes, realizing that Xiao Chen was determined to oppose the Moonlight Pavilion. No. Xiao Chen shook his head, then turned to the elderly alchemist, who had been watching from the sidelines, and winked. "Everyone, did I ever say that I intended to oppose the Moonlight Pavilion? Did I?" The elderly alchemist chuckled, feigning a bystander to incite the crowd. "No, you did not state any intention to oppose the Moonlight Pavilion." Under his guidance, the onlookers echoed that Xiao Chen had not made such claims. The elegantly dressed youth seethed with anger. You all." Xiao Chen approached with a smile, patting the youth's shoulder. "From the very beginning, my sole intention was to oppose you. Or should I say, have you already eliminated your esteemed pavilion master and ascended to power? In that case, I might concede that you could represent the Moonlight Pavilion." Upon hearing this, the youth's expression shifted to one of panic. "The esteemed master is blessed with longevity, equal to the heavens. If you seek to sow discord, today will be a battle to the death. You die? Xiao Chen pointed at himself and asked, am I alive? He chuckled. Isn't it all the same? Laughter erupted around him. Enough. The young man in splendid attire fumed. Just you wait. Unable to win a fight or a verbal exchange, he turned and left. Xiao Chen then turned to assist the still-shaken young girl in plain clothing, asking, are you all right? My lady? I shall take this starshine herb for 50 mid-grade spirit stones. Is that sufficient? The girl nodded dazedly, still reeling from the shock. Meanwhile, in the distance, the defeated disciples of the Moonlight Pavilion finally managed to rise, shouting as they ran alongside the young man. The Moonlight Pavilion will not let you off easily. Xiao Chen shrugged, amused. I may not always win a fight, but to compete in connections? Are you serious? At that moment, the girl suddenly withdrew the herb into her embrace and whispered, I shall not sell this starshine herb. Xiao Chen was taken aback. Why not? She lifted her gaze, revealing a mixture of helplessness and concern. Your noble gesture earlier has left me grateful, but if you purchase this herb, it will irrevocably tie you to the Moonlight Pavilion. She bit her lip. I cannot drag you into this. Old pharmacist, stroking his beard, chuckled softly. The girl has a kind heart. However, it is advisable not to sell such high-grade herbs in public. I do not wish to, the girl sighed, continuing, my name is Shuang'er. My ancestors have long been part of the spirit plant clan, dedicated to cultivating rare herbs. In previous years, representatives from the great Zhou royal family would come to purchase them. But this time, her voice trailed off. The imperial merchants have yet to arrive, and after waiting for several days, we learned that a great calamity has befallen Tianjing City. She gently brushed her fingers over the glistening leaves of the starshine herb. Our clan's hundreds of members rely on this batch of herbs for survival, which is why we have come to Huiwei City to sell them. She continued, but Huiwei City is under the Moonlight Pavilion's jurisdiction. It has become commonplace for our herbs to be forcibly bought. Just the other day, my clan brother's 9-leaf spirit mushroom was seized from him for merely 3 low-grade spirit stones. Xiao Chen furrowed his brows. Is there truly no one to intervene? Intervene? Shuang'er chuckled bitterly. The Moonlight Pavilion is backed by powerful beings in the celestial realm, making them a top force in Qingzhou. We as outsiders dare not resist. Old pharmacist interjected. My dear girl, you mentioned that the imperial merchants of the Great Zhou have not yet arrived. Do you know what happened in Tianjing City? Shuang'er shook her head. I only heard that Princess Jinxi colluded with the demon clan to assassinate Emperor Qingping, and even the Supreme Emperor has fallen. What? Even that revered sage has fallen? This cannot be a jest. Xiao Chen gasped, exchanging a glance with old pharmacist, secluded in the valley. They had no inkling of such monumental events transpiring outside. Very well, Xiao Chen suddenly declared, Shuang'er, I shall purchase all the remaining herbs your clan possesses. What? Shuang'er stepped back in astonishment. You need only lead the way. Xiao Chen broke into a grin, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Coincidentally, I have recently been delving into the art of alchemy and am in need of some quality materials, and financial constraints are of no concern to me. As for the Moonlight Pavilion, beneath the sacred realm, all are mere ants. He genuinely does not regard it with any seriousness. Chapter 81. Grandmaster of Alchemy outside of Huiwei City, Shuang'er guided Xiao Chen and Master Yao through the rugged mountain path, arriving at a concealed encampment. Several gray-brown tents were scattered about, and around the campfire sat members of the Spirit Herb clan, their gazes filled with caution and curiosity upon seeing strangers. In the center of the camp, an array of herbs was neatly stacked and organized, while a few clan members busily tended to freshly arrived herbs at the edges. Uncle, I have returned, Shuang'er announced as she lifted the curtain of the central tent, with Xiao Chen and Master Yao following her inside. Within, a stern-faced young man abruptly rose. Shuang'er, who permitted you to bring outsiders here? His sharp gaze swept over Xiao Chen, his tone unfriendly. What time is it now? And you still dare to stir up trouble? This young Master Xiao wishes to purchase all our spirit herbs, Shuang'er quickly explained, and the prices are fair. Better than those offered by the Moonlight Pavilion. Enough. The young man interrupted harshly. What do you understand? Uncle is negotiating with the steward of the Moonlight Pavilion. If we complicate matters now, our entire clan will suffer. But if it weren't for the pressure from the Moonlight Pavilion, all these herbs would have been sold long ago. I am but a fish on the chopping block, with no recourse. Wait. To halt the siblings' escalating argument, Xiao Chun stood with his arms crossed, calmly interjecting. What price is the Moonlight Pavilion offering? The young man's eyes flickered. This is a clan secret, not to be disclosed. A secret? Shuang'er took a step forward, her voice trembling. Brother, I witnessed them forcefully purchase the 9-leaf spirit mushroom for 10 low-grade spirit stones yesterday. Is this what you call a good price? Outside the tent, whispers arose as several clan members crept closer, their expressions complex. The young man turned ashen. What do you know? The Moonlight Pavilion promised to protect us in the future and even allocate a piece of medicinal land outside of Huiyue City. And then what? Shuang'er scoffed, casually lifting the corner of a basket to reveal several resplendent dragon blood ginseng. Such quality herbs would have fetched at least 400 medium-grade spirit stones from royal merchants, and even 500 at an auction. How many have you sold? 30? 50? The young man was rendered speechless, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Just then, hurried footsteps approached, and an elderly man with graying hair burst in, followed by several disciples clad in Moonlight Pavilion attire. Shuang'er, who allowed you? The elder's reprimand was cut short as he fixated on the alchemist's jade pendant partially visible at Master Yao's waist, 8 golden patterns glimmering in the twilight. An 8th-rank Grandmaster of Alchemy? He exclaimed involuntarily. In the Xianing continent, alchemists are truly transcendent beings. The path of alchemy is vast and profound, and those who can glimpse its doorway are few and far between. Alchemists are ranked from 1 to 9, with each advancement requiring countless trials and the expenditure of immense resources. Low-tier alchemists, ranks 1 to 3, can concoct basic elixirs, which, while not rare, are still highly esteemed in smaller factions. The elixirs they refine, such as the gathering, chi pill, and healing powder, are indispensable for the daily cultivation of practitioners. Mid-tier alchemists, 4th to 5th rank, are already capable of concocting miraculous pills, such as the barrier-breaking pill to assist individuals in overcoming their limitations, and the longevity pill to extend one's lifespan. Such individuals are esteemed guests in any average sect, where a single pill is hard to come by. High-tier alchemists, 6th to 7th rank, are truly coveted. The 7th rank alchemist can produce the cleansing marrow pill, capable of reshaping one's foundation, and the concentration pill, which helps one comprehend the profound truths of the universe. Alchemists of this caliber are typically cherished treasures nurtured by large sects, rarely revealed to outsiders. Those above the 8th rank are deemed grandmasters of alchemy. These masters possess profound insight into the art of alchemy, capable of manifesting pills with a mere thought. They can even concoct legendary heavenly grade pills, such as the 9 rebirth pill, which can resurrect the deceased, and the Genesis pill, which can reconstruct meridians, aiding even the most powerful beings in breaking through their constraints. Each batch they produce incites fierce competition and bloodshed. However, across the entire Xianing continent, there are no more than a dozen grandmasters of alchemy remaining. Each one is the cornerstone of the most formidable factions, enjoying unparalleled privileges. Indeed, they are experts. Upon being recognized, the elder Yao smiled modestly. His identity as a Grandmaster of Alchemy is not merely a title, although it does not grace the heavenly steel. It is nonetheless acknowledged by the heavens, leaving an indelible mark on one's soul, rendering it irrefutable. While a Grandmaster's combat prowess may be average, their network of connections is what truly instills fear. It is said that someone once offended a Grandmaster of Alchemy and was swiftly annihilated by 3 holy sovereigns, reduced to mere dust in an instant. The entire camp was enveloped in silence. Everyone was awestruck by Elder Yao's identity as an 8th-rank Grandmaster of Alchemy, particularly the cousin of Shuang, whose face flushed crimson, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, lips trembling, yet unable to utter a single word. Xiao Chun quietly approached Elder Yao and whispered, "Elder Yao, with such a formidable identity, you should have revealed it sooner." Elder Yao stroked his beard and replied softly, "In truth, I too have my reservations, uncertain of its efficacy." He paused, his tone laden with nuance, "For I have been but a fragment of a soul, long since departed from the realm of the living, and I'm unsure if this title still holds any weight. Just as if to affirm his words, a raucous laughter suddenly erupted, shattering the tense atmosphere. Everyone turned towards the source of the laughter and beheld a young man clad in the robes of the Moonlight sect, adorned with golden cloud patterns, a jade token dangling from his waist, signifying his status as an alchemist. However, it bore only 6 golden lines. Yet, this youth's gaze was sharp, his lips curled in a derisive smile, fixed intently upon Elder Yao. What audacity! The youth scoffed, daring to impersonate a grandmaster of alchemy? He raised his hand and infused spiritual light into his jade token, causing the 6 golden lines to shimmer in the sunlight, revealing 6 uniquely postured golden dragons. Can everyone see clearly? The youth called out loudly. The true token of an alchemist bears dragon patterns in its golden lines, symbolizing the supreme authority of alchemy. The intricate patterns on the jade pendant of this individual depicted flowers, birds, insects, and fish. The crowd quickly glanced towards Elder Yao's waist, and indeed found it, as the youth had described. With a gaze sharp as a blade, he fixed his eyes on Elder Yao, demanding to know his true identity, audacious enough to impersonate a grandmaster of alchemy. Such insolence was tantamount to courting death. An uproar ensued among the assembly. The cousin of Shuang'er, who had initially kept his head bowed, suddenly lifted it, a flicker of uncertainty flashing in his eyes. The disciples of the Moonlight Pavilion straightened their backs, their expressions regaining an air of arrogance. Xiao Chan felt a tightening in his chest, instinctively gripping the hilt of his sword. Yet, Elder Yao remained unfazed, merely letting out a gentle sigh. Alas, indeed. Times have changed. He slowly raised his head, his gaze profound, as if peering through the young man before him into a more distant past. You are correct. This jade pendant is certainly not of the present world. A faint smile graced Elder Yao's lips, for it hails from the glorious age of alchemy thousands of years ago. Before he could finish his sentence, he lightly tapped the jade pendant with his fingertip. In an instant, 8 golden patterns erupted into dazzling brilliance, bringing the flowers, birds, insects, and fish to life, weaving together in the void to form an ancient illusion of an alchemical furnace. This is... The young man's pupils constricted. Elder Yao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his robe billowing without wind, his aged voice resonating like a great bell, shaking the hearts of all present. When I was ranked as an 8th-tier grandmaster, your Moonlight sect's founding ancestor was likely still in the womb. It turned out he was a master of alchemy from ancient times. How disrespectful. The youth, now with a face full of astonishment, bowed respectfully. Elder Yao nodded proudly. You are perceptive, young man. Now, what shall we say about these medicinal herbs from the Spirit Plant clan? Since you are esteemed as an ancient grandmaster of alchemy, we at the Moonlight Pavilion, naturally, the corners of the youth's mouth suddenly curled into a smile. I want them all. What? Elder Yao was taken aback. Meanwhile, the smile on the youth's face widened, and he eventually burst into laughter. Old dang. I was merely playing along. You didn't take me seriously, did you? Chapter 82. The contest after a moment of stunned silence. Elder Yao was suddenly engulfed in a furious rage, his true essence surging forth as the oppressive aura of the longevity realm erupted violently, causing the very air of the camp to feel as if it had solidified for an instant. Yet, the young man stood unperturbed, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips as he softly called out, Old Meng. Before his voice had fully faded, a similarly formidable presence descended abruptly, profound and vast, rivaling Elder Yao's imposing aura. An elderly man clad in gray robes materialized silently behind the youth, his gaunt visage sharp as a hawk's. Surrounded by a faint aura of alchemical fire, he, too, was a potent master of the longevity realm. The young man sneered, Old fool, do you still wish to make a move? At such a tender age, he had already ascended to the rank of a 6th-grade alchemist. How could he possibly lack a protector? Elder Yao's expression darkened, yet there was no hint of fear in his eyes. Xiao Chun could discern that he was genuinely enraged. The two forces of the longevity realm clashed with a thunderous impact, causing the air to erupt with a piercing shriek. Elder Yao's robes billowed as azure alchemical flames ignited around him, the ground beneath him fracturing inch by inch. The emaciated figure of the gray-robed elders stood firm, as unyielding as a mountain, while the space between them twisted and trembled, turning the surrounding flora into dust, forcing the onlookers to retreat repeatedly. Suddenly, Xiao Chen stepped forward, placing himself between the two, raising his hand to signal, "Hold on." With Xiao Chen standing in their midst, Elder Yao finally tempered his imposing aura. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen's gaze remained calm as he addressed the youth. "Since you doubt Elder Yao's identity, why not engage in a contest instead?" "Oh." The youth raised an eyebrow. "How do you propose we compete?" "Quite simply," Xiao Chen replied coolly. "Should you win, we shall depart immediately and never interfere in the affairs of the Lingji clan again." Not enough," the youth retorted with a cold laugh. "At another condition. If you lose, both you and this old man must kneel and apologize to me." Without hesitation, Xiao Chen responded, "Agreed." A flicker of surprise crossed the youth's eyes, quickly followed by derisive laughter. "Very well. You may go first. I am eager to see what tricks this old man has left." Xiao Chen shook his head. "It is not he who will compete against you." "Then who?" "It is I." The youth paused, then burst into hearty laughter. "You?" His gaze swept over Xiao Chen's waist, which bore no insignia. "Not even that a novice alchemist. You aren't even an alchemist." Xiao Chen smiled slightly. "No matter. If we lose, it is exactly as you wish, is it not?" The youth narrowed his eyes. "Very well. How do you wish to compete?" Xiao Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone unruffled. "The path is simple. Let us concoct the most basic qi gathering pill, shall we?" "Qi gathering pill?" The youth was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into boisterous laughter. "You, a mere nobody, dare to challenge me in alchemy? Excellent. Very well." He abruptly swung his sleeve, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "Let me show you what true alchemy is." As the contest commenced, the youth sneered, his sleeve sweeping dramatically as a crimson alchemical furnace crashed to the ground, its surface etched with arcane runes. A faint dragon's roar resonating from within. "Today, allow me to broaden your horizons." With an air of pride, he declared, and then, with a precise gesture of his hands, his fingertips sparkled with ethereal light. Streams of alchemical fire coiled upwards like a celestial dragon, intricately weaving into a complex formation in mid-air. This is the 9-turn celestial phoenix fire summoning technique. An onlooker from the Moonlight Pavilion proclaimed with pride. This technique is an unparalleled mastery of fire manipulation that harnesses the spirit energy of heaven and earth, transforming mundane flames into the true fire of the celestial phoenix. Across the entire Qingzhou region, only our esteemed young master can wield it with such exquisite finesse. The corners of the young man's mouth curled upward, clearly relishing the flattery from his subordinates. Simultaneously, his technique became increasingly ornate as spiritual herbs danced in his hands, each precisely segmented into the most perfect ratios of medicinal properties, subsequently enveloped by the true fire of the phoenix before descending into the alchemical furnace. The entire alchemical process flowed seamlessly, akin to a masterful artwork, eliciting gasps of admiration from the surrounding crowd. Only Elder Yao cast a fleeting glance before turning away with a disdainful snort, muttering, "All show and no substance." Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Chen quietly retrieved a dusty, unremarkable alchemical furnace, his movements clumsy as he ignited the alchemical fire. His flames flickered erratically due to his lack of control, drawing frowns from the onlookers. He awkwardly tossed the spiritual herbs into the furnace without even attempting the basic separation of their properties, presenting a picture of utter inexperience. "Ha ha ha." The young man shot a glance at him, unable to suppress a derisive laugh. Is this a joke? He cannot even perform the most fundamental separation of herbs, yet dares to compare his alchemy skills to mine? The surrounding crowd shook their heads, evidently convinced that Xiao Chen was destined for failure. Even the spirited young girl for the Plant Spirit clan, who had always stood by Xiao Chen's side, clenched her fists in concern for him. However, Xiao Chen maintained a serene demeanor, entirely unfazed. The gathering qi pill, the most commonplace elixir in the realm of cultivation, has been consumed by nearly every practitioner. Yet, due to its prevalence, the disparity in quality is even more pronounced. The most inferior gathering chi pill is marred with impurities. Its medicinal potency feeble, barely worth a glance from even those at the elemental master level. In contrast, the legendary top-tier gathering chi pill radiates with glimmering light upon completion. Its fragrant essence lingering in the air, and even formidable beings of the longevity realm can experience the smooth flow of spiritual energy upon consumption. The only elixir Chen Chang'an has ever successfully concocted is the gathering chi pill, and today he intends to employ the most rudimentary techniques to forge the finest elixir. Chapter 83. Refining the elixir. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, with a melodious hum, the youth's alchemical furnace burst open. "Concentrate," he called out, his hands swiftly forming intricate seals. A crimson flame pattern appeared on his forehead, and he opened his mouth to unleash a golden-red fire. The flames danced in the air, transforming into a vividly lifelike fire phoenix, which soared and spiraled, scattering glimmers of golden brilliance. Phoenix true fire. The eyes of the elder narrowed. However, it was not the purest form of Phoenix true fire, but rather a fire infused with the essence of a phoenix's bloodline, an amalgamation of spiritual beast flames. The fire phoenix let out a resounding cry as it dove down, enveloping the entire furnace. Within the searing blaze, 9 elixirs could be seen rapidly revolving, each rotation absorbing a trace of the essence of the phoenix true fire. Refining the elixir is the most critical step in alchemy. Ordinary alchemists typically use common spiritual flames, which merely blend the medicinal properties, rendering them adequate. However, true masters of the craft possess unique refining techniques. Some utilize cold springs to imbue the elixirs with a gentle nature, while others employ spiritual blood to infuse them with life force. Yet, the most superior method involves refining with the essence of spiritual beast flames. The phoenix undergoes a rebirth through fire. The youth proclaimed with pride, refining the elixir with phoenix true fire can double its potency. As the 9 elixirs gradually became translucent in the flames, delicate phoenix patterns surfaced on their surfaces. As the last flicker of flame was consumed, the elixirs erupted in a dazzling golden light, and 9 phantoms of the phoenix soared into the sky, spiraling and singing. "It is done." The youth laughed heartily, for he had successfully crafted a high-grade spirit-gathering elixir, imbued with the power of the phoenix's rebirth. The onlookers were left in awe. A typical high-grade spirit-gathering elixir is already a rarity, but after being refined with Phoenix True Fire, this elixir approached the realm of excellence. 9 spiritual patterns circulated around the elixirs, and the rich fragrance of the medicine instantly enveloped the entire camp. "Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful!" exclaimed the second uncle of Shuang, astonished that one could refine a high-grade spiritual elixir from ordinary materials. Such an ability to transform the mundane into the extraordinary was already reminiscent of a master. The youth stood with an air of superiority, confidently gazing at Chen Chang'an. At this moment, Chen Chang'an had just completed his own preparations, clumsily lifting the furnace lid, ready to undertake the final step, refining the elixir. "It is still not too late to concede," the youth taunted. "With your meager skills, how dare you compare yourself to me?" Yet, before his words could settle, Chen Chang'an suddenly smiled. "Do not revel too soon." With a swift motion, he drew his long sword, pointing its blade toward the heavens. "Heavenly thunder, tribulation!" Chen Chang'an shouted, and the sword in his hand erupted in blinding lightning. In an instant, the world around them darkened, as if the very sunlight had been consumed by the sudden onslaught of thunder. Boom! A purple-golden bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, as thick as a barrel, enveloping Chen Chang'an's furnace entirely. The wild lightning snakes danced violently across the surface of the furnace, emitting a cacophony of crackling sounds that sent chills down the spine. The surrounding flora and fauna trembled as the unleashed energy reverberated through the air, swaying without a breeze. "Behold, this is..." The elderly man in a gray robe felt his pupils constrict sharply, his white beard billowing violently in the tempestuous winds. The sheer force of the heavenly tribulation was indeed manifesting. How could this be possible? He stepped forward hastily, positioning himself protectively behind the young man. In the next instant, the thunder crescendoed, transforming the sky above their encampment into a miniature sea of lightning. Within the clouds, myriad thunder dragons writhed, each flicker causing the very earth to tremble. The onlookers were compelled to summon their entire essence to withstand the overwhelming might of nature, with those of lesser cultivation collapsing to their knees, unable to lift their heads. Crack! Another deafening clap of thunder resounded, and the surface of the alchemical furnace suddenly fissured with countless cracks, dazzling arcs of lightning erupting from the seams. Just as the furnace appeared on the brink of explosion, all the thunderbolts abruptly collapsed inward, coalescing into 9 violet gold lightning patterns, deeply etched upon the surface of the elixir. As the storm clouds dispersed, sunlight once again bathed the scene. Within Xiao Chen's furnace lay 3 crystalline pills, each suspended gracefully and entwined with delicate arcs of lightning, exuding an aura that struck dread into the hearts of those who beheld them. To refine elixirs through heavenly tribulation. The young man's face drained of color, his voice trembling. How could this be? In the realm of alchemy, an ancient saying has long circulated: without tribulation, no supreme quality. Only through tribulation can one attain the profound truth. This means that even the most perfect elixir, devoid of the test of tribulation, ultimately remains merely of superior quality. Only those that have undergone the baptism of heavenly tribulation can truly enter the realm of the mysterious. At this moment, as the lightning began to dissipate, 3 radiant pills lay quietly within Xiao Chen's furnace. The 9 lightning patterns intertwined upon their surfaces, hinting at the swirling violet electricity. Indeed, they were the legendary tribulation pills. The young man could scarcely fathom that someone would willingly invoke a heavenly tribulation to grant their disciple a swifter path, and with such formidable prowess, refine and tame it for their own disciples' use. Unbeknownst to the youth, Xiao Chun himself felt a wave of incredulity within. This method of refining elixirs through heavenly tribulation had merely been a concept he casually mentioned during a recent discussion with the old alchemist. He had never anticipated that it would yield success under such urgent circumstances. Yet, he alone understood that executing it in practice was far more challenging than theorized. One could only say that his master was exceedingly powerful, as this segment of heavenly tribulation had been subdued so obediently, more compliant than a loyal hound. He discreetly cast a glance at the old alchemist, who, for a fleeting moment, displayed a glimmer of astonishment, swiftly transforming into a look of satisfaction. The 3 spirit gathering pills lay serenely within the furnace, the lightning patterns dancing across their surfaces. In terms of quality and fragrance, they were indeed inferior to the 9 elixirs refined by the young man. Yet the trace of heavenly tribulation imbued the pills with an essence that signified a transformation, akin to the difference between raw iron and refined steel. Though originating from the same source, they were worlds apart. The young man's complexion darkened, his fists clenched within his sleeves, producing a sound like cracking bones. Abruptly, he waved his robe and turned to depart. "Hold on," Xiao Chun called out, his voice resonating. The wager was established beforehand. "Have you forgotten something?" The youth halted, his posture frozen in place. An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere as all eyes were riveted upon this unfolding scene. After a prolonged moment, the young man slowly turned around, his expression a tempest of conflicting emotions. After a prolonged silence, he clenched his teeth tightly and managed to utter 2 words through the gaps: "I apologize." Before the words had fully left his lips, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the horizon. After traveling 100 feet, he abruptly halted in midair, his voice, infused with profound energy, resonating forcefully. "The matters concerning the Spirit Plant Clan have been orchestrated personally by our esteemed leader. It would be wise for you to depart swiftly. Otherwise," his tone shifted abruptly to one of chilling severity, "prepare to bear the wrath of the celestial beings." As the echoes of his voice lingered, his figure vanished into the twilight. Xiao Chen gazed at the distant sky, his brow furrowing slightly. Elder Yao, having appeared by his side unbeknownst to him, spoke softly, "Young man, it seems you have truly attracted an insurmountable predicament this time." Duoer timidly approached, "Young Master Xiao." "Elder Yao, perhaps you should Not to worry. Xiao Chun suddenly broke into a smile, turning to Elder Yao. For troubles we cannot resolve, we still have our revered master to rely on, do we not? Elder Yao was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, the concern in his eyes dissipating entirely. Chapter 84. Xiao Chun returns to the valley. Xiao Chun himself had not anticipated this turn of events. What began as a simple procurement of medicinal herbs unexpectedly unfolded into a scene of bullying. His initial intent to lend a hand in a moment of injustice led him into the intricate schemes of the esteemed sect, Yuehua Pavilion, in Qingzhou. Had he been an ordinary individual, he might have already entertained thoughts of retreat. However, Xiao Chun was far from ordinary. He first retrieved a communication jade slip, channeling his essence to swiftly inscribe a few lines of text. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the slip soaring towards the valley, transformed into a streak of light. This was the communication talisman bestowed upon him by Uncle Wu upon his departure from the valley. He then proceeded to accompany Shuang and her kin to the village of the Jiling clan. The Jiling clan's village nestled within a secluded valley, surrounded by towering mountains, where the spiritual energy was so dense it almost materialized in a mist, rivaling even the outskirts of the valley where Xiao Chun resided. The village was a tapestry of scattered dwellings and abundant spiritual fields, with many clanspeople tending to spiritual herbs. Upon noticing Shuang returning with an outsider, they cast curious glances in their direction. Father. Shuang hastened to a wooden house at the village's heart and pushed the door open. Inside, a stern-looking middle-aged man was engrossed in an ancient tome. Hearing the commotion, he lifted his gaze, and a flicker of warmth crossed his features upon seeing Shuang, though it quickly shifted to a frown as he noticed Xiao Chun and the old pharmacist behind her. Shuang, who are these two? He inquired. Shuang promptly recounted the events of the day, detailing how Xiao Chun had intervened, engaged in alchemical contests with the Yuehua Pavilion members, and even summoned a heavenly tribulation during the process, ultimately forcing them to concede and apologize. After a moment of silence, the clan leader sighed deeply. I see he turned to Xiao Chun, offering a wry smile. My young friend, your gallant assistance is deeply appreciated by our clan. Yet, you may not be aware that this spiritual land is more than sufficient to serve as a base for a sect. Our prior ability to claim it solely stemmed from the protection of the Great Zhou. Now, with internal strife plaguing the Great Zhou and an uncertain future ahead, we have become targets. This has compelled Shuang's uncle to negotiate with Yuehua Pavilion, hoping to secure their protection. Xiao Chun nodded, having gleaned the Jiling clan's plight from Shuang during their journey. This issue indeed required resolution. The village they inhabited was not merely a desirable location. The Jiling clan itself held considerable appeal for larger sections, a clan entirely adept at cultivating spiritual plants, yet lacking ambition and possessing weak cultivation, was essentially the epitome of a docile herd. It was no wonder that Yuehua Pavilion was willing to play the villain, allowing their disciples to oppress them. In truth, it was merely a case of one party playing the role of the antagonist while the other feigned innocence. Had Xiao Chun not intervened at the critical moment, they would have almost succeeded. After a brief contemplation, a bold idea sprang to mind for Xiao Chun. Clan leader, you actually have a better option. Oh, the clan leader was taken aback. Since you're already planning to relocate as a whole, why not settle outside my Master-S Valley? Xiao Chun spoke with an air of ease. That area is still largely forested, rich in spiritual energy, and more importantly, if my master consents, no one in this world would dare to bully you. He added, however, this matter is still solely my own contemplation. It requires the approval of my master. Upon hearing this, the clan leader was momentarily taken aback, then let out a wry smile. My young friend, you may not be aware that the master of the Moonlight Pavilion is a formidable being of the celestial realm. Xiao Chun laughed heartily. What, the celestial realm? My master is a saint, a true saint. Saint? The clan leader's pupils constricted sharply, while Shuang and the surrounding clansmen gasped in astonishment. They had already speculated about Xiao Chun's background, surmising that he could indeed defeat the alchemists of the Moonlight Pavilion, and they had harbored a subtle hope that his lineage would elevate their own status in negotiations with the pavilion. However, They never anticipated that behind Xiao Chun stood a saint. They harbored no doubts regarding Xiao Chen's words. In this world, those who dare to flaunt the banner of a saint and deceive others have long since met their demise. The sanctity of a saint realm is not merely an empty phrase. Each saint represents a pinnacle force on the Xianian continent, a force that takes immense pride in the existence of its saint. To impersonate any saint in deceit is to prepare for an enmity with the formidable power that this saint embodies, a feud of life and death. The Moonlight Pavilion could at best be considered a leading force in Qingzhou, yet in the grander scope of the Xianian continent, they were but ants, albeit stronger ants. May I inquire which esteemed saint you refer to? The clan leader's voice trembled. Xiao Chun's lips curled into a slight smile as he enunciated deliberately, Chen Chang'an. In an instant, the room fell into a profound silence. The names of every saint resonated throughout the cultivation world of the Xianian continent, yet one remained an exception. This particular saint had emerged into the world cloaked in an aura of enigma. To this day, various factions across the continent continue to speculate tirelessly about the true identity of this saint and the force he represents. Few are aware that the sudden emergence of this saint had even delayed the long-conceived 6 saints slaying the monarch plan, which the top sects and families had meticulously orchestrated over millennia, by several months. The clan leader's teacup crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, tea splattering everywhere. Yet no one paid any heed. Shock was etched on the faces of all present, as if they had just heard something unfathomable. After a long pause, the clan leader finally managed to swallow hard, his voice hoarse. You mean to say that legendary figure who, upon his emergence, overshadowed all, even forcing the supreme emperor of the Great Zhou to second place? The one who tops the heavenly rankings? Indeed, Xiao Chun beamed brightly. That is my revered master. Then, time rewound to several days later. Chen Chang'an hurriedly flew to the valley's exit, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed upon the throngs of people beneath him. After listening to Xiao Chen's anxious explanation of the events that had transpired, he could not help but cover his forehead and let out a long, exasperated sigh. So, you managed to return with such a large group of clansmen in less than 4 days. Chapter 85. A Sword on the Other Side. The members of the Plant Spirit clan, who had followed Xiao Chun into the valley, were momentarily dazzled, only to witness a figure suddenly materialize before them, silent and stealthy. Clad in a flowing azure robe, with hair casually tied back, his handsome visage at first glance appeared to be that of an ordinary scholar. Yet, the moment he came to a halt, the entire realm seemed to fall into a brief stillness. Then, they saw Xiao Chen's eyes brighten as he approached, exclaiming, "Master!" At the utterance of this title, the hearts of the Plant Spirit clan members trembled violently. The clan leader, rigid with shock, dared not even lift his gaze, bowing deeply, his forehead nearly touching the ground. The other clan members swiftly knelt in unison, holding their breath, fearful of disturbing this legendary figure. The valley was enveloped in silence, save for the gentle rustle of the breeze through the foliage and Xiao Chun whispering softly to his master, explaining the circumstances. After concluding his explanation, Chen Chang'an cast a glance at the prostrate assembly, letting out a soft sigh. Though his voice was scarcely audible, it resonated clearly in every ear, devoid of any oppressive force, yet causing the hearts of the Plant Spirit clan members to race and their spines to chill. Among the crowd, Shuang'er knelt, stealing a furtive glance, only to catch sight of the hem of the azure robe, prompting her to avert her gaze hastily, lowering her head once more. Is this the one ranked first on the celestial list? The saint who overshadowed the supreme emperor of the Great Zhou upon his emergence? Her fingertips trembled slightly, a blend of reverence and astonishment coursing through her. However, just as Chen Chang'an pondered how to navigate the unfolding scene, a gentle chime resonated in his mind. System notification. Epic series achievement detected. Youthful Journey 4-4. Youthful Journey, Part 4, shouldering the world with iron shoulders. Single-handedly safeguarding the humble. Having completed the Youthful Journey series achievement, the reward is a precious jade from the mountains to elevate a supreme immortal technique. His eyes sparkled, nearly betraying a laugh. What a splendid disciple. Just moments ago, he had been troubled by the arrival of these plant spirit clan members brought back by Xiao Chun. Now he felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and embrace Xiao Chun with fervent affection. The final achievement of the youthful journey had presented itself in such a fortuitous manner. The members of the plant spirit clan suddenly appeared endearing in his eyes. After all, they merely sought refuge. The valley was surrounded by forests where they could easily find a place to dwell. It would also afford them the opportunity to cultivate various flavors of spiritual rice and vegetables. As he had grown weary of consuming the same rewards from the system for hundreds of years. As for the Moonlight Pavilion, what distinction was there between cultivators of the celestial realm and mere commoners? Moreover, he could effortlessly provide them shelter for the time being, and once Xiao Chun matured, he need not worry about finding successors. Yet, he pondered whether Ji Hongli, that young lady, would have any objections. Perhaps he could ask Xing Kai to discuss the matter with her teacher. In the span of mere breaths, Chen Chang'an's thoughts raced, contemplating numerous possibilities. Ultimately, he resolved to first secure the achievement that was within his grasp. He was just about to give his consent when, at that moment, boom, above in the heavens, a colossal flying vessel, radiant and white, burst forth from the clouds, casting a shadow that enveloped the entire valley. The surface of the flying vessel was adorned with enigmatic runes, refracting a blinding cold light under the sun, resembling a celestial palace in motion. At the bow stood a middle-aged man clad in a long robe of purple and gold cloud patterns, his hands clasped behind his back. His countenance exuded authority, and his true essence surged like an unfathomable ocean, stirring the spiritual energies of heaven and earth with every subtle movement. His piercing gaze swept across the ground, instantly grasping the situation at hand. With a disdainful snort, he seemed to have formed a rough understanding of the unfolding events. His eyes roamed over the crowd, dismissing the utterly unremarkable Chen Chang'an, before finally fixing on the most powerful figure among them, the elder Yao. In a cold voice, he proclaimed, "You possess an audacious spirit to intercept the possessions of my Yuehua pavilion." The members of the plant spirit clan turned pale, and the slender fingers of Zhi'er unconsciously tightened around Xiao Chen's sleeve. The term intercept was not to Chen Chang'an's liking. With narrowed eyes, he slowly ascended into the air, asserting, "My disciple neither steals nor robs, and the plant spirit clan does not belong to anyone. Thus, what claim do you have to speak of interception?" Seeing the seemingly ordinary youth before him, devoid of any aura of strength, the Yuehua Pavilion's representative's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Initially assuming that the authority belonged to the elder of the longevity realm, he was taken aback by this unexpected turn. Though this individual exhibited no discernible fluctuations of cultivation, his ability to hover in midair left the man perplexed. Could it be some hidden artifact of spiritual essence? Yet, the overwhelming allure of the plant spirit clan overshadowed his caution. The plant spirit clan had long been an object of his desire. As a sect founded upon alchemy, Yuehua Pavilion would find a perfect complement in the plant spirit clan. If he could seize them amidst the downfall of the great Zhou, even without a sacred realm cultivator, Yuehua Pavilion could aspire to ascend as a pinnacle force across the entire Xianing continent through the art of alchemy. "Being eyed by my Yuehua Pavilion means it belongs to us," the man declared with pride. "My sect is founded upon alchemical principles, and we are currently in dire need of plant spirit medicine slaves. The plant spirit clan is destined to connect with us." However, before Chen Chang'an could respond, the term medicine slaves ignited a furious response among the members of the plant spirit clan. Even Xiao Chun was unaware that this particular phrase struck a painful chord with their tumultuous past. Thousands of years ago, the plant spirit clan had been reduced to the status of slaves for a top sect, enduring abject misery. It was only after that sect was annihilated by the Great Zhou that they gained their independence and managed to survive under its protection. Those who had tasted freedom would never willingly return to a cage. At that moment, the clan leader's eyes turned bloodshot as he bellowed, "Even if the plant spirit clan faces extinction, we shall never be slaves." The clan members echoed his sentiment, their voices resonating like thunder. Observing this scene, Chen Chang'an let out a cold laugh, mockingly stating, "It seems the fate you speak of is not widely acknowledged, therefore." He patted the hilt of his sword at his waist, adding, "I believe your connection to this may be even deeper." The head of Yuehua Pavilion, witnessing the situation spiral out of control, finally exhausted his patience. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. "You seek death." As his words fell, the true essence surrounding him surged like a tempest, a terrifying pressure from the pinnacle of the celestial realm crashing down upon the members of the Plant Spirit clan. In an instant, the valley was filled with swirling dust and stones, the very air seemingly solidifying as they were about to be ruthlessly suppressed. But in the next moment, a soft cough suddenly echoed. The overwhelming pressure capable of crushing mountains dissipated like mist in the spring breeze. Chen Chang'an stood with his hands clasped behind his back, not even stirring the hem of his garment. The sect leader's pupils constricted sharply, his expression reflecting a sense of grave danger. The individual before him, capable of so effortlessly diffusing his oppressive aura, likely possessed a cultivation level superior to his own. "Who exactly are you?" The leader's voice tightened as he forced himself to remain composed. "Why do you oppose my moonlight pavilion?" Chen Chang'an smiled indifferently. "My identity is of little consequence." He slowly drew the sword from his waist, its blade glimmering with a chilling light under the sun. "Here's the deal. If you can withstand a single strike from me, I shall cease to meddle in your affairs." Arrogant. The leader of the Moonlight Pavilion was seething with rage at being so contemptuously dismissed. His purple-gold robe billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind. "This is your assertion." Yet, secretly, he reveled in his heart, for the opponent could never fathom that his own treasured artifact was focused solely on defense. Even if the adversary's cultivation truly surpassed his own, it was impossible for him to be defeated in one blow. "Agreed," Chen Chang'an nodded, not lingering further, casually sweeping his sword. This strike appeared unremarkable, devoid of any sword energy or fluctuations of true essence, akin to a novice's aimless gesture. The members of the Plant Spirit clan exchanged glances. Even Xiao Chun displayed an expression of doubt. However, in the eyes of the Moonlight Pavilion's leader, this strike was utterly terrifying. He felt as though the entire universe twisted and shattered beneath its weight, with the sun, moon, and stars dimming in its wake. Before the blade even reached him, his protective true essence began to fracture, and his very soul quaked under this sword intent. "No!" The leader let out a desperate howl, exerting all his strength to summon his life's artifact, the Frost Sky Mirror. The mirror radiated brilliant light, yet it shattered explosively upon encountering the sword's glow. As the sword light swept past, the leader stood frozen in place. A gentle breeze ruffled through, splitting his hairpin in two, a single black strand drifting down. "I am still alive?" Trembling, the leader reached for his neck, disbelief etched across his face. Chen Chang'an had already sheathed his sword and said coolly, "Given that you have not harmed anyone, this strike shall merely sever 300 years of your cultivation. Depart." It was only then that the leader realized his painstakingly cultivated true essence had plummeted to the mid-stage of the celestial realm. This seemingly mundane strike had indeed caused him to lose 2 minor realms in an instant. In that moment, he understood. The identity of the individual before him was glaringly evident. Though he did not know who it was, he dared not inquire further. With a bitter smile, he even bowed slightly before hastily retreating aboard his flying vessel. Chapter 86. The Young Traveler Master, "You are magnificent." As Xiao Chan exuberantly rushed towards Chen Chang'an, he fervently lavished praise upon his master. However, he was suddenly met with a gentle yet firm tap on his forehead from Chen Chang'an. "Master," Xiao Chen lamented, clutching his head in mock grievance. "The individual you brought back is naturally your responsibility to manage. Remember to have Yao Lao assist you." Xiao Chen instantly understood that his master had approved of his actions, and his heart swelled with gratitude as he nodded in agreement. He then cast a glance behind him, signaling the leader of the Plant Spirit clan to step forward. The leader approached with deep respect, bowing profoundly. "Esteemed one, I am the leader of the Plant Spirit clan, surnamed Zhou, with the given name Ping. Zhou Ping. Our ancestors were once enslaved, lacking a surname, but were later rescued by the great Zhou, and thus our entire clan adopted the national surname." "Ah, I see." Chen Chang'an replied with a slight nod, his demeanor calm. You may proceed. Zhou Ping felt as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. In the presence of the esteemed one, his voice trembled as he spoke. Once Xiao Chun and Yao Lao had escorted the members of the plant spirit clan away, a smile unexpectedly spread across Chen Chang'an's face, gradually morphing into a more sinister expression. He eagerly opened the system panel. Indeed, system notification. Epic Series achievement completed. The Young Traveler, 4-4. The Young Traveler, Part 4, bearing the burdens of the world, single-handedly safeguarding the meek. With the completion of the Young Traveler Series achievement, he was rewarded with Yishan Yu, a gem that can elevate the rank of any supreme celestial art. At last, he had finished this achievement. System notification. Epic Series achievement completed. The Young Traveler evaluation. Perfect reward. Yishan Yu, 1-1. Would you like to claim it now? Claim it. Chen Chang'an declared resolutely in his mind, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Ding! With a mere thought, he summoned the system interface, revealing a lustrous azure jade stone gently hovering in the item inventory, radiating a soft glow. Finally acquired. He swiftly selected Yishan Yu from the inventory and clicked to use it. His external avatar, possessing only a feeble cultivation at the mystical realm, could hardly endure the weight of a single minute. Then, in the next moment, system notification. It has been detected that the host achieved a perfect evaluation upon completion of this achievement. Yishan Yu gains an additional opportunity for mutation. Perfect evaluation? Mutation? Chen Chang'an paused, understanding the notion of a perfect evaluation, yet the term mutation perplexed him. Fortunately, the system promptly provided an explanation. Please make the following choice. Option 1. Directly use Yishan Yu to elevate the rank of any supreme celestial art. Upon selecting Yishan Yu, the system immediately responded. The other celestial arts were grayed out, indicating maximum level reached, unable to enhance. Only the external avatar, beggar version, remained selectable. The external incarnation, beggar version, external incarnation, pauper version, external incarnation, pauper version, cultivation limit, longevity realm, diminished by distance, sensory sharing, 100 consciousness synchronization, instantaneous switching special note. Destruction does not harm the main body, though it may hurt. The enhancement is somewhat modest. I had expected to immediately transform into the complete version. Chen Chang'an felt a twinge of disappointment in his heart. Fortunately, there was another choice available, and he continued to read. Choice 2. Complete in one breath, writing the full text of Youth's Journey. And the He Mountain Jade gains a chance for mutation. Soon after, Chen Chang'an noticed a preview button appeared beside the He Mountain Jade. He promptly clicked on it. This time, all Supreme Immortal Arts